Chapter 581. Imperial Calendar, Summer of 2086, a year passed in a flash. On the bustling streets of Kane City, a pair of young lovers, who looked like each other, seemed to be avoiding something. Shirley, don't go to the alley. At the slightly dark corner of the street, the man stopped his female companion from choosing the direction she wanted. Haven't you read the information? There may be more eyes in the remote places of Kane's than in the city hall. Pulling his female companion, the man took the woman into a fashionable clothing store on the street. When the two walked out of the clothing store again, they both changed into clothes with completely different temperaments from before. After sorting out their emotions and calming their breathing, the woman's arm naturally held the man's arm, and the two pointed at the shops on the street. Suddenly, a shadow covered their figures, and a huge ghost claw reached in front of them. Hi, the 10 Island Hamburger House is open for a special price. 3 days of Couples Day. You can go and sit down if you are free. Rough voice. The nearly 7-meter-tall Odora demon held a pink balloon in his claws, and handed the balloon with the store advertisement printed on it to the woman. Seeing that the other party's arm was 2 times thicker than her waist, the woman subconsciously took the rope tied to the balloon. Corpse Demon, the corpse demon that almost made a couple draw their swords. This guy's appearance is much more terrifying than the person they are hiding from, but according to his words, the person in the corpse demon may be just a young ghost who works as a handyman. The two of them have long known about the various weird things in Kane City. At least the streets are no longer full of skeletons and undead. After taking the balloon, looking at the eye-catching advertising picture on the balloon, the woman wanted to throw the balloon away, but looking back at the Odora corpse demon, who was smiling at her with a stiff expression, the woman wisely held the rope firmly in her hand. It doesn't matter whether you go to the burger house or not. It's not easy for them to hand out flyers. Don't throw away the balloons. Puff, puff. 2 sharp sounds of weapons entering the body. Pop! The electric current carried by the crossbow cone made a young couple fall to the ground and twitch. The street, which was noisy just now, was centered on the couple, and there was a moment of silence and stagnation around the people and things around. Committing a crime in the street? The passers-by around were a little hesitant, and the attacked couple had blank eyes. They had been observing the surroundings, and they didn't see any suspicious people in the direction where the short arrows came from earlier. Resisting the feeling of fainting and stinging, the two saw that the corpse demon who sent the balloon earlier seemed to want to come forward to protect them. His movements were a little clumsy, and he obviously didn't have any fighting skills, but he should be a good person. But when the corpse demon saw the 2 short steel arrows stuck on their shoulders, he saw a trace of disgust on his stiff face. Yes, he disliked them, and then the corpse demon turned around and continued to threaten passers-by to take his balloon as if he didn't see them. Not only the corpse demons, but also the humans passing by them. Even if someone screamed at first, they ignored them in a blink of an eye, as if they didn't see them at all. At the same time, the two also saw the existence of the attacker, a numbered individual holding 2 garbage bags in his hand, who seemed to be working in a Chinese restaurant on the street. And she also ignored them, and the guy shot them once and continued to throw garbage. A commercial vehicle with a black Raven logo stopped on the side of the road. The car door opened, and 2 silver-haired women with similar looks threw the injured couple into the car. When they came into contact with the electric light in the hands of the visitors, the injured couple almost lost control of their bladders on the spot, but their bodies could no longer move at all. The vehicle drove away, and everything on the city streets was back to normal. Everything just now seemed like an illusion. Perhaps it was because the steel arrow that hurt the couple was special, so no one paid attention to the two. The city of Cairns pays more attention to the practice of crossbow shooting. In order to be able to reuse it, the best materials here are taken by the Lord to make crossbow arrows, and the short steel arrows just now, the locals know that they are special weapons for urban secret guards. There is only one kind of person who will be attacked by them, that is, detectives and spies who lurk in Cairns and spy on some non-public areas of Cairns. Name, affiliation. In the business car, a serial number individual asked the 2 handcuffed people. Barney Detective Agency, we have no ill intentions, and the employer has not disclosed detailed information. The man named Barney seemed to be very accustomed to this situation. He groaned and endured the pain, and answered the questions quite professionally. Have you thought about it? Next to the cold-faced serial number individual, another serial number individual showed a smiling expression. Barney and Shirley were puzzled. You stayed outside Falong Ridge for 2 days, under the pretext of camping, and stayed at Nigel Farm for 1 night. Yesterday, you went to Aqua Church to attend the service, and rented a private room at the Fallen at night, but you went out secretly, and tried to sneak into the dusk courtyard of the Psychic Academy. The numbered individual with a smile on his face briefly recounted the two people's recent itinerary. The two did not show any surprise. They did not know what the other wanted to do, and pursed their lips, and waited for the other to continue speaking. You need to understand that we are not judges, and we will not judge you. Some things do not require too much evidence. If you are just a private detective agency, we won't ask too much about your employer. But, as the numbered individual spoke, she even pulled out the short arrows on the two people, and used healing magic on them, but two slave collars were thrown next to Barney and Shirley. You can't do this, this is a crime. The slave collars made the two people furious. This kind of thing has nothing to do with the devil's contract. To put it another way, it can also be called a training belt. If the owner of the collar pays attention to it, it is very difficult to self-harm and commit suicide when wearing this kind of thing. It's normal for two private detectives to disappear. It's okay if they are not found. Moreover, there are many people who voluntarily wear this kind of thing for money. Believe me, it's not difficult to add this money to your account. And people who are interested in you will also make up this money. Of course, these are no longer yours, including your body or offspring. The numbered individual shook his head and looked up and down at Shirley, as if he was judging a commodity. Then I ask again, affiliation. The numbered individual, who had been cold all the time, seemed impatient and spoke again. Let's talk. We will give the Emperor's wallet to Princess Ingrid, and the people of Blood Moon City to Elzac. As for the agents of other countries, we will consider recruiting them based on your personal abilities and the information you can provide. The treatment here is quite good. If it is a royal power, we don't want to provoke the royal power, so we may ask you to get out. As for the crown, at most we will ask the other party to give us an explanation. Tell me, it's not as serious as you think. You didn't steal anything anyway. The smiling individual took a slave collar and opened and closed it to play with it. The two were silent, but this silence seemed to indicate that they really had someone behind them. Seeing that the two were being pretentious, the individual took the collar and put it directly around Shirley's neck. Blood Moon City. We are from the Elders' Council. Shirley twisted her body and exclaimed to Dodge. Oh, then do you want to see Elzac or Setsuna? Stopping the action in his hand, the smiling individual gradually put away the smile on his face. Elzac and Setsuna are both vampires, but they come from two different factions. With their early relationship with Muhua, the vampires in the academy were regarded as a communication channel between them and Muhua, and they have been stranded in the Psychic Academy, but their identities had changed from students in the early years to teachers now. As the Blood Moon City repeatedly sent spies to Kane City without communicating with them, Elzac and his men had already thought about joining Muhua. After all, Muhua repeatedly sent spies to them, which made them very angry, and they were not sure when the Blood Moon City would really poke Muhua's pain. If they died unjustly in Muhua's hands, they would not even have a place to reason. Setsuna, we want to see Setsuna. Following the question of the numbered individual, Barney said calmly. Are you sure? The numbered individual asked, and the two looked at each other and nodded. You know, Setsuna is from the neutral faction, and neutrality is not a good person. On the contrary, in many cases, neutrality may be more complicated, and her temper is much worse than Elzac. Let's go to the Psychic Academy. The numbered individual who interrogated the two patted the front seat, and said to the driver, I need to remind you that Setsuna doesn't kill people easily. He turned around and said another sentence to the two people, and the numbered individual no longer paid attention to them. No matter whether the person is handed over to Ingrid or Elzac, it doesn't mean that the matter is over. It just leaves the interrogation and other things to them. The spies and agents caught by Miling's men basically don't expect to leave Cairn City alive. Muhua has been cruel enough in this regard, but this kind of spying has never stopped. Sometimes, human life is really worthless. Thinking that the recent investigations from the Blood Moon City seem to be more frequent, a numbered individual called Miling. Chapter 582. In a year, or more than a year, Muhua's forces developed a kind of astonishing stability. In a year, Letitia in the courtyard launched a large-scale crusade against the hot spring town several times, but each time she put the undead in the Death Valley in the front. As if they were desperate, a large number of undead polluted the earth, but the hot spring town had never been conquered. And the magic dragon Muhua was eager to kill more times. As for those low-level undead that were obviously derived not long ago, they were the source of ashes and soul fragments, and there was no need to use the petrified magic eye to waste magic power. Muhua didn't catch any more demon generals, but he gained a lot of ashes and soul fragments. The broken and sunken ones seemed to be skeletons of the undead, and Letitia seemed to be accumulating strength. But when Muhua went to Death Canyon in the early years, he already knew that Krepnose was dissatisfied with Letitia. But now, he is working so hard to send troops to her. According to some of the feedback from Zambak, Bloody Hills has already started several large-scale monster breeding areas. It seems that the functions of Snow Ridge Ranch tend to be transferred to Bloody Hills. At the same time, because the breeding of monsters also involves killing and food, Bloody Hills has transported a lot of rotten corpses and bones to Death Canyon in recent years. Those rotten corpses and bones are probably the source of the skeletons and undead spirits that invaded the hot springs. With the support of Death Canyon, Letitia did not care about the scale, and constantly launched waves of invasions to the hot springs, ranging from 1 or 2 magic dragons to bone sea corpses and surging bone dragons. Even without the wind of aging, Death Canyon is not short of refining ashes and derived undead spirits. The alarm in Wukwan Township was always on, and Muhua was also worried that Letitia would play a trick on him and come to his doorstep at any time. But keeping a tight defense all the time was not a solution. On Monday, he went to the Chingsha River to build a fortress mountain pass to block the northeast of Wukwan Township and form a pincer attack with Wukwan Township. Muhua took the ashes resources harvested from the battle, and simply derived skeletons, such as black-armored skeleton generals and headless knights. He did not train them much, but directly spread them to the north of Wukwan Township and gave them a mission target of free attack for half a year. When the time limit is up, or if they can come back alive after seizing enough supplies, they will be included in the training. Letitia threw undead at Muhua, and Muhua threw undead at Letitia. The two sides played like a tower defense game. South of the Snow Mountain Ice Palace and north of the Hot Spring Village, avoiding the city pass, the land in between was full of fighting. But as time went on, not to mention Letitia, the monster leaders of other areas felt something was wrong. There seemed to be too many ghosts in this courtyard. Yes, ghosts. Why are there ghosts everywhere? Ghosts are appearing in the Hot Spring Village, ghosts are appearing by the Chingsha River, ghosts are appearing in the Goblin Kingdom, and ghosts are appearing everywhere in the Mechanical Forest. It doesn't look like Muhua is just running around. How many jealous ghosts does he have? You know, although jealous ghosts will have an impact on the surrounding area, they are also limited to a certain range. The courtyard is so big, it is impossible for a jealous ghost to appear all over the world. Well, after the Hot Spring Town was established, although Muhua was a bit reclusive, he was not just sitting around doing soy sauce this year. Instead, he was guarding the edge of the abyss and working harder than before. In addition to the magic stones and corpses acquired by the Alice Group, Muhua is very familiar with the training route of the jealous ghost. The Abyss Island has been around for decades. It is not too much to give the main members of his family a jealous configuration, right? Let alone the monsters. When the adventurers found that there were a bunch of guys with tentacles floating behind them in Muhua's family, humans found that Muhua had a big problem. But what can we do now? Let alone the existence of this group of suspected ghosts and gods. The sky of the Hot Spring Town has appeared with the fate spider silk engraved in the void, and the roaring dragon has spread its huge wings covering the sky above the immovable Chindu Hadalef. Muhua has a big problem. Don't make a fuss. As long as he is still fighting with the monsters, he has no problem, the king said so. Now Muhua's family seems to be a little short of soldiers, but the generals, and so on are really wide. Despicable human. Your despicable tricks can only fool those stupid bastards. Get out. Otherwise, we will perish together. In the Goblin Kingdom, under the Goblin King city, the fat and bloated Goblin King angrily scolded the endless goblin rebels under the city. At this time, several magic cocoons were hanging on the top of the Goblin King city. This was the confidence of the Goblin King to scold humans. How to say it, that thing can be simply understood as a nuclear bomb in the magic system. Strong destruction, wide coverage, serious pollution, no distinction between enemies and friends. Seeing that humans were pushing the rebellious goblins to run under its king city, the Goblin King took out the big treasure that Vok gave him. Contraband, contraband, this thing is considered contraband in the eyes of demons, and Vok is also desperate to make such a thing. Well, since he swept a wave of mechanical demons on Tuesday, Vok, who was surprised that Muhua had other Medusas at home, became careless in various ways. Without Muhua's efforts, the Jade Song Court and the monster forces of the Mechanical Forest were also fighting fiercely. However, the Mechanical Forest entered a full-scale defensive mode. Vok ran around the world all day long, looking for Muhua's traces all over the world, wanting to have a good talk with Muhua about the problem of its mechanical demons. Rage Domain. Fearless. Justice. Taibesha's shout suppressed the threat of the Goblin King. Boom! Boom! The bear goblin holding a huge shield stepped forward again. Roar goblins, even low-level goblins, stopped howling and roared wildly. The goblins in the wild formed square formations, and the muscles on these goblins bulged high, and their eyes flashed with excitement and stubbornness. Rage. These goblins are within the range of rage. The essence of rage is to break through the limit, but among the many original sins, its negative impact on the outside world is probably the most heartless. Yes, that's right, it's heartless. The negative effects caused by other original sins are more or less direct benefits to themselves. Only with rage, within its range of influence, creatures will become very aggressive and firm in their ideas. If anyone dares to refute their cognition, they will never argue. Oh no, generally they don't talk, they only fight. Affected by rage, the creatures within its range are the most normal and the most abnormal. To put it simply, if nothing happens, everyone is no different from usual, but as long as there is a disagreement or conflict, even if it's just some verbal arguments, everyone may pick up a knife and fight directly. The essence of rage is to break through the limit, but it implies justice in the mouth of humans. Well, demons actually have no concept of justice. Justice itself should be invented by humans. No matter how it is embellished and praised, justice is relative, not absolute. Your justice may not be justice in the eyes of others. Demons usually use the word punishment instead of so-called justice. To put it bluntly, it is to fight violence with violence. It is hard to say whether it promotes good or not. It is inevitable to punish the evil that a person has identified in his heart. In short, if you can take action, you can make a fuss after taking action. Regardless of whether it is justice or punishment, it has to be said that under the blessing of that concept, even goblins, when fighting, are full of heart, confidence, anger, and all kinds of anger. Well, Muhua's cousin is not serious anymore. The furious Taibesha, Muhua's family is not only jealous. It was also thanks to the jealousy protection that could avoid the distortion of rage. Otherwise, if Taibesha went out for a walk, she would probably cause chaos around her. Idiots! You idiots! Humans are all liars, you have been deceived by them. That bastard Zhang Jiao is a human summoned beast. Seeing that the goblin rebels were not afraid of life and death, the Goblin King roared angrily. Zhang Jiao is a summoned beast, but I, Dadarol, am not. Warriors! Overthrow the brutal rule of this fat pig, share the merits of war, and help me ascend the throne. As if responding to the Goblin King, behind the rebels, a goblin general wearing gorgeous armor raised his war hammer, and roared with his head raised. The goblin general is not Zhang Jiao. As the goblin rebel snowballed, the adventurers on Taibesha's side were a little bit at a loss. Not to mention the goblin general, even if more centurions joined, it would be difficult to keep Zhang Jiao's identity hidden. Especially after the battle line was spread out, the goblin leaders along the way were short of soldiers and food, so it was difficult to form a full-scale war. If they could form a full-scale chaos, it would be difficult to eliminate them. But if they found that Zhang Jiao had problems, and got angry and rebelled, there would be a riot that would sweep across the entire Goblin Kingdom. Just like at this time, although Taibesha and his team pushed the main force of the Goblin Army to the Goblin King City, it did not mean that the adventurers used some malnourished goblins to fully advance here in a year. Rather, the rear was still in chaos, and they just launched a route directly to the Goblin King City, intending to test the Goblin King's bottom, and by the way, sent the main force of the Goblin Army first. The reason why they dared to send even the main force was that Muhua got them another Goblin General. That's right, Dadarol, this Goblin General, who has some affinity with Muhua, accidentally fell into the hands of Taibesha and the others. Perhaps he was hoping for a lucky break, so he reported Muhua's name. Taibesha contacted Muhua, and Muhua took a good look at this Goblin General, who seemed to be more humble than the last time he met him. Zhang Ju couldn't stand it anymore, so how about getting another Heijin, Dongzhua, or something? Look at this Dadarol, the size and length are quite suitable, and to this day, Muhua has no taboos at all about a Goblin General without a foundation. It doesn't even need to show its true self, and Muhua is too lazy to collect its followers. It took the initiative to propose the servant contract. Muhua asked it if it wanted to be a Goblin General. Thinking about his own disbanded flying cavalry team, looking at Zhang Jiao's happy life, then, Dadarol directly descended in person, and by the way, gave Muhua another kowtow. Chapter 583. Dadarol is very fierce, stronger than Zhang Jiao. This fierceness is not only reflected in its growth potential, but also in the fact that it really knows a lot of high-level goblins in the Goblin Kingdom. When it became the Goblin General, when it took up the banner of the uprising army, The result was that the uprising in the Goblin Kingdom became more and more in full swing. These rebellious goblins are not stupid or dull. They selectively forget Zhang Jiao. While believing that they can survive to the end, they just want to reshuffle the upper forces of the Goblin Kingdom. Taking it apart and taking a closer look, it has to be said that this is quite similar to the overall situation and pattern in the mouths of some people. The goblins fought bloody battles on the front line, and the human adventurers frantically pulled their feet in the rear. The spoils of war transported back from the front line were seized again and again by the adventurers, and finally some weapons that were enough to be tried in 8 military courts were brought back for the goblins, who fought bloody battles. It was really bloody, but the pockets of the adventurers who led the Goblin Rebellion were really bulging. It is said that it is easy to learn bad things, but difficult to learn good things. If it continues like this, it will be a big problem. The leaders of several brigades may still regard these gains as unexpected gains, but if it continues like this, it is estimated that the people below will regard taking bribes as an important skill in their future lives. This is also the important reason why Tibesha and others organized people to test the Goblin King city. They sent a wave of elites from the rebel army, and then separated the adventurers to participate in relatively normal battles. In order to avoid that their combat quality is not improved, if they cultivate the character of the master again, it will be a loss. No. In the Goblin King city, the mechas stepped out of the city. Although there were magic cocoons hanging on the top of the city, the Goblin King would not be willing to activate those things unless it was absolutely necessary. Demon mechas, assault type, defense type, various models, and mechas of different sizes were sent out of the city by the Goblin King. The crossbows, magic cannons, and high-frequency position guns on the city took the lead in launching a covering attack on the Goblin rebels under the city. It seems that the mechanical forest has transported a lot of supplies to the Goblin Kingdom. Although the goblins seem to be barbaric and vulgar, the huge population base is combined with various industries, especially the unbridled exploitation and oppression. The upper forces in the Goblin Kingdom are really endless. Of course, it is precisely because they have a part of the inhumane middle and upper classes that the uprising in the Goblin Kingdom can be pulled out of scale so easily. Dang. The giant shields of the bear goblins blocked the barrage of the Vulcan cannons, and their strong bodies allowed them to withstand the impact of the exorcist bullets without moving. The shields of these bear goblins are all good things, or in other words, the equipment equipped by the rebels who attacked the Goblin King city this time is good, and these are all genuine equipment seized from the goblins. There are indeed many goblins who have no knowledge. Their original living environment is too poor, and their level is too low. They can fool around with some refurbished inferior weapons. Anyway, they can't tell the difference until they die. However, there are also goblins who can distinguish the quality of weapons. The reason why they ignore the filth created by humans is probably that there are goblins who are more unlucky than them anyway. As long as it doesn't affect them much, they enjoy the kind of alternative sense of superiority. The rebels who attacked the Goblin King city under the call of Dadarol were well equipped. Unfortunately, goblins are still goblins after all. They are equipped with more than a certain level of equipment. Although their human wave tactics are effective against many races, they are often inevitably slaughtered when they encounter mecha war machines. Hundreds of demon mechas jumped out of the royal city and rushed into the rebels who arrived at the city. Heavy swords and chain swords, trampling and sweeping, large amounts of blood spread in the front of the rebels. Facing the collision of heavy mechas, the bear goblins with shields in the front row could not stop their breakthrough. Boom! Boom mechas collided. Mechas also rushed out from the gaps between the rebel army formations, and the mecha units belonging to the rebels collided with the demon mechas of the Goblin King. Judging from the tactical actions of both sides, even some mecha pilots in the rebels have stronger control skills than the mecha pilots of the Goblin King. However, due to the fact that the quality was somewhat different, the mechas that were overturned, knocked away, and smashed apart after the initial swift collision were often the rebels. Damn fat pigs. Warriors. These are the mechas that the fat pig bought with the wealth we created, and now the fat pig is using them to deal with us. Goblin warriors. It's time to use our flesh and blood to rebuild our glory. Use my flesh and blood to rebuild dignity. Tear them down for me. In the first battle, the goblin rebels were clearly at a disadvantage, and at this time, Dadarol's excited and indignant roar sounded. Swords slapped armor and shields, and the rebels responded to Dadarol's call and launched a desperate charge towards the demon mechas that were showing off their might in front of the battle. Dadarol, I'm going to peel off your skin. On the top of the city wall, watching the demon mecha stirring up blood waves among the goblins, the Goblin King had no joy at all. and his pair of vicious eyes stared at Dadarol, who was closely protected in the back. These goblins in the rebel army are no different from livestock to the Goblin King. But, even if they are livestock, they are still his livestock. There are too many sheep in his own sheepfold who died, especially those who died so meaninglessly. Even the Goblin King would feel distressed. The rebels rushed with passion, and died with passion. Under the absolute difference in strength, their flesh and blood bodies hit the mecha, shields, swords, and even used their armored bodies as gravel for the joints of the mecha. However, the human adventurers in the back obviously did not intend to participate in this battle. For example, people who led the war, such as Tibesha, were more concerned about the retreat route. Conquer the Goblin King's city? Don't make a fuss, it's not so easy to conquer the Commander City. With that kind of investment, it would be better to capture some strongholds in other places, and there is still a possibility of fighting to support the war, while attacking the Royal City will basically lose money. Facing the leader of the Royal City, it is to spend money to kill the demons, and it is obviously not the time to do such things now. Tibesha and the others are here to test the bottom, and by the way, let these goblin rebels, who have already shared a lot of spoils, send a wave, so that Dadarol can draw elite soldiers from other rebel forces and reorganize the main force. Although this approach seems a bit unethical, it is a war. Let alone dealing with goblins. There has never been a lack of people doing such things in human history. Let's not talk about whether it is a general or not. As the saying goes, one general's success is the sacrifice of thousands of bones. Do you really think that everyone died in a bloody fight when they had no choice? To be honest, those who can empathize with the saying one general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of people are really stupid. In the War of Blood and Steel, a relatively short figure floated out of the Goblin King's city. Even in front of the bear goblin, the short figure was not very conspicuous, but it made many adventurers behind the goblins frown. Various defensive magics appeared around the human adventurers. Tibesha, Vivian, and Eve floated up and flew into the air. A giant statue condensed behind Cooper and Sweet, and Otis drove the dragon to explore the retreat route behind. Lin Feng couldn't fly, and hesitantly sent a message to Ikaros. The Lich Aldous didn't want to fly, but after looking at Vivian, he finally flew to her side reluctantly. Why is this guy here again? Everyone thought to themselves. But the space around the originally small figure in the air suddenly twisted. Like a fast assembly production line, large steel modules were attached to its body. Amid the sound of metal rolling, the originally small figure suddenly turned into a steel giant, with a height of more than 100 meters. Boom! The heavy object fell to the ground, causing the earth to shake. Even the defensive demon mechas on the battlefield were like children in front of this giant mecha, like a war fortress. The numerous gun barrels and the heavy body, this thing should be considered a mecha no matter how you look at it, but when it comes to Vok, it is difficult for people to evaluate whether it is a mecha or a mecha suit. It has the great power and defense of a mecha, but also the flexibility and agility of a mecha suit. It is 100 meters high, and the horizontal shoulder width can reach 80 meters. When the energy force field forms a diamond structure with it as the center, covering an area of about 200 meters, the existence touched by the energy force field will be electrocuted to death. It is half kneeling in a static state. This thing is simply a war fortress. Why are you here again? Want to fight? Flying in the air, Vivian and Eve floated on both sides of Tibesha. Tibesha asked Vok, who had assembled himself into a steel monster. Well, Vok, the leader of the monsters in the mechanical forest, has been looking for Muhua all over the world for the past 6 months. It is said that he just wants to get back the mechanical demons hidden by Muhua. Where is Muhua? The broad and ferocious steel giant questioned. Tibesha. Vok doesn't like this human female. The most intuitive impression of the outside world about Rage is usually amplification and strengthening, but Rage's signature ability is lossless counterattack. This lossless counterattack can be simply understood as a counterattack storm, but the lossless here does not mean that Rage will not be damaged when attacked, but that it will completely counterattack the opponent's attack with the same amount. There is no need to elaborate on the details. Rage can be said to be the simplest and crudest existence in Original Sin. People who are good at overclocking attacks hate encountering Rage the most, because while attacking Rage, they also have to bear the attack that they can hardly bear. Vok is a mechanical demon, especially when it is fully developed. Its strongest point is overclocking output. It is not sure whether it can kill Tibesha, but if it hits Tibesha, it will definitely not be easy for itself. Tibesha is in front of it, and seeing that Tibesha is going to fight it, the gun barrels on Vok lowered their angles and pointed at the ground battlefield. If you want to find your cousin, go to the hot spring town. If you want to find your mechanical demon god, go to the main city of the Jade Song Court. The battlefield below was affected by Vok, and its deterrence even made many goblins in the rebel army panic again. The humans in the Jade Song Court said that my mechanical demon god was moved away by Mu Hua. Without paying much attention to the situation on the battlefield, Vok stood up amid the rumbling sound and said to Tibesha, who looked very small in the sky, "What do you mean by your mechanical demon god? Do you think you are playing house? In that case, then go to the Hot Springs village. If you dare to mess around here, we will change the route to the mechanical forest." Behind Tibesha, Vivian looked disgusted. Playing house? You humans are also ashamed to play house? Look at the mess you have made in the Goblin Kingdom. Vok glanced at Vivian coldly, then turned his head to look in the direction of the Snow Ridge Ranch. In the true sense, the Hot Springs village is still far away from here, but at this moment, Vok can clearly see a dragon beast over there laying a huge magic circle in the sky that seems to want to destroy the world. I don't know who that damn dragon is fighting with again. I heard that she seems to be fighting with Letitia for mineral veins recently. What mineral veins have all turned into slag because of the magic in the sky? Hot Spring Village. Damn it, that dragon and Cerberus over there are even more unreasonable. I took a batch of mechanical demons from you on Tuesday, so why are you like this? Just take apart the parts on your body. Won't you create a bunch of mechanical demons again? Vok was silent, and Eve said impatiently. There was another silence. Vok was holding it in for a long time, and always felt that he couldn't communicate with these females at all. Finally, he said something without thinking. I want to see Mu Hua, Vok said rigidly. I still want to see him, but he's on a business trip. Otherwise, come back tomorrow? Vivian pouted. Vok. Chapter 584. The mind of the mechanical demon is quite flexible, just like Vok. Because of the special attack method and energy utilization of this tribe, it feels that it is not worthwhile to fight with humans. So it simply provides other monster leaders with relatively cheap magic weapons. In this way, it is not considered to be useless among the monster leaders. At the same time, it increases the difficulty of the battle between adventurers and the monster forces in those areas, and also makes those adventurers have no spare energy to drill into its mechanical forest. Vok has always hoped to control the battle in the mechanical forest to the level of Millet Plus rifles. Everyone shoots me and I shoot you. Live cautiously and die beautifully. How good and harmonious. But it never expected that when it pulled the mechanical demon under its command to scare humans, a guy appeared on the human side and directly opened the petrification magic eye. Damn, Vok swears that it really just wants to scare humans. It just wanted humans to behave themselves and stop fighting in groups. It had been keeping an eye on Mu Hua's movements, but it turned out that these humans were not polite. Just like Eve said, those mechanical demons were not all the power of Vok, but the problem was that even if Vok smuggled arms to the demon leaders in the courtyard for 20 years, he would not be able to make up for the mechanical demons that were taken away by Tuesday. Mechanical demons are different from other demon groups. Their strengths and weaknesses are all accumulated over time. If they are well stocked, they can be infinitely strengthened, but consumption is permanent consumption. It makes no sense for it to be indifferent when a group of mechanical demons were taken away without any reason, right? Vok wanted to settle accounts with Suayut Songting, but when he went over, he saw that they were also playing magic, with energy fields turned on, magic cannons mounted, and thought-disrupting devices spreading. Vok ran to the city of Suayut Songting and unfolded his full body, blasting the earth and mountains, and then began to reason with Suayut Songting, who was defending the city. The so-called axiom within the range. But the problem is that if you can't blast through the other party's defense, then the shells and armor plates are very expensive. Vok came alone, directly put on the posture of a fortress, and then wanted to reason with Suayut Songting. Suayut Songting saw that there was an oversized existence coming. Fighting, there is no benefit. Defending, it just wastes energy. Suayut Songting also feels that it is not worth it. Then with Mu Hua's consent, Suayut Songting also began to reason. Mechanical demon god? The people aiming at them are Mu Hua's people, and they are all sent to the hot spring town. Is Mu Hua willing to take the blame for Suayut Songting? The key issue is that Vok has never intended to start a full-scale war in the mechanical forest, and it has already begun to export arms to the Snow Ridge Ranch and the Goblin Kingdom. The monster strongholds in the mechanical forest are defending blindly, and it is very difficult for Suayut Songting to attack the steel fortresses of those transformed demons. It is basically a pure war of attrition. Mu Hua simply took on Vok's trouble. Vok ran to the hot spring town to find trouble with Mu Hua. If he didn't return his mechanical demon god, he would push the damn Hadalef together with Letitia. As a result, Bok just ran to the immovable Chindu where the magic circle overlapped, and a giant dragon flew out of the city. Yes, that's right, a giant dragon. It no longer has the distinguishing features of an elemental dragon. It has intermediate level immunity to impacts, hard keratin all over its body, skin as tough as steel, its dermis is difficult for swords to penetrate, its torso is nearly 100 meters long, and it can easily cause hurricane disasters. Bok's complete form was big enough, but when the dragon leaped, it grabbed it with its claws and threw it 100 meters into the air. The physical strength of this thing is really unreasonable. Once upon a time, Mu Hua and Bok had the same feeling. When a Cerberus drooled and pounced on it from the sky again, Bok confirmed that Mu Hua was not in the hot spring town, and then it decided to come back another day. Like a king taking off his armor, Bok escaped from Monday's control. Although it was a little distressed that the external structure was scratched by Monday, it was considered to have recovered the alien space. As a result, Bok fled all the way to the Goblin Kingdom and encountered the War of the Goblin Rebellion. It's better to be lucky than to be early. Bok, who was angry, was ready to vent his anger on this rebel army, and then he could go to the Goblin King to ask for a commission. As a result, a human female rushed towards him. Judging from her charging posture, she seemed to be quite fierce. Bok immediately put her into a violent energy shock. TSK, the human female was blasted to a horrible state, but it was no wonder that she rushed so fiercely and had super speed regeneration. However, before he could give the human female a fatal blow, Bok found that things seemed to be a bit serious. Damn! Fury, not destroyed by the dragon's breath, not torn by Cerberus's claws, Bok's proud external unit was blown to pieces by the furious counterattack. Whether it is a mecha, or a modified demon, what is everyone's strongest advantage? It is the kind of overclocked attack that even you can't withstand. What is everyone's most disgusting thing? Undoubtedly, it is fury. That human female is a furious ghost. Bok was really heartbroken now. The furious human was still recovering from her injuries. The other two females beside her were threatening, with jealousy behind her. The Minotaur and the Baron Demon, who were carrying axes and hammers, caught it and beat it up. Did I open the wrong map? Are you sure this is not the legendary capital of the Human King? I was just fighting a group of goblins in the wild. You are furious and jealous, right? Bok was still very powerful. Its individual defense was not weaker than that of a real city fortress, but it couldn't withstand the first attack of a furious ghost. It was basically equivalent to bombing itself half-crippled, and then attracting a group of rough men to demolish it in various senses. Although the coordinated energy protection system composed of multiple independent units was partially paralyzed, they could at least operate independently, but they couldn't withstand the numerous reinforced bone souls. Take off the armor. Quickly take off the armor. Bok took off the armor again, and the disintegrated armor parts blew away the corpses all over his body, and also hit the other two human females and broke their bones. Looking back, yeah, it was super speed regeneration again. Due to a moment of negligence, Bok fled in a panic. This time, it was not a question of whether it felt sorry or not. It retreated to the mechanical forest for half a year, and it took a full half a year to repair its own armor parts. Counting the batch of mechanical demons that were taken away by Tuesday, 40 or 50 years of hard work have been lost, and Bok works more seriously. To be honest, it actually hopes that the Snow Ridge Ranch will fight hard with the war in the Goblin Kingdom, so that it can ship goods steadily and earn profits steadily. This time, I heard that the goblins who were about to incite rebellion by humans had reached the Goblin King city, and Bok was here to sell the magic cocoon to the Goblin King. When he went out, he ran into Tibesha again, and new and old hatred surged in his heart. Tibesha asked, "Do you want to fight?" Bok's heart sank. "Humph, fight for nothing. I'm just here to sell goods. Take off the armor, take off the armor. Why use the complete form for no reason? It's a waste of energy." Bok returned to the top of the Goblin King city, and introduced the performance of those demon mechas to the Goblin King. He confidently told the Goblin King, "Don't worry, it's no problem. Equipped with equipment, they are just some insignificant goblin soldiers. With these magic cocoons, humans dare not attack unless gluttony comes." Once upon a time, Mu Hua had been thinking about what threats he could use to make others dare not mess with him casually. I don't know when it started, but the enemies that Mu Hua had to face actually started to use some crooked ways to try to make Mu Hua dare not mess around. Bok has not been able to meet Mu Hua, and Mu Hua is really busy. He is indeed going on a long trip recently. Webster seems to be playing himself into a trap, and he plans to go and see. However, at this moment, Mu Hua is still on the Abyss Island. Before leaving, He is going to push Fenrir in the abyss again. The dragon wins in potential, and the talent value of a monster like Fenrir is even higher than that of a dragon. I hope this time it won't be a failure. Chapter 585. Muhua has invested more than 40,000 manpower in the construction of the immovable Qin city in the Snow Ridge Ranch area, including earth dragons, flying dragons, mammoths, evil dragons, behemoths, black-armored skeleton generals, headless knights and other supersized strong laborers. After a year of construction, the outer walls of the immovable Qin city Hadarif and the main basic buildings of the 17 palaces were completed, and the interior layout and 43 eternal lanes no longer needed those supersized strong laborers. Except for some gentle mammoths that continue to assist the machinery in the consignment work, dragon beasts, behemoths, and high-level undead beings have returned to the full-time combat sequence again. Hadarif is guarded by Friday, who has evolved into a giant dragon. The 4 gates and 4 palaces are named after the 4 symbols, and are guarded by strong men selected from the dragon clan, behemoths, headless knights, and skeleton mages. The Central Mirage Palace is the main palace of Muhua. The Spiritual Palace is where the direct students of the Spiritual Academy are stationed, and Caroline is in charge. For the time being, there is only one faceless person, Selma, in the Vientiane Palace, which is the palace allocated to the Wall of Size Club. Selma can select some ghosts from the Wall of Size to be stationed and trained, hoping that one day, in the future they will really have enough faceless people to build a wall of faceless people called the Wall of Size. The Leopard House is where powerful familiars are trained. The Fontaine Palace is the future foundation of the Aqua sect. The 100 Cavalry Camp and the Dandelion Garden are the bases of the Black Crow Knights and the Dandelion team, and 2 inner quarters have been built in the Palace City, which will be used for the families of the 2 groups to live in the future, including the Witch Pavilion where Trisha trains witches, the medical department, the arsenal, the Taitsong, and even the market and farm are all included in the entire Palace City. It took nearly a year for tens of thousands of people to build the outer wall with mechanical equipment. Hadarif is not a small castle. Each palace in it covers an area equivalent to a small or medium-sized community. When Hadarif is fully built, it is no exaggeration to say that even if the city gates are closed, it can provide tens of thousands of people with a normal self-sufficient life. In Muhua's conception, the real immovable Qindu is a city that will continue to expand outward based on Hadarif in the future. Of course, there is no need to think about it now. The Kane's courtyard is different from the Abyss Island. It is an open world after all. As for social organizations such as the Brotherhood of the Dragon, the Mutual Aid Association of Necromancers, and the Wall of Size Club, even if they are included in the name of the power, Muhua cannot bring them all into the Abyss Island. In the future, most of the people in Muhua's power will still develop in the courtyard, including those who are willing to make achievements with Muhua, and some citizens in Kane City who are willing to become adventurers. In essence, although the city of Canes was designated as Muhua's territory by the Magic Empire, it was still part of the territory of the Magic Empire after all. The immovable Qin capital was the foundation of Muhua's power, and the Abyss Island could only be regarded as Muhua's secret base and the real rear base. Kuei was in charge of Hadarif's internal affairs, and Monday and Friday were responsible for Hadarif's military affairs. Trisha entered the Abyss Island. Except for the Dragon Tooth soldiers, all the skeletons under Muhua's command were engraved with the corpse mark. Hundreds of hellhounds scattered in various courtyards to collect plant essences, and the tree shepherds were almost becoming a tribe in Muhua's power. When the World Tree took out new branches in response to Muhua's repeated calls, the Abyss Island and the Kane's courtyard established a connection, and even the newly derived skeleton warriors of Muhua could quickly travel back and forth between the Abyss Island and the Kane's courtyard at any time. Today, there seemed to be many more skeletons in Hadarif, and there seemed to be more numbered individuals shopping in cairns than in the past. Barbara, Helen, Samantha, and even Lynn all appeared at the Demand Hotel. Some people speculated that Muhua was going to have a party or something, but on the Abyss Island, Muhua, who was on high alert, was worried that he would lead Fenrir astray. In order to avoid too much impact from the battle with Fenrir, he temporarily drove everyone away from the Abyss Island. Raise the rod. At the Abyss fishing ground, a behemoth shouted and threw a gray and red giant wolf, which was not very good looking, into the sky above the ash wall. Although it was called a giant wolf, the size of this wolf beast was only slightly larger than the hellhound. As a giant wolf Fenrir, their hugeness was often in the form of swallowing the sky and the earth after they unfolded their blood and transformed. At this time, a large area on the edge of the abyss was shrouded by Wednesday's illusion, like a desert with jagged rocks in the illusion. Except for Wednesday and the 20 behemoths, Mu Hua did not let anyone surround Fenrir. Fenrir has a speed that can exceed his own reflexes, and their claws and teeth can spread deadly toxins during attacks. The reason why Fenrir's toxins have such a name is that they are placed in any world, and their toxins are the strongest in the world. Encirclement has no meaning for Fenrir. Even if it is a Lost Abyss style, an inappropriate siege will only make Fenrir burst out with a speed that can almost ignore time and space. On the evil dragon pounced and grabbed, and it seemed that there was no living thing on the ground, but Mu Hua's summoned beasts were hovering in the sky. Fenrir has a keen sense of smell and a strong fighting awareness. Mu Hua did not expect these evil dragons to do anything to Fenrir. At this time, the existence of these summoned beasts has only one purpose, which is to take advantage of Fenrir's high altitude and send it to the magic trap area preset earlier in a relay manner. Yes, the trap area. 2 years ago, Mu Hua set up a magic trap area with energy storage. But a year ago, when he got a Fenrir, all the traps were activated, but he still couldn't do anything to that Fenrir. In the end, he used the illusion of Wednesday to lead it back to the abyss, otherwise this abyss island would be uninhabitable. After that, Mu Hua rearranged the traps again. Those magic traps have been silent on the island for 20 to 30 years. Today is the time to see the ending again. Fenrir, who was deliberately thrown into the sky, rolled up his body in the clutches of the evil dragon and avoided the clutches of the evil dragon. When the evil dragon's tail swept over, Fenrir stretched his body, as if he wanted to use the dragon's tail to gain leverage. At this time, Mu Hua, who had been paying attention to Fenrir, immediately took the dragon back to the summoning space. Fenrir's stretched body fell into the air, but his body still rushed forward. Paw! Until this moment, another dragon that attacked directly swung its tail and whipped Fenrir into the distance. There were also 2 dragons in the distance, one ready to continue whipping. If Fenrir adjusted his body, Mu Hua would immediately take it back. Although the abyss Fenrir would not actively burst blood, Mu Hua did not dare to let it borrow the force. With just one borrowing, it is estimated that this guy can cause continuous high-speed displacement in the air. The Fenrir at full speed is very difficult to deal with. At that time, it is very likely to rely on its sense of smell that can smell the breath of souls to attack the living things on the island. Although Mu Hua had cleared away the nearby living beings and undead, he was not sure whether it would find the area where monsters were raised in the north of the Abyss Island. With the experience of the last time, at least it didn't have to make a big fuss to get Fenrir to the trap area this time. With the help of the evil dragon and the magic dragon, Fenrir finally fell into the trap area in the space that seemed to be covered with spider silk. Crack! The dazzling lightning exploded, and the electric net formed by the scorched thunder activated the surrounding traps. The constantly triggered magic traps produced a chain reaction. In the blink of an eye, a huge plasma was born in an area of more than 10 kilometers. At the same time, Mu Hua tore open a magic scroll of the absolute isolation and killing array, and confined the plasma that was about to spread into the killing array, in which Fenrir, whose hair stood up all over his body, was. Although it cannot be said to be elementally friendly, Fenrir has extremely strong elemental resistance. Except for magic traps with thunder attributes, magic traps with other attributes may stimulate Fenrir's blood. If Behemoth is compared to a legendary species in Hell, then Fenrir is a mythical monster. Ordinary dragons may become delicacies on their plates when they encounter them. Blood transformation is almost an innate ability of Fenrir. If it stimulates blood, if it releases the Gongchi Colossus, it will not be a trouble that can be dissipated in a short time. If Behemoth is the monster that the clawed demon dreams of hunting, then hunting Fenrir is also an activity that the lords of Hell can brag about. Fenrir's fur cannot be compared with dragon skin in terms of practicality, but Fenrir's fur can be regarded as a luxury item, and its value in Hell is usually higher than dragon skin taken from the body of a dragon. So Mu Hua arranged a large number of magic traps with thunder attributes this time, which caused Fenrir discomfort for a short time. At the same time, the absolute isolation killing array was fully deployed, and Mu Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Absolute isolation killing array can be regarded as a reverse defensive barrier, isolating the space inside it. The creatures inside it are like exiled to another world for a period of time, unable to leave the coverage of the killing array. There are no elements or magic in the killing array. If you want to fight in it, you can only use the magic and blood stored in it. To say that facing a monster like Fenrir, this kind of restrictive barrier is more disadvantageous to Mu Hua. After all, it is not surprising that Fenrir has more mellow blood and magic than Mu Hua. But there is no way. Among the magic that Mu Hua can think of to block Fenrir's movement range, only this magic can barely deal with it. ZZ as the absolute isolation killing array stabilizes, the lightning that buried Fenrir in it suddenly dissipates. Fenrir was curled up on the ground, shaking all over, but when the lightning dissipated, Fenrir shook his hair, seemingly not hurt at all, as if affected by intuition. A pair of cold beast eyes flashed with cold light, turned his head, and looked around, carefully checking the spider silk that filled the space. Destiny spider silk. Muhua finally got this ability, and it was precisely because of his proficiency in this ability that Muhua attacked Fenrir again. Last time Fenrir was taken out of the abyss, even if it was sealed in the absolute isolation and killing formation, Muhua could do nothing about its speed. This time, Muhua's figure began to change, with a beast head, huge claws, rough skin, white hair, and in a blink of an eye, Muhua turned into a ferocious behemoth. Summoning evil dragons, magic dragons, ravens, behemoths, including the 20 normal behemoths under Zhou Lu's command, Muhua was the first to enter the absolute isolation and killing array, and then escaped into the spider web of fate. As if teleporting, in the blink of an eye, Muhua's claws stretched out from behind Fenrir and grabbed its spine. Chapter 586. The shape-shifting technique is quite buggy, but it also has its imperfections. It allows the shapeshifter to have all the abilities and attributes of the medium before death, but just like abandoning the original body, the abilities and attributes of the original body cannot be used after the shape-shifting. In other words, Muhua used the shape-shifting technique to transform himself into a behemoth. Under normal circumstances, he could not use the fate spider web to teleport to attack Fenrir. In this case, Muhua used the behemoth as the medium of keratinous skin, and also used the behemoth as the medium of shape-shifting technique. In this case, the attributes and abilities of Muhua's original body, and the behemoth he transformed into will be superimposed. Perhaps only when keratinous skin is combined with shape-shifting technique, the 11 forms of change are the true meaning of the blessing of laziness. The most regrettable thing is not that Muhua dare not use some species as the medium of keratinous skin, but that the attribute superposition can only superimpose the normal adult attributes of the shape-shifting medium at most. Otherwise, Muhua would definitely consider catching some abyss monsters, blasting them with physical crystals, and then using them as transformation media. However, in terms of physical fitness, the Minotaur is 900 plus, the Claw Demon is 500 plus, the Behemoth is 1800 plus, and the Great Demon is 1300 plus. These are the media that Muhua uses on keratinous skin, so naturally he has to find another of their kind to transform. And Muhua's second life transition can be said to be a hit, and he only kryptoned a bottle of transition potion to complete it. A big reason for this may be that the physical property of the incarnation behemoth of 1800 plus was pushed out. After all, the physical fitness limit of a human who has completed a life transition will basically be stuck at 4000, but Muhua harmed 2 behemoths and directly kryptoned the transition potion with a physical fitness of 5800. Well, don't think too much. The so-called superposition is not to add all together, but to take the individual with the largest value, such as Behemoth's 1800 added constitution, Great Demon's 2000 added intelligence, and 1200 added spirit. And Muhua's current attributes: name, Muhua. Race, human. Level, 1002. Life, 100%. Magic, 100%. Constitution, 6100. Intelligence, 4470. Spirit, 4180. Magic adaptability, SSS. Distributable points, 500. There is no need to say more about the others. He got the level by smashing it with experience beads when he was bored. He wanted to see if there was an upper limit to the experience level. As a result, he could smash it to 1002, so he didn't waste those experience beads anymore. Smelting magic stones will produce experience beads. Those experience beads are now mainly used as a gift for Muhua's newly derived skeletons and undead. The blessing of laziness is really overbearing, and this attribute is also the confidence that Muhua dares to force Fenrir. However, there are indeed some monsters that Muhua dare not use as the medium of keratinized skin. He can use a female minotaur as the medium of keratinized skin, but he dare not use spider demons, succubi, and Medusa. It is not because these demons have their own charm, but there are no male individuals in the gene sequence of these demons. It is okay to use them as the medium of shape-shifting, but using them on keratinized skin? Don't make trouble, little brother, it will cause problems. Ahem, let's get back to the topic. Muhua's attack was sudden, but the claws still grabbed nothing. Fenrir dodged Muhua's sneak attack, and the seemingly inconspicuous figure turned into a silver line, which swept across the 2 dragons that also pounced on it. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's body was stiff in midair. Boom! Boom! The dragon fell to the ground, and in an instant it turned into light and dissipated. The poison of the world, for creatures below the level of the Lord of Hell, being pierced by Fenrir's claws means a sure death. The summoned beasts in the killing array, including those non-summoned behemoths, were actually used by Mu Hua to block the knife for him. Mu Hua didn't dare to confront Fenrir head-on now, because he was incarnated as a behemoth, so he also selected some behemoths to come in. These behemoths are unlucky, but behemoths also have their own special characteristics. If they are lucky, they can indeed hurt Fenrir, and there is even a possibility of killing Fenrir. Well, the premise is good luck, and Fenrir was also thrown into the doom of death by Doris, so the probability is not zero. There was no siege. Mu Hua had let both dragon beasts and behemoths disperse in various places of the absolute isolation and killing array, simply to attract Fenrir to attack them, so that Mu Hua could take the opportunity to attack Fenrir. The reason for this was that Fenrir could no longer be seen in the killing array at this moment. The maximum speed of Fenrir's burst could exceed their own consciousness perception. If they did not find the moment of its attack, Mu Hua could not catch up with it even in the web of fate. Magic could not be used indiscriminately, so as not to stimulate Fenrir's blood. In addition to the fact that his origin as a magic beast was somewhat controversial, Fenrir was definitely the top assassin in Hell, and he could be unparalleled when using magic combat skills. This was a magic beast that was born to be on par with the dragon, and the guy in front of him was definitely not the pink and tender child like Friday. However, an assassin was still an assassin after all, with high attack and low defense. At least for Mu Hua now, Fenrir's defense was not good enough. And I haven't heard that Fenrir has the habit of comprehending super speed regeneration. They are born to like attacking, and speed is their pride. Even if they are unlucky enough to encounter a species that has comprehended regeneration, Mu Hua will try to fight it in this absolute isolation and killing formation. The larger summoned beasts were killed by Fenrir one by one, and Mu Hua was always one step late. Gradually, Fenrir's fangs began to face the behemoth. The behemoth's summoned beast roared to attract Fenrir's attention. Mu Hua has begun to predict which behemoth summoned beast Fenrir will attack. Well, the abyss-style Fenrir is a bit crazy. It will first attack the more conspicuous existence nearby. As for the prediction, it is actually a bit flattering to Mu Hua. In short, it is just a blind guess. Crack! Stone chips flew everywhere. Although a behemoth summoned beast was swept far away by Fenrir's attack, it was not to be mentioned that compared with the evil dragon that was vulnerable to Fenrir, this behemoth summoned beast was not killed by Fenrir. Fenrir's speed and poison use are indeed world-class, but its attack is not absolutely unsolvable. Unlike the all-round damage of Dragon Fang, Fenrir's claws are more unreasonable in terms of armor penetration. No matter what quality of material is used to make equipment, Fenrir's claws can easily cause damage to it. Even the Dragon Fang blade that has lost its life support can be easily cut off by Fenrir's claws. However, Fenrir's claws and fangs are relatively general in terms of damage to living things, and the Stone King armor materialized by magic on Behemoth and the Purgatory armor composed of pure magic power are not within their armor penetration range. Therefore, this kind of mythical monster has the ability to kill dragons and leviathans, but when encountering grown dragons and leviathans, they can often only use their speed to evade. Because the bodies of dragons and leviathans that have developed normally are usually covered with heavy Purgatory armor. And Fenrir's world poison can only take effect after their minions pierce the opponent's body, but their minions can't penetrate the heavy Purgatory armor on the dragons and leviathans. For this reason, when Fenrir sees the Hin Valley demon worm, he often stays away and doesn't entangle with it. The physical attributes of the behemoth summoned beasts cannot be compared with Fenrir, but Fenrir's minions still find it difficult to break through their defenses in a short time, which is why Mu Hua said that Behemoth may kill the Abyss Fenrir. The Fenrir in front of him may beat the Behemoth into a pool of rotten meat, but if he wants to kill them quickly with the world poison, at least it will delay its extraordinary displacement speed. And the Behemoths in Mu Hua's house, which he still despises for the time being, also have huge teeth and claws that can tear Fenrir's fur and chew Fenrir's flesh and blood. Ah! Howling like a wolf, Fenrir was extremely arrogant. He was angry because he failed to kill Behemoth with one blow. Ah! Fenrir's body grew more than twice as big as before, and his dirty fur turned into holy silver mane. This was the form of Fenrir's complete body, a cruel, cunning, and good at disguising himself swamp master. Gleipnir. When Fenrir howled, there were suddenly pieces of space fluctuations around him, as if the activation words of some mechanism were turned on. Multiple space cracks appeared in the killing array, and chains of hell demons drilled out of the space cracks. With the wolf's mouth was entangled, and the suddenly tightened chain stifled Fenrir's howl back into his throat. Bang! Fenrir struggled and fell heavily to the ground with his 4 legs trapped. Gleipnir, the chain that bound the giant wolf Fenrir in human mythology, is a space magic that requires the help of props. At the beginning, Amos collected the chains of the Hell Demon with Muhwa in the Hell Demon Cave in order to perfect this magic, but it seems that Muhwa is better at it now than him. Although humans usually call this magic Gleipnir, it actually means to bind, not really that it is a magic that can restrain Fenrir. If the chains are still on the body of the Hell Demon, Fenrir's minions will indeed not be able to cause extraordinary damage to these chains, but the Hell Demon is basically impossible to touch the normal Fenrir, and the chains released by Muhwa's magic have basically no hope of binding Fenrir for a long time. Puff! The giant claw pierced into Fenrir's soft abdomen, and Muhwa's figure appeared next to Fenrir again. The behemoth's foot crushed Fenrir's throat fiercely, and the turmoil of magic broke out in Fenrir's body. Bloodthorn Ice Spike. Puff, puff countless blood-red ice spikes, thick or thin, exploded from Fenrir's body and pierced Fenrir's fur. Muhwa added some ingredients to the Blood Clan's unique ability to control blood with low temperature. His ice magic already has a blood piercing, and he can use this attack method handy. As for how the Blood Clan's special skills came from, the blood collection site on the Abyss Island that specializes in bleeding vampires has been built for decades. Back off. Facing a group of excited behemoths, Muhwa shouted at them to back off. It would be exciting for these behemoths to tear a Fenrir with their own hands, but although this Fenrir has become like a hedgehog, it can probably be used after some patching. Muhwa wants to use it as a medium. How can he let these behemoths tear it apart randomly? After confirming that Fenrir under his feet showed no signs of recovery from this injury, Muhwa confirmed that Fenrir was indeed fragile. At the same time, he was hesitating whether to use it as a medium for keratinized skin first, or as a medium for shape-shifting? Smelting? It is impossible to smelt it now. Who knows if it can melt out the speed or the world poison? What if it melts out acid rain, sludge, tears of elements, etc., then he will cry to death. If it is used as a medium for keratinized skin, Muhwa is afraid that he can't get the world poison. If it can be used as a medium for shape-shifting, even if he has the world poison, he can't be sure whether he can face Fenrir head-on next time. While hesitating, Muhwa looked at Fenrir's claws rubbing on the ground, and the fangs in his mouth, and resisted the urge to knock them down. There was more than one Fenrir marked by Thursday in the Abyss. Muhwa thought for a moment, and made a decision. Chapter 587. The blazing sun hangs high in the sky. This is a courtyard filled with the smell of sunshine. The Ukuru Holy Court, the local natives call this courtyard Yunlanga. The reason why the word native is used here is mainly because this courtyard is not an open courtyard. Many people in the Ukuru courtyard don't even know the existence of the human world. This is a courtyard controlled by the Bridgery family. At the same time, there are a very high proportion of black people in this courtyard. A planetary courtyard, the courtyard's race is mainly black, and the god Ukuru who believes in seems to be an angel named Yunlanga. Although it is a complete planet, the courtyard is a lost world after all. The sun in the sky is not a real star, but a seraph pretending to be the sun. It is a completely different form from the regular angels. The initial specifications are higher, but the growth potential is limited, or it can be understood as a monster in the angel family. Although like regular angels, they are born in the angel pool, but in the angel family, they lack some biological positioning, more like a war weapon or a tool. Due to many special reasons, Muhwa can be regarded as smuggling into this courtyard. The atmosphere in many places here is stable and peaceful, and people in the city get along very friendly. But Muhwa really couldn't like this place for a while, because people here always put names like Ancestor and Almighty God in every sentence containing emotion. And in this stable and friendly environment, Kuda's arms smuggling and slave procurement are directly related to this courtyard. There are not only kind bishops and gentle priests and nuns here, but also powerful slave traders and a large-scale armed cemetery controlled by the Naden group. Unlanga is a courtyard where theocracy is supreme. In the eyes of local natives, this is a world created by the omnipotent God, and for outsiders like Muhwa, this is like a super large testing ground. Here people's obedience to religious doctrines is tested, the feasibility of replacing imperial power with theocracy is tried, various magic weapons are developed and tested, and loyal warriors, who are almost dead soldiers, are trained for multiple forces. Well, it's not quite accurate to say almost, because long-term contact with the outside world is easy to be polluted by filth. If those loyal warriors are taken out of the courtyard, they are usually used as dead soldiers. Foreign adventurers are called foreign visitors here. Due to the time and circumstances, Even different regions have different definitions of good and evil for foreign visitors. There is no real country here. City-states are scattered all over the world. Most cities have temples, and the work of urban civil affairs is basically completed by the temple. The Knights Inquisition is in charge of the security and military in most city-states. The Ukuri Church can be regarded as the ruler of this courtyard. Every pope and chief judge of the Knights Inquisition are basically members of the Bridges family. This can be regarded as the private courtyard of the Bridges family, but it is hard to say whether the high-end combat power on the top floor of the courtyard is under the control of Bridges. Located on the edge of the Black Sea, Casa City was once a prosperous resource-based city, but with the depletion of mineral veins, this city that seriously polluted the surrounding environment failed to transform and lost its original vitality. Due to the lack of profitable industries and sufficient benefits, the temple, the Knights of the Temple, and the citizens here had a conflict for a period of time, and all gave up here. Nowadays, this place is somewhat of a neglected and self-retained area, and the population in the city is initially aging. But aging is aging. After all, reproduction is also the key doctrine of the Unlanga sect, and there are still many young and middle-aged people with families who cannot leave this city. Because men and women are the norm, some outsiders will also regard this place as a playground where they can occasionally come and indulge themselves. And most people who have been influenced by religion for many years will show their toughness and kindness on the surface, and Casa City has maintained the normal operation of a city. Well, toughness and kindness do not conflict with men and women. After all, even if we don't talk about the performance component, there are still some people who find it difficult to give up their bottom line and pursue money. Of course, in this kind of city, the personal lives of such people are often very bad. Mu Hua entered the courtyard through a secret teleportation array, and then after several twists and turns, he came to this city on the Black Sea. With Elzak, Olivia, and Setsuna, 3 vampires, Mu Hua now looked like a tall and handsome vampire, which was obviously a change brought about by the shape-shifting technique. Heh, don't people here know vampires? Walking on the fairly clean road, 2 men and 2 women, Mu Hua and the other 4 all had very high looks. Without using the breath of the crack, they attracted the attention of some passers-by, but even if they deliberately showed their red eyes and pointed ears, the people here showed more curiosity, and did not have the taboos that should be against vampires. Sir, vampire is not a very positive word after all. Since you have changed into this appearance, you should call yourself a vampire. Among the 4 people, Olivia said to Mu Hua, the power system of the Ukulu courtyard is mainly based on divine arts. Magic here belongs to the power of the devil, and is tabooed and excluded. Here, people will not be informed of the knowledge of alien races. Ordinary humans who come here are called foreign visitors. It is not surprising that ordinary people do not know about the vampires. Elzak explained immediately. As for religion, I think there must be a few villains. Mu Hua chuckled. It's enough to have demons and witches. Religion does not need the curiosity of believers the most. Shauna said with a sneer. Well, it's no wonder that those witches chose this courtyard. The Magic Empire really allowed Bridges to mess around for so many years. Mu Hua shook his head in disgust. There is no proper reason. There are monsters here that ignite the divine fire. The Empire can't do anything. Elzak said. If you add that the taxes paid by Bridges every year are tempting enough, I guess you will tell me everything. Shauna teased, and Elzak shook his head and said nothing. Bridges got into big trouble. In the early years, it should be this family that took advantage of Penelope, and let the noble faction in the north of the empire take control of the real power. In the past few years, except for some witches, who tried to make trouble for them, the Bridges faction was in its heyday. Although they did things cleverly, they did arouse the disgust of some people. As time went on, with the intentional or unintentional instigation of some people, these disgusts gradually evolved into hostility. Especially when it comes to some high-level adventurer forces, it is like the mentality of the extraordinary people towards the residents. I can give in to you, but I can't let you play tricks on me. Penelope was recruited by the Temple Witch, and the Temple Witch has a direct connection with the Night Hunters, and is also a branch of the Witch faction. Because Penelope herself is not clean, if Bridges directly killed Penelope, basically no one would ask. But Bridges used Penelope to cause a big incident, and at the same time involved wandering witches and demons, and then hid behind to make a fortune, which made many people unacceptable. Among them, the first to be blamed was the 6th King Asha Delong behind the Night Hunters organization. If you say that when Mu Hua was doing Ghost City and Canes, the one who should be excluded the most was not the 7th King Wylet, but Asha Delong, who often helped Wylet clean up his ass. After all, they are Night Hunters. You, a young man, are going to the human world to build a ghost city. Isn't this obviously ruining the place? However, because the cause of this ghost city is related to the temple which, Ashidran turned a blind eye to the situation on Muhua's side, and asked the night hunters not to interfere too much. As the sixth king, Ashidran actually had no interest in dealing with the mess that Bridges made, but he couldn't stand it. Lilitu, who was squatting in the Black Witch Academy, repeatedly teased and ridiculed him about this matter. The second king, Lilitu, in addition to the Black Witch Academy, which is highly respected among adventurers, maintains an intriguing close relationship with the Devil Clan, and to some extent can be regarded as the hub of transactions between Hell and the human world. Ashadalin started to hate Bridges for not knowing how to judge people, picking up the garbage she threw away, being fooled by the nobles of the human world, and the faction of the witches in the hall should have been abolished long ago. Not long ago, Taules came to Muhua on behalf of Alan of the Demon Country, and also brought the instructions of the sixth and second. On the grounds that Muhua was the singularity of fate, he hoped that he would help the witches who were making trouble in the Euclid courtyard to fight Bridges. Originally, Muhua was not very interested in the things here. He might as well spend more time on the Kane's courtyard. However, after knowing that some of Kuna's livelihoods were related to this courtyard, and that there should be multiple gods in this courtyard, Muhua became interested in the things here. After some investigation, Muhua found that the Blood Moon City seemed to be planning to reach out to this courtyard, and Webster seemed to be involved without knowing the consequences. In the end, Muhua agreed to come here to take a look. Since you want to contribute, you must get benefits. However, Muhua refused the promises of the sixth and second people to help him prevent the Lord of the Kane's courtyard from leaving the Demon King City area. However, Muhua's request was that if he wanted to replace a dragon leader in the Warcraft courtyard in the future, these old people should not interfere, but at least they should verbally support his actions. Well, Muhua has always been thinking about letting Friday occupy Tarina's property. It is said that Friday was driven out of Dragon Island at the beginning, and then he was caught by Hawkins and used as fertilizer for flowers. In essence, the expulsion is actually a kind of welfare for humans. As for whether to enjoy this welfare or be swallowed by this welfare, it depends on each person's ability. This kind of thing cannot be said to be targeted. At most, it can only be said that Friday is unlucky. However, since he is unlucky and has suffered, Friday and Tarina's have a grudge, a big grudge. It is reasonable for the dragons to take revenge on each other. Chapter 588. Hey, old man, I heard you're looking for a vampire as your son-in-law? When he arrived at the Casa City in the Euclid courtyard, Muhua did not go to meet the people of the Tell Bird organization, but found Webster in a hotel, who was going to meet the vampires here. As for the Tell Bird, it is a rebellious organization composed of a group of witches. Their purpose is to tell the humans in this courtyard the truth of the world, and the true identity of the gods they believe in. At the same time, they will also attack some slave traders, and try to collect evidence related to these slave traders and church institutions. They have also had direct conflicts with the Palace Knights in various places for the purpose of fighting. Although the Tell Bird caused some turmoil in the courtyard, in this courtyard run by the Yunlanga Church for hundreds of years, it is obvious that many people do not accept the content they tell, including most of the people. There is no way, people, as long as they are given a scope of the meaning of survival, once they accept this scope, many people are often not easy to accept topics outside this scope. It's not that they don't want to listen, but it sounds novel, and then they just listen. If they feel that this topic may affect their current relatively stable life, the result may be boredom and resistance. Muhua can be said to be here to help Tell Bird to escort this courtyard. The kings are all behind the scenes. It is said that he is not the only big boss who came here to make trouble. But Muhua is not very interested in Tell Bird's approach. That approach is really a long way to go. He doesn't want to be a terrorist organization and run around all day as a fire brigade. To stir up trouble, anyway, it's to attack Bridges. He believes that people must save themselves, and he saves them. Tell Bird has been doing science popularization for the humans here for 2 or 3 years. Maybe their happiness index is high. They are not really here to save the world. Muhua came here just because he accepted the Dusk mission. A semi-enclosed courtyard isolated from the outside world, full of believers who talk nonsense. The royal family of the Magic Empire has long been wary of this place, and there are several kings behind it, so there is no need to mess around with Tell Bird. Kill people, set fire to the gold belt, make some natural disasters and man-made disasters, destroy the Knight's Court, and try to kill the gods here. This is the way Muhua expected to act. Different paths lead to the same destination. The Alan Demon Kingdom may still care about the demons who run here, but after all, Asha DeLong and Lilita can't say that they really want to help the witches here. These witches have nothing to do with the king, otherwise they wouldn't have jumped for 2 years, just barely maintaining the existence of the organization. The purpose of those two from the beginning to the end was to fight Bridges, but they couldn't do it openly, so they just brought some trouble here, and used telling the bird as an excuse. Before the temple here collapsed, the glamorous things were all self-deception, and they were essentially destroyers after all. If the people here really want to build a physical wall for the temple, we will mourn well after killing them. This should be common sense, right? Several vampires found Webster in the hotel lounge. Muhua spoke first. Webster hesitated for a moment and frowned. Who are you? Webster looked at Muhua and confirmed that he didn't know Muhua and the others. Webster was dissatisfied with Muhua's impolite words. Muhua, shape-shifting. As he spoke, Muhua reached out to pull Webster, who was curled up in a massage chair in a bathrobe, but Webster shook his hand away. Are you sure? Avoiding Muhua's pull, Webster stood up and asked cautiously, Anyway, you are waiting for the vampires, right? There are people here. Let's go to your room. Muhua shook his head and pointed at Elzak and the others around him. Several of them showed red eyes, and Webster's expression froze. But I'm not waiting for you. After confirming the identity of the vampires, Webster still doubted Muhua, and his expression became more solemn. Hell, old man, are you scared now? You actually ran to a place like this alone to meet with the people of the elders of the Blood Moon City in private. I really doubt how you lived until your magic power was exhausted. Facing Webster's caution, Muhua said with a sneer. Oh. Webster's expression eased after hearing Muhua talk about the exhaustion of magic power. Muhua did not change back to his original appearance until Muhua took out the adventurer's bracelet that was thrown in the storage space and activated his personal information. Webster smiled. Ha, you look really good. Did Padge ask you to help me? What should I call you now? Webster hugged Muhua affectionately and smiled. Padge didn't tell me anything. I think you and your daughter are both crazy. Let's go to your room. We need to talk. Webster was enthusiastic. Muhua gently pushed Webster away, but his face fell. Oh well, are they okay? Webster said, looking at the 4 bodyguards standing in the dark not far away. It's okay, don't let them make a fuss. When Muhua said this, he saw 4 strong men in ordinary clothes shuddered. The first moment they regained consciousness, they quickly reached for their waists, but Webster raised his hand to stop them. Muhua has already entered the superstandard sequence. Although his attributes usually seem to be only used as a reference standard for learning magic and strength, that is because he has not had much contact with ordinary people. Not to mention the oppression brought by releasing blood, his intelligence and spirit of 4,000 plus, and the subtle influence of a large amount of magic knowledge, have already made his mental power have a certain degree of aggressiveness. Even without magic or illusion, Muhua is now enough to make ordinary people within a radius of 1 kilometer fall into the illusion of fighting with imaginary enemies with just one thought, and even make them twist their heads off directly. Now even the demons do not classify him as a normal human. Knowing that he is in collusion with the 6th and 2nd, Muhua wants to come out to make trouble. Melinda dare not follow him, for fear of being accidentally injured by Muhua. The Night Hunters will not ask about Muhua's affairs at all now. If Muhua really makes something in the human world, if you want to communicate with him, you must at least have a few crowns to start with. Although Muhua seemed to have made a lot of noise, in the eyes of some upper-level adventurers who knew him, this guy was really low-key. He was no longer just a kid who mastered the secrets, but a monster with absolute power. As for Webster and his bodyguards, they didn't even know that they had been in a state of unconsciousness. Webster said a few words to several bodyguards. 2 of them went to the hotel lobby, and the other 2 followed him back to the suite. When they came to Webster's suite, there were still some bodyguards on standby. It seemed that Webster was not unprepared, but as Muhua sat down opposite Webster, the bodyguards all fell into a state of unconsciousness again. Webster was surprised to find out about the bodyguards. So what's the point of bringing them with you? You dare to get involved with the Blood Moon City? Muhua said unhappily after listening to Webster's plan. Not many people in the Elders' Council can do this, right? Webster was a little embarrassed. Olivia muttered to Elzak on the side, and was glared at by Muhua again. Without using magic, or even magic fluctuations, and not directly crushing the opponent's brain into paste, without causing physical damage, making them lose their minds with their eyes open, Olivia felt that the elders of the Blood Moon City were not as scary as Muhua. I am just cooperating with the Blood Moon City, just like Bridges and the angels here. And, Webster said, glancing at Elzak and the others. Go ahead, it's okay. They can be considered my people. They have some status among the younger generation of Blood Moon City. If they want to know about you in Blood Moon City, they can check it out. Mu Hua said. Webster nodded, and glanced at Elzak and the others. Well, Mu, in fact, compared with the angels here, many imperial nobles support the Blood Clan to take the lead here. There is a good foundation of faith here. The Blood Clan and werewolves also hope that there will be a few true ancestors in the clan, and the Blood Clan needs a noble who can replace Bridges, so... Webster looked at Mu Hua. So you want to restore the glory of the family? Haha, not all Blood Clans and werewolves, only the Blood Clan Return faction and the wavering neutral faction. Mu Hua raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Elzak and Setsuna. A few more true ancestors? Is there really an existence in Blood Moon City that can fight with the gods? Chapter 589. As far as Mu Hua knows, the so-called gods are roughly equivalent to the level of the Lords of Hell, and it depends on how much faith they have. It's not that there are no demon kings who come out in the guise of gods, but such beings will definitely not come to cooperate with some nobles of the magic empire in the human world to run a courtyard. Even if they want to be gods, they will find a complete world to be gods. And the true ancestors of the Blood Clan are probably equivalent to vampires, who can play with the power of faith. To put it bluntly, the Blood Moon City wants to rob the angels here to see if they can create a god for their own family. It's a big pattern, so big that Mu Hua can't adapt to it for a while. Mu Hua is still at the stage of trying to see if he has the ability to destroy the world. Earlier, Shan Na told Mu Hua that this time the Blood Moon City has paid a lot of attention to the Akura courtyard, and has a tendency to treat this courtyard as the second Blood Moon City. Bridges used Penelope, but Penelope has been a villain for so many years. It's hard to say whether it was because of the situation or Penelope was also calculating Bridges. Anyway, Bridges might have really stepped on the tail of the lion this time. The Imperial family once hinted that they would support me. As you said, the Black Witch Academy, the Night Hunters, and the Allen Demon Kingdom have all shown their malice towards Bridges. Not only that, Mu, do you know? Bridges colluded with the Naden group to smuggle some second-hand arms, but in recent years, they have imitated magic weapons on their own. The scale of the arms cemetery in the Euclid courtyard has been getting bigger and bigger, which has had a negative impact on the Darrow group. The Darrow group, including General Barr, may take action against Bridges. If there is support from the troops of the Blood Moon City, Bridges is not as strong as they look. Mu, this is an opportunity for me, and I don't need to do anything. I just need to represent the Empire to help them temporarily manage this place when Bridges can't maintain the stability of this courtyard. Webster explained to Mu Hua in the guest room. Barr? Mu Hua frowned. The fourth kingship, General Barr. It is said that this is the first faction to promote magic technology among humans. At the same time, this faction also occupies a large share of the sales of magic weapons and magic scrolls on the market. According to what you said, Bridges really offended a lot of people. You have pulled out the fourth one, so what about the fifth one? This place can also be regarded as the Kingdom of Angels, right? The church here seems to be called the Holy Temple. Mu Hua questioned. This place is indeed somewhat related to Mastema, but it is mainly because Bridges wants to be involved with that person, which is another reason why the royal family is dissatisfied with him. Mu, this is Loren after all, not the Holy Court Star, Webster said confidently. The fifth king, Mastema, mainly plays with faith and has a close relationship with the angels. It is said that on the Holy Court Star, he not only fights with demons, but also with some forces of different gods. And if it is placed on Loren's star, let alone, after all, there are 5 or 6 kings squatting here, he is probably an outsider, and he probably dare not come out casually. The current registered population of Euclid Courtyard is more than 900 million, of which at least 500 million are accustomed to the divine system. Bridges has always restricted the external exchanges of this courtyard. It is inevitable that the Empire is worried about them. Mu Hua thought about Mastema, and Elzak interjected. The negotiations between the Blood Moon City and the Imperial family included opening the courtyard and popularizing magical knowledge, but the vampires do not participate in the management of the courtyard, and will not even run businesses in the courtyard. The Council of Elders values the faith foundation here. The royal family has tacitly allowed the vampires to enter the courtyard in large numbers. Even if a war breaks out, Bridges should find it difficult to get assistance from the Empire. Elzak said. Euclid Courtyard is not a small town. 500 million people who are accustomed to the divine magic system are quite exaggerated. These people do not have a clear understanding of the outside world. If they rush out of the courtyard, it will be really scary. Because of the special nature of divine magic, these people can use divine magic, but they may not have the stable offensiveness like the casters. After all, the divine magic they use still needs to borrow the power of faith from the gods. And if they are really allowed to borrow at will, there will be famine on the side of the gods. But after all, there are so many people. If these people are really fooled into going to the human world to cause trouble, persuasion is useless, and killing them is impossible. Now Bridges is pretending to be confused and playing trust with the Empire. But if it were you, would you trust him? Originally, it would be fine if the noble faction did not take power, but now the northern nobles have taken over the local power. It would be a miracle if Bridges did not send out some bishops, fanatics, and the like to help them handle affairs in such a big stall in the north of the Empire. No matter what Bridges said about not letting people in the courtyard come out, the royal family would not trust him. This is probably a sharp turn for the worse after prosperity. Not to mention the adventurer forces, just in the imperial political circles, regardless of fear or jealousy, Bridges has unknowingly made himself the target of public criticism. Of course, Bridges also has his own source of confidence. I think they have also attracted some forces. Now it is probably the so-called struggle stage. And this stage is still Mu Hua's weakness for the time being. He doesn't even have the qualifications to play, so his purpose is kill a lot. Well, behind closed doors, hundreds of millions of people died, and the outside world doesn't know the details. It doesn't affect the outside world. There are people in the upper echelons to take the blame, so no one minds. I originally thought that the radical faction of the Blood Clan was troublesome, but now it seems that you return faction are more fond of making trouble. Mu Hua glanced at Elzak with a little disdain. There is no need to talk about the three major factions of the Blood Clan. The radical faction is probably delayed by their name. In fact, that group of guys can be simply understood as a group of demon hunters who always want to prove themselves. They squat in the courtyard all day and play big kills with monsters. It's a life and death struggle. In fact, there are not so many trivial things. On the contrary, the so-called return faction, today they make demons enter the world, tomorrow they make nobles dependent, and they also jump up and down when they encounter some political-related things. This wave of attempts to attack the Ukula courtyard was also advocated by the returnists, and if it is not wrong, if there is a conflict with the forces in this courtyard, it is estimated that the unlucky radicals will be the ones who rush to the front. You have such good ideas, but you can't avoid the high-level combat power in this courtyard. Do you have anyone who can fight with the gods? Mu Hua looked at Webster, turned his head and asked Elzak. Mu, the fundamental reason why the Empire can tolerate this courtyard for so many years is that the courtyard key of this courtyard is in the hands of the royal family. Webster shook his head and smiled. Don't care if it is an angel or a god, they have no foundation here. Tell Bird and Blood Moon Capital only need to face the believers and the Knights Inquisition in this courtyard, and at most some angels born in the last 200 or 300 years. It's fine for those high-level fighters you mentioned to hide behind and support Bridges. If they really do something radical, someone will naturally deal with them. Perhaps, aren't you the catalyst that prompts them to be radical? Webster's expression at this time was quite amusing. Mu Hua was silent. He had thought about this. It's not easy for the royal power to interfere in the affairs of other people's courtyards. Even if there is a civil strife in the courtyard, the imperial family has not spoken yet, and the royal power is not easy to jump out and speak. But if some gods or something emerge in the courtyard and kill humans, it is natural for the royal power to roll up his sleeves and run over. After all, it is still a closed courtyard, which is destined that this place is different from those open courtyards in nature. It is not part of the human world, nor part of the adventurer world. A private courtyard can be roughly understood as a different world. If you don't keep pace with us, you might even do something that hinders us. If we treat you with the same standards as we treat our own people, wouldn't it be a bit cheap? In the end, whether there is internal strife or not, whether there is a war or not, whether the dead are human beings, how many people will die, etc., are not important in essence. What is important is that everyone is not holding back, but just lacks a reason to fart. Mu Hua understands what Webster means. The Blood Moon City and the Telling Bird are not going to fight against the gods. They are going to deal with the believers of the gods, and without the believers, the gods are probably not much gods anymore. Drive away the gods here, demolish Bridges' Knight's Court, Webster will manage this courtyard on behalf of the Empire, and the Blood Clan will rebuild Protestantism. In the future, the value generated by this courtyard will be shared equally between Webster and the royal family. Well, this is probably their idea. So you are going to hand over Annie and Kevin to the Blood Clan? In a struggle, only winning or losing matters. The fight has not started yet. You don't have to keep ruining other people's business, Mu Hua asked Webster unhappily. Webster really didn't need to do anything about the Yukulu courtyard, at least not during the struggle. But as an imperial noble who openly supports the Blood Clan, he always has to make some statements. For example, let Annie marry a Blood Clan member, and let Kevin marry him a Blood Clan daughter-in-law. Marriage is a routine operation. What's the matter with marriage or not? Annie and Kevin will get married. You know Annie's situation. Marrying a Blood Clan member won't be a disadvantage. Kevin himself doesn't oppose the Blood Clan. Webster rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Okay, since you have decided to marry the Blood Clan, how about the people on my side?" Since he met Webster, Mu Hua knew that this guy was not a person who would listen to advice. He turned to point to Elzak and the other two and said to Webster, What are you doing here?" Webster was stunned. The number of spies sent to me by Blood Moon City in recent years is almost enough to form a company. If I hadn't been busy, I would have packed up the elders and sent them home. They are all pure bloods, and their status in the Blood Clan is not low. Instead of getting involved with that damn Elder Council, you might as well choose them. If you can really replace bridges in the future, it won't be good for the Blood Clan to dominate this courtyard, right? The Blood Clan wants to establish a faith here, and I am also going to come here to get involved. When the Blood Clan establishes their own, I am also going to develop the Aqua sect here. What do you think?" Mu Hua asked. "Aqua sect? Isn't yours fake?" Webster looked strange. "Aren't there gods here? Maybe it will become real if we kill a few of them." Mu Hua explained. "Killing gods? Are you serious?" Webster was surprised. "Let's try. You are all so stubborn, it won't matter if I try, right?" Mu Hua spread his hands. "But isn't Aqua the goddess of water?" Webster questioned. "What the Blood Clan wants is the Blood Clan's true ancestor. You let a few Blood Clan help you get the elemental gods? You don't need them to get the Aqua sect. They are close to me, but they are not my subordinates. I just introduced them to you. You can let Annie and Kevin try to get along with them. They are simpler than the people introduced to you by the Blood Clan." Mu Hua looked at Elzak and the other two. "The three of them?" Webster also looked at the three people. After carefully examining Elzak, his eyes looked back and forth between Olivia and Setsuna. It seemed that there was one more person. Was he asking him to help Kevin pick a wife? Well, forget Setsuna. I'm afraid Kevin can't handle it. Compared with the mature Olivia, Webster seemed to be more interested in the quiet and melancholy Setsuna. Mu Hua guessed Webster's doubts, and couldn't help but stop him. Because it involved the future development of the Blood Clan, Elzak and Olivia didn't mind being associated with Webster, and Mu Hua's introduction was not nonsense. However, they were not vampires without roots, and they were not dependent on Mu Hua. At most, they were dissatisfied with some of the people in power in the clan, and were closer to Mu Hua. The three of them followed Mu Hua, mainly to see if he could really compete with the Council of Elders. If they could use Mu Hua to gain more power in the Blood Clan, they would have to wait and see about future cooperation or dependence. Elzak and Olivia wanted to get married, and Mu Hua was the matchmaker, or Elzak also wanted to use Webster to gain some power in the clan through the incident at the Yukulu courtyard. These are all quite normal life management. As for introducing Setsuna to Kevin? Oh, don't make a fuss, I guess Kevin's fate is too bad. Chapter 590. The off-road vehicle was bumpy on the dry dirt road in the wild. Mu Hua, who was sitting in the passenger seat, chatted with Shasha, who was driving. At first glance, the Yukulu courtyard was a pretty normal courtyard. The maze was controlled by the church knights. The people worked and lived a stable life. They generally did not participate in demon hunting. This was somewhat similar to the Lantern Star. The only difference seemed to be that there were multiple gods in this courtyard, and most of them, actually, squatted in the maze area. Most of the monsters living in the wild mountains and forests were called fallen beasts by the locals. The monsters in the courtyard often referred to goblins and ogres that bred in sparsely populated areas. If a powerful monster appeared in the courtyard, the church would organize the knights to fight against it. Occasionally, if a demon came, the locals might also stage some programs such as demon-slaying warriors. There are modern cities and villages with retro architectural styles. In addition to the strong religious atmosphere, the living atmosphere of the people here is also peaceful. From the perspective of a country, Bridges' governance of this courtyard is not harsh, because there are miracles bestowed by God, and the longing for the kingdom of God after death. Most people here are more hardworking and more positive than many countries outside. Well, miracles, that is, divine arts. The power system popularized in this courtyard is quite interesting. The humans here provide faith for the Yunlanga pantheon, but humans themselves, including those priests in office, cannot absorb and accommodate the power of faith. Without the power of faith, they naturally cannot cast divine arts, but there are hundreds of millions of humans here who can cast divine arts. The root of this is that Yunlanga directly packed the magic and stuffed it into them. Well, how should I put it? It's a bit like the legendary magic position. A sufficiently loyal faith will be favored by the gods and become a priest. After becoming a priest, as long as you continue to maintain your piety, you can cast a fixed number of magics every day. As you provide more faith to the gods, you may also be favored by the gods and suddenly realize higher level magics. Of course, the gods are usually very careful in calculations. Whether it is for the power of faith or for giving people goals and motivation to pursue, it is impossible for everyone to be a priest. And those non-sacrificial believers may also get the opportunity to cast magic according to their piety, but their magic is not cast every day, but a fixed number. So Mu Hua used the word pact to describe it, as if someone provided enough faith power to the gods, and the gods took a look and said, "Hey, not bad, give me a date." Then the god would take a small part of the power of faith he provided, make a holy light bullet, a healing spell, etc., and stuff it on the person. If you don't use it, just keep it. If you use it, it's gone after you use it. That's probably what happened. Of course, this is Mu Hua's explanation based on his own cognition, and the people in this courtyard, in addition to normal work and survival, many people will also take a lot of time to pray to the gods, which is a kind of practice for them. The only bad thing about this courtyard is that there is no regular hospital here, and illness and injury all depend on divine arts. However, if you are pious enough, it is not difficult to get a few healing spells from the gods, so it is hard to say whether it is good or bad. There is no gun control in the Wikulu courtyard, and the battles here are mainly based on guns and cold weapons. But if you are a young man, if you don't have a few magic skills, it will be difficult to find a wife. In short, the power system here makes Mu Hua feel quite immoral and interesting. Shauna, I always feel that what Yunlanga needs most is not priests. Looking at the people working in the fields outside the car, watching them talking and laughing during their rest, Mu Hua said to Shauna. Well, I also thought that those gods should need accountants more. Shauna teased. Hee, you understand it very well. Mu Hua grinned. Ha, after understanding the magic system, many people have thought so. I really don't know how they calculate the power of faith. Shauna smiled and looked at Mu Hua sideways, hoping that he could explain. Who knows? But as the number of believers grows, some people are really ignored. Just think they are not devout enough. Anyway, the church will endorse them. Mu Hua shook his head. He had no idea about this. A big store bullies customers? Shauna turned to look at Mu Hua and said jokingly. The leak effect? Mu Hua shrugged. Ha. The two smiled at each other. The off-road vehicle drove out of the dirt road and turned onto a highway, driving aimlessly on the highway with the two aimless people. While aimless, Elzak and Olivia stayed with Webster. Maybe they will call Webster Dad in the future. The two vampires temporarily acted as Webster's guards. Originally, Mu Hua asked Shauna to stay as well. Webster might meet and talk with the Telling Bird and the people of the Blood Moon City. They were with Webster and could also increase Webster's weight. However, although Shauna is unruly, she is closer to Mu Hua than Elzak and his group of vampires who are returning to the sect. Elzak is interested in seeking development in the Elder Council of the Blood Clan, but Shauna has no interest in this. She would rather follow Mu Hua and do whatever she wants in this courtyard. The two of them really don't have a clear destination now, so they just randomly choose a direction while driving, just like playing Wandering. It's because there is a dimensional restriction in this courtyard, and Mu Hua needs to analyze the dimensional state of this courtyard. Otherwise, even if he sets the spatial coordinates in this courtyard, he can't teleport in through his own spatial magic after leaving this courtyard. You can't enter and exit this courtyard at will, nor can you go back and forth to the Abyss Island at will. In short, this courtyard is locked, and Mu Hua has to stay here for a while and make a key to come out, otherwise it's really inconvenient. Normally, this kind of analysis involving dimensions is very troublesome, but Mu Hua's spatial interference has long been Krypton to the extreme. Now for him, it's just that he has never done this kind of thing before, so he is a little unfamiliar with it. Just stay in this courtyard for a while. Just treat it as a sightseeing tour. There is a beautiful girl who is barely not A-rated by his side. Enjoy the culture of other worlds along the way. The journey is also pleasant. For the safety of the black uncles who occasionally meet on the road, who want to take a ride, Muhua often curses and laughs at the other party after offering the middle finger. It is indeed for the safety of the other party's life. Not to mention that both of them can't stand the way of speaking here with praise when langa as a prefix. The content of their chat is not suitable for locals to listen to. There were all kinds of discussions about who was more resistant, the Lord of Hell or the God, the rumors of the routine operation of killing the God, why so many nuns in the church had big breasts and hips when they should not practice bodybuilding, and whether the seraphim had certain organs. The vampire girl wanted to find a town to create a ghoul, and Muhua looked through the map, thinking about finding a city to throw the doom of death. Shan Na considered the feasibility of sacrificing thousands of lives to create the holy blood judgment, and Muhua asked whether the rumor that the believers of the god were prone to holy souls was true. The two of them discussed and complained without interruption, and any topic here was probably unbearable for the locals who wanted to take a ride. They usually behaved very sensible and generous, but when they encountered such remarks, they were usually more excited than those who talked casually, as if they had stepped on their tails. If the telling bird still came to this courtyard to convey the truth of the world, then the combination of Muhua and Shan Na, in this land of faith, could definitely be regarded as the evil of this world. Both of them are essentially indifferent to life. In fact, most people have this complex to some extent. This has nothing to do with personal strength. The difference is that some people need to hide for their own interests. If they hide too much, they will look like they love life. Perhaps when Muhua analyzes the dimensional state of this courtyard, Shan Na will become a vampire closer to Muhua's impression. And Muhua, death. If you want to deal with gods, you can't jump over the church. If you want to deal with the church, you can't jump over the knights and the people. I guess the knights and the people here are also very stubborn. Muhua is not interested in spending decades with them, so just tear down the house. If the people of the Blood Moon City provoke him, I guess he doesn't mind stabbing some blood elders. He is a ghost god who has begun to figure out what the Hell Lord is. When the shackles are untied, it doesn't matter whether the people here have conflicts with him. He is destined to bring disaster here. Chapter 591. In the dim night, the light spots in the sky dotted the night sky with starry sky. On a moonless night, it seemed that the gods in the Ukulu courtyard were just SOSO. The seraphim acted as the sun during the day, but there was no substitute for the moonlight at night. In this moonless night, in a small town on the edge of a vast forest, Muhua finally saw the scene of hunting witches in this life. The lights in the town went out, and retro oil lamps were lit in front of every household. The oil in the oil lamps was made from the fat of Kuja terror demons. This kind of lamp oil is expensive, and is usually only lit during the breeding season of monsters. Its main function is to drive away those monsters that try to approach their homes for food. The town with thousands of residents was rendered dim by the oil lamps. A bonfire was lit in the central square of the town. An indistinguishable number of townspeople surrounded the bonfire, chanting strange songs and dancing ritualistic dances. Trousers, shirts, work clothes, jackets, denim shorts that reveal half of the thigh, soft floral long skirts, simple modern clothes with primitive and weird sacrificial dance music. It is hard to determine how the locals feel, but people who are not familiar with this place will inevitably find the scene full of weirdness. Around the bonfire, there are 3 wooden brackets consisting of 4 horizontal beams, and 2 brackets are tied with embarrassed women. The women have graceful figures, but thick iron nails pierce their hands and ankles. One of the women has no breath, and the wound on her chest indicates that her heart has been dug out. Resentment, annoyance, fear, panic, the other woman's face is constantly flowing with complex expressions. Facing the priest holding a strange sharp blade approaching her, the pain in her palms and ankles makes her unable to struggle properly. 3 wooden racks, 2 humans, and a ghost nailed to the last wooden rack. The iron nails of the entity were coated with holy light. The iron nails actually penetrated the ghost's body and nailed it to the wooden rack, unable to move. Offer our most loyal piety to the demon-chasing angel. The priest raised the sharp blade in his hand and shouted loudly, as if swearing an oath. Hey, hey! The woman, who knew she was powerless to resist, smiled mockingly while enduring the pain. Your demon-chasing angel summoned demon merchants. The kingdom of God you yearn for is just a maze to imprison monsters, and in your kingdom of God, there is a devil's bank. Your souls will one day become fuel for the angel pool, and the blood of demons flows in the veins of those angels. You are only worthy of being stupid dwarfs from generation to generation. The woman held her breath and screamed heartbreakingly, but unfortunately her scream was finally drowned out by the cheers of the surrounding townspeople. Fallen witch, I, the priest of Unlanga, will lead your soul now. With the call of God, the angel pool will eventually wash away your sins. The priest climbed the steps in front of the wooden frame with a sharp blade in his hand. The shouts around him suddenly became silent, and the middle-aged priest said to the woman with a compassionate face, "Hee, idiot, you are still a ridiculous idiot even after becoming a priest. The soul of the witch is not within the call of the angel pool. Hee, I even doubt whether there is an angel pool in your courtyard. Perhaps your so-called pious soul is just a cheap currency for your gods to trade with the devil," the woman said with a miserable smile. Witches, 2 witches and a witch soul were captured by these townspeople, and the witch soul that had reached the level of dead souls was restrained by an iron nail at this moment, and could not even speak. Including the middle-aged priest in front of him, his physical fitness is just the same as that of the weak Unju. However, divine arts have their magical properties. Divine arts often have complex attributes and connotations. Some low-end divine arts can even allow them to plot against the witch if used properly. Poor witch, the devil's whisper cannot shake the blessing of the gods. The holy pool of the gods cleanses everything. The devil's temptation is sweet and poisonous. One day, you will thank me. Your soul. The priest's eyes showed pity. When he said emotionally, he suddenly found that the dead witch next to him had a strange phenomenon. Soul? The eye of true vision recently distributed by the church was placed on the sacrificial square. The priest inexplicably found that the soul of the dead, which floated out of her body. Almighty One Langda. The priest was surprised. Although his piety made him a priest, he had never seen a person's soul with his own eyes. Even the ghost was the first time he saw it this time. Look! The Almighty Unlangda is watching us. The great existence has purified the soul of this witch. The priest pointed at the spirit floating out of the dead witch and shouted loudly, attracting the attention of people around the square. Ah! Cheered excitedly. Bone fangs. The spirit on the witch raised its finger. Puff! The sharp bone fang shot into the priest's forehead and passed through his head. Sure enough, the priest's physical fitness was just a scumbag, and the soul he shouted was a ghost, a witch's soul. At this moment, the newly born witch's soul also had confusion in her eyes, but fortunately she could use an attack magic. Silence? The whole square fell into silence in an instant. Damn it! Monica, you! Hurry up and save me! The witch, who was not dead yet, was also stunned by the change in front of her. How could her friend turn into a ghost? But she turned around and ignored everything else and shouted to the witch's soul. How can I save her? The witch's soul named Monica was obviously awake when she shot out the bone teeth. However, at this time, she looked at the witch, who was not dead, with a tangled face and spread her hands. Bound witch. Well, although she had just become a ghost and had a bone tooth, a ghost is still a ghost. Monica can't touch the real thing for the time being. Her friend was nailed to the rack, and the nails that nailed her also contained the effect of purification. How to save her? Then run. After a brief shock, the bound witch said anxiously, No! I want to kill them! Monica looked at the townspeople in the square, and said angrily, but she stood in front of the bound witch. What can you kill with? Run! The bound witch shouted. There was the eye of true vision in the square. Monica had just become a ghost, and it was lucky to be able to produce a bone tooth. How could she have the magic power to kill people here? And looking at the priest lying on the ground with blood gushing from his head, the people in the square also reacted at this time. Ghost! It's a ghost! Kill her! Holy light bullets, arrows of light, and even healing spells. Although not all the townspeople, there were hundreds of people surrounding the square. Dozens of magic spells attacked Monica from all directions. The bound witch closed her eyes in despair. Standard magic spells, like magic, have specific attack forms and attack effects. This kind of magic spell consumes less faith power than the magic spells imagined out of thin air. In fact, the attack effects of most divine arts are similar to those of magic, but the elements contained in divine arts are more complex. For example, the holy light bullet here is compounded with fire and thunder elements, and the arrow of light can also change into different elemental attributes according to the will of the releaser. Compared with the healing spell cast by magic power, the divine healing spell also contains the element of purification, which can also cause certain damage to the undead. Divine arts come, and under the attack of these divine arts, Monica, a newly born ghost, has almost no chance of survival. However, seeing the attack coming, a defensive magic covers the 3 execution racks in the square. Bang, bang, bang! Divine arts hit pieces of fire and thunder on the defense wall, which are generally the power of some elementary magic, but the elemental effects caused are really varied. The night wind blows, and in the shadow of the swaying firelight, a woman with a gloomy face walks into the square at some point. What a pity, we are a little late. The pupils with red glow diverted people's attention from the delicate features of the woman. When the vampire Setsuna saw the naked witch's body on a wooden frame, apology and irritation flashed in her eyes. Okay, let me see, are you homely swallows? Or naughty seagulls? Don't tell me you are wandering witches, otherwise I will definitely beat up your guide. Why were you caught by these bastards? Setsuna walked towards the bound witch and said in a gentle tone. While speaking, the nails of the wedge-nailed witch and the ghost were pulled out from them. Setsuna? The ghost that was freed from the bondage called Setsuna with a tired and puzzled voice. It's you. Setsuna's attention shifted away from the injured witch and looked at the ghost. This was also a witch's soul. Setsuna had seen her in the Psychic Academy before, but she didn't know her name. Kill them! After looking at the defensive magic that protected them, she noticed that Setsuna knew her companions. The injured witch was lying on the ground. When she looked at the townspeople in the square, her eyes were full of resentment. Okay, dear, as you wish. Setsuna gave the witch a comforting smile, and then the red light in her eyes seemed to become sharper. Puff, 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 silver flakes flew out, and the sharp weapon, like bee wings, cut the necks of the townspeople in the square. The red blood infected the black skin, and the purple-black color was more uncomfortable than the ordinary blood stains. The bee wings returned to the nest, and the blood arrows took shape. The blood on the square turned into deadly arrows under Setsuna's control, piercing more townspeople at the sacrifice site. It was difficult to exclaim in time, and it was difficult to scream. The whole square was instantly buried in purple-red tones. The Blood Clan had a strange feeling for the witches. Seeing this sacrifice scene that was just like hunting witches, Setsuna was really not in a good mood. Chapter 592. A bloody massacre unfolded in the town square, with strands of blood spreading under the lace-up sandals that revealed Shanta's delicate toes. These blood strands connected to large clumps of blood in the distance. The blood gushing out of the wounds of some townspeople seemed to be sucked by a strange thing. In a blink of an eye, the townspeople who turned into pale corpses provided more blood to the outside world, and the layers of blood waves strangled the townspeople, who were almost unconscious in the square like a knife. It seems cumbersome to say, but in almost a few breaths of responding to the witch, hundreds of humans in the square were slaughtered by Shanta. Those shot by blood arrows were okay, but the corpses killed by Shanta's blood blades were really not good looking. The internal organs flowed everywhere between the broken limbs and arms, and there were also some groans before they died. At this time, Mu Hua's figure came faintly from the shadow of the firelight. The scene in front of him made him subconsciously touch his nose and frown slightly in disgust. Recently, Mu Hua and Shan Na wandered around aimlessly and didn't encounter anything special. Because they were still analyzing the dimensional structure of this courtyard, they didn't cause any trouble. Passing by this town tonight, they saw the strange light here. They thought there was a celebration here, so they came here to join in the fun, but they met the witch hunters, and they had the current situation. A simple understanding shows that these two witches are unlucky. They are indeed members of the Tell Bird. The scale of this courtyard is too large. The Tell Bird scattered around in order to win over the resistance forces. And these two witches have not said anything abnormal here. It is probably because of their personal image problems. They were drugged while walking on the street. It seems that the authority of this courtyard has increased the intensity of the attack on the Telling Bird. Combining the skin color and the appearance of the witch, it seems that almost indiscriminate witch judgments have been launched in various places. Puff, 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 blood and internal organs splattered, and skeletons with ghost lights floating in their eye sockets emerged from the exploded meat. Even the moment of the bloody killing just now, the pupils could not help shrinking. Death resurrection, although this kind of skeleton is only equivalent to the power of their body after the self-protection is removed during their lifetime, and their existence is also limited, but it is a higher level magic of the undead system. Following the orders issued in Mu Hua's consciousness, these skeletons that emerged from the relatively intact corpses in the square rubbed their waist ribs into bone blades, scattered out, and killed and captured the townspeople who did not gather in the square. Coming to the injured witch, Mu Hua took out a bottle of life potion and threw it to Shan Na, who then embraced the witch named Charlotte and poured the life potion into her. Mu Hua's healing technique is magic, and his healing technique does not have the effect of restoring physical strength. Charlotte has also been tossed around for a long time, and the life potion is more suitable for her. There are also high-level healing magic in magic, but that thing cannot be considered as treatment. It should be considered as a gift. Combined with one's own regeneration ability, one's own recovery ability is temporarily transferred to the other party, or one's own vitality is used to treat the other party. In terms of treatment and healing, the effect of magic is indeed not comparable to divine arts. Thank you. After drinking the life potion, Charlotte thanked Sha Na, and then nodded to the seemingly cold Mu Hua, because Mu Hua also looked like a vampire at this time, and she did not have any embankments against Mu Hua. Shauna, why are you here? Who is this? Sang-chi, who could barely be considered a witch soul from the school of psychic, introduced herself to the other girls. Sang-chi looked at Mu Hua, who was looking around, and whispered to Shauna. At this moment, screams and fighting sounds were heard in the distance. Mu Hua frowned, and a summoning array appeared beside him. The summoning array flashed again and again until the array dissipated, and no summoned beast appeared beside him. Shaking his head secretly, Mu Hua did not try to summon again. For the time being, he could not use summoning magic normally in this courtyard. Although the summoning space was connected to Mu Hua, it was different from the limited range of the broken sky barrier. Without analyzing the dimensional blockade of this courtyard, it was uncertain where the summoned beast would appear after Mu Hua performed the summoning magic in this courtyard. It was possible that Mu Hua performed the summoning spell in the Eastern Hemisphere, and the summoned beast was summoned in the Western Hemisphere. At the same time, because of the distance limit between the summoned beast and the summoner, the summoned beast will dissipate as soon as it appears, which is basically the same as being unable to use summoning magic. After hearing Sang-chi ask him, Mu Hua walked back to the others, but saw that Sha Na, who seemed to have adjusted his mood, smiled and said, "What? You don't recognize your lord after leaving Cain's?" "Mu. Lord?" Sang-chi was surprised. "Yeah. Is this how you came to seek revenge on Bridges?" Mu Hua responded. He also had an impression of Sang-chi. Similarly, he didn't remember Sang-chi's name before. When Mu Hua glanced at them, the two witch souls, and a witch all had embarrassed expressions on their faces, and Sha Na gave Mu Hua a sullen look. To say that these pure-blooded vampires really love witches, even Sha Na, who has a reckless and unruly personality, is like an old mother when he sees a witch. I really doubt how you have survived these 2 years. Okay, contact the people you can contact, and tell them to be more restrained recently, and hide themselves first. When Mu Hua said to several people, the ghosts of the dead appeared in the square. The dead who were resurrected by death will not have ghosts, because their souls are in the skeletons. As the souls are exhausted and dissipated, the skeletons will fall apart and become a pile of bones. However, there are still many people who were seriously disabled among those killed by Shanchen earlier, and their ghosts have come out now. It seems that the gods in this courtyard have no magical power to summon souls. At least, they don't seem to have the ability to snatch souls from jealousy. Undead detention, this magic that ordinary necromancers often use since they get started, was rarely used by Mu Hua. He detained those ghosts and signaled Monica and Sang-chi to try eating them. My lord, the people in this courtyard generally have very persistent beliefs. These ghosts should be able to extract soul fragments with higher weight. Charlotte was about to ask Mu Hua about his previous remarks, but Sang-chi spoke first. Well, I know, eat them first if they are useful to you, and I will keep them if you can't finish them. Mu Hua nodded. Use ghosts to extract soul fragments? Well, Mu Hua can do it, but it is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Mu Hua is used to throwing everything he catches into the burning source furnace, but ghosts can't be thrown in. After all, this kind of existence will dissipate when it dies, so ghosts are generally regarded as simple food by Mu Hua. Unless someone helps him work, otherwise, even if it is the ghost in this courtyard, Mu Hua probably won't use them for soul tempering. Sir, what did you just mean? Do you want to stop us? Monica and Sang-chi swallowed the ghost, and Charlotte asked Mu Hua again. No, Lilitu and Ashadalan have some opinions about Bridges. After a while, the Blood Moon City may also send a lot of people here. When the time comes, we can contact the Blood Clan and take care of you. Mu Hua said. Lily. The 2nd and 6th? Charlotte didn't react at first when she heard the name, but she understood it in an instant. The surprise on her face became stronger, and tears appeared in her eyes. Well, these tears of emotion should not be because of him, and certainly not because of Ashadalan. It's probably because of Lilitu, who makes her a witch boss. Then, sir, why are you here? Although she was moved, Charlotte didn't forgive Mu Hua. With expectation in her eyes, she asked Mu Hua. Me? I came to see if the gods here can be killed. When Mu Hua said casually, skeletons had already come back at the edge of the square with some townspeople. Looking at the blood and flesh all over the square, and then at the terrified townspeople, old and young, Charlotte had a strange expression. Killing gods? Just like that? Charlotte pointed around and carefully looked at Mu Hua's expression. Well, it doesn't matter if it's convenient. Sha Na, do you want to turn them into zombies? Mu Hua nodded, and turned to Sean not to ask. It had absolutely nothing to do with skin color, because Mu Hua didn't treat these people as human beings because of what they did here. They are all leaks anyway, so it doesn't matter who cuts them. Let's get them. The skeletons they revived are too weak. Should we also collect the food in this town? Sean Na replied. Then hurry up, leave quickly after you're done, so as not to be blocked by others, which is very troublesome. Mu Hua confirmed that he was still analyzing the dimensional restriction, and it was purely convenient to do it here. Combat power and weapons are important, but it must be said that when it comes to large-scale and long-term wars, food and fodder are the top priority. Since they plan to massacre this town, Shanshan considers taking away the food in this town. The two of them can't be said to be murderous, but it seems that they don't care about the lives of these humans at all. At this time, Charlotte looked at the two witch souls, and after a moment, nodded silently. Sir, can we follow you? The three stepped forward and asked Mu Hua. Mu Hua couldn't help curling his lips when he saw Shanshan biting some greasy little girls and boys. He turned his head and looked at Charlotte when he heard the sound, but he saw a ferocious look in Charlotte's eyes. Obviously, witches have never been good men and women who can be tossed around at will. Chapter 593. It is more troublesome for the blood race to create secondary vampires, but it is very simple to create ghouls. Whether it is a secondary vampire or a ghoul, they are stained with death elements. Perhaps because of the lack of life elements, they have a persistence beyond reason to survive, and the more life elements they lack, the stronger this persistence becomes. In short, no matter what the thoughts and cognition of ghouls are before they are transformed, when they become ghouls, they generally don't want to die. Secondary vampires are similar to blood races. They feed on blood and have perfect rationality. They bite people and suck blood without authorization, which may be due to their own bad interests. Ghouls like to eat meat and internal organs. When they are hungry, their rationality will be suppressed by appetite. At the same time, their body fluids are uncontrollable and infectious. Once they spread uncontrollably, it is almost equivalent to a biochemical crisis. Encountering the witch hunter, Mu Hua and Shanshan created a group of ghouls out of dissatisfaction. These ghouls themselves are uncontrollable. However, for the moment, who can be equivalent to the root of the mother body, with just one thought, these corpse ghosts and their infected targets can be killed and annihilated. This is the absolute class brought about by the physiological characteristics of the blood race. The two did not pay much attention to these corpse ghosts, just thinking that they were causing trouble for the church in the courtyard. Only at this time, Mu Hua felt that the blood race was more in line with the definition of vampires in his previous life. Yukula Courtyard, Southern Hemisphere, coastal area, a prosperous first-tier city, Mu Hua and his party checked into a high-end hotel in the city. The 100-story hotel towered into the sky. In the presidential suite on the 80th floor, the moment was enjoying the massage and nail care service of two mixed blood guys, who looked pleasing to Mu Hua. Mu Hua curled up in the sofa beside him, took the drink that Charlotte handed him, and watched the live broadcast of some hot news on TV. Boom, boom, the sound of the building collapsed, and the shaking camera showed the situation of another city facing a strong earthquake. The earth was wriggling like the waves, and the heart-wrenching shouts of the live reporters made people know that this earthquake did not seem to be a natural disaster, but a man-made one. As if it could no longer withstand the disorderly wriggling, deep gullies cracked on the ground, vehicles collided, and the flying shuttles that took off were smashed down and buried by the collapsed buildings again. Amid the exclamations and screams of the people, the camera locked on a strange human with sunken eyelids. Unlike the panicked citizens in the city, the man stood quietly on a wide street. With him as the center, there were a large number of thick stone cones standing around him. The smaller stone cones were pierced with human corpses, and some broken parts of chariots and mechas were scattered next to some thick stone cones. Although the area around the monster is clean, it is clear that there must have been a battle here before. From the signs of some mechanical wreckage nearby, it can be seen that the one fighting the monster should be a patrol knight equivalent to the guard team. The monster, with human body shape and physical features, looks like a male in his clothing, with flat facial features, sunken eye bags, small ears, and a big head. He is only about 1.6 meters tall, but his head accounts for almost 1/5 of his body. If he is paired with a slightly dull expression, he looks like a patient with cerebral palsy who has just recovered his ability to move. Elf, this is an earth elemental elf, Mu Hua's companion elf. In fact, its body is still quite majestic, but I don't know if there is something wrong with the aesthetics of the earth elemental elves. When other elves mold themselves into human appearances, their aesthetics are quite good, but only the earth elemental elves like this malnourished appearance. Muhua released it, but because of the interference of the dimensional restriction, Muhua didn't know where to release it. However, companion elves are different from summon beasts. They can act independently from Muhua, and even survive independently. As long as Muhua is not dead, they can be awakened and revived by Muhua again even if they are beaten to death. It took longer to analyze the dimensional restriction than Muhua originally expected. Charlotte and Sunny joined Muhua and Shan Na's journey. Shan Na occasionally caught a town or city, and released a few biochemical mother bodies, and ran away. Muhua simply released his companion elves. At this moment, not only the earth elemental elves were causing trouble in a certain city, but a city in the hot southern hemisphere also turned into an ice and snow field. Erupting volcanoes, hurricanes sweeping along the coast, and thunderstorms and heavy rains. Runaway elves appeared in many places in Wukulu Courtyard. They controlled nature, could cast large-scale magic, possessed high intelligence and normal thinking. Most humans in the courtyard had no idea about this kind of existence. The church classified it as a demon invading from another dimension. The elves were roaming around, and the punishment knights of the Knights' Court were blocking and hunting them from all sides. Even the angels who lived in the church all year round would appear in the sky over some areas from time to time. The various magics cast by the elves such as Muhua seemed to be popularizing the elemental magic encyclopedia to the people in Wukulu Courtyard. They had more or less seen the church hunting down and judging some blasphemers who used demonic power. They were used to seeing blasphemers fleeing in panic under the swords and shields of the knights. Shouldn't magic be the same as magic? From time to time, they could even come into contact with the heroic deeds of the knights' encirclement and suppression of demons. Most people in this courtyard had never thought that the power of demons could be so powerful. Their magic was like candlelight in the wind in front of these demons. The patrol knights were vulnerable in front of them, and the punishment knights fled in panic in front of them. These were not demons at all, they were simply demon kings. As the situation developed, even angels had their necks broken by them. The demons who hated the prosperity of the world have become a hot topic in the Akura courtyard recently. There are many different opinions. Some say that it was a disaster brought by witches. Some say that the people in those areas were not pious enough and attracted divine punishment, and some say that it was the experience given by Yunlanga, etc. However, several elves did not dare to rush into those important towns where the church was strong. Although there was an impact, it could not be said that it caused much chaos on a global scale. It was like a natural disaster or man-made disaster in a certain area of Africa. Asia just watched it, and didn't do anything except donating money and materials. However, these elves also attracted most of the attention of the courtyard party, so that Muhua and his party could go in and out of the high-end hotel like ordinary people, and even go shopping. Sir, why should we save those incompetent blasphemers? Their magic is just a trick. We should unite with these elves. With the help of these elves, we will definitely be able to enter the upper city and flatten the court. I will send the head of the bishop to you. Looking at the news about the elves' misfortune in various channels, a young man with a rebellious attitude said to Shauna in the room. The black youth in his 20s, with a mature body and a relatively immature mind, brought him rebellion and rebellion. His imperfect family and curiosity always made him have certain doubts about secular common sense. He was one of the earlier ghouls created by Setsuna in this city. Most of the ghouls lurking in this city today were developed by him. The blasphemers he mentioned were actually some people who studied magic. After all, with such a large population base, even if the faith was popularized by the whole people, some outliers would inevitably appear. However, in this courtyard, once such outliers were discovered, they would usually be arrested by the Knights Inquisition, and they would be tried and publicly executed at a specific time. Puff, 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 puff. As soon as the unruly young man finished speaking, blood bloomed on his body. With a wave of Setsuna's hand, the young man's hands and arms were separated from his body. He fell to the ground and hesitated for a short time. Cutting off his legs and feet did not cause him too much pain. For the ghouls, this kind of injury only brought him some numbness. It didn't hurt, but it didn't mean he was not afraid. The limbs fell off, and the young man who fell to the ground finally let out a terrified scream. You're so talkative. Do you remember what we agreed on? Unconditional obedience. It seems that you are getting more and more confused about your identity. Your name is Morris, right? You will take over his position and get rid of him. When you don't need him anymore, you can handle it yourself. Glancing at the screaming young man with disdain, Sha Na said to another young man who was trimming her nails. The young man named Morris had excitement in his eyes. He stood up and saluted Sha Na. Without saying much, He stepped forward to cover the screaming young man's mouth and dragged him out of the room. The other young man, who was massaging Sha Na, had a little regret in his expression, and turned to pick up the broken arm and blood on the ground. TSK Mu Hua sniffed, and said at TSK. The corpse ghost is not a blood clan dependent like a secondary vampire. For the blood clan, the corpse ghost is basically equivalent to the skeleton under the necromancer. Because they control the life and death of the other party, and their limited growth, or the status of the ghouls in the hearts of the blood clan is not as good as that of the skeletons. However, it is no wonder that Setsuna has no interest in power. With her style, unless she is put in a cool movie, she probably can't play with power. If she forms a gang, she will probably have internal strife. Sir, in addition to the prison of the court, there is a holy shield with breath recognition ability in the Grand Opera House of this city. It is said to be valuable, and should have a city defense level. There is a spirit tree in the central church, and there is a high-quality lance and scepter in the Temple Academy and the Knight Academy. It is said that there may be angels in the Temple Academy. According to the normal situation here, angels outside the capital of the Kingdom of God should not be projections. Without paying too much attention to Setsuna's interaction with the ghouls, Charlotte said to Mu Hua with some information. Artifact? Mu Hua asked. About the same. Charlotte nodded. Shauna, when will you be ready? Why did you hurt him? Mu Hua turned around and said to Shauna, as if accusing her of crippling the young man who could command the city's ghouls. You have no sense of judgment. You are generous and don't care that he ignores you? Shauna was dissatisfied. The so-called lack of sense of judgment obviously refers to the young man. Damn, is that kid an adult? Why should I care about him? Mu Hua shook his head. Wait 2 more days. You can start now, but the scale of the ghouls is not enough to disperse the defense forces in the city. I guess we can't rob the bank's vault. Shauna rolled his eyes. Well, the sightseeing team formed by several people now is not just wandering around and causing trouble. From the sound of it, in addition to causing trouble, they also want to do some robbery. Chapter 594. In the prosperous and peaceful metropolis, under the midday sun, with the falling of maple leaves, disaster descended. Crazy people, groups of crazy people kept emerging in the dark alleys, their pupils emitting dim light, and sharp canine teeth were exposed at the corners of their mouths. These crazy people rushed to the streets, rushed into shops, and rushed into the homes of citizens, pounced on anyone they saw, and bit them when they got close. After a moment of awakening, the people who were bitten and unconscious by them would have sharp canine teeth sticking out of their mouths. At first, they were confused and their reason was not affected, but the hunger and bloodthirsty desire that burned their internal organs led to their primitive foraging impulse. The tide of corpses, in less than half an hour, flooded the relatively remote and poor communities in the city. The tide of corpse ghosts swept half of the city, and spread more rapidly than before. The crisp sound of guns, the flash of magic, the smoke of gunpowder wrapped in the holy light, the crisp sound of ordinary guns gradually turned into heavy firepower, and the low-end magic also had higher-level explosions from time to time. It was simply a biochemical crisis. Standing by the window of the 80th floor of the hotel, looking at the zombies running around like ants in the city, Mu Hua was secretly shocked. This thing really looked like a zombie outbreak. However, unlike the irrational zombies, these zombies would also be confused and afraid, and would flee in panic when facing strong enemies. They lacked the fearless madness of zombies, but it was precisely because they still retained a certain degree of rationality even when hungry that they would use strategies and weapons. After the normal people in the city organized resistance and attacks against them, the zombies, who were originally like beasts, gradually picked up swords and guns and snatched the chariots. In fact, because the magic arts of the people in this courtyard exist in a way similar to spell slots, after becoming a ghoul, the priests may lose the ability to release magic arts. But if they are not priests, many ghouls can still use some of the magic arts they once had. Zombies that weaken pain and throw magic arts with guns? The attack and defense between humans and ghouls in the city started, chasing each other, and there were some weird scenes in the chaotic scene. But it must be said that the spread ability of ghouls is really not weaker than the legendary zombies. No wonder any vampire who creates ghouls in the human world will be labeled as a criminal by the Blood Moon City. In fact, the ghoul virus is quite low-end. Although it is difficult to reverse after infection, it does not require too high blood and magic to restrain the infection of the ghoul virus. This kind of existence does not have much market among adventurers. In this courtyard, people usually practice more diligently than those who live in the human world, but it is estimated that only the Knights of the Knight's Court will practice blood and chi. Most people usually practice prayer, so the infectiousness of the corpse ghosts is naturally infinitely magnified. At the same time, this place is not within the restricted range of the Blood Moon City for the time being. As long as these corpse ghosts are finally dealt with, this is not a problem for the Blood Clan at all. Boom! The roar of energy cannons finally appeared in the city, and some cavalry teams reflecting metallic light in the sun appeared on the streets. Boom! Groups of corpse ghosts were bombarded, but seeing a cavalry team seemed to be blown up by a landmine. Mu Hua, who was standing by the window, twitched his mouth. He wanted to laugh, but he felt that laughing in this situation seemed a bit inhumane. Do you think the power of faith can purify these corpse ghosts and make them return to normal? Looking down at the situation in the city, Mu Hua asked Shan Na beside him. Mu Hua has now transformed into a vampire, and he can also create corpse ghosts. This kind of existence seems to be quite useful. Yes, divine arts have the ability to reverse the transformation of corpse ghosts, but you can understand that if you want to purify a corpse ghost, you need to release a forbidden spell. If there is no special reason, it is estimated that no god will waste so much faith power on corpse ghosts. For them, killing these corpse ghosts should be the best way to purify. Shauna laughed and explained. Oh, that is equivalent to being unable to recover. Let's go! The Knights of the Inquisition and the priests of the church are out. Should we go to the prison or the Grand Opera House first? Mu Hua shook his head and asked, and he had already turned and walked out of the house. Let's go to the prison first. Release those prisoners before they react. They should like the city like it now. Shauna said, and Charlotte followed the two, and Sanchi and Monica got into the bodies of Shauna and Charlotte. The prison and the opera house are two extremes. The opera house is a normal place for leisure, but the city is already in chaos. The number of people in the city to fight against the zombies is obviously insufficient. It is fine not to dispatch personnel from the prison, but there is no reason to send more troops to the prison. At this time, the defense there is empty. After leaving the hotel, Mu Hua and the other two covered their faces. Under the effect of the breath of the gap, some zombies on the roadside would even jump out to attack them. The three people followed the local customs and carried guns. The zombies, who attacked them, were shot in the head one by one. It looked like the three people were fleeing citizens. The chaotic atmosphere on the street became more intense, and there were corpses left in the blood all over the ground. These corpses were human and zombies. When the confrontation formed, some humans would be killed by zombies, but zombies could not infect the dead bodies. The bustling commercial street became a quiet place. Some people gathered in the shops on the roadside to guard against the corpse ghosts. Because they were all closed for defense, it was hard to say whether the people squatting in some of the shops were corpse ghosts. Everyone was panicking. The corpse ghosts were not difficult to kill, but if a large-scale coverage attack was not carried out, the subsequent clearing and searching might be more troublesome and time-consuming than fighting them head-on. And the corpse ghosts did not have obvious characteristics like zombies. They could easily disguise themselves as ordinary humans. Before the identification methods of corpse ghosts were popularized, even if the corpse ghost riots could be suppressed, such a city would not be able to return to stability so quickly. The war horses wearing vests were riding on the agile knights. They ran everywhere. When they saw Mu Hua and the other two attacking the corpse ghosts, they would also scold the three to find a place to hide as soon as possible. The horse breeding industry in this courtyard has also developed well. War horses are probably the reservedness of knights. Regardless of whether they can control magic vehicles, people who have obtained the title of knight here generally raise their own war horses, and they have also developed a lot of related industries. I heard that some churches in big cities raise unicorns. Are there any here? Mu Hua let another team of white horse knights pass, and asked Doris to put death doom on these knights, and then asked Charlotte. After all, they are mutant demons. The church here seems to use unicorns to breed Pegasus. The Unlangda church generally does not allow unicorns to appear in the outside world. The information I can find is just some rumors. Charlotte shook her head, uncertain. Some myths and legends also like to put griffins and angels together, but angels are complicated. In fact, the attitude of griffins towards angels is similar to that towards demons. Unicorns don't have wings, and they need to learn relevant magic to have the ability to fly. However, they can hybridize with other magic beasts to produce winged Pegasus. Pegasus is not as powerful as flying dragons, and it is also less aggressive, but it is gentle, and may be more maneuverable in the air than flying dragons. It is a good flying mount. Then let's try to blow up the church area here, and go in to have a look. Mu Hua has no demand for Pegasus, he raises dragons, but unicorns are good things. The price of unicorn horns from demon merchants is very high, and he has never been willing to buy them. In such a big city, the church area is equivalent to the inner city of the city, that is, the so-called upper city area, which is isolated from the outside world to a certain extent. Living in it can be regarded as a symbol of transcending class in the eyes of ordinary citizens. There are towering wall guards outside, but the symbolic significance is greater than the defensive effect. It can be simply understood as a high-end community, not a fortress. After all, this is a courtyard that has been governed by humans for hundreds of years. The long-term peace has made people in most areas here understand war as if it were a given. As they talked, the three picked up a pickup truck that could still be started on the roadside. Charlotte acted as the driver, and drove the pickup truck like a racing driver on the chaotic road. Muhua stood with his gun halfway out of the roof of the car, occasionally firing 2 shots at the zombies on the roadside, as a way to prove his identity to the city armed personnel he met. Thick smoke had risen in many places in the city, and the shrill sirens of fire trucks came from different directions. Referring to various situations, Muhua, who can be said to be the culprit, was more concerned about how to arrange the city defense and security on his own territory in the future, and what links he needed to pay attention to. Several angels with wings spread appeared in the sky. Muhua stretched out his palm and gestured to them. He didn't know whether he wanted to fight them or say hello to them. Anyway, those angels didn't pay attention to him. At the same time, Muhua has always been very curious about the sun in the sky. It is said that the fighting power of the seraphim is not weak. I don't know if it can see the situation in the city, and it didn't come down to save the situation. The pickup truck drifted all the way, and finally stopped near a relatively remote prison surrounded by low walls and electric fences. There is a 1-meter-high iron net on the 5 or 6-meter-high wall, which is almost equivalent to the specifications of ordinary civilian buildings. It seems that the security agency in this courtyard used to have enough confidence in itself, or the order here is really good, and the prison is like a factory. Outside the prison wall, there is a yard with a width of about 50 meters, and there is a guard room for visitor registration outside the yard. Should we knock on the door? It was a little different from what he imagined. Muhua looked at the empty guard room at the door, and then looked at the prison iron gate behind it, and couldn't help asking Shauna and Charlotte. Maybe they went out to fight the zombies? There was no hidden stake, nor did he see the guards on martial law, and Shauna was a little confused about the situation here. Asking Charlotte to drive the car farther away and wait outside, Muhua and Shauna tried to approach the gate outside the prison, and there was no obstruction along the way. Passing the police booth, walking through the yard that was similar to a buffer zone, and knocking on the iron gate a few times. What's more, a moment later, a prison guard with a rifle really opened the iron gate. Seeing the 2 people hiding their faces, the prison guard was briefly stunned. The next moment, in the piercing pain, the prison guard's eyes fell into darkness. Is this considered a prison break? The prison guard fell to the ground, looking at the open prison gate. It was not until the piercing alarm sounded inside the prison that Muhua and Shan Na looked at each other, and they seemed to have a little more sense of substitution in their hearts. This courtyard should not be said to have good security. It seems that this situation is somewhat like the criminal law enforcement agency relying on authority to operate normally. Chapter 595. Someone is robbing the prison. Shooting. Mark is injured. Attack. In front of the prison gate, the prison guard, who opened the door, was not sure whether he was alive or dead. This time, the prison immediately sounded the alarm. While someone was shouting, the noisy sound of leather boots stomping on the ground and sporadic gunshots rang out in the prison. There was an open space outside the low wall and electric fence. The steel and iron mesh pulled out a passage about 5 meters wide. On both sides of the passage should be the playground for prisoners to take a walk. Several towers with searchlights and machine guns stood in different directions. The number of prison guards in the prison was not small. When the alarm sounded, 30 or 40 prison guards, either armed with guns or carrying shields, ran out. The gun was aimed at Muhua and the other 2. Originally, they should have shouted at them to surrender first, but because the prison guard named Mark was lying on the ground and bleeding, he shouted to save Mark, and the exorcism bullet was shot at Muhua and Shan Na at the first time. Bang bang da-da. Holy light binding. Holy punishment. Call of self-redemption. Amid the shooting of pistols and machine guns, the prison guards also used their magic. It is not hard to tell from their body shape and body fat that these prison guards usually live a life of luxury, but they cast a lot of magic, including binding, attack, and even mind control. They were much more powerful than the magic of the townspeople in the town earlier. These magics can probably be classified as intermediate magics. No wonder the defense outside the prison is so lax. In this courtyard, these prison guards should be considered the backbone. The magic defense was immediately deployed, and the prison guard, who cast the call of self-redemption, let out a shrill scream. His eyes turned gray, and he fainted. Jealousy? Shauna looked at Mu Hua in surprise. She had always thought that Mu Hua was just a show-off in his current form. She didn't expect that his pretty face could actually use the power of jealousy. Devil's power. They are blasphemers. Seeing Shauna's defensive magic, some prison guards shouted. Perhaps because they had come into contact with the blasphemers they mentioned, these prison guards had some feelings about magic. Zizi blood gathered. Mu Hua reached out and took out all the blood from the prison guard who opened the door. The prison guard's body obviously shrank several times, and the magic that surprised Shauna was displayed in Mu Hua's hands. Red refining. The blood plasma exploded, and when Mu Hua waved his hand, the blood taken from the prison guard turned into several small snake-like bloodlines. If the blood snakes of living creatures rushed out quickly, they would actually avoid the attacks of the prison guards. When these blood snakes entangled the prison guards, they bit the prison guards with their mimicking snake kisses, and in a blink of an eye, the blood snakes turned into plasma and actually drilled into the bodies of the prison guards. Guard. Start guarding. Purify them. The prison guards shouted, because the prison guards attacked by the blood snakes had turned their guns and pulled the triggers at their colleagues with indifference. Most of the prison guards attacked by the blood snakes held shields. They were originally responsible for defense and suppression, but when they pulled out the pistols at their waists, the attacked prison guards could not help but remind their companions to use defensive magic. Bang! Bang! The controlled prison guards emptied their magazines in a short time. They looked painful and seemed to struggle, but this struggle did not last long. Large puffs of blood burst from their bodies. At the same time as the blood burst, more blood snakes rushed to the prison guards in other positions as if they were multiplying. Another team of more than 30 prison guards rushed out of the prison, but at this moment the prison guards were already in a mess of killing each other. Attacked by the blood snakes, he emptied his magazines, drained his own blood, and released more blood snakes to attack his colleagues. Repeatedly, the number of blood snakes increased, and their sizes seemed to be getting bigger. In the weird scene like the Red Snake Prison, Shan Na couldn't figure out what kind of magic this was for a while. What is this? Shan Na asked. It should be the blood magic unique to the Blood Clan, but blood manipulation can only turn blood into some cold weapons, at most arrows and bullets. Shan Na has never seen such a spiritual blood snake. I also want to know what this thing is. It's probably something like inherent magic, right? Mu Hua spread his hands. This vague explanation really didn't count as him shirking his responsibility. Ignoring the bullets fired from the tower above, Mu Hua set up a defensive barrier in front of the two people, just like holding up a piece of bulletproof glass. The two walked through the iron mesh corridor and headed towards the prison. Your vampire form is synchronized with the main body? Shauna was curious. She was not sure whether these blood snakes in front of her were pure blood magic or Mu Hua's combination of other abilities. However, this magic was also a surprise to Mu Hua. Well, it should be a change of blood control, and this magic can let me control my own attributes very well, such as reducing it to a certain level, so that I won't hurt the girls during intense exercise. Mu Hua said with a little complacency. Shauna was stunned for a moment, and then rolled her eyes at Mu Hua. Looking at the blood snakes that had already scurried up the tower along the wall, and the blood snakes that had merged into strange pythons, and could whip and strangle the prison guards, he spat lightly. Wouldn't it hurt the girl? This magic was wasted on him. Well, Mu Hua did use vampires as a medium for keratinous skin. He was not in a hurry to do anything lazy. He didn't want to use vampires to occupy the quota of keratinous skin. When he used vampires as a medium for shape-shifting, it was because that vampire was more handsome. Well, that vampire's little appearance is really good, and it is definitely a template for men who can be domineering or sweet. Mu Hua had originally intended to use the vampire's appearance as his own signboard form, and the vampire's attributes were average. He would hang out in nightclubs, hook up with lonely girls, and have a happy life. But when he turned into a vampire, he found such a strange magic on himself. He tried to hit it with the 100 Refinements secret stone, and Mu Hua found that this magic was unexpectedly useful. The simple transformation technique cannot synchronize its own attribute status, but the magical talent of the transformation medium can indeed be improved with the 100 Refinements secret stone, and even the attribute crystal can be shot, but that is obviously a bit of a waste, and Mu Hua would not do that. The blood magic in front of him, named Red Refining by Mu Hua, is a variant of blood control, which can control the limbs of others to a certain extent. This control is almost unaffected by the other party's will, magic, and blood. Unless the blood that has invaded the body is expelled from the body, even if Mu Hua's control over the blood can be blocked, the person will at least face swelling and pain all over the body, and stiff and slow movements. As the training level increases, as long as there is enough blood, the original blood snake can also transform into a giant blood demon. This blood can not only add negative buff to the enemy, but also have a certain degree of physical attack ability, and the effect is also good when combined with some ice magic. The Minotaur has a bad meaning, the Claw Demon is malnourished, and the Behemoth is too ugly. Originally, Mu Hua also made himself a big demon, but the male big demon is too big and does not conform to Mu Hua's aesthetics. It can only be regarded as a combat form. After confirming that this Ji Lian is really a pretty good magic, Mu Hua simply caught a vampire as a medium for keratin skin, which is considered to be the perfection of his blood clan incarnation. These blood snakes are not weak in speed and strength, but are they afraid of fire? The blood snakes are rampant. I don't know if it's too short or because of their firm belief. The prison guards here are not upset by the weird blood for a while. Shan Na observed the attack effect of this magic, kicked open the heavy security door of the prison area, looked back for a moment, and asked Mu Hua. It can be regarded as converting my mental power into their physical strength, but the less blood, the more scattered the individuals, and the weaker the power. This thing is still controlled by blood, and it is still blood. The flames will dry them up and evaporate them, and they will dissipate. Filling them with water elements will eventually turn them into a pool of liquid. Water elements can slow down their coagulation time. Mu Hua explained with some regret. He didn't care about the blood anymore. Those blood snakes have a certain spirituality, which is also the reason why Mu Hua is more optimistic about this magic. There is no need to control them. According to Mu Hua's will, they will attack the enemy by themselves until they dissipate or coagulate into fragile blood clots. The real prison is a closed indoor area with bright lights. After walking a few steps, another group of prison guards hid behind various bunkers and fired at the two. The high-quality exorcism bullets broke the magic shield, and the energy beam shot faster. The high-frequency sweeps were dazzling. Mu Hua frowned and laid a flame barrier in front of the two. Can I learn that Ji Lian? The high-temperature flames condensed but did not dissipate. They vaporized instantly and offset the incoming live ammunition and energy bombs. Shan Na brought out a residual shadow and shuttled between the prison guards. After a while, he left a pile of broken bodies. When he returned to Mu Hua, he asked Mu Hua. It's meaningless. This should be inherent magic. Even if you learn it, the effect is probably not very good. Mu Hua shook his head. TSK, you are so lucky. Where did you find this vampire? Shan Na TSKs and looks at Mu Hua's face. She also has a certain concept of shape-shifting. Anyway, he is not from your Blood Moon City. Mu Hua did not explain any more. Even if you go to Blood Moon City to arrest people, I don't care. This one, change it, I'm afraid of the heat. Shan Na pointed at the blazing white barrier in front of the two people with annoyance. The defensive magic that Mu Hua cast is conventionally called the Flame Shield, which is basically equivalent to the application of the Flame Cloak. Mu Hua's magic power is enough to control its high temperature from leaking out, but if Shan Na touches it, this thing is still a piece of lethal flame. This is a magic that takes into account both offense and defense, but it is also a double-edged sword. The flame barrier was dissipated, and several crystal ice crystals guarded around Mu Hua and Shan Na. Shan Na was a little upset, and jealousy was still oozing out of her body. Mu Hua smiled and didn't care. The number of prison guards along the way became increasingly sparse. Vampires are very sensitive to living things. Breathing, temperature, heartbeat, blood flow, etc. are all within the vampire's perception range. Even if they hide, they can hardly escape the instant perception attack. When they arrived at the area where the cells were arranged in an orderly manner, some blood pythons had already chased after them. At this time, their color was a little darker than before. This did not mean that they became stronger, but rather a prelude to their solidification and shattering. Mu Hua's body radiated magical fluctuations, and the color of the blood pythons approaching it became bright again. The red blood python climbed up the stone pillars and iron bars, and once again splashed into a group of small snakes. At this moment, on the narrow doors and windows of the cells, pairs of eyes with different expressions were watching the situation outside. Chapter 596. No matter how it is portrayed in various entertainment works, the prison is still a gathering place for villains and scoundrels. The so-called blasphemers are some local people in Ikuru, who secretly learn magic knowledge. Because magic is banned, the magic knowledge here is really poor, and the magic book is a sinful thing from the devil. In this environment, you can't expect those blasphemers to have a high level of spellcasting. In fact, they are more like a group of political prisoners, but similarly, perhaps their original purpose of learning magic has little to do with evil. But because of the special environment and the influence of the surrounding secular world, there are basically few good blasphemers who can be caught in prison. After all, the Akura courtyard defined magic as evil from the beginning, and defined those who learn magic as objects that need to be attacked. Then you can't expect the other party to be like a pure little lamb, right? If they were really pure, they would have been extinct in this courtyard long ago. Thieves, robbers, human traffickers, drug dealers, murderers, fraudsters, rapists, etc. The prison that Muhua invaded was filled with criminals of all kinds. They generally had bad personalities, or in other words, it was difficult to survive healthily in this big melting pot without a bad personality. Among these prisoners, there were also blasphemers, a group of people full of rebellious personalities and curiosity. As soon as he came into contact with them, Muhua discovered that, apart from the fact that they were learning magic, none of these blasphemers were good people. Infiltration, theft, kidnapping, fraud, murder, robbery, grave digging and corpse stealing, Muhua found those blasphemers in the special cells of the prison, and each of the blasphemers here had committed at least 3 of the previous crimes. The magic learning in the outside world is as normal as it can be. In the Akura courtyard, most of these blasphemers who insist on contacting magic are suppressed and have some different personalities from ordinary people. But no matter what caused their current situation, no matter what, in short, from various angles, they are not good people. Brother, they are the people you are looking for. But I am not saying, brother, these guys are just a group of perverts who do magic tricks. Their magic is not very good, but they are all cruel and ruthless. Instead of contacting them, it is better to let the brothers follow you. Deep in the prison, there are no normal brick and stone cells. Some cages tied with steel bars, each of which holds an indifferent prisoner. Most of these prisoners do not have strong bodies, and some of them look pretty. Seeing Muhua bringing the leader of the prisoners in the prison here, these people were briefly curious, but occasionally flashed a cold light in their eyes. Rather than being spellcasters, they give people the feeling of some venomous snake killers pretending to be little lambs. The prisoners in the prison rioted and successfully controlled the prison? The blasphemers in the cage thought to themselves. However, they did not expect Muhua and his people to save them, because this was Wukulu, and even in the eyes of the death row prisoners, they were sinful and hopeless. The cage was spacious, with beds, toilets, and even iron tables fixed to the ground. Although their situation could be observed from all angles outside the cage, the environment here was not bad. They did not suffer too much torture, because they were filthy, and even interrogation and beatings might be contaminated by their filth. They are imprisoned here, waiting to be taken out for public execution when needed, and the final value of their existence is to warn the world. Okay, you go too, there are zombies outside, the knights and the city police are in chaos, take your brothers out of this city if you have a chance. Tell your brothers not to panic if you are bitten by a zombie, those lunatics are actually immortals, and can live for hundreds of years. As long as the wound is not big, being bitten by them will at most turn you into a zombie, your power will become stronger, and your appearance will not change much. At most you will be bloodthirsty and cannibalistic. I think you shouldn't mind that kind of thing too much. Looking at the blasphemers in prison one by one, Muhua even doubted whether these guys would meditate seriously. They were like jackals, and some of them would show a perverted smile that wanted to intimidate others, but the magic power on them was terrible. Muhua's communication partner at this time was a short and sturdy middle-aged man with some fancy tattoos on his body. It is said that this guy likes to rape and kill nuns in the church. As a controversial rapist, he still relies on his desperate ruthlessness and cruel character to gain a relatively high prestige among the prisoners. After all, he is not a good person. Regardless of good or bad people, Muhua released all the prisoners in the prison. It is unclear what Muhua's identity is. There are a group of desperate people among the prisoners who admire Muhua for daring to rush into the prison to release them. Some prisoners actually want to follow him. Well, Muhua came to this courtyard not to uphold justice, he came to make trouble. 90% of the prisoners here are troubles. Letting them out will cause trouble, including this bastard in front of him. Muhua even kindly reminded him of the situation outside. Brother, I have many good men under my command. As long as they are equipped with weapons and equipment, they can fight even if they meet the punishment knights of the Inquisition. You are a man who does great things. These rubbish are really useless. Why don't you take your brothers with you to do it? Seeing that Muhua was interested in the blasphemers here, The strongman glanced at them with disdain and advised Mu Hua. Puff! Blood flashed, and Mu Hua frowned, and the strongman's head rolled from his neck to the ground. Numbular. Momentary shook his hand in disdain. Waste. Mu Hua rolled his eyes, and the strongman's blood gathered into several blood snakes. At this time, there were still several prisoners following the strongman. They had not yet recovered from this sudden change, and the blood snakes had already entangled their bodies. Puff, puff, puff! A piece of blood exploded outside the cage, and all the prisoners died instantly. This situation made many blasphemers in the cage stand up. It was obvious that they had more energy than before, and the emotions they exuded were more chaotic. Okay, this is magic, a kind of blood magic. We should be considered as one of our own. Do you need me to let you out? In the bloody prison, the red snake made a sound of spitting out its tongue. Mu Hua held a fireball in his left hand, and a ball of lightning in his right hand. He spread his arms, and spoke to the blasphemers like a charlatan. Spellcaster? He is a magician. Blood magic? What is blood magic? Look, he actually touched the flame with his body. How did he do it? There were whispers among the blasphemers. Most of them were still full of vigilance against Mu Hua, but almost all of them stared at the fireball and lightning ball in Mu Hua's hand with shining eyes. To be honest, these guys are not easy to fool. The blasphemers who can be imprisoned here are more paranoid. The blasphemers who are easy to fool have almost returned to the arms of one Langat during the training and transformation. What do you want us to do? An old scholar-like man walked to the edge of the cage. It seems that he has some status among these blasphemers. Like an old-fashioned gentleman, with white hair, white beard, and a long beard hanging down to his chest. His face is old, but the skin on his face is not loose, which has a bit of the flavor of a great wizard. TSK, you are so old, and your intelligence is just over 100. I suggest you study magic, maybe it can enrich your old age life. Throwing an identification spell on the old man, Mu Hua said in a spitting tone. What crime did you commit? Mu Hua walked to the old man's cage. Theft, murder, blasting, fraud, impersonating a clergyman to steal fundraising funds. Is this an identification spell? The old man answered truthfully, but he seemed to be more interested in the identification spell that Mu Hua threw on him. Why are you all so weak? Mu Hua twitched his eyes. Good man, this old man has a wide range of involvement. Weak. Us? Powerful spellcasters will be executed soon after being caught. Are you foreigners? The old man was a little surprised, but suddenly realized. Oh, foreigners? Turn left when you go out, and you will reach the human world. There are such courtyards all over the world. Okay, just treat us as foreigners, Mu Hua said, and his hands touched the iron bars of the cage. Don't. There is. Seeing Mu Hua touching the cage, the old man hurriedly stopped him, but... Crack, crack in the violent halo of electric current, the wrist-thick steel bars on the cage were broken open by Mu Hua. With a few bangs, Mu Hua tore the old man's cage open. Elderly blasphemer. The old man walked out of the cage tentatively, and a blood snake swam to his side. It was probably a bit like a newborn calf. The old man actually wanted to try to touch the blood snake. Mu Hua didn't care about him. The blood snake swam onto the old man's arm. The old man's palm pinched the blood snake again and again, feeling the softness of the liquid in his hand. He looked at the corpse not far away. There was no fear. The old man looked thoughtful, as if he was a little puzzled about the principle of the blood snake. Hey, what does this guy do? At this time, most of the blasphemers in the cage put down their hostility towards Mu Hua, and Mu Hua saw a man in the cage and said with some surprise. He was about 30 years old, with a bronze complexion, tall, handsome, and quite gentle. Mu Hua was mainly surprised that he should be a psychic. Raphael Lewis, nicknamed the Messenger of Death, this kid is a tough guy. The old man glanced at the other party, and seemed a little afraid. He was reported for stealing corpses. He used a scalpel to dissect 5 knights, who captured him alive. If he hadn't insisted on using the corpses of those knights to make death warriors, he probably wouldn't have been caught. The old man explained. Hello, sir, can you let me go? Or, what do you need me to do? After the old man finished introducing, the man named Lewis bowed politely to Mu Hua and asked Mu Hua. But Mu Hua looked at Lewis with a strange expression. He really underestimated the degree of blockade of magic knowledge in this courtyard. Using corpses to make death warriors? Corpse demons? Or constructed skeletons? Death Messenger, such a cool nickname. Your death warrior is like this? Or like this? Standing outside the cage, Mu Hua waved his hand, and the bodies of the prisoners who had been killed by the blood snake exploded, and skeletons began to fight one after another from those bodies. As these skeletons appeared, Lewis's calm eyes widened, and when Muhua asked, the magic circle that derived the undead unfolded, and in a moment, a taller skeleton guard loomed in the magic circle. Hiss looking at those skeletons that acted normally and condensed bone blades. As the skeleton guard stepped out of the magic circle with battle axes, many blasphemers in the cage took a breath of cold air. You? This? They? How did you do it? Are you also a necromancer? Lewis completely lost his previous demeanor, with a fanatical expression on his face, staring at the skeleton guards. Muhua's expression was a little embarrassed, and he laughed softly at the side. Muhua was in a strange mood. It was hard to say whether he was a necromancer or not, but the psychic Lewis in front of him was not a necromancer. If he was right, this guy was just a low-level warlock, and his so-called death warrior was probably just a constructed skeleton. Damn, you are also a necromancer. What kind of novice village is this? At this time, several ghosts transformed by prison guards floated nearby without any reason, and the touch of jealousy was extended. Muhua directly pulled them to his side and swallowed them, which was considered to calm himself down. Hiss, this time, even Lewis took a breath of cold air. Chapter 597. This guy, is this considered inherent magic? After releasing the criminals in the prison, finding the cages holding the blasphemers, and releasing them one by one, Muhua looked at a man with a virtual image of Gongqi condensed behind him, and asked Shan Na in a puzzled manner. The virtual image of Gongqi, in theory, should be a feature of blood qi transformation, but not to mention that the blood qi transformation is high-end enough. Although the man in front of him is tall and strong, his physique is just over 300, so it is unlikely that he can master the blood qi transformation. The blood qi transformation often manifests a virtual image of itself, but this man who looks like a human, the virtual image of Gongqi behind him looks like an Odara demon. And the virtual image is too small, only 2 or 3 times the size of the man himself. This size is considered severely shrunk and malnourished in a normal Odara demon. This should be inherent magic, but how did he activate this ability? Muhua couldn't figure out the situation, and Shan Na had no idea about it. He's not a demon, so it's a self-awakened supernatural power? Muhua guessed, and Shanda spread her hands to show that she was not sure. Jacob, the hyena of the Black Shark Gang, a full-time thug, is a battle maniac. The church's judgment on whether he is a blasphemer is controversial. He was imprisoned here because he was not suitable to be imprisoned with ordinary prisoners. Following Muhua, Charles looked at the man lifted up in the air by the mysterious force, looked at the ferocious phantom that struggled with his body, and introduced Jacob's situation to Muhua. Charles, the temperamental old man who was first released by Muhua, in this courtyard, blasphemers usually come and go alone. They may be good at disguise, but they are very defensive against others. Seeing that Muhua had no intention of gathering them, the blasphemers released by Muhua basically fled here, but Charles and Louis stayed by Muhua's side, as if they were going to follow Muhua. Looking at Jacob, the touch of jealousy brought him in front of him. Muhua pinched Jacob again and again, causing Jacob to make an angry sound in his throat. Jacob was about to curse Muhua for being a pervert, but he saw Muhua slap the golem behind him with a slap. The irritable big guy was not stupid and immediately became honest. I guess this guy has an extraordinary ancestor. If he were outside, he might be considered a genius, right? Smashing the shadow of the gang chi, it really felt like blood and chi transformed, but the strength did not exceed the range of 300 or 400 physical strengths, Muhua said with some admiration. Although the strength of this ability is average, it is really high-end enough. Jacob's ability should come from intergenerational inheritance, which is related to the shape-shifting technique and blood shape-shifting. And these connections are all superior abilities. Obviously, this should be the seed sown by a powerful existence. Genius? What about me? Am I considered a genius outside? Hearing Muhua's evaluation of Jacob, Charles was curious about the ancestor issue that Muhua mentioned, while Louis was more concerned about the evaluation of genius. Genius is genius, but now Jacob's ability is at most interesting in Muhua's eyes. Putting Jacob back on the ground, Muhua signaled that he could leave on his own, and turned to look at Louis, who looked cheerful. Some of his ancestors cultivated magic that could affect genetic genes. You could understand that he has a human ancestor who can tear apart chariots and mechas with his hands. He inherited some of the abilities of that ancestor. Demons generally classify this ability as talent, and humans generally call it inherent magic. His should be considered a supernatural power. Anyway, I don't believe that he has come into contact with blood and chi to transform. All the blasphemers have been released. Mu Hua turned around and prepared to leave, explaining to Charles by the way. As for you, you should also be considered a genius, a medical genius. Don't say you are a necromancer in the future. After talking to Charles, Mu Hua looked at Louis, who was quite expectant, and said to him, to say that the spellcasting ability of these blasphemers in prison is really not very good, but perhaps due to the environment, these blasphemers do have some unique skills, including killing skills. For example, Louis, this guy taught himself in a world without a medical knowledge system. Oh no, it seems a bit insulting to say that he taught himself. He simply invented surgery on his own. Maybe he also learned some medical information from some foreigners, but it must be said that he can do limb reattachment and organ transplantation. Moreover, this guy has killed countless people with a scalpel. When it comes to dissecting corpses, he is definitely a master who can put professional dismantlers to shame. After getting familiar with him, Louis has a surprisingly cheerful attitude, is indifferent to life and death, has a weak sense of good and evil, and is persistent in studying the boundary between life and death. In short, pervert. Compared with him, Charles has a better talent for casting spells. He is a spellcaster that Mu Hua envied. Some people often say that Mu Hua has a strong ability to analyze magic, but in Mu Hua's opinion, Charles is a real genius. This guy actually used his half-understood magic knowledge to simulate the effect of divine magic with spellcasting. Just like the healing technique in the magic system, it is a kind of analytical simulation of divine arts. Because it is practical, people study it, while those offensive divine arts do not need to be studied. The effect of holding back magic is no worse than divine arts. But Charles can simulate the forms and attack effects of many faith divine arts without the power of faith. Unfortunately, he is a little old and has studied things that are not very meaningful for a lifetime, but his magic analysis ability is really not exaggerated. Putting aside magic, this old guy is knowledgeable and can be said to know everything. His biggest crime is not to blow up the church library in a certain city, but to pretend to be a clergyman and infiltrate various church agencies. That's right, Charles is very good at disguise, the kind of disguise on the physical level. He even disguised the bishop of the church and the chief priest of the Knights Inquisition. This old guy is a fraudster and a swindler. He has also defrauded many charitable donations from the church. Except for some psychological problems, they are all talents. Mu Hua released all the prisoners here, and Mu Hua didn't care where they would go to have fun in the future. Charles and Louis stayed by Mu Hua's side, and they refused to leave even when he drove them away. They found it interesting, so Mu Hua was too lazy to kill them. There was no need to induce these blasphemers. The church could not change their stubbornness. Although they were perverted, their wills were extremely firm. It was a waste of time to seduce them. They had rich social experience and were very smart. If they clearly showed their willingness to follow, there was no need to be too cautious about such people. At most, they would stab you out of curiosity, but generally they would not do other acts of betrayal. The prison had gradually quieted down. Some of the bodies of the prison guards along the way were stripped of their clothes, weapons, vehicles, and even some weapons fixed in the prison's defense facilities were dismantled. These should be the work of the escaped prisoners. You're not leaving? Mu Hua asked after walking out of the cell area and seeing Jacob still following them with his head down. I can help you fight. Jacob, a strong black man about 1.9 meters tall, bald, and with a fierce look on his face, said to Mu Hua in a rather honest tone. Fight? They probably want to know more about magic. What do you want? Mu Hua raised his eyebrows, and Louis and Charles looked at Jacob with a hint of contempt. If I meet someone I can't beat, can you save me? Jacob said. Mu Hua laughed strangely. After hearing his words, the contempt in Louis and Charles's eyes disappeared. Well, this guy is not stupid, a battle maniac, and he also knows how to find insurance for himself. Okay, follow me. But let me tell you, I'm going to kill the gods. You'd better please Setsuna, follow her closely when she runs, don't let me accidentally hurt her in the chaos. Mu Hua said with a smile. The appearance of the three people is more in line with the characteristics of the locals, not to mention that there is a big liar Charles among them. It is convenient to hide when they are wandering around, and it can save a lot of troublesome harassment. Kill the gods? You. Are there many people in the outside world who can fight against the gods? Mu Hua's words did not scare the three people, and the three people showed excitement about the word kill the gods that is easy for ordinary people. There are not many people who can fight against the gods, but he is possible. However, respected Mr. Mu Hua, it is not easy to kill the gods in this courtyard. When the three asked, there was a space fluctuation near Mu Hua, and some disembodied voices floated over. Mu Hua and Shan Na were not mentioned for now, but Charles and the other two took precautions immediately. Like wild animals walking in the wild, these guys' combat awareness was really strong. Petrification. Broken appearance. Eternal ice coffin. Facing the sudden strange voice, Mu Hua immediately opened the petrification magic eye towards the location of the space fluctuation, and threw out the dimension slash. Feeling the flow of breath, it was followed by another ice magic of the imprisonment type. Wow, stop, we are on the same side, don't blow it up. Hey! Honey, you are killing me. The strange cry kept changing direction during Mu Hua's attack, tearing open the cracks in the space to offset Mu Hua's dimension slash, and the eternal ice coffin froze a puppet prosthesis. Seeing that a ball of lightning that turned black and purple condensed in Mu Hua's hand, a man in a suit and leather shoes appeared in the air. Devil? With crystal lines flashing in his eyes, Mu Hua paused his attack and said uncertainly, "The devils that leave hell are usually devil merchants, and devil merchants usually don't conflict with others easily, and they won't fight even if they are paid. Hey, you can recognize me as a devil? Your identification skills have reached the level of true vision." The visitor was also quite surprised. The true vision he mentioned was not the magic of the true vision eye. "That's the devil merchant?" Mu Hua asked. "It can be considered, dear. You can call me Mephisto." Under Mu Hua's gaze, the visitor showed no malice and slowly descended from midair. Mephisto? Mephisto. The third one? Mu Hua felt that the name was a little familiar, and questioned it in a moment. "Of course, beautiful blood girl, I wish you a beautiful dream." The visitor had an infatuated smile on his face, and with a light flip of his palm, a beautiful bird with long tail feathers flew high into the sky, circled in the sky for a few circles, and landed nimbly on Shauna's shoulder. Dreaming of birds? Mu Hua was surprised. He had given bird feathers to girls before, but this guy gave birds directly when they met? The third one? Lilith's loyal dog? Mu Hua was a little surprised, and the smile on Mephisto's face froze. "Hey!" Mephisto asked with dissatisfaction. "Okay, I apologize." Mu Hua spread his hands. It seemed impolite to call a suspected king a licking dog when they met. Chapter 598. The third king, Mephisto, who often calls himself Mephistopheles, is the most mysterious of the kings. He has never shown his personal power to the outside world, and his personal combat power is unknown. He is recognized by the kings, and the outside world's most common perception of him is probably that he is the second king. Because it is rumored that he once fought with other kings for Lilitu, there are also some jokes and rumors that call him Lilith's loyal dog. When he was about to leave the prison, Mephistopheles unexpectedly appeared in front of Mu Hua. The first meeting of the few people was not harmonious. Mephistopheles should have a good temper. At least, he did not entangle with Mu Hua because of his mistake. "So, you are really a demon merchant, and one Lenga is your client. Why are you looking for me? Are you planning to expel me from this courtyard? Let me make it clear first. Lilith also wants me to come here." Although the initial communication was not harmonious, the subsequent communication was normal. After a simple communication, Mu Hua had a rough understanding of Mephisto's situation, and he frowned and said to Mephisto. Mephisto, who looked like a human, was indeed a demon, at least his roots should be demons. Mu Hua was not interested in delving into the situation of a demon among human kings. Anyway, as far as the first one he had seen was concerned, that guy didn't look like a human at all. Mephisto was a demon merchant who traveled between hell and the human world, and his clients were probably high-end, such as the other 6 kings. And the gods in the Ukulu courtyard were also his clients. Damn it, he actually opened the Mephisto Bank in the maze area of this courtyard. This guy's code name seems pretty impressive. Could he have any direct connection with Mephisto in hell? While thinking wildly, Mu Hua suspected that Mephisto was here to escort his clients. "Dear Mr. Mu Hua, can we not mention Lilitu?" Facing Mu Hua's questioning, Mephisto shook the civilized stick in his hand helplessly. Suit, trousers, leather shoes, top hat, white gloves, mustache, and a civilized stick, this guy's dress is traditional and showy in line with Mu Hua's impression. "Then please don't give me the title of respect. With your status, speaking in this tone always makes me feel that you want to cheat me." Mu Hua also showed appropriate helplessness and said to Mephisto, "Well, I just want you to know that before the kingship, I am first a devil merchant who abides by the rules." Mephisto spread his hands and smiled. "So, I won't interfere with what's going on between you and Wenlenga. I'm just here to make a deal with you. If you can kill the gods, I want to get their bodies." "You want to kill Wenlenga too?" Mu Hua hesitated, But at least he held back the question for Lily's sake? In his mouth. No, 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 I don't want to kill Winlanga. He's my client. The devil merchant won't harm his clients. I just want to ignite the body of the god. Mephisto shook his head and explained. So I'm here to remind you that Winlanga is pretty useless. He actually built his kingdom of God in the labyrinth area. If you want to kill the gods, you must first lead them out. The kingdom of God can be simply understood as a different dimension that belongs to the gods. When it invades other material spaces, the gods will be able to control the energy in this space as easily as they can. The higher the energy content and the more prosperous the species, the harder it is to invade and integrate into the material space. But that material space can also make the kingdom of God more stable, and the gods more powerful in it. As for the maze area, how should I put it? In terms of the kingdom of God, even compared with the regular courtyard, that kind of place can be regarded as a pseudo-material space, a wasteland that cannot be any lower. The only benefit is that the hell creatures authorized by Winlanga no longer need to make sacrifices. I really don't know whether to say he is useless or shameless. After listening to Mephisto's explanation, Mu Hua was stunned and complained. Mu Hua originally thought that after humans occupied this courtyard, Winlanga projected himself into the maze area and reached a coexistence agreement with Bridges. But I didn't expect this guy to put the kingdom of God in the maze area just to save some projection sacrifices. The kingdom of God is not something you can build and change as you like. This is almost the same as destroying your own foundation. It is estimated that he has offended some lords or demons in hell, and he may want to settle down here. Who knows? After all, the gods in this courtyard usually hide in their kingdoms, and they are all very immature, and they don't even have their own kingdoms. However, if you want to kill them, you have to find a way to lure them out now. You have done a good job in this regard, so I am very optimistic about you. Mephisto smiled and pointed to the surroundings of the prison with a civilized stick in his hand. He seemed to appreciate Mu Hua's policy of causing trouble to all sides. The two did not communicate much, but Charles and the other two were already stunned. Although they had no faith, they lived under the holy light of Winlanga all their lives. That is an omniscient and omnipotent god who can move mountains and fill the sea. Mu Hua said he wanted to kill the god, but Charles and the others thought that Mu Hua had some huge plan. According to their thinking, it was worthwhile to participate in such activities in a lifetime. But the two guys in front of them had no fear of the gods, and they seemed to have never considered how to kill the gods. They were more discussing how to completely kill the gods, and then slice the bodies of the gods? Then are you going to teach me how to lure them out, or tell me about the specific situation of the Winlanga Pantheon? Without paying attention to the three locals whose cognition was once again impacted, Mu Hua asked Mephisto. No, have you forgotten? I am a demon merchant who attaches great importance to reputation and rules. I will not do anything that harms customers, so you can also be my customer with peace of mind in the future. Mephisto shook his head again. I always think that the devil's brain circuit is special. You just come to me without providing any valuable information, and then want to buy your client's body from me. It's really safe to be your client. In that case, why should I sell you the corpse? You should know that it is also very useful to me. Mu Hua said unhappily to Mephisto, who may not like fighting. Yes, of course. The corpse that ignites the divine fire is a very valuable commodity, but believe me, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. In fact, it's not just you. I am also looking forward to Abigail. When Mephisto said this, he waved his hand, and a projection screen appeared in front of several people. The bird's-eye view showed a coastal city with a pleasant climate, but at this moment, the originally beautiful environment was shrouded in terror. I saw a woman with a hot body, but a long face that was not very pretty, opening her bloody mouth. Well, bloody mouth cannot be used as an expression, because a huge glutton's mouth was under her control, gnawing at the people fleeing in panic in the city. The woman walked on the street, and the glutton's mouth devoured everything within a kilometer radius with every chewing, including vehicles, houses, creatures, steel and concrete, including various attacks on her. 5 elemental elves accompanied her on both sides. The death of countless lives seemed to be only discussed in the eyes of the woman. She seemed to be waiting for something. As the other projection screens unfolded, in each screen, there was an elemental elf causing large-scale destruction in the place where humans gathered, and each screen was like a natural disaster. Is this magic? Charles and the other two muttered to each other. Mephisto glanced at the three people, smiled lightly, and ignored them. Look, she wants to kill gods just like you. You should know her. Mephisto asked Mu Hua. I know, but I haven't seen her. Mu Hua shook his head. Abigail, the gluttonous ghost god, is also a member of the Ghost Council. I didn't expect her to come to this courtyard. Abigail's talent is really good. You see, she actually created multiple elemental spirits. But she is relatively weak in life synchronization, and has not yet mastered the art of shape-shifting. I promised her before that if I can get the body of the god, I will exchange it with her for the inheritance crystal of shape-shifting, and by the way, I will also give her a more precious set of keratin skin inheritance crystals. Mephisto smiled. Hey, these are my elemental spirits. Hearing Mephisto talking about the deal with Abigail, Muhua's expression was strange, but he turned and pointed to the other elemental spirits, who were destroying alone in the picture, and said to Mephisto. Mephisto was stunned. Ahem, so, compared to her, I am more optimistic about you. Mephisto coughed dryly, as if embarrassed, and directly turned off the screen showing several other elemental spirits. Well, it is obvious that Abigail did not break the specification of gluttony. She can only create one companion spirit for each natural element. However, Abigail is not satisfied with her appearance. She seems to have always been obsessed with shape-shifting, but it's a pity that she can't learn it. That guy wants to do something similar to Muhua, and it is simpler and cruder than Muhua. He directly seized a city and opened it. It is estimated that he wants to stimulate the gods. Since she can let the companion spirit follow her, I think she has completed the analysis of the dimensional blockade here. I don't know when she came in. It seems that her attainments in space magic are not low. Look, I can provide customers with the items they need most. So, Mr. Muhua, let me see your needs. As if to ease the embarrassment of misplacing Muhua's elemental spirit on Abigail, Mephisto changed the subject, and a crystal light flashed in his eyes. Philosopher's Stone? You want the Philosopher's Stone? I have to say, it is really not cost-effective for you. I suggest you pursue something more suitable for yourself. The devil spying on the desires of all things, Mephisto found that the thing Muhua wanted most in his heart was the Philosopher's Stone. Boom! The wizard's hand slapped down fiercely, and the huge force cracked the earth. Dozens of jealous tentacles were like being enraged, chasing Mephisto, who was dodging and fleeing, and the surrounding buildings collapsed and collapsed in this whipping. Okay, I apologize. I apologize. This is the devil's natural vision, I have no malice. Mephisto jumped up and down, avoiding Muhua's jealous touch, without fighting back, just begging for mercy. Then you'd better not show this kind of vision in front of me again, it's very rude. Muhua frowned, and seeing that he couldn't draw Mephisto for a while, the touch of jealousy dissipated, and Muhua said to Mephisto, the devil's vision, this thing is not a spiritual peeping, except for seeing what other lives desire at the moment, it can't see anything else. To say that Muhua is not short of the Philosopher's Stone, but who can make him lack anything else, and Muhua's family has a lot of guys who can use the Philosopher's Stone to evolve. In recent years, Muhua has also thought about creating a demon army. The Philosopher's Stone is economical and affordable for Muhua, and the demand is large. Whether it is the undead, demons, monsters, including some of his special original sin abilities, it can be used, and it can also most directly improve the quality of his army. So Muhua wanted the Philosopher's Stone the most, but it might be a little different from what Mephisto saw, because Muhua wanted a lot of Philosopher's Stone, the kind that is enough for everyone, which probably caused some misunderstandings to Mephisto. Muhua stopped attacking Mephisto, but his face became much colder. Mephisto didn't have the temperament of a king, and he actually smiled at Muhua in a flattering way. However, Muhua would not despise this devil, who could become the king of mankind. Both of them barely stopped when they saw the good, but looking at the space around them, that became suddenly clear in almost the blink of an eye, Charles and the other two were shocked for a while. The aggressive Jacob shrank his neck. In his and Charles's eyes, they only saw Muhua showing some angry expressions, and then the solid buildings around him collapsed in various ways. What is this? Momentum? Well, they don't have the ability of psychic vision, so they can't see the touch of jealousy on Muhua. As for Louis, he vaguely saw Muhua instantly turned into a tentacle monster, and that vague feeling was also very deadly. He really wanted to ask Muhua a question now. He really wanted to know whether Muhua was a human being, but he didn't dare to ask. Chapter 599. Hey, can you ask her to stop first? I want to fight her too. Let's not talk about the devil's professional ethics, and the deal with Mephisto. In Mephisto's observation projection, Abigail, who was making trouble in an unknown city, seemed to have attracted the seraphim patrolling the sky. Muhua couldn't help but say to Mephisto, Charles and the other two. At this moment, Charles and the other two were completely sure that they were saved by an incredible existence. What is that? It is the light of the world, something that cannot be looked at directly, the eyes of Yulenga, the sacred and great messenger of holy glory. What do you mean I want to fight her too? Perhaps because of the different cognition, the deformed monster in Muhua's eyes is full of sacred brilliance in the eyes of Charles and the other two. The spherical life form composed of diamond interfaces has 17 or 18 angel wings that are not very symmetrical, and 6 soft and long arms make Muhua feel that the arms of the seraphim are more like tentacles than the touch of jealousy. It has no legs, and its floating movement is somewhat similar to Thursday. It is very large, and its body diameter is estimated to be more than 50 meters. It is also said that its size will continue to increase as its survival time increases. Muhua even suspects whether this type of angel was created based on the template of floating monsters. It will appear even larger when it emits a fiery light, so it can imitate the sun when it hangs high in the sky. One side of the spherical body has a ring of arcane that emits dazzling light, and each diamond interface on the other side seems to have a face. Charles and his friends perceive these vague and changing faces as the sacred thousands of faces, but when it comes to Muhua's mouth, there is only the word monster. Monster. Well, looking at the image on the screen, Charles and the other two began to mutter. However, the monster they were talking about was not the seraphim, but Abigail, who had bitten off 3 arms and 2 wings from the seraphim. The white flames originally mixed with the power of faith could be regarded as the seraphim's weapon to kill the enemy, but facing the gluttonous ghost, those extremely hot flames were obviously useless. The seraphim completely restrained the holy light-like flames on his body, and held the swords, spears, and halberds condensed by divine arts on his regenerated arms. At this moment, he was working hard to drive away the fire elemental spirit that had a human body, but seemed to want to pounce on it and bite it wantonly. Opposite the seraphim, Abigail's cheeks made chewing movements, as if she had eaten something delicious, with a curious look on her face and a not-so-friendly smile at the corner of her mouth. You want that? Don't worry, there's not just one seraph here, they also work in shifts, work 1 day, rest 2 days, at least there are 2 more. Mephisto seemed to understand the young man, who was happy to see the prey, and said to Muhua, Muhua, is that thing delicious? Muhua asked. I don't know, the devil can't touch the original sin normally, I haven't tried gluttony, you know that? The taste of gluttony is somewhat different. Mephisto spread his hands. The Charles and soy sauce trio turned into expression kings, listening to the discussion between Muhua and Mephisto, speechless for a while, but their expressions were rich. Okay, let's talk about the serious things. Mephisto seemed not to want to distract Muhua anymore, and he dispersed the live broadcast. Look, I think you need this. It will definitely help you more than the Philosopher's Stone, Fenrir's Fong. This thing is also a treasure-level weapon in hell. I can even lend it to you first. It can provide you with great help for killing gods. Mephisto flipped his hand and took out a dagger with a blade as long as an adult's forearm, and threw it to Muhua in a very generous manner. Fenrir's Fong? At most, it's just some of Fenrir's claws. Taking the dagger with a slightly gorgeous handle, a direct attack weapon, and taking a quick look, Muhua showed disgust at the corner of his mouth, and even cut his forearm with a knife. Rarely, since meeting Muhua, Mephisto showed an unexpected expression for the first time. Fuck. Catching the dagger thrown back by Muhua, Mephisto stared at Muhua, who was normal, until the wound healed. Mephisto uttered a meaningless mouth. You have the world poison? What about the speed? Herpes? Is your keratin skin so advanced? How many creatures have you absorbed? You got Fenrir's body? Which loser sold it to you? What did you use to get it? Mephisto asked a series of questions, while looking at Muhua, who ignored the damage of Fenrir's Fong. Unless you have the world poison, there is no ability to ignore the destruction of the world poison. There are very few ways to obtain the world poison. Herpes and shape-shifting are the most ideal ways. It is not difficult to see from Mephisto's tone that he cares more about Fenrir's speed than the world poison. Why, do you want to try? Muhua raised his palm, and his fingertips showed sharp nails. The nails of a vampire cannot be compared with those of a claw demon, but if it carries the world poison, no one will probably despise it. No, not at all. Mephisto shook his head and looked at Muhua's fingers with a bit of taboo. It was taboo, but not fear. His expression was more like he saw something dirty. Jealousy, elemental spirits, world poison, blood control. I heard that your attainments in space magic are not low. You are qualified to explore the Lord level, right? Let me tell you first, if you want to fight for the throne, don't come to me. Don't look at me like this. I am still very strong. You are at least 1,700. At least 500 years, you will definitely not be able to beat me. The more he couldn't figure out Mu Hua's potential, Mephisto's attitude towards Mu Hua changed slightly. His tone was a little worse than before, but it seemed more real. 1 canes is enough to give me a headache. I don't want to fight for the throne. Mephisto looked cowardly, but Mu Hua would not believe his lies. It's not that he didn't believe he was strong. On the contrary, if it was not necessary, Mu Hua would never be hostile to him casually. A devil who could be recognized by 6 kings might be cowardly. Your dagger is meaningless to me. Do you have the inherited crystal of blood chi transformation? Mu Hua asked. Blood chi transformation is not magic. It can only be understood by oneself. Or, if you find someone who can transform blood chi to be the medium of transformation, it may also have a certain promoting effect. Mephisto said. Maybe? Yes, maybe. After all, it only has results, not processes. Mu Hua was disappointed. The keratinized skin would not allow him to gain blood chi abilities, and Mu Hua could not help but glance at Jacob beside him. Can only be understood by oneself? Mu Hua asked Mephisto again. Yes, with a strong enough physique, blood chi transformation is not difficult. It can always be achieved after spending some time. Mephisto confirmed. But he can use blood chi transformation without understanding it. Mu Hua pointed at Jacob, and Jacob released his own Gongqi magic shadow at the right time. His thing is interesting, but it is the result of mutation, and has no reference value. Mephisto said. Mutation or not is not important. In Jacob's opinion, he seems to be very powerful to be called interesting by such a being in front of him. Is my war ghost incarnation very powerful? Jacob asked expectantly. As for the war ghost incarnation, Mu Hua has already gotten used to the people in this courtyard giving random names to abilities. Hee Mu, where did you find this little cutie? Mephisto chuckled and turned to look at Jacob. Well, if you meet a client who likes to collect rare animals, you should be able to sell them for a good price. Jacob, Dispelling the demonic shadow behind him, Jacob said that a man should fight with his fists, and the power of the devil is useless. Mu Hua shook his head and ignored Jacob, who was acting too much. He smiled softly, and played the role of a nobody. Charles patted Jacob's shoulder very considerately, and Jacob's favorability towards the old man immediately increased. Okay, Mu, I can trade with you with the Philosopher's Stone, but you have to consider the price in this regard. Seeing that Mu Hua had no demand, Mephisto still did not give up the plan to purchase the body of the god. As for whether Mu Hua could kill the god, he didn't care. Even if Mu Hua was killed, it would not affect him. Forget about the Philosopher's Stone. Can it be exchanged for the body of a devil? 1 body of a god for 2 bodies of big devils, the kind that have not been absorbed by the dimensional turbulence. Mu Hua thought and shook his head. Big devil? Oh, you want? Haha, I have to say, Mu, your laziness will make countless demons ashamed. But this is indeed a wise choice. Mephisto was briefly surprised, and instead of shouting about losses like Becerro usually did, he showed a bit of appreciation. Maybe one day, we can still be colleagues? Ha ha, with an unclear laugh, Mephisto's body slowly disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 600. Sir, shall we go to the opera house first? Charlotte, who was squeezed in the back seat with Charles and others, asked as the car drove out of the prison. Let's change a car first, Charles. How do we get to the auto show center? Said Setsuna, who was in the driver's seat. Because of the addition of Charles and the other 2, the space in the pickup truck was a bit crowded, and the big guy Jacob was squatting in the back of the car. Setsuna didn't want to squeeze with others, so she simply took back her driver's seat. At this time, she wanted to change to a more spacious means of transportation. Charles was very capable in life. Except for his poor magic power, he was good at both housework and cooking. He was a know-it-all. He also had a detailed understanding of the urban layout of many regions. With him following them, they didn't have to look around on the map navigation to find a place to go. Miss Setsuna, why don't you go directly to the Grand Opera House? It's an upper-class cultural area, and there are probably more luxury cars there than at the auto show. Given the current situation, it should be easy to get one. Compared to going to the auto show to find a car, Charles prefers to pick one up on the roadside. When he suggested it, no one in the car objected. As time went by, the chaos in the city did not subside, but instead had a tendency to intensify. Support from surrounding areas has not arrived yet, because the ghouls will return to normal sanity after eating, and many people in the city who were involuntarily transformed into ghouls will also try to escape the city. Not to mention that the ghouls have a strong instinct for survival, even if it is a place of faith. You can't expect everyone to be a fanatic, right? The essence of the so-called faith is to make yourself better, and being better alive is naturally better than being better after death. Many people who are great and righteous in daily life may know how to avoid danger better than many troublemakers, who are usually undisciplined when they encounter situations that endanger themselves. Most people in the Euclid courtyard still have a strong respect for the church and the knights. Those ghouls fled the city, and fled to the surrounding areas, more for their own safety. And this kind of escape and wandering behavior also spread the threat of ghoul infection to the surrounding areas. The surrounding areas are in emergency prevention and control, but it is difficult to withdraw manpower in a short period of time to support the city. The pickup truck drove all the way back to the city, bypassing a large college, and came to a street that is wider than most roads in the city. There are no high-rise buildings in this street. There are almost large or small squares in front of various buildings, and various fountains dot the green grass. It should have been a warm and elegant street. However, the street was unusually empty at this time. In the blood stains, there seemed to be more mutilated corpses here than on ordinary streets. It seems that the people here are not so harmonious. Looking at the situation on the street, Muhua muttered. What the adult said is that in most cities in Akuru, the class division is clear, and the lower class people account for about 70% of the total population, of which at least 50% of the lower class people need to rely on the 10% to 20% of the middle class for their lives. Half of the remaining people are engaged in gray and black industry-related jobs, and the other half usually receive relief, and do their best to promote the kindness of the upper class, and sing the praises of the greatness of the gods. And those who can come here for leisure and consumption on weekdays are generally the elites in the upper class or middle class. Those who serve the middle class want to cross the class all the time. If they have nothing to do on weekdays, they may even think about squeezing into the middle class circle by normal means. But once they encounter such a disaster, the dissatisfaction hidden in their daily life will turn into hatred, and attacking those middle-level people will make them very excited. In the car, Charles catered to Muhua's muttering and said emotionally, "Hee, you are very clear about the distinction, so they don't even want the middle-level people to become zombies." Muhua pointed at the car window with his finger, shook his head and laughed. Zombies do eat people, but they can't eat much. There are not many corpses on this street, but the broken corpses without signs of weapons are over-concentrated, and it is obvious that many of them were deliberately killed. Yes, they resist those middle-level people, and they are also afraid of those middle-level people. In their subconscious, they are not competitive with those middle-level people. Charles said with a smile. Why is it the middle-level people? What about those high-level people? Muhua asked casually as if chatting. They can't see it, or they are still waiting for the higher-ups to create a better living environment for them, right? Louis fiddled with his fingers and answered Muhua, but looked at Charles, who gave him a kind and appreciative smile. Ha! What do those who receive relief say? Muhua said with a smile. Didn't you see it, sir? They should be that kind of people. They are used to exchanging misery and praise for benefits. Now they should be waiting for salvation, no matter whether it is the salvation of the church or your salvation. Charles pointed outside the car. From time to time, some seemingly embarrassed, crouching and shrinking corpses could be seen on the street. In this environment, those corpses did not seem to be aggressive. When they saw Muhua's car, they also showed anxiety and expectation in their eyes. Haha, you're talking about the wrong person. The situation here was created by Shanji. It has nothing to do with me. Muhua laughed. Indeed, even if they become corpse ghosts, even if they have certain powers, some people are used to being protected. They will do nothing and wait for redemption. It doesn't matter who redeems them. In fact, they are also easy to distinguish. On weekdays, you see those who live miserably, but when something happens, they act as if the court is opened by their family. They use the law, call the police, and sue for things. They are usually this kind of people. If possible, try to stay away from them. And it seems that it is not unreasonable for people holding sickles to harvest leeks. After all, they are harvested because they are not regretful and rush to show up. Moreover, those leeks will bite people. The reason why they don't bite is not because they are kind, but because they have no courage and ability. Create opportunities for them, and you will see who is more cruel than who. This is probably why the knife holders can cut with a clear conscience. Normal people cannot cut randomly. After all, if you cut him, he will bite you. Maybe the cut is not as much as the compensation, which is not worth it. But you say, it's fine if you don't bite. Who let the leek's daily behavior reveal the intention of if you don't cut me, I will wait for me to grow thick and strong, and I will bite you sooner or later. Who would cut it comfortably and happily? Squeak! The pickup truck drove into a spacious square where vehicles were prohibited from entering, slid sideways to park, and ended the chat in the car. After getting off the car, everyone saw a large classical building in front of them, with high stone pillars, and a large opera house with a dark tone as the main color. In front of the main entrance of the opera house stood a statue of an angel playing a harp. This place has been blocked, show your ID. Mu Hua and his companions got off the car. 3 light mechas with a height of more than 20 meters stood guard in front of the opera house and scolded them. The main building of the opera house was emitting magical fluctuations. In front of the long and gentle steps, a halo of magic flowed from time to time. This place was shrouded in defensive magic. It was obviously magic, but I don't know what kind of divine magic it was called. Mechas were even arranged to guard here. It seemed that the city's managers attached great importance to this opera house. But after finding an angle, Mu Hua raised his hand and swept out a dimensional slash. Caw, caw, caw! With the sound of metal friction, parts erased by dimensional gaps appeared on the fuselages of the 3 mechas. Just like when the cut body slid down, the flames engulfed the parts of the mecha cockpit. Looking back at Charles and the other 2 who were uncomfortable with the high temperature, the touch of jealousy pulled up the burning mechas and threw them far away. A defensive barrier that mobilizes the power of the earth? After dealing with 3 armed mechas in an instant, Mu Hua extended a soul tentacle and tentatively touched the magic barrier in front of the opera house. At this moment, Charles and the other 2 were somewhat numb. Looking at the mechas flowing with molten iron in the distance, they looked as if they were not surprised. It's the Earth Vein Defense Circle. It should be the ability of the shield stored here, Shauna explained on the side. Mu Hua still had some shortcomings and some knowledge. Oh, that one. Mu Hua responded, and without any movement, a complicated magic circle swung out from him. Sir, the most famous performance of the Grand Opera House is a gauze skirt dance. The people of the Kuru regard that dance as an elegant trend. However, the dancers here are usually selected and purchased by those bigwigs when they are young. In the eyes of most people, the opera house is a temple of art, but in essence, it is just an exchange to satisfy the special desires of the upper class. I heard that this place has received the blessing of the gods. Even an attack that can destroy this city cannot shake this opera house. Seeing Mu Hua blocked outside by the magic barrier, Charles stepped forward and said, Exchange? Oh, I know this. It's similar to ballet, right? In the name of art, the rich can enjoy forbidden happiness at will. Ha, I really don't know why so many idiot parents let their children learn ballet back then. Mu Hua was stunned, and then laughed and shook his head. Originally, he thought that the opera house was a place to promote the stories of gods, but he didn't expect that it was actually playing this trick. Sure enough, in human society, no matter what is lacking, there is no lack of enjoyment. As for the blessing of the gods? Don't make a fuss. This is the power of the devil you mentioned. It comes from magic. While speaking, Mu Hua's magic has been completed. The void barrier is unfolded, and the expanded barrier overlaps with the defensive magic covering the Grand Opera House. The Earth Vein Defense Circle is indeed a city defense-level defense magic. It absorbs the power of the earth, and has a very strong defense effect and durability. If the core of the barrier is not destroyed, it is almost difficult to break this defense barrier with conventional attacks. However, its disadvantage is that it must be integrated with the earth. At the same time, if there is not enough magic power reserve, its defensibility is exchanged for the vitality of the earth. As the void barrier unfolds, the Earth Vein Defense Circle, which is also a kind of auxiliary defense magic, will not block the superposition of the void barrier, but the part where the Earth Vein Defense Circle overlaps with the void barrier is equivalent to being separated from the earth. Bang! Mu Hua smashed a corner of the Earth Vein Defense Circle with a punch. He didn't need to deploy a large enough void barrier to cover the Earth Vein Defense Circle, just dig a hole to get in. This is also the biggest disadvantage of the Earth Vein Defense Circle. As long as there is no infusion of the power of the earth, its physical defense is even worse than ordinary brick and stone walls. Let's go! The door opened, and Mu Hua stepped onto the stairs of the Grand Opera House. At this moment, someone in the Opera House should have discovered the 3 destroyed mechas. A group of 30 or 40 security personnel on the steps shouted at Mu Hua and his group with guns. Mu Hua was too lazy to pay attention to those people. Charlotte pulled the small bag on her back, but Jacob rushed up the stairs first with a strange roar. The gunshot rang out, and Jacob moved to avoid it. This guy seemed to be used to facing guns, but a strong wind came from behind, and a huge black shadow rushed past him and directly hit the security guards, who were shooting. Puff, puff, puff. The gunshots were noisy, but the place where the gunshots were fired was full of blood and gore. Fuck! Jacob screamed and retreated, only to see a white bone monster several dozen meters long, like a centipede covered with sickles, which chopped all the gunmen on the steps into pieces of meat in the blink of an eye. The centipede's sickle was thrown by Charlotte. Witches are originally a profession feared by adventurers. Charlotte and Monica can go to other people's courtyards to cause trouble, so they are not weak, and Charlotte's bag is also stuffed with a lot of constructed undead. Speaking of which, Monica's death is really a bit unfair. Chapter 601. Sir, although I know that you may be unhappy, I have to say that you are the least talented robber I have ever seen. Faced with the crowd in the Opera House auditorium, Charles was powerless to complain, and Louis twitched his mouth. Well, it was full of people 2 floors, including the circular corridor on the 2nd floor. Thousands of eyes stared at the thugs who broke into the concert hall. When they found that there seemed to be only 6 thugs, the original frightened look was gradually replaced by rebelliousness and anger. Damn! Who are you? In the concert hall, an old man in elegant clothes questioned Jacob, who kicked open the door. Faced with the divine light held up by many people in the concert hall, Jacob looked back at Muhua with embarrassment. Well, Charles, I must let you know that I am a lord, not a robber. Muhua was also shocked by the number of people in the concert hall. He was a little embarrassed. While talking, he walked in front of the crowd. Jacob retreated behind Muhua quite tactfully. There were too many magics waiting to be launched here. As a former gangster, Jacob said that he could not resist. This was an accident. Because of the blessing of defensive magic, the Grand Opera House, as Muhua expected, did not have too many garrison forces stationed here in the chaos of the city. But who knows how so many people gathered here in broad daylight? Shouldn't the performances in the Opera House start at night? After eating and drinking, appreciating art, the idiots dispersed and went home to savor the influence of art. The big guys also invited the artists to participate in some activities that are beneficial to their physical and mental health. This is the normal operation, right? As a result, we came to the concert hall and saw a crowd of people as soon as we entered the door. Some of these guys were holding knives, some were holding guns, some were holding divine arts, and some were calling the knights. F***K, Muhua wondered, what are these guys doing here in broad daylight? If you can fight, go out and fight the zombies. Okay, if I ask everyone to give up resistance, I wonder if anyone objects. Standing in front of his own group, Muhua said to the people in the concert hall. The concert hall is very large, but Muhua stood at the door, and his light tone seemed to echo in everyone's ears. This way of communication made some people in the concert hall nervous, but more people were whispering, passing on words like devil whispers. To be honest, Muhua didn't want to fight with the people here, because it would be a bit of a waste to accidentally kill them all. These people are not ordinary, whether in clothing or temperament. Instead of killing them, it seems more appropriate to ask for some money to buy their lives. For example, let them unlock the storage items on their bodies. In the Akura courtyard, an ordinary status almost symbolizes power, because they are closer to the gods and can obtain more and stronger divine arts. It is very troublesome to fight. This is not a place where you can do whatever you want. Now, I don't care who you are, you better leave immediately. An old man in a red priest's dress stood up from a single room in the corridor on the 2nd floor of the concert hall. When he spoke to Muhua from a high position, he was pinched in the air by Muhua's soul tentacles. Gee, I wanted to kill this somewhat rebellious old man, but the soul tentacles that pinched him seemed to be blocked by something, and there was a strange squeezing sound between the tentacles and the old man's body. How dare you? Madman, what are you going to do? Although being held by the soul tentacles, the old man still had a frown on his face. However, before he could finish his words, Muhua increased his strength and squeezed the old man in midair into a ball of blood. Ah! He killed Bishop Benson. Attack! They are blasphemers. No, stop! Be careful of the children. Screaming, scolding, shouting and killing, accompanied by the old man being crushed by Muhua, the concert hall was full of shouts. But it's worth mentioning that the people here are still relatively calm, and they were only shocked but not in chaos. And there were actually people in the crowd who dissuaded them, but unfortunately there were too few people who dissuaded them. When they waved their hands and shouted, the brilliance of various divine arts had already enveloped Muhua and others. Boom! Boom! The wall of the concert hall was affected along with Muhua and others, and a part of the wall behind Muhua and his group was blown down. Under the interweaving of fire and thunder between the hidden lights, the defensive magic that combined soft barriers and infinite barriers blocked the attacks of divine arts and real bullets for Muhua and his companions. There was no way to deal with the high-specification defensive magic. There were many origin bullets fired from the opposite side. Without infinite barriers, it was really difficult to defend. "Don't you kill them?" asked Shauna, with a frown in the defensive magic. In addition to some high-intensity divine arts, these attacks were also mixed with some high-quality exorcism bullets. The attacks here could also pose a fatal threat to Shauna. Shauna asked Mu Hua's attitude. "These people should be very rich, right? Can you scare them?" Mu Hua asked the people around him, but his face was indifferent. "Sir, these people are very prestigious and are used to being welcomed and served. It would be difficult to scare them if you don't kill some of them. And the one you just killed should be the bishop of this city. Please be careful. If it is the bishop, I guess he will not die so easily." Charles was talking to Mu Hua, while Louis beside him was holding a few blades of a utility knife between his fingers. No one knew when he got them. Louis seemed to be more powerful than Jacob. At least Jacob was still curled up and acting like a good boy. As soon as Charles finished speaking, the blood stain that the old man had turned into before rose up into an angel shadow, and the holy light filled the space in the room. In the blessing of the holy light and the angel, the blood stain that had long lost its human form seemed to be reshaped. The figure of the old man floated in the air again, and even the clothes he wore before were not wrinkled or damaged. "TSK, this thing looks more powerful than magic." Looking at the resurrected Bishop Benson, Mu Hua's tone of disdain was mixed with admiration. And with the resurrection of Bishop Benson, it seemed that everyone in the concert hall stopped attacking Mu Hua, as if they had found their backbone. "You are not from here." Bishop Benson, who had died once, looked at Mu Hua with more caution. But he was still halfway through his words, and the old man floating in the air began to petrify. "Pa!" Well, the old man who was so imposing just now fell headfirst and turned into a pile of rubble. Charles was full of surprise, and his mouth twitched for a moment, while Mu Hua stared at the rubble with interest, wanting to see if he could be resurrected like this. Devil's minions. "Die!" Bishop Benson, who seemed to want to confront Mu Hua, played GG again in the middle of the game. Several knights in gorgeous armor jumped out of the single room on the second floor where Bishop Benson was originally. The long sword was coated with holy fire, the blood was boiling around the body, and the magic circle appeared on the armor of the 4 knights. Mu Hua now understood that for the people in this courtyard, magic is the power of the devil, and equipment with magical effects is a symbol of the wisdom of the gods and the piety of the wearer. In short, magic cannot be learned, but magic equipment can be equipped by knights who are favored by the gods. Bang! The combat skill slashed fiercely on the defensive barrier, tearing the soft barrier, and the diamond interface of the infinite barrier was quickly superimposed, but it was still broken through by these knights. The collision of combat skills and defensive magic spread a strong bloody aura, and some people nearby were overturned and flew by the bloody aura, and some fell in the crowd with bloody heads, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Disperse. Puff, puff, puff. Disperse dissipated the defensive magic on the armor, and the flying war spear puffed off the heads of 3 knights. The remaining knight was caught by Mu Hua's jealous touch. "Well, this is a female knight with a nice voice." Mu Hua pulled her in front of him and took off her helmet. Crack black, the neck was twisted and broken. "Fuck. The devil is my pawn, you should be gentle." Throwing the female knight's body aside, Mu Hua looked at some injured people nearby and scolded the 4 cold knights. "You caught her, what do you want to do?" Seeing that the people here did not pose a threat to Mu Hua, Shauna relaxed and came to Mu Hua, pointing at the female knight's body, and asked Mu Hua. "Rub, rub, rub." The touch of jealousy dragged the other knights back, including their heads with helmets. Ordinary people saw these bodies floating towards Mu Hua. The scene was weird, and it was inevitable that people would shudder. "The armor on them is good, it seems to be Hellstyle, you can see if it fits," Mu Hua said to the rookies around him with a serious face. As Shauna chuckled, Monica took off the female knight's armor, Charles, and the other 2 followed suit and changed their clothes on the spot. "What are you laughing at?" Mu Hua glanced at Shauna. As Shauna laughed again. "If you laugh again, I'd beat you up." Mu Hua's face was as red as a date. This vampire girl was too disrespectful. What's wrong with being more caring to the enemy female knight? "Hey, he's up again." Shauna knew when to stop, stopped teasing Mu Hua, and pointed forward. But the shadow of the angel shone again in the concert hall, the broken stones were reshaped, and the figure of Bishop Benson appeared again. Even the petrification effect on his body faded. "You?" Bishop Benson opened his eyes, and fear was already in his eyes. "Ah!" The black fireball smeared Bishop Benson's face, and the flames of hell instantly covered Bishop Benson's whole body, blocking what he wanted to say. Ah! Bishop Benson, who was possessed by the flames, roared in pain, and a golden light that was more dazzling than when he was resurrected burst out from his body. The counterattack of divine arts, multiple divine arts exploded on Bishop Benson, some of which may have been cast by Bishop Benson, and some were activated by his equipment. It seemed to want to disperse the flames, but in this sacred light, the black flames were not dispersed, but boiled more vigorously on Benson's body. Hellfire, the flame of Gehenna, the power of faith is also its accelerant, and, for hellfire, if other energy is dry firewood, then the power of faith is gasoline. No matter which god of the pantheon, what they hate most is undoubtedly the fire of Gehenna, and hellfire is probably the nickname given to it by the gods. The never-extinguishing nature of hellfire is of no concern to gods. The main reason is that hellfire can harm the power of faith. Puff! In the burning of hellfire, Bishop Benson, who was still struggling, was suddenly burned to ashes. His equipment had not been burned yet, but his body turned into ashes in an instant. This situation is very abnormal. The reason for this situation is probably that the god he believes in directly cut off the connection with him. Without the blessing of the power of faith, this is the state his body should be in when facing Muhua's flames. The flames return to Muhua with the priest's robe and some fragments. Quickly retract the flames. Bracelets, rings, arm guards, and other small pieces all seem to have been burned. There are a few charred pieces on the priest's robe. I wonder if it can be used again after washing and repairing? The bishop named Benson should not be able to show up again this time. The gods think it is a waste of faith, and kicked him out. If he can be resurrected, Muhua will let Jacob eat his ashes. Muhua! You are Muhua! You did everything here? What are you doing? At this time, someone in the crowd actually shouted Muhua's name. Well, after all, it is a courtyard managed by the Bridges family. In such a high-end cultural exchange venue, it is normal to meet some people who know something about the outside world. Although Muhua's appearance has changed, the fact that he can petrify the magic eye has spread widely in recent years. Hey, if you want to guess, use a question. Which eye of yours can see that Muhua is as handsome as me? Muhua glared at the person who was talking. Why did a person with a petrifying magic eye call his name? You are blind. You are from the vampire clan. Chapter 602. Men and children stand on the left, women and old people stand on the right. Hand over your jewelry and items. Please consciously open your storage items. Gentlemen, take care of your children, otherwise we will teach them how to be quiet. In the concert hall of the Grand Opera House, Charles was holding a tray, followed by Jacob carrying a sack, and a group of upper-class people from the Akura courtyard gathered at the east and west ends of the concert hall under Louis's instructions. Muhua sat by the stage, looking at the two groups of people on both sides, kicking his calves from time to time, and Shan Na was more cautious about the crowd to prevent anyone from making any unusual movements. Skeletons wandered around the outside of the crowd, and the red snakes coagulated by blood made a hissing sound. Many upper-class people gathered here unexpectedly. In order to stop them from making trouble, Muhua finally killed some of the bad-tempered ones, which also made the remaining hundreds of people quiet down. Muhua killed Bishop Benson and Director Voris. A burst of fire turned several noble families into ashes. He was a real thug. Who among those present did not take crisis management courses related to this situation when they were young? Those were the most important compulsory courses when they were young. It's just that they have never been used for many years. Driven by arrogance, some people initially forgot the way and attitude they were taught to treat thugs when they were young. Resist, fight, and punish thugs? Come on, that's not what people of status like us should do. Even if we have to punish, we should put ourselves in a safe environment first. These damn robbers are short-sighted. Jewelry? Equipment? Gold coins? Jewelry? Antique treasures? As long as their lives are not in danger, these idiots don't know that they will return to our hands sooner or later. But I still feel so bad. The blades between Louis's fingers turned into several sharp knives in the style of carving knives, which rotated between his nimble fingers. Under Louis's gaze, these upper-class people who were blocked in the opera house by Muhua and his party suppressed their resentment, took off their coats, and put their belongings and accessories on the tray in Charles's hand. There were skeletons groping for the private items that these upper-class people might have hidden on their bodies: daggers, knives, pistols, sleeve crossbows, bullets and arrows. These weapons and ammunition would be moved to the stage by the skeletons, and simply classified according to their quality in an instant. Although these people seemed to lack the spirit of resistance, the quality of their small weapons was generally not low. The various types of live ammunition pistols that were both exquisite and practical, and the quality of the bullets was not lower than that of high-level exorcism bullets, and at least 20% of them were origin bullets. "Stop! This is the child's stuff," a young man scolding came from a low and noisy voice. "I saw a man protecting a little girl behind him, and the little girl had an exquisite necklace with complicated workmanship hanging around her neck." "So?" Mu Hua looked around and ignored him. Charles didn't say anything. Charlotte walked out from the side and questioned him in a cold tone. "Wendell, shut up. Give it to them." The young man was angry, and at this time, an old man from another group of people shouted. Mu Hua was attracted by this sight again. He looked between the old man and the young man, and finally looked at the little girl who wanted to protect her necklace. Mu Hua frowned. "Who are they? Are they your VIP customers?" Waving his hand, Mu Hua called a woman with a good figure and wearing a simple dress to his front. "They. Old Kellogg works in the audit department, Wendell is his son, who works in the education department, and Becky is Wendell's daughter. The woman is middle-aged and has a good temperament. Her professional name is a bit fancy, which can be simply understood as a professional manager of the Grand Opera House." Faced with Mu Hua's inquiry, the woman's face showed just the right amount of entanglement, and she said vaguely, "Do you need me to make some injuries on you for them to see? Then let someone else answer my questions." Mu Hua frowned, and a blood snake climbed up her body along the woman's well-proportioned calves. The woman stiffened her body, and fear and regret flashed in her eyes. She has seen countless people in her life, and she clearly saw the indifference in Mu Hua's eyes. She had seen the horror of these blood snakes earlier, and their attacks were definitely not something that could be described as some injuries. At this moment, she was afraid that Mu Hua would let the blood snakes get into her body regardless of anything. Yes, they are all VIPs. They prefer mixed-race girls, but you have to understand that the girls here are all voluntary. Being selected by VIPs will not harm their future lives. Even the boys sponsored by Becky are trained as her future playmates and attendants," the woman said hurriedly. She was not sure what Mu Hua thought of the so-called VIPs, but she still explained, trying to make it clear that the VIP business of the opera house was not that bad. "Oh, it's VIP. What you like is none of my business. It's none of my business whether the people who provide services to you are voluntary or not. Since you are a VIP, don't show any damn love in front of me." Mu Hua shook his head and waved to Louis while speaking. Puff, puff, the carving knife cut across the necks of the young man and the little girl behind him, and the crowd screamed in chaos, but the blood snakes surrounding them raised half of their bodies, hissing threats, and made them dare not move. Ka! A skeleton's bone knife chopped the old man's head, and the three were dragged out of the crowd. As Mu Hua poured 3 streams of death into their bodies, 3 skeletons emerged from their flesh and blood and joined the team guarding everyone in an instant. "Who are you? We will definitely file a complaint with the Blood Moon City." The weird scene made everyone shudder, but there was still a person who was suspected to be a member of the Bridges family who shouted. It was he who called out Mu Hua's name earlier, but Mu Hua did not admit it, but revealed his identity as a blood clan. At this time, the other party could only bring up the name of the Blood Moon City to try to make Mu Hua afraid and restrain himself. "It seems that you are on the edge in Bridges. The Blood Clan cherishes witches very much, and your attitude towards witches is too bad. The Blood Moon City should have been recruiting troops to attack this courtyard. Do you really think that the recent chaos in some areas is caused by a few witches? So, it is your luck to meet me. You are all smart people. When to consider waiting and standing in line should be what you are best at. I brought you valuable information and charged some fees. It's reasonable, right? Cooperate well, no one will hurt you. Don't be nervous about the VIPs among you. I just hate them pretending in front of me. I still agree with your vision. If the time is not inappropriate, I even want to become a VIP here," Mu Hua said to everyone. "The Grand Opera House will train some boys and girls with good qualifications from an early age. The training of music, dance, opera, etiquette, instrument playing and other related abilities are all professional here. The so-called VIPs are the upper class who sponsor these children. Of course, not everyone is qualified to sponsor them, and the sponsorship of the upper class always has to be rewarded, such as the sponsors accompanying them for some intimate interactions. Just like the children trained in the Grand Opera House, some of them have a mature figure and temperament. Pure heart, clean face, charming facial features, tender body, convex where it should be convex, curvy where it should be curvy, symmetrical and not deformed. Looking at it can make thugs and shrews feel pity and desire. That is a treasure that many people may never see in their lifetime. When you see it, you will naturally experience that kind of strange throbbing. Don't worry, If you don't like something or are not used to it, the big shot's vision is not worse than yours. Even if they have abnormal hobbies, their vision is often above the standard. Even if you don't believe in their vision, you have to believe in the professionalism of the people who provide services for them. In short, the Grand Opera House can provide VIPs with the opportunity to get along with such treasures, and there is no need to discuss other things. After all, those treasures also have the characteristic of a short shelf life. After the shelf life, if they don't grow crooked, they may be called handsome men and beautiful women, but no matter their temperament or charm, they are no longer worthy of the description of treasures. That kind of existence is completely different from the so-called young teeth and minors. Even Mu Hua thinks that pursuing that kind of existence is a normal thing. The only difference is whether you are qualified to pursue it. Mu Hua does not reject VIPs. They are not perverts with special fetishes. Only people who can never touch them will make nonsense about such things. But since the three of them have enjoyed this kind of beauty in the world before, then the young man's talk about whether he is a child or not in front of him seems a bit meaningless to Mu Hua. Especially the young man seems to be quite passionate. Sorry, send the whole family away. It will save them from thinking about trouble with him all day long in the future, and let the rest of the people know that he is not playing tricks on them. They have only one way out, which is to honestly hand over their own property. These people have limited things on them, but they have a lot of stock in their storage props. After a search, they actually got millions of demon gold coins for Mu Hua. Various rare metals, top-grade swords, vintage guns, art collections, etc. Mu Hua found more than a dozen mechas, and hundreds of storage props with not too small space were also taken away by Mu Hua after removing the soul binding. The things looted from these people are estimated to be more than what they earned from robbing a bank vault. Sir, the knights have arrived. They have surrounded the opera house, and the main combat power is concentrated in the main entrance square. The ghost sang she floated back from outside the concert hall and came to Mu Hua, whispering, "Yes." Mu Hua responded. He looked up at a shield embedded in the top beam of the concert hall. The shield had been opening the earth vein defense circle, and at this moment, it was under his control. The knights and guards outside had no special means, and it would be difficult to attack the opera house. Mu Hua jumped off the stage and patted his trouser legs. Doris emerged from his body. The ugly red demon took Mu Hua's place and told Shan to leave. Mu Hua walked out alone. You? You said you're not Mu Hua. Doris's appearance once again drew questions from the crowd. The petrified demon eye, the hellfire, and the red demon who looked like a cursed spirit beside her. The person who spoke was angry. "TSK, don't you think you know too much?" Mu Hua stopped in disdain and turned to look at the man. "What do you want to say? Bridges counterattack? Revenge? Canes? Even if I lend you courage, you wouldn't dare to mess around in canes." Mu Hua shook his head and ignored the person who spoke. Hiding his identity was just his idle nonsense. He was thinking about how to hook up the gods to fight him. Even if Bridges knew that he was causing trouble in the Euclid courtyard, he would not dare to go to Canes to cause trouble. Cane City is the human world and the territory of the Empire. Going there is simply courting death. And the Canes courtyard, it is not his home now. Not to mention the increasing number of adventurers. Several brigades are thinking about making a fortune there. Let him try it? When Mu Hua walked away, Doris, who was much taller than a human, walked in front of the person who was speaking, pinched the man's head with her skinny hands, and shouted for mercy as Mu Hua walked away, echoing in the concert hall. Chapter 603. The light outside suddenly became brighter, and within a few breaths, the brightness faded, and the originally bright sky turned into the color of dusk. Standing in front of the stone statues standing in the square, the armored vehicles with their engines still on, and the somewhat bewildered mechas surrounded the square. Mu Hua, whose upper body clothes had been shattered by long-range sniper fire, looked up at the sky, and a look of regret flashed in his eyes. A seraph died, probably the seraph that fought with Abigail. I don't know what the seraph can smelt, but with the nature of gluttony, I think the seraph has entered Abigail's stomach. The color of the sky seemed to be about to unveil the prelude to the twilight of the gods. The falling sun brought panic to the people in the Euclid courtyard that far exceeded natural disasters and the disasters of corpse ghosts. At this moment, in the city where Mu Hua was, 8 out of 10 urban police who received the alarm from the bigwigs and rushed to the opera house were gone, and the knights and their war horses turned into stone statues on the square of the Grand Opera House. Only the armed personnel and mecha drivers in the armored vehicles were safe and sound, and the people in the armored vehicles saw their comrades, who leaned out of the armored vehicles turned into stone statues, and they obviously discovered the key to the petrification mechanism. I can't let this weirdo see me. I absolutely can't let this weirdo see me. The sudden change caused the interruption of the order transmission, and the long-range sniper launched an attack on Muhua, but the tanks and mechas hesitated for a while, not knowing whether to ignore the stone statue in front of Muhua and attack, or to evacuate temporarily and wait for reinforcements. Xiangyao Armed Forces, number 5897 calls for reinforcements. Number 5897 calls for reinforcements. A high-level blasphemer appeared in the Grand Opera House. A high-level blasphemer appeared in the Grand Opera House. The strength of the blasphemer is unknown. The entire punishment knights are petrified. The Morningstar sniper equipment cannot penetrate the opponent's skull and muscle tissue at full power. The sniper team has lost contact. The patrol knights evade. The patrol knights evade urgently. Number 5897 calls for reinforcements. Request the church to coordinate reinforcements. Seeing the shirtless Muhua picking the deformed bullet from his body, a mecha signaled his teammates to retreat. While expanding the encirclement, it warned the nearby patrol knights not to get close. The mecha retreated. Since the Morningstar sniper rifle equipped with the origin bullet could not really hurt the monster in front of him, the mecha's attack might not cause long-range damage to him. The armored vehicles also followed the mechas in reverse. They lacked combat power more than these mechas because most of their attackers turned into stone statues. Number 5897, maintain control of the enemy. Please maintain control of the enemy. Bishop Benson is out of contact. We will contact the Cardinal as soon as possible. We will contact the Cardinal as soon as possible. The gods are with you. After a moment of waiting, the intercom came with a reply that made the mecha driver want to curse. Boom! Suddenly, the head of a mecha seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer and turned into flying parts. But Muhua rubbed the bullet he had taken from his body and smashed it directly. Boom! Another mecha was shot in the head. Damn it! Holy Guardian! Everyone cast Holy Guardian, retreat. The leader's mecha cursed, and the light of the magic bloomed, which was equivalent to the magic of defense magic, and enveloped the mechas one by one. There were many important figures in the area hiding in the opera house, some from this city, and even from surrounding cities. The knights of the church responded to the call, and came to rescue them, but before they could rebuke Muhua, who had appeared, they were faced with Muhua's petrifying eyes. The elite combat forces gathered at the main entrance square were collectively petrified, and the mecha pilots of the Xiangyao Armed Forces immediately issued an evasion notice to prevent other personnel surrounding the Grand Opera House from coming to deliver food. The sniper squad originally hoped that the long-range sniping could kill Muhua, not to mention that the anti-ship sniper rifle equipped with the origin bullet shattered the magic barrier in front of Muhua and really injured Muhua. But those origin bullets that blasted Muhua's clothes only bit open Muhua's skin, and could not bite into Muhua's muscles. The tongue modification that was once obtained from the Hide Demon seemed to have never played any role, but this ability made Muhua's head not even dizzy when facing the sniper shock. The mecha pilot regarded Muhua as a monster and didn't know how to report it. He could only label Muhua as a high-level blasphemer. But the members of Xiangyao Armed Forces didn't know that Muhua didn't even apply Bone Shield and Magic Shield, and resisted a wave of sniper attacks. He just wanted to determine the position of the sniper. After the strong bow of the soul-specific weapon blasted those sniper points, Muhua cast defensive magic on himself again. The penetration of the origin bullet is still very deadly, but the bones of Behemoth plus the 6,000 plus physique catalyzed absolute power, which has given Muhua's body the capital to withstand such attacks, a capital that transcends skills. It's not comfortable to be tense all the time. The bones are also dull and painful when they are bombarded by the small origin bullets. After putting on the defensive magic, Muhua's steps are also much lighter. The explosions and gunshots in the distant city have not stopped. Obviously, the riot of the corpse ghosts has not subsided. Lifting a war spear that was more than twice his height, Muhua wandered among the stone statues. He was buying time for Setsuna and the others to ensure that they could plunder the bits and pieces of the big shots in the opera house, and dismantle the shield in the opera house. The dusk sky regained its brightness again. Perhaps to show the power of God, a scorching sun rose in the sky. It should be another seraph, but this new sun was well behaved. It didn't run to the earth to find a gluttonous misfortune like the one in the morning shift. Bang, the war spear hit the ground. Muhua looked up, and looked at the scorching sun above the clouds again and again. That thing was a fake sun. It was roughly estimated that it was only about 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers away from the ground. It was a bit far to fly up to find it, but regardless of the coordinate positioning, it seemed that some directional magic could still reach that distance. But the distance was still too far. It was estimated that it had already avoided it before it reached it. But he was idle anyway, and suddenly, whether it was a sudden impulse or not, thick magic power spread from Mu Hua, and then the vast magic power began to gather towards the city where Mu Hua was, and the strong fire element was boiling in the city, as if it was about to materialize. With Mu Hua as the center, a 13-layer brilliant magic array module covered Mu Hua layer by layer, and these magic arrays were constantly bonding to form some smaller magic arrays. Woo, woo, woo. Accompanied by Mu Hua's movements, the alarm sounded throughout the city. Heavy, rapid, eardrum shaking alarm. Even when the zombies were rioting, this kind of alarm had never been sounded in the city. Shengyao 8795. Shengyao 8795. What's going on? Why is there an apocalyptic energy fluctuation in your direction? What happened? Report. Report the situation there. A hurried call came from the cockpit of the mecha. Apocalypse? The mecha pilot muttered absent-mindedly. Apocalypse represents the power of the gods to destroy the world. That skinny little white face, he is launching the apocalypse? Well, the so-called apocalypse in this courtyard, if placed in the outside world, is probably a superior magic with excessive destructive power, that is, the so-called forbidden spell. In fact, Mu Hua felt that including the destruction of the world, divine punishment, apocalypse and other things in his previous life's myths, they were probably just some forbidden spells. After all, if people did not deliberately make some spring and autumn-style descriptions, many of them would only have the power to destroy a city-state. Not only in the city where Mu Hua is, as the magic brood, cities within hundreds of kilometers around have successively discovered the energy fluctuations here, and have sounded the apocalypse warning of irresponsible refuge. Shengyao 8795. Report what you saw. A much calmer voice came from the communicator in the mecha cockpit than before. What's going on? I don't know what it is. A temple? A gangster who invaded the Grand Opera House is using demonic power to build a temple? Flame, no, holy fire. He held the holy fire in his hand. Spear, a spear. No, I'm not talking about the one he was carrying. He made another spear. A spear condensed with holy fire. The mecha pilot muttered about the changes he saw in Mu Hua. At this time, the white flame condensed into the spear of destruction, and some stone statues near Mu Hua began to melt, dripping black and red magma. Fire forbidden spell plank spear. This is one of the more standardized upper-level magics that Mu Hua made, and Mu Hua's plank spear casting time is much faster than the usual one, mainly because he omitted the most time-consuming high-temperature fusion of flames in this magic. The strength of plank spear lies in its release distance and extremely high temperature. Even if you haven't learned high temperature and magic enhancement, you can still produce a blazing white flame by holding back for a while with this magic. However, Mu Hua has already perfected the high temperature, so it is naturally more efficient to use this magic. Damn it! Plank spear. Stop. Forget it. What is he going to do? What is he going to attack? The voice came from the communicator again. Compared with the previous calmness, there was a hint of exasperation and anxiety in the tone at this moment. Huh? The magic in his hand was about to be completed. Mu Hua suddenly looked in doubt in the direction of the cathedral in the city. There was a holy light rising there, and 8 angel phantoms surrounded the sky and sent down the light of protection. Well, a defensive magic? The strength is very high, but the defense range is relatively limited. Mu Hua's heart was relieved. This cost is enough. Buzz! The rotating and rising magic array module suddenly stopped, as if it was absorbed by the light spear in Mu Hua's hand. The huge magic array module suddenly shrank into the light spear in a way that made people's vision stagnate. The original light spear was engraved with dense lines. The blazing white light spear formed a bright orange and blue color under the cover of the magic lines. Go! Mu Hua glanced at the sun in the sky and threw plank spear. Although it was a symbolic throw, his body still twisted into a posture of full body force. Thrown. He threw it. He threw the light spear into the sky. He seemed to want to shoot the sun in the sky. Confirming Mu Hua's actions, the mecha driver said hurriedly. He had heard some meaning from the words on the other side of the communicator just now. He couldn't stop this magic. The person on the other side of the communicator didn't expect him to stop the light spear of the blasphemer in front of him. Fortunately, the opponent's light spear was thrown into the sky. The back of the mecha pilot was soaked, and he was glad. A busy tone appeared in the communicator. The mecha pilot also noticed the guardian light of the church at this time. The 8 angel shadows were floating in the sky vividly, flapping their wings in a futile manner, and dropping the sacred light. The plank spear, which dragged out the flowing feathers and slanted up to the sky, was not small. With the friction with the air during the journey, the overall shape of the plank spear was gradually increasing. It was hard to say whether it was absorbing or chasing. The fire elements in the city seemed to be chasing the flaming spear, chasing it madly, and the flowing feathers in the sky spread like aurora. The violent energy fluctuations faded away, and the flowing spears went straight to the scorching sun in the sky. The apocalypse alarm in the city stopped howling. Boom! Plank spear finally exploded in the sky. Just as Mu Hua expected, this forbidden spell did not hit the seraphim in the sky. Amid the thunderous explosion, a wave of electromagnetic pulses hit the earth. This wave of electromagnetic pulses is expected to make the electronic products industry in the Euclid courtyard a big profit. It seems that 2 scorching suns appeared in the sky. As the residual power of Planck's spear dissipated, well, the 2 scorching suns disappeared, and the sky returned to the color of dusk again. TSK. Mu Hua tisk. He confirmed that he did not hit the seraphim. That guy skipped work. Chapter 604. Hi, is anyone there? Does anyone have Mu Hua's contact information? In the quiet chat group of the Ghost God Council, a message from Abigail popped up. Hi Abigail, I heard you went to attack a courtyard. Do you need help? The chat group was silent for more than 10 minutes, and the avatar with Chipman's name flashed and replied. No, Bridges is Akura courtyard, you can do whatever you want for now, anyone interested can come and take a look. Abigail replied coldly. Abigail's temper is a bit hot, but she is not rebellious. Her attitude at this time is mainly because the person who spoke is Chipman. This guy has been licking Abigail for many years, and Abigail doesn't want to get involved with him, because that guy is lazy and wants to tie her to his belt. Euclid? I seem to have heard that there are angels who have become gods there, but it is said that they are all projections hiding in the maze area. The courtyard is full of captive believers. You gluttons can let go and not lose money. Why are we going there? The avatar named Hogan flashed. Not to mention the risks, fighting is consuming, and high-intensity fighting consumes more. Gluttony can fight and eat at the same time. As for other ghosts and gods, even if they can come here to take advantage of the fire, they may not rob as much as they consume. You want to hire Mu Hua for help? What's the price? If it's suitable, I consider it. The avatar was a forest of bones, and the ghost named Sankura Kwan showed his head and spoke. Why hire? Mu Hua has also come to this courtyard. That guy cast a forbidden spell, and I'm afraid he will hit me. Abigail said unhappily. Most members of the Ghost Council are used to being alone, and they usually have their own foundations and industries to take care of, so there are not many people squatting in the chat room when there is nothing to do. And gluttony is a low-consumption turret. In order to avoid some shameless guys asking them for help, even if someone is discussing something in the chat room, they usually dive to peek. The reason why Abigail went to the chat room to find Mu Hua's contact information was completely because of that plank spear. In addition to the extreme high temperature, that magic also has a strong blasting impact and element expulsion effect. Now everyone is in this courtyard, and Mu Hua is randomly using the big spell again. Abigail wants to keep in touch with Mu Hua and confirm the position of both parties to avoid being bombarded for no reason. Heh, you have opened the forbidden spell? You are playing so big? Isn't that newcomer named Mu Hua quite well behaved? This murderous intention is big enough. The unknown ghost named Barnard said. It's okay. That guy used the spear of Gangplank to blast the seraphim in the sky. He was probably demonstrating. You don't have his contact information? Hey, is Mu Hua here? If you see him, reply. Abigail replied. Gangplank's spear? Isn't that guy jealous? Sankura Kwan said. Do you think jealousy is only for people like you? I heard the guy even choked out the elemental elves. Hey Chipman, come out and lick your ass. Bet in advance. Maybe one day he will be gluttonous. Hogan teased. Get lost. I really love Abigail, real love, understand? Chipman cursed. You get lost too. I don't have time for you to love me. Abigail was angry. Chipman had at least 5,000 concubines in his harem. He chose a concubine every 3 years and married a princess every 5 years. He was not as lecherous as him. He was a stud. What love was there? Others are lazy and let magic puppets do the work, but he is good at commanding his own descendants. The benefits of the family infighting, this guy directly split the family. Now it is hard to say how many girls in his harem are related to him by blood. Abigail is not interested in Chipman. Talaz should have Mu Hua's contact information. Wait, I will ask for you. Abigail, be careful, and run away if you can't beat the gods over there. Barnard said to Abigail. Mu Hua has been a member for too short a time, and most of the ghosts and gods in the council have nothing to do with him, but Barnard has Tao Li's contact information. At this time, what Abigail said is serious business, and Tao Li should be able to let them get in touch. Not to mention Abigail looking for Mu Hua's contact information in the chat group of the council. On Mu Hua's side, the Earth Vein Protection Circle of the Opera House has dissipated, and Shauna and others escorted a group of captives who had been looted out of the Opera House. Seeing the dense mass of stone statues outside the Opera House, a strange color flashed briefly in Shauna's eyes. He came to Mu Hua and handed him a half-man-high kite shield. Take it first. You can use it when you are in danger. Instead of accepting the kite shield called the Alert Fortress, Mu Hua took the storage prop handed over by Charlotte. Give it to me? Shauna smiled coquettishly. Although it was a magic shield, the permanent Earth Vein Protection and Alert Identification had already determined the superb nature of this shield. As for the storage prop Charlotte gave Mu Hua, it contained some ordinary jewelry, which were generally expensive and exquisite luxury goods. Mu Hua simply wanted to pick out some beautiful ones from it as small gifts for his girls. Borrow it, forget it, take it if you like it. Mu Hua denied it, but he was too lazy to care about it in an instant. Instead, the indifferent words made Shauna's originally smiling face look disgusted. What's so good about a clumsy and heavy shield? Moment muttered, and threw the shield to Jacob, who was a little at a loss. Jacob held the shield, neither hugging nor carrying it on his back. The kite shield in his hand seemed to be made of porcelain, and he was afraid of bumping it. In Jacob's eyes, it was a cool and dazzling artifact. The dusk sky and the group of stone statues on the square made Charles and Louis speechless for a long time. The captives who were pressed out wanted to call for the mecha in the distance to rescue them, but after seeing the strange situation in the square, they were silent and did not dare to shout. They had seen Mu Hua turn Bishop Benson into a stone statue, but most of them did not know that this ability could be used on a large scale. Just looking at the shapes of the stone statues on the square, it was not difficult for them to guess that these were the elite fighting forces in this city. At this moment, all the resurrection props on their bodies were looted, and they did not want to try to turn into stone statues and become one of the statues on the square. The mecha in the distance saw Mu Hua escorting a group of people, all of whom were celebrities. The mecha pilot reported the situation here to the church again. Tell him not to hurt the hostages. Ask him if he has any requests. The church is willing to offer him sacrifices. The church quickly responded. However, the mecha pilot did not come to his senses for a while about the church's response. Not hurting the hostages and making requests. There is nothing wrong with that. It is not the first time that Shengyao 8795 has encountered robbers, kidnappers, and other bandits. But what is sacrifice? Is this thing for bandits? After a brief shock, looking at the stone statues in the square, and thinking about the son that ran away, Shengyao 8795 quickly came to his senses. Well, offering sacrifices is good. Offering sacrifices means being one of our own. While Shengyao 8795 was considering what tone to use to speak to Mu Hua and his party took action again in front of the Grand Opera House. The machine guns fired, and the machine guns fired into the air sounded in the crowd. However, it was still good. At least Mu Hua and his party did not massacre the people here, but fired to intimidate them, shouting at them to flee on their own, scaring them to flee in all directions. Hundreds of people scattered in all directions, instantly covering the figures of Mu Hua and his party. What's going on? Why are you shooting? The sound of gunfire, the shouting of men, the screaming of women, the crying of children, and the sudden noise immediately alerted the church leaders opposite through the mecha's communicator. No, he didn't kill anyone. They released the hostages? They seem to have taken advantage of the chaos to escape? Shengyao 8795 was a little surprised. The mecha's reconnaissance equipment scanned the crowd again, and could not lock the trace of Mu Hua and his party for a while. Why are you running? Don't run, we haven't said a word yet. Offering sacrifices. We promised to offer sacrifices. The other side of the communicator was also busy. You are so awesome. If you run away like this, we will be embarrassed. Let Shengyao 8795 call them back. It's not appropriate. The hostages are farting. You are shouting to offer sacrifices now. You will probably be poked in the spine. Not knowing the strange mood here, Mu Hua and his party took advantage of the chaos to escape from the vicinity. They were in a hurry, and there were still several places to rob. As for those upper-class people who were let go, I think even if there are zombies in the city, they will be protected enough with their status. And here I have to mention that human life is often not equivalent. These upper-class people are generally very good at avoiding danger and seeking good fortune. They are good at governance and coordination, and they are also more conscious of how to stand in the right line at the right time. In fact, Mu Hua did not want to kill them deliberately. It may not sound good to elaborate, but in short, in certain specific periods, they are more useful than leeks, and they are indeed more expensive. They usually don't die first. Chapter 605. No matter how sacred the church is in the eyes of the people in Wikulu Courtyard, for the Bridges family, worshipping a wizard who can cast forbidden spells is a very cost-effective thing. If they can establish a good relationship with ghosts and gods, it can be considered a profit. Humans are social creatures, and when they reach a certain social level, people may have good or bad evaluations and judgments, but good and evil are very vague concepts. The Ninth Gospel College, a comprehensive institution covering an area of more than 7,000 acres. It is worthwhile to create a comfortable and complete learning environment for students, no matter how much resources are invested. Well, at least, no matter how much money is invested, the people can understand and support it, and they are not afraid of not being able to explain it. The carved white stone and exquisite iron railings form the outer wall of the college, and the roads inside are lined with green vegetation like a botanical garden. Pebbled roads, auditoriums everywhere, canteens, restaurants, supermarkets, banks, pine gardens, squares, clubs, libraries, sports centers, snacks and fast food, from daily necessities to expensive handbags, from bathing and haircuts to health care, including some high-end coffee shops full of academic style, can be found in the college. No one can tell what the meaning of these things is. 100 people can give 100 reasonable and appropriate explanations. In the end, they are all prepared for students. People of all levels can understand them. There is nothing wrong with them. After prying the vault of the largest bank in the city and stealing the holy sword of the Knight Academy, Mu Hua and his group once again fled to this school with higher standards than the Knight Academy. After violently bombing the intelligent warning device outside the academy, he entered the academy. The air here seemed to be much sweeter than the outside world. Oh no, it was the pleasant smell of books. Fuck. I know where the high consumption of college students comes from. Even if you stay in the academy all day, you will become a marginal person if you don't take out some loans to spend. Walking around the campus, feeling the influence of culture, Mu Hua curled his lips and sighed. Sir, Gospel College is a key institution in Ikuru. The environment of this kind of college is better than that of regular colleges. Charles, who was following Mu Hua and wearing a gorgeous battle armor, explained. Oh, environment. This is an environmental problem? Well, here, without a golden body, it's simply uncomfortable to come in. It's really a good place for big waves to wash away the sand. Mu Hua sighed, with an unclear meaning. At this moment, Mu Hua and Shan Na were all normal. Charlotte was wearing a light machine suit with angel wings, and Charles and the other two were all wearing armor. Mu Hua and his team also got a lot of mechas. Originally, Mu Hua planned to let Charles and his team drive the mechas, but he never expected that these three guys, who were barely high-end criminals, could not operate mechas. Tisk, it's obvious that they have never been to college, and they are blasphemers, so unsophisticated. Walking through a forest, passing by an empty square, bypassing the rockery gardens, the team walked around for more than 20 minutes before reaching an area where teaching buildings are concentrated. Boom, boom, 2 fireballs blasted the 2 autonomous combat puppets into pieces again. Many of these semi-human combat puppets were encountered along the way. Their existence helped the college isolate the chaos in the city. Because the academy is too large, these autonomous combat puppets cannot be said to be concentrated, but according to Charles's estimation, there are at least 7,000 armed autonomous mechanical puppets in this academy. These magic puppets are obviously guards, not living puppets. Just talking about the daily maintenance, that's all money. Forget it, it's better than some leisure and entertainment, luxury goods and other things. Don't worry about where the money comes from. Long live understanding. However, looking at the buildings that are suspected to be teaching buildings not far away, Mu Hua, who has never been to college in his 2 lives, always feels that this kind of key academy is somewhat conflicting with his cognition. Well, I feel a little sour in my heart, probably hypocritical. Students. At this point, Mu Hua's sight finally appeared students. In front of a dozen handsome men and beautiful women in priest costumes, followed by more than 100 mecha warriors with wings spread out, secret doors opened on the ground of the school district, and hundreds of mechas were sent to the ground by elevators. The eyes of the humanoid mechas half kneeling on the ground flashed through the magic halo, accompanied by the metal vibration. These mechas stood up and guarded the students like giants holding swords. An old man with a kind face was surrounded by a dozen students, and the accompanying mecha warriors brought ripples of magic light in the air. Looking at the crowd coming towards them, Muhua turned back and glared at Charles and the other two in annoyance. Damn, these guys can't even drive mechas, and now he can't summon a decent thing. Facing a group of students, Muhua felt that he seemed a little low. Crack, 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 the temperature dropped suddenly, and the ice appeared. Muhua unfolded a huge frost and fog domain. The armor on Charles and the other two lit up the self-discipline magic circle, and the magic energy on Charlotte's mecha overflowed, and even Setsuna took out a wristband and put it on his wrist. The wave-like ice fog swept in all directions, and in a short moment, half of the academy was dyed into a world of ice crystals. Yeah. Nodding, and looking at the crowd of people on the other side, who were in doubt, Muhua felt that this was worthy of the pose they put in front of him. As for whether anyone would be frozen to death, they didn't even have some cold-resistant equipment to attend a key school. Besides, the students here should have some magic skills, so who cares? Your Majesty Muhua, welcome to the Gospel College. I am the dean here, Matthew Bridges. After a brief hesitation, the old man exuded a light golden light that enveloped the students with school badges on the priest's clothes around him, and walked closer to Muhua and said from a distance, "You are sure that I am Muhua?" Muhua didn't care much. While speaking, he stretched out his finger and pointed at Matthew, who introduced himself. If it was someone else, it would be fine. Since it was Bridges, Muhua was ready to send this Matthew away. He had caused quite a lot of trouble to the Night Academy earlier, but no gods came out. Maybe sending away a few more Bridges would have some effect, but Muhua was not optimistic. At most, it was better than nothing. Just pick a college in a city, the dean is all surnamed Bridges. God knows how many people from the Bridges family are in this courtyard. Wait, Your Majesty, I brought the friendship of Bridges. We are willing to take out 0.5% of the courtyard's income every year, and invite you to become the guardian of the Akura courtyard. Muhua's movements were neither fast nor slow, and there was no malice in his heart. However, Matthew did not think that this was Muhua's special etiquette, and he still shouted at a fast speed. Huh? Offering? Muhua hesitated for a moment, and looked at Shan Na, who was standing beside him. Shan Na shrugged. Before, the two were betting on how long Bridges would propose offerings to them. Yes. Offering. Seeing Muhua put down his arm, Matthew's palms were sweating as he held the scepter. Matthew was very humble in front of Muhua, but most of the dozen students around him had angry expressions on their faces. The income of the courtyard includes arms smuggling and slave trading? Muhua asked Matthew. What nonsense are you talking about? A student behind Matthew shouted. Matthew was silent. At this moment, he could communicate with Muhua to this extent, which was the limit. There were many things that were not suitable for some students to hear. Your Majesty, Bridges and Naden Group are just partners. Naden Group has also made great contributions to the people's livelihood in the courtyard. Bridges has no right to interfere with their weapons research and development. And enslaving others is an unforgivable sin. Perhaps the world still has the shadow under this light, but those slave traders will eventually be punished by God. Matthew was vague, broke away from the crowd, opened his arms, and walked forward for a while, but gave Muhua a fierce look, as if to say that if there was anything, they could talk about it in private. Hee, the scepter in your hand is the blessing hand in this academy, right? Muhua shook his head and chuckled. Yes, Your Majesty, although this scepter can perform resurrection, but you know, it needs the blessing of God. Seeing Muhua aiming at the scepter in his hand, Matthew tightened his palm and explained. Yes, I know. Sorry about the offering, we have different requests. As for the scepter, I want the magic essence on it. It seems that Matthew treasures his hand of blessing very much, but Muhua found that there are basically no direct attack high-end equipment in this courtyard. The scepter is linked to the gods. To activate the resurrection spell on it, the gods need to provide it with the power of faith. If the gods do not infuse it with the power of faith, it is basically a not very reliable mallet. While talking, Muhua simply took out the holy sword in the Night Academy. This thing can chop out a ray of judgment light, which is considered to be preloaded. If you want to use it later, you have to ask the gods to charge it. Holding the holy sword and gesturing at Matthew, Muhua directly chopped the ray of judgment contained in the holy sword at Matthew. Like the hand of blessing, if this kind of artifact falls into Muhua's hands, I think the gods will not help him charge it again. Both weapons are inlaid with magic elements. After chopping out the light of judgment, Muhua did not care about the results of this attack. He just broke the holy sword, pried the magic element on it, and threw it into the burning source furnace. 1 skill stone for Stance Blast, 1 skill stone for Flare, 1 skill stone for Sandstorm. Yes, Mu Hua curled his lips. None of them can be considered regular upper-level magic. Mu Hua has no shortage of Stance Blast and Flare. Sandstorm is a magic that affects the power by the magic power invested. It can barely be considered a pseudo-upper-level magic. After collecting the skill stone for Sandstorm, Mu Hua is now short of upper-level magic, but only magic element can be melted out of upper-level magic. Now, as long as he gets the magic element, he doesn't care about its other functions, and throws it into the burning furnace. Bang! The lightsaber of the Holy Judge slashed at Matthew. Matthew, who was still under the light of protection, was still bleeding from the corner of his mouth and knelt on one knee. The huge lightsaber slashed a long streak behind Matthew. Wherever the streak passed, the ground cracked and the buildings collapsed. This academy cannot have only so few students in front of him, and it is hard to say whether there are students in those collapsed buildings. The divine arts brought out a roaring noise, and in the midst of this noise, there were the roars and rebukes of Matthew and a group of priest students. Mu Hua! Incommunicable, with Mu Hua's wanton attacks, it seemed that his name would also have such a label on Bridge's desk. Chapter 606. When the cross-border portal appeared on the vast land of Wukala Courtyard, the invasion of the Blood Clan officially began. In one day, tens of thousands of secondary vampires came to Wukala Courtyard in full armor, and dispersed to the 72 areas of Wukala Courtyard within 4 days. Having not experienced a real war for nearly 100 years, the people of Wukala Courtyard ushered in an unprecedented holy war. The clash between knights and vampires, people and ghouls, magic and divine arts, and faith began. On the earth, the flames of war continued. Life bloomed with the brilliant glory before the carving. In the deep mountain lake far away from the world, more than a dozen mechas were doing various clumsy tactical moves in the distance. In the lake surrounded by trees, 2 figures were leisurely soaking in the water. The water splashed, and Mu Hua emerged from the water, climbed onto the bare stone by the lake, and looked at another figure floating on his back near the bare stone. A big waist and hips, round and plump breasts, well-proportioned thighs, and a tall and graceful figure. Abigail, the gluttonous ghost god who joined Mu Hua, has a hot body and a fiery personality. Because of her hairstyle, she can attract many men's attention. However, Abigail's face shape is not beautiful. In the eyes of most men, it should be below the standard. Perhaps it is because of this that she has always been obsessed with the shape-shifting technique, and is even willing to exchange the corpse of the god for the inheritance crystal of the shape-shifting technique. Abigail, since you care so much about your appearance, why don't you have plastic surgery? With your conditions, you only need a little adjustment, and you should be very beautiful. Abigail was naked in the water, lying on her back and drifting with the waves. The hair below her waist and abdomen would sway with the waves. Mu Hua sat on a bare rock, but he was wearing a pair of underwear. He admired the graceful body in the water, and asked Abigail, "After plastic surgery, you are not resistant to beatings. That thing has a great impact on the body. I feel it is not worth it." Abigail in the water replied lazily. Accompanied by the sound of water splashing, Abigail also jumped out of the water, stood barefoot in front of Mu Hua, shook off the water stains on her hair, and wrapped a bath towel around her waist. She was still extremely naked, but she sat next to Mu Hua generously. "Hee, you have a really good figure. If I had seen you at the beginning, I would not have to go to Yungya Ridge to refer to the body shapes of those succubi." The two were somewhat open and honest, but there was no ambiguous atmosphere between them. The communication was natural, and Mu Hua said with a chuckle, "Huh, if you had looked at me like that, your eyes would have been dug out long ago. What's the use? Men still care about women's faces." Abigail laughed. Mu Hua and Abigail are not fresh and innocent. They go swimming in the wilderness, and do whatever they want. Mu Hua doesn't have a lot of thoughts when he sees a woman's body. As for Abigail, not to mention that she may be 10 times older than Mu Hua, she may know more about men's bodies than Mu Hua. Don't wishfully think that only men can play with women. Women love to play more than men. And if you expect a capable woman like Abigail to play with you innocently, you are really a bit crazy. Well, unless she is sick, any moral constraints are a bit nonsense, which is basically a fantasy against human nature. So, the purity of a woman is the thing with the shortest shelf life in the world. She has her own harem, and the men she has are not necessarily less than the girls in Mu Hua's family. The two of them sitting together wetly will not have any bad thoughts, or rather, there is no need to have any bad thoughts. If there is really any need, the two of them can go anywhere to find a more suitable partner to play with, and there is no need to spend such thoughts on each other. Boom, Boom! The sound of the mecha falling in the distance passed through the woods and reached the ears of the two. There are people practicing mecha control over there. In addition to Charles and the other two, the elves are very curious, and the companion elves of Muhua and Abigail are also very interested in driving mechas. It seems that those gods are really not going to come out? Without paying attention to the group of guys who were tossing mechas, Muhua lay flat on the stone and complained. Who would have thought that the Blood Clan had reached an agreement with them in advance, and would not completely wipe out the One Lenga sect? They signed the agreement early on. Even if the Blood Moon City could capture Wookaroo, the development of faith depends on their own ability, and the religious disputes of the believers are harmless to them. That bitch Lilith must have her calculations here. If she hadn't supported her behind the scenes, the Blood Moon City would not have signed a shitty agreement. Also lying on the stone, Abigail raised her arms, clenched her fists at the sky, and cursed angrily. The war between the Blood Clan and the One Lenga Church started in full swing on the land of Wookaroo, and Muhua had completed the analysis of the dimensional restrictions here. Originally, Abigail and Muhua both intended to secretly help the Blood Clan. This global war was really fierce, but no matter how many casualties the followers of Unlenga suffered, the gods here had no intention of showing up. After some investigation, Abigail learned about the agreement between the Blood Clan and the Unlenga Pantheon. Anyway, the gods here will only shrink in the maze area, and the Blood Moon City guarantees that they will leave 1/5 of the area in the Akura courtyard to continue the sect. The gods of Unlenga will not personally participate in the war, but will only provide support to the believers behind the scenes. In the end, no matter whether the Blood Moon City can capture the Akura courtyard, in essence, apart from the people, the unlucky ones are still the Bridges family. When the bat wings of the secondary vampires cover the sky, when the corpse ghosts run on the earth, the collision of divine arts, magic, swords, artillery and mechas, Unlenga and the Blood Clan have reservations. Both sides have their own advantages, and the outcome is hard to predict, but it seems that these will not have a fundamental impact on either side. The unlucky one is still Bridges. This is not in conflict with the original intention of the witches, but it makes Muhua and Abigail unhappy. Neither of them is a good thing. A declining Bridges is enough to become a shackle for Webster. There should also be a role for the Magic Empire. Beside Abigail, Muhua was also annoyed. Because the gods have not appeared, Abigail does not want to work for the Blood Moon City in vain, so she got together with Muhua, who also stopped making hatred everywhere. Damn it! Are they really going to use some damn offering to get rid of us? Have you contacted that Webster? Abigail said. How to contact? It's possible to take over this courtyard without fighting with the gods. Then I told him that in order to remove the safety pin that the Empire tried to install on him, let's have a good fight with the gods, right? Muhua complained. Abigail was silent. The Empire supported Webster, but at the same time, it was almost inevitable to impose some restrictions on him. Without Bridges, there would be others. Compared with the unknown restrictions, a family that was in decline on the surface, this was already a good result for Webster. Maybe Webster was still thinking about going back to have some exchanges with Unlenga and getting some benefits from the gods. Muhua contacting him at this time was basically no different from making himself uncomfortable. It's true that Muhua and Webster have a close relationship. When encountering problems, both of them are likely to provide maximum help to each other. For example, friends can spend money and work for you, and you can even ask for it, but you can't go to your friend's company to cause trouble, or try to put your friend's money into your own pocket. Sometimes, even for close friends and relatives, long-term interests are above life and death. We are all adults, so don't take it for granted and make trouble in front of your friends. As for the friend who always expects his friends to die for him, you should ask his father if it's okay. If you meet him, you should try to stay away from him. I don't care, I want the inheritance of the shape-shifting technique. Abigail complained after a moment of silence. Oh, do you trust me so much? Muhua said with a smile. Compared to a devil. Abigail complained. Abigail got together with Muhua, quickly became familiar with Muhua, and obeyed Muhua's command to a certain extent. These are not because of Muhua's personal charm. But Muhua was ready to join hands with her to kill the god, and Muhua paid a deposit of keratin skin skill stone, and promised to give her the inheritance crystal of shape-shifting after the god was killed successfully. Muhua came to this courtyard to prepare for the future attack on the Warcraft courtyard, while Abigail was purely lured here by Mephisto. Between using the corpse of a god to make a deal with the devil, and helping Muhua to fight for the same reward, Abigail naturally chose Muhua, not to mention that Muhua also gave her a deposit. However, the premise of everything is that there must be a god for them to kill. If there is no god for Muhua to kill, the deposit does not need to be returned, but Muhua has no reason to give her the inheritance of the shape-shifting technique. Now the war is raging in the Akura courtyard, but the gods are shrinking in the kingdom of God and not coming out. Abigail is more anxious than Muhua. The two of them squatted in this remote place to watch the war outside, but they were also thinking about how to deal with the current situation. Chapter 607. Muhua came to Wikulu courtyard because of Tao Les, but Tao Les didn't know that the Blood Clan had a secret meeting with Wu Inlin. Inform Bird that there are Allen demons in the team. Under the current situation, Allen Demon Country can't condemn the Blood Moon City. After all, everyone was targeting Bridges at the beginning. Allen Demon Country didn't want to make any big moves. It was just a statement. If it can avoid fighting with the gods, there is no reason to cause trouble for itself. Muhua contacted Tao Les and accused Tao Les of using him. Tao Les felt wronged in various ways, and he didn't know it would turn out like this. And strictly speaking, it's a bit inappropriate to say that he was completely used. After all, Asha DeLong and Lily too promised to support Muhua when he made trouble in the Warcraft courtyard in the future. And Asha DeLong didn't contact the Blood Moon City, so Abigail attributed everything to Lily too. Now, Muhua and Abigail are basically like mascots running around the Uruk courtyard to show their faces, to let the gods here know that humans will really send high-end combat forces to this courtyard. If it weren't for them, it is estimated that the gods here would not be so honest to sign any agreement. Strictly speaking, coming here is not a loss for the two, and no matter who wins or loses, they can get a not-too-small reward, offering, from this courtyard regularly in the future. But the problem is, for people of Muhua and Abigail's level, who wants this kind of reward? They don't want these. It's not worth robbing in this courtyard. Muhua and Abigail lay lazily by the river, feeling the emotional energy surging in the courtyard, and the two ghosts were completely unruly. Are you still thinking about robbing? Is robbing for half a year enough to earn you half a month's revenue? Oh yes, I forgot, you don't seem to have any serious business yet. Abigail complained, and Muhua rolled his eyes. Compared to those ghosts and gods, who have at least guarded their own territory for 100 or 80 years, Muhua can't really be considered to have any serious business in human society now, but he also has some unserious things, such as life potions, such as elemental tears. However, to be honest, the efficiency of robbery in this courtyard is really not high, because the main currency in this courtyard is still credit points. If you want to rob people, you have to rob high-ranking officials, and if you want to rob a bank, you have to pry open the vault. Otherwise, getting some credit points is useless except for causing criticism, and it's not enough to be embarrassed if you tell others about it. Why don't you ask the Blood Moon City to see where they are going to mark the private land of Winlanga? Let's go and blow it up there. After drying her body, Abigail put on a comfortable long skirt and said to Muhua, I asked Shanshan to find out, but it's useless. They need to discuss this based on the final outcome of the war. These guys are smarter than each other. The Imperial family and the Blood Clan don't want Bridges to move ahead to hide their own background. Unlanga also hopes to rely on Believers and Bridges to consume the Blood Clan's power, or even drive the Blood Clan out of the courtyard and reconsolidate their own rule. Muhua shook his head and frowned fiercely. If you ask me, just forget about the Blood Moon City. Bomb a few more large cities that are key to development in this courtyard. I don't believe those gods can still sit still. Come on, Bridges has fully opened this courtyard to adventurers. The fight between the Blood Clan and the Believers can still be considered a war. If we attack the city again, it will be a massacre. If Bridges just adds fuel to the fire, the adventurers will spread the news, and no one can stop them. If you are not afraid of me, it doesn't matter. At most, I will go home and keep a low profile for a few decades. You haven't even established a solid foundation now. If your reputation is ruined, it will be a bit of a loss, Abigail said calmly. Facing multiple attacks, the Unlanga Pantheon is a bit unreliable. Bridges is also determined to open the courtyard directly, and show the chaos in the courtyard to the outside world. Although it is not nice to say that a courtyard is closed and ignorant, the world is so big. Not to mention other courtyards, there are countries in the human world that do such things. This is also the biggest reason why Muhua and Abigail shrink back. The witches and the Blood Clan are fighting with the people of God in this courtyard. No matter what means everyone uses, the outside world can still argue about right and wrong. If Muhua and Abigail did things like that earlier, if they didn't have a reason to continue, even if they were motivated by the feeling of grief for the loss of the rabbit, all they would be waiting for was condemnation and denunciation from the outside world. What should we do? Go back to our own homes and find our own mothers? Mu Hua frowned. Are you sure you're not afraid that bridges will go to Kane City to cause trouble? Abigail asked thoughtfully. Yes. Mu Hua nodded. What about the Naden group? I mean the kind of revenge that will end with both sides dead and the net broken. Abigail asked again. Yes. I shouldn't be afraid. In recent years, I have been shifting the focus of development to the courtyard, and the Star Patrol fleet has approved the application of the Puppet March to cruise in the Canes area. It's hard to say whether a smuggling group will die, and my net is not so easy to tear. Mu Hua replied. With several years of seemingly dull business, Mu Hua is no longer a brute force who works alone. Now his movements affect all aspects of his power. At the same time, if anyone wants to move any part of his power, it will affect the whole body. Without a detailed plan and deployment, it is not possible for anyone to move at will. In this case, aren't you short of arms? Abigail showed a malicious smile. You mean the armed cemetery? Mu Hua thought. Well, if there are enough arms and weapons, I will provide manpower and organize a crusade to attack those churches that fool humans. You and I can also be a statement, Abigail said. Well, what are the conditions? Mu Hua looked at Abigail. According to Abigail, the so-called manpower will naturally not be monsters, and the main personnel of the crusade must be composed of relatively ordinary humans. It's not surprising that Abigail can call in a group of humans who are enough to form a legion. After all, she also has her own courtyard to suppress, dominate. If Abigail follows him to play big, it doesn't matter. If they can fight, they can fight. If they can't fight, they can run together. The damage involved is at most some of their own magic power and external things. But if it involves these humans who form a crusade army, then the war cannot be without casualties. Abigail has no reason to provide Mu Hua with this kind of assistance for free. The stockpiles in the armed cemetery are yours, but the laboratories, researchers, arsenals, and production lines of the Naden group will be half for each of us. As expected, Abigail made a request. You have been thinking about these all along? Mu Hua looked at Abigail with a suspicious expression on his face and asked. I've thought about it, but I'm not serious about it. I just wanted to get some. The expeditionary army was formed for you. Isn't it to help you lure out the gods? Abigail said, as a matter of course. Even if I wasn't there, you still wanted to kill the gods. If Wenlanga and the others didn't come out, you still had to find a way. Mu Hua curled his lips. It was easy to deal with the Naden group, but Abigail's purpose of wanting to transform was very clear. If she couldn't get the body of the god, it would be a miracle if Mephisto could give her the inheritance crystal of the transformation. That's different. The risks of facing the gods are still very high. It's so troublesome. I can just give up this plan. Abigail shook her head and denied it, but then she seemed too lazy to explain too much and said impatiently, Okay, even if I've been thinking about it from the beginning, just tell me whether you will do it or not. Do it. I just can't stand your saying for my sake. Mu Hua confirmed that he originally wanted to clean up the cemetery of arms, and his city garrison in the Canes courtyard also had a great demand for arms. Look at your little thoughts, Abigail said with disdain. When facing women, especially beautiful women, you must have the right little thoughts, otherwise, you will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Mu Hua said seriously. Haha, don't be naughty, but I like your statement. Okay, you are sweet. I will contact Daryl's people. They also want to defeat the Naden group. There is no reason to let them idle, and leave the external pressure to them. Abigail was stunned for a moment, then realized the flattery in Mu Hua's words, but smiled cheerfully. Chapter 608. The convoy, consisting of more than a dozen mechas and hundreds of ghouls, took a short rest and replenishment in the town. The townspeople were fine, and even sent them blessings of peace when the convoy left. This place is still under the jurisdiction of the church, and the drivers of the dozen mechas are Mu Hua and his party. The reason for this situation is mainly due to Charles. The old man's title of fraudster is really not exaggerated. The false identity certificate he made for Mu Hua and others easily fooled the law enforcement officers in the towns along the way. The ghouls and the team were all ignored by Shan Na after being infected early. As the vampire who infected them, Shan Na had an intuitive appeal to them. In short, even if they are thousands of miles apart, they can feel Shan Na's call to them. Whether it is because of fear or bondage, they will rely on their own will and follow their feelings to find Shan Na. Because of the large-scale invasion of the Blood Clan, the Wicula courtyard has now popularized the means of identifying ghouls under the promotion of the church. Mu Hua and his friends can fake their identities, but ghouls and secondary vampires have difficulty hiding their identities in the city. Mu Hua and his friends clearly brought several cars of ghouls, But people passing by the town did not doubt them after verifying their identities as the Shanghao Armed Forces. The reason is that many ghouls have indeed abandoned their masters and defected to the church. This can probably be regarded as a disadvantage of ghouls. It is too easy for ghouls to be infected. Whether it is a vampire or a secondary vampire, as long as they are willing, they will bite someone. However, this transformation can distort some of their physiological states, but it cannot change their memory, thinking and cognition. The arrival of the Blood Clan brought the scourge of corpse ghosts to this courtyard, but as a courtyard with widespread faith, many corpse ghosts still do not agree with the Blood Clan after solving their own appetite problems, and look forward to the salvation of the gods. These corpse ghosts want to return to the embrace of the church, and in order to divide the Blood Clan's power like a biological weapon, the churches in some areas have indeed announced that they will give shelter to those who abandon evil and do good. At first, a large number of corpse ghosts returned to the church, and even became the power of the church to encircle and suppress the Blood Clan. Some corpse ghosts follow the Blood Clan, and some corpse ghosts return to the church. The Blood Clan, even the secondary vampires, do have absolute control over the life and death of corpse ghosts, but the problem is that there are too many corpse ghosts, and they can't tell which one should be killed and which one should not be killed. Just like there are some hot gravels and some soft gravels in a pile of sand, you want to separate the hot gravels. How to separate them? Unless the ghouls they develop themselves stand in front of them, the Blood Clan will either kill all the ghouls they develop themselves, or cut them off one by one. But if they do so, it is likely to cause the ghouls who follow them to backfire, so the Blood Clan will not pay much attention to the rebellious ghouls for the time being. If it continues to develop at that pace, the Blood Clan is just like making wedding clothes for others and strengthening the power of the church. But things are often not that simple, otherwise ghouls would not be tabooed in all walks of life. Monsters, and even living livestock can satisfy the appetite of ghouls, but they are ghouls after all, not ghouls, and the flesh and blood of their former kind still have a strong attraction to them. It is like some kind of addiction. If you don't eat people for a long time, it will not affect the health of the ghouls, but it will make them very anxious and irritable. More importantly, as time goes by, the faith of the ghouls who feed on fresh blood and flesh gradually wavers, and they gradually begin to recognize that they are aliens. There are too many ghouls, and most people in this courtyard do not cultivate blood magic. It is too easy for vampires to create ghouls, and the church cannot reverse them. The church uses the returning ghouls as a weapon. There are beliefs, but these ghouls are not fools, and gradually they worry about their future. Some ghouls return to the church, and some ghouls who return to the church defect again and return to the Blood Clan camp. It is simply a mess, and it is difficult to determine. The Blood Clan does not care about these ghouls jumping back and forth. They understand ghouls, and they don't care about these ghouls. Anyway, these ghouls are just cannon fodder and miscellaneous soldiers to them. There is not even the chance to be selected as the elite after the baptism of war. Although it is impossible to say it, the corpse ghosts are stains and unstable factors. They are tabooed by the outside world, and will be wiped out by the Blood Clan sooner or later. In the outside world, even if the Blood Clan controls the corpse ghosts, they control them through the threat of death. There is no such thing as loyalty or disloyalty. The Blood Clan does not need the loyalty of the corpse ghosts, and the corpse ghosts are not sure when their masters will give up on them. Accepting control is more of a dying struggle. However, in this closed courtyard, the people here are not aware of this, and the corpse ghosts here do not believe the church's statement. People tend to accept what they want to hear and reject others' denial of themselves, and so do ghouls. They believe that they have far more power than before, and they believe that the powerful Blood Clan has no reason to abandon them. They are much more active and decent than the ghouls in the outside world. Similar to the Blood Clan's attitude towards ghouls, the church actually doesn't care much about the ghouls' repeated jumps. For the church, the returning ghouls belong to the existence that can be used. In the name of self-salvation, the church often arranges the most troublesome and dangerous tasks for those returning ghouls, and will not let them participate in the serious combat plan at all. This also led to some ghouls, who were hostile to the Blood Clan patrolling on duty in the outside world. Mu Hua's group of Shanghao armed forces swaggered with a group of obedient ghouls, and did not arouse any doubts along the way. Hey Mu Hua, how long are you going to take these babies with you? If you really need people, I arrange a group of immigrants for you. Several transport vehicles loaded with zombies led the way in front. Abigail sat on the shoulder of a mecha running in big strides, patted the mecha's head, and said to Mu Hua, who was driving the mecha, "Don't you think they are all great? Charles can actually pretend to be the chief priest. I have learned a lot from him." Muhua's voice came from the mecha's microphone. Haha, sir, you are too kind. These are just some small tricks that are not worthy of being on the stage. Charles smiled modestly in another mecha running with the team. The mecha driven by Muhua and his team is a light mecha, which is also a high-end product in this courtyard. In addition to the normal movement mode, it also has gliding and flying modes. The mechas were all robbed, and a lot of energy modules were also obtained. The flight mode was more convenient, but including Muhua, none of the group actually knew how to operate the mecha. At this time, whether it was practice or play, the group seemed to be familiar with the control of the mecha. This little thing is really interesting, and the little girl of the Blood Clan is not bad. By the way, do you hate slave traders or want slaves? Do you want to immigrate? Abigail, sitting on the shoulder of the mecha with her long hair flying, said boringly. Charles is an old man, and he is at least 200 years old. But in Abigail's mouth, he has become a little thing. Muhua's complaint of there is an old man in the family was not uttered at all, because he was afraid that Abigail would damage his mecha. The Kane's courtyard is unstable. Why do I need so many immigrants? I dare not ask you to come up with a plan, I just do it by the way. Muhua said casually. Ha, you are my boss now, and I don't need to come up with a plan. I think you are just afraid that I will take your property. Abigail said with a smile. This time, Muhua and his team's destination is the armed cemetery in this courtyard. They did not go directly to the destination. The reason why they took a group of people to run around was to sweep some slave traders' strongholds along the way. The slave traders in this courtyard usually set up strongholds in towns around some big cities. These slave traders usually have a more glamorous identity on the surface. They train high-quality slaves and then send them to the underground exchanges in some prosperous cities for auction. Muhua has analyzed the dimensional restrictions of this courtyard. After sweeping the strongholds of those slave traders, he will send the imprisoned slaves to the Abyss Island. Anyway, the environment they originally lived in was isolated from the world, so they were just the natives of the Abyss Island. Abigail thought that Muhua's behavior was because he was short of people, and Abigail should be able to get immigrants for Muhua from her permanent courtyard. However, immigrants are not slaves, and you can't just move them. Conventional means are usually that the rulers create some harsh living environments in some areas under their rule. Then Muhua came up with a more superior immigration policy. The so-called immigrants came when they heard the news, and with some propaganda guidance. Otherwise, do you really think that the so-called smuggling, routing, and property transfer cannot be blocked? Compared with the various blockades of various countries, the harsh natural environment on the way is nothing. Everything was done imperceptibly. Regardless of the public opinion, Muhua also had to give benefits to the actual managers of the immigration export side. Great benefits, otherwise, who would play with you like this? If we stand at the point of view of absolute rationality, this thing is actually a kind of alternative human trafficking, but the means are implicit, more show elements. And all immigration seems to be the spontaneous and voluntary behavior of the parties involved. For the time being, Muhua does not need such large-scale formal immigration, and as Abigail said, this kind of immigration is complex. If there are spies and agents hidden among them, it will be much more difficult to screen than those guys who sneak into the city of Cairns. For the time being, Muhua wants to divert people to the Abyss Island. He dare not throw normal immigrants to the Abyss Island. Chapter 609. As one of the key grain-producing areas in the southern hemisphere of the Akura Courtyard, with Jinsui City as the center, dozens of cities and towns around it have reclaimed large areas of arable land. The land is covered with endless corn and wheat fields. When the breeze blows, the grass and leaf buds float like waves on the field. The fragrance of the grass and trees in this pastoral scenery is stained with blood by the attacking corpse ghosts. The corpse ghosts besiege the city, and the Winged Blood Clan and the defenders of Jinsui City launch a harsh attack in defense. The corpse ghosts attack the city's external defense, the warships take off, the mechas escort, and the mechas collide with sparks between flesh and blood. Although there are angels flying in the sky that bring courage to the knights, in the Akura Courtyard, mechas and warships are still the mainstream military forces here. Bloody, hot, cruel, not to mention the huge war that the people under Jinsui City are involved in. 700 kilometers west of Jinsui City, a relatively remote small town also welcomed a group of uninvited guests. Sir, the front is Yasaru. I have already inquired. The underground of the grain and oil distribution market in this city is the slave exchange. Slaves collected from nearby areas are generally transported here first. Driving the dusty mecha, Jacob said to Muhua. Yasaru City, a small city that looks like a transportation transfer station, has the highest production capacity slave black market in the Jeansway city control area. Most ordinary people in Wookaloo Courtyard may have no idea about the specific situation of the slave exchange, even those ordinary people who think they are struggling at the bottom. After all, Wookaloo is also a modern civilized world, and even the word slave is an incredible word for many people. At the same time, those who were captured for slave training often lived far away from ordinary people. At least before they became slaves, they might have more or less disdain for the lower class. Well, even if their level was not that high in essence. And Jacob was originally a well-known gangster. Snakes have their own ways, and rats have their own ways. Even if he had never been to Jeansway City, Jacob casually contacted some of his good brothers in the past, and easily found out many places for purchasing slaves. It was difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with slaves, and people of Jacob's social level generally did not come into contact with the slave trade. They usually just caught some missing people who no one cared about, and sold them to slave traders, which was considered a downstream supply chain. The convoy followed by Mecca drove into a long-distance passenger transfer station, where there was a simple vehicle registration office. The staff in the station looked at the more than 10 Meccas that broke into the station inexplicably, and did not know what to ask for a while. Should the transport vehicle stalled, and the ghouls inside jumped out. The ghouls' alarm had already sounded at the guard post of the transfer station. Bang, bang, accompanied by a Mecca smashing the police booth near the guard post. The alarm stopped, and the few staff members in the station had not yet reacted to what happened. Some ghouls had already knocked them down and dragged them into the dark. Give them weapons, disperse some of them in the city to cause chaos, and the rest of the ghouls go directly to the grain and oil distribution market, and attack freely when they encounter armed forces. When Muhua gave the order, Charlotte, who was wearing a mecha suit, jumped off the shoulder of the mecha driven by Setsuna. Charlotte took out several storage props, and threw them to the few people who seemed to be the leaders among the ghouls. Those people took out various guns and ammunition from the storage props, and distributed them to other ghouls. There were also several mechas that installed attack pendants on each other. Rifles, machine guns, hand cannons, grenades, sabers, even shields and bulletproof vests. In a blink of an eye, 300 or 400 ghouls were fully armed and boarded the transport vehicle again. With Jacob shouting, the transport vehicle followed dozens of mechas and drove towards the city. Yesaloo is a regular city, not a city fortress, and there are no defense facilities outside the city. The passenger transfer station is still a few kilometers away from the city. After the group left, Muhua and Shada's 2 mechas followed them slowly, while Charlotte and Abigail still squatted on the shoulders of the 2 mechas. Today's Akuru is not the same as when Muhua and his team first came. The horn of war has sounded, and the local area must naturally raise the alert standard. Even if it is a regular city, it is basically impossible for hundreds of ghouls to run rampant here. However, among the mechas followed by the ghouls, in addition to Charles and the other 3, there are a full 10 sets of elemental elves. The stolen mechas were not afraid of being damaged by them. They even carried storage items with spare mechas. If the ghouls died, they died. Charles and the other 2 pressed hard. Not only did they carry resurrection items, but they also had the companion elves of Muhua and Abigail with them. They couldn't die anyway. Bang, 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 the sound of machine guns came from a distance first, followed by the crisp sound of guns spreading. I don't know if Charles and his men launched an indiscriminate attack in the city. Charles was better. Jacob and Louis were real thugs. After confirming the enemy relationship, those elves would not take human lives seriously at all. Strictly speaking, in Muhua's team, the ghouls can be considered relatively kind. The ghouls may count the number of people they kill, but the old ones outside the ghouls are the ones who kill without counting. If you go west for about 700 kilometers, you will reach the Gobi Desert. Are you still wandering around? Abigail asked Muhua without paying much attention to the direction of the city. How can I wander around? Isn't it just along the way? Muhua retorted. There is a Gobi Desert of tens of millions of square kilometers in the Akura courtyard. The so-called Cemetery of Arms refers to that Gobi Desert. Many places in it are like military bases, with various old and second-hand weapons, ranging from police armored vehicles to mecha warships. The reason why this desert is called the Cemetery of Arms is because those weapons are old and damaged second-hand goods. The Naden group will repair and refurbish these weapons, and then sell them to some courtyards in need. These weapons are the starting point of the Naden group. As the business grows, some self-produced products have appeared in the original process of acquisition, refurbishment, and sales. In addition to those refurbished weapons, the Naden group has also built military factories, energy refining bases, weapons research and development laboratories, etc. in the Gobi Desert. Originally, it would be fine, but in terms of technology, channels, and cost control, the Naden Group has never been able to compare with the Daryl Group. As a result, the Naden Group has the idea of imitating Daryl's products, and then selling them at a low price to secretly seize part of the market. The so-called bad money drives out good money situation did not happen here, and the Naden Group also aroused the dissatisfaction and hostility of the Daryl Group. The purpose of Muhua and Abigail's trip was to go to the Gobi Desert to buy goods, and attacking slave exchanges everywhere along the way was just a matter of convenience. The roar of gunfire in the direction of the city was even more chaotic, and Muhua didn't pay much attention to the situation there. Including Charles and the other two, it was not certain whether Muhua would take them in the end. Their original team members were all on these two mechas, and at most Abigail was the only new member. The main road in the city was bombed with potholes. The mecha of Setsuna was tripped by a fallen telephone pole and kicked away a vehicle blocking the road. Setsuna simply got out of the mecha and flew onto the shoulder of the mecha driven by Muhua. "Damn, I hate mechas," Setsuna complained. "Ha, I thought you would always play with him." Abigail patted the mecha's head and nodded in agreement with Setsuna. These two were probably the legendary female drivers. Dead ghouls can be seen on the roadside from time to time, and the buildings beside the road occasionally hear the screams of fear from humans. In the distant sky, a thunder elemental spirit sprinkled thunder on the ground. When Abigail saw the thunder elemental spirit, she smiled. That was Muhua's companion spirit. Its mecha should have been blown up, which made Abigail very happy. Her attitude towards companion spirits was like that of an old mother. She always hoped that her own spirits would be stronger than others, even if they were driving mechas. All the way to the so-called grain and oil distribution market, this is an area like a freight port, filled with containers of various models. Some ghouls shuttled back and forth between the containers and fired at the armed personnel here. Forklift trucks and trucks broke into the battle, which was also equipped with combat mechas. Under the offensive of those combat mechas, Muhua's side just wiped out the running and slipping mecha team. The collision of vehicles, the impact of machine guns, and the cutting of chain swords, the mechas on Muhua's side were torn into pieces. Charles and the other two climbed out of the mecha cockpit with golden light on their bodies and blood on their faces. Muhua twitched his mouth. These three guys were probably just resurrected. Boom! 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 Accompanied by the explosion of elements, the cockpits of the mechas were blown to pieces from the inside out, and the group of elemental elves that emerged from the remaining mechas didn't look very good. There were ridicules and curses from the containers. While the mechas belonging to the city were charging their machine guns, they even made some insulting gestures towards them. Looking at their own angry elves, Muhua and Abigail shook their heads. It is estimated that the armed personnel here will not be able to laugh for a while. These elves have been having fun playing with mechas recently. When they kicked their paralyzed mechas, disasters were brewing. Chapter 610. Muhua and Abigail's companion elves ran away, chasing the fleeing mechas. They were quite persistent in destroying them. Stray Dog Brigade, leader, Lucky Luke. The brigade is an armed group that suppresses courtyards. To maintain the development of the brigade, foundation and growth are essential. Just like not all college students can find a suitable job, the foundation, which is the most important for the development and growth of the brigade, is not perfected by all brigades. Luke has always been troubled by the foundation of his own brigade. The combat composition of the Stray Dog Brigade is quite special. They have strong explosive power. They can handle most of the attack tasks, but when it comes to suppression, they can't handle most courtyards. Recently, Luke found a good courtyard, Ukuru, a courtyard where humans believe in monsters, and the peak combat power of monsters is shrunk in the maze area. The Bridges family, who actually manages this courtyard, seems to have caused a big trouble, causing the courtyard to be targeted by many parties, and even the Blood Clan invaded here openly. Luke is very concerned about this courtyard, and intends to let his team stay in this courtyard, and develop it into his own foundation. However, the Blood Clan seems to have taken the lead here. When Bridges opened this courtyard to the public and recruited adventurers, Luke simply brought his team to join this faction that was not favored by adventurers. Luke is not afraid of the Blood Clan. Of course, he does not really want to work for Bridges. Luke's original intention is to take over an area while the two sides are fighting to the death. The people in this courtyard are simply amazing. They know very little about the outside world, do not practice magic, do not practice blood, and their combat endurance is worse than that of his brigade. Even if the manager is reckless and makes some public opinions involving livelihoods, such as raising taxes, rising prices, food safety, and rising prices of tobacco and alcohol, they can divert the attention of the people here in a minute. Now that this courtyard is open to the outside world and is facing the invasion of the Blood Clan, as long as it occupies an area and protects it from being invaded by the Blood Clan, and makes some adjustments to the people's livelihood here, it will definitely win a lot of people's hearts. In the future, no matter who wins or loses, the Stray Dog Brigade must give an explanation for this area. Everything is going well. Bridges is now somewhat cautious. As a brigade, the Stray Dog's request to be stationed can almost be regarded as a grain-producing area in the rear, and it has not been opposed by Bridges. The armed cemetery bordering the vast desert in the west, the Naden group that operates there is originally a Bridges faction, and will not come here to cause trouble. The Blood Clan invaded, because there were fertile fields with crops everywhere. The Blood Clan could only launch targeted attacks on some major cities, but did not dare to attack here wantonly. Everything was almost the same as Luke expected. He was a lucky Luke. But today, good luck seemed to be far away from him. Damn! He was squatting in a second or third tier city, and he actually ran into ghosts like this. Without saying hello, he just came to kill and set fire. I hate these reckless people who do things without technical content the most. Abigail. They are all human beings, all living beings. You actually put zombies in the city. You crossed the line. The large-scale sky-breaking barrier covered the grain and oil distribution market. Luke led his main combat personnel, and stopped Muhua's mecha while introducing himself. Ghouls? You are talking to me about ghouls? Are you looking for death? Hey, you want to help Bridges? Are you also involved in the slave trade here? Abigail asked with a smile. We just accepted the task of the Adventurers Guild to maintain local security. The slave trade here involves the senior management of this courtyard, and has nothing to do with us. Luke retorted, but felt unlucky in his heart. As a traveling brigade, Luke had seen Abigail before, but Abigail didn't know him. After all, it was a restless glutton. In Luke's impression, Abigail was a hot-tempered and arrogant existence. Even if she wanted to cause trouble here, she would usually use some wide-area magic to bombard here, and would not use some ghouls to toss here. Yeselu does have a slave exchange. Although he did not participate in it, Luke did benefit from it after coming here. Originally, he was going to wait for the right time to eradicate the slave trade and gain some reputation for his team, but he did not expect that a gluttonous ghost god would come to trouble the slave traders. Are ghost gods so decent when they go out these days? Okay, get out of the way, don't get in the way here, we won't stay here for long, and your mission is not a failure. Hearing Luke bring up the topic of the Adventurers Guild, Abigail put away her smile, her face gradually turned cold, and she said to Luke with some disgust. Abigail has no grudges against the Adventurers Guild. In order to maintain the fair image of the guild, the Adventurers Guild does issue some tasks to protect and rescue people in war-torn areas. However, the adventurers recruited for the missions were more like battlefield rescue workers, and would not participate in the fight. Luke was obviously trying to raise a banner, and Abigail disliked this kind of behavior. Lord Abigail, this is just an ordinary city. The people here should not be destroyed. Please stop the riots here first. The north is Jeansway City. The battle between the Blood Clan and the church has already started there. If you stand on the side of the Blood Clan, please go there. Most of the people in this area are simple farmers. We have the responsibility to protect their safety. Beside Luke, an adventurer in leather armor stood up and said, Go away, or do you think you can stop me? Abigail frowned. Although the surroundings were shrouded by the broken sky barrier, the violent emotional fluctuations dispersed the jealous protection on Abigail, and the sky gradually gathered clouds flashing with lightning. Swish! The cockpit of the mecha opened, and the mecha controlled by Muhua stopped in a half-kneeling posture. Huh? These guys are going to use us as a raft? Are you familiar with them? Muhua asked Abigail after getting out of the cockpit. I don't know them. Abigail shook her head. Why bother with them if you don't know them? Muhua also shook his head and looked at Luke and his party. The positions were vaguely offensive and defensive, with more than 40 combat professionals with individual attributes exceeding 700. They were not equipped with magic weapons, and more than half of them carried strong bows and heavy crossbows. They looked like more traditional mage warriors. Muhua looked at Luke and his party. Luke also observed Muhua and saw some vampire characteristics from him and Shan Na beside him. Some people in the Stray Dog Brigade flashed a look of disgust on their faces. Crack, crack, crack. The two sides looked at each other, but inexplicably, the earrings hanging on one ear of Luke and his party suddenly shattered. Clusters of golden light enveloped them like a shield, and Luke and his party's faces changed. Huh? Is this Faith Protection? Mu Hua was surprised. He originally thought that those earrings of the same style were the emblem of this brigade or something like that. Well, huh? You don't think you can fight me with this? How long have you been promoted to the brigade? Abigail nodded to Mu Hua, and then asked Luke and his party with a teasing tone. Petrification? Petrified magic eyes. He is Mu Hua. Someone in Luke's party exclaimed. The news that Mu Hua was in this courtyard was no longer a secret. Damn it! It's easy to talk. Look at what you have done. At the same time, Luke looked at the holy light on his own people, and took off the earrings on his ears, with a painful look on his face. Roar! It seemed that Luke and his companions were attacked, and a lion roar sounded, and some magic beasts came out from behind the surrounding containers. Huh? Mu Hua was surprised again. The grades of these magic beasts were not low. The first one was a huge wolf-shaped magic beast with some of Fenrir's charm, but its fur was blood red, and its shoulder height of nearly 5 meters was much taller than Fenrir's normal state. You are all druids? Seeing that Luke and his companions were protected by magic beasts, Mu Hua asked curiously. It is not uncommon for adventurers to bring magic beasts, but the specifications are so uniform, and the attributes of these magic beasts seem to be higher than their masters, which reminds Mu Hua of druids. Oh, stray dog, I remember that there seems to be a brigade that has raised a wolf beast with Fenrir's bloodline. They are not druids, at most they are beast masters. That big dog should be a greedy wolf that inherited Fenrir's speed ability. We should be careful when dealing with it. Abigail showed a look of realization on her face. Now, please leave here. With a giant wolf standing in front of him, and a group of lion-headed and 8-bodied barbarian lion beasts behind him, Luke's eyes flickered, but his tone was tough, and he shouted to Mu Hua and Abigail. Barbarian lion beasts, a high-level magic beast with the biting ability of wild beasts and good at using weapons and combat skills. Although not considered a superior species, this kind of magic beast has vigorous blood and good physical growth potential. The only disadvantage is that it is more dependent on equipment, a rather strange magic beast whose combat power depends on equipment. A group of well-raised barbarian lion beasts, a superior wolf beast with speed ability, a high-intensity long-range crossbow, plus nearly invincible, immune to harmful contact within 10 to 30 minutes of faith protection. No wonder this ordinary brigade with only 40 or 50 people dared to come to challenge Abigail. When Mu Hua was thinking secretly, he didn't know that Luke was crying in his heart. Was it easy for him to get this batch of faith protection from Bridges? Although he asked for it under the pretext of dealing with Mu Hua's petrifying magic eye, he never thought of meeting Mu Hua. Who would have thought that this guy would come out of the mecha in a cosplay outfit? These were prepared for his own team members to keep in the bottom of the box. Originally, he was planning to pick 2 people to make a shape and fool Abigail. You just took a look, and it was all useless. Go to hell. Must go to hell. Petrifying magic eye is amazing? Our Abu is not fake. Chapter 611. The web of fate spreads in the sky-breaking barrier, and Luke, who was originally in pain and angry, froze. Boss, it's Araki's web. Luke's companion whispered. What's wrong with Araki? It's not like we haven't encountered it before. Luke straightened his expression, and the greedy wolf in front of him had already let out a low growl, as if he was very resistant to the web of fate. After all, the web of fate is more complicated than the speed of God. If you are not skilled enough, you may not be able to cope with Abu's speed. But Captain, do we really want to offend the gods? And there are 2 of them. Another member of the stray dogs approached Luke. Who offended them? They provoked us. They started it first. Luke muttered, and there were teammates beside him, who were touching their earrings and looked unlucky. If you want to move, hurry up. If you can't beat it, run quickly. The protection will be gone soon, and you will become a statue. A woman shouted from a distance. Hey, Captain, we're fine. They won't really kill us, will they? Someone asked. It's hard to say about these ghosts and gods, and I heard that there is a statue of a certain brigade in the city of Canes. Someone was worried. At this time, most people were worried about the activated faith protection. If they had to fight ghosts and gods for some ghost believers, they would feel it was not worth it. The stray dog brigade murmured, and Mu Hua also received a message from Abigail, indicating that he should not be ruthless. After all, the brigade is the high-end combat power of mankind, and when put together with Mu Hua and other ghosts and gods, each brigade can be regarded as a whole. If there is no serious conflict, it will have a bad impact to kill the brigade casually. At the least, it will attract the disgust of brigades from all walks of life, and at worst, it will be targeted by the Brigade Alliance. Muhua didn't have much hostility towards this inexplicable brigade. They were quite tough when facing Abigail before, but with his appearance, especially after the petrified magic I activated their faith protection, their chests were stiff, but their eyes were erratic, and they looked a bit strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Woo, the blood-red fur greedy wolf bared its teeth and roared threateningly at Muhua, with its front legs lowered and its tail flicked, as if ready to pounce on him at any time. Jung Muhua tilted his head to look at the giant wolf. Under the nervous gaze of the stray dogs, he raised his arms and rubbed his claws. Woo! The giant wolf's roar changed slightly, and its eyes were still fixed on Muhua, but the giant wolf also tilted its head slightly, as if there was something about Muhua that made it confused. Oh, you're quite smart, you can sense it? Muhua said with a smile, and Abigail looked at Muhua with a questioning look in her eyes. Abigail was indeed a little afraid of the giant wolf in front of her. If this giant wolf really had super speed, it would be troublesome to tangle with it, and it would be embarrassing to get hurt. The stray dogs hesitated whether to confront Muhua and his group, but Abigail was not in a hurry to fight with them. After the protection on them was gone, she would hang them up and beat them, and these guys would probably be obedient. Muhua did not explain to Abigail for the time being, but looked at the giant wolf with interest. The giant wolf, which was originally full of ferocity, twitched its nose for a while, and then it took an attacking posture, and its raised hind half gradually crouched down, and its tail was slowly clamped up. Can you feel it? Come here if you don't want to die. Muhua shouted at the giant wolf, and under the surprised gaze of Luke and his companions, his precious baby really swung its tail 3 times in one step, curled up its body, and moved towards Muhua. Abu! Luke held the long knife at his waist, and shouted at the giant wolf in confusion. What is this new tactic? You are almost showing your belly, aren't you? Appeasement, seduction? What did you do to Abu? Let it go, come at me if you dare. Seeing that his familiar was not in the right state, Luke shouted at Muhua. With Luke shouting, the uneasiness on the faces of the stray dogs dissipated, and the magic fluctuation spread with boiling blood and beast roars. They were ready to attack. Woo! The greedy wolf named Abu turned his head and growled, and the exposed fangs seemed to be threatening, but the people it threatened were the stray dogs. Everyone hesitated, and Luke's face was full of anxiety, and he was concerned about Abu's safety, but he still raised his hand to stop his teammates from launching an attack at any time. This dog is really smart. You stay still. It probably doesn't want you to die. As if teleporting, Muhua's figure suddenly disappeared from the mecha. When his voice reached everyone's ears, he was already standing in front of Greedy Wolf. Facing Muhua, who suddenly appeared and disappeared, the hair on the giant wolf's back stood up, stiffened for a short time, but slowly laid down and showed his belly in front of Muhua. The poison of the world, Muhua didn't want to turn into a dog to bite people, and finally chose to use Finner's body as a medium for Keratin's skin. He obtained the poison of the world, but did not get Finner's speed. The way he moved at this moment was completed with the help of the web of fate. You are Finner. The scene in front of him made Luke, who knew the giant wolf best, come back to his senses first, and questioned with some uneasiness. Greedy Wolf is a kind of unruly and fierce monster. They will not succumb to power. Even if they meet Finner, they will show their teeth. Abu is probably the direct descendant of Finner, that is, one of its parents is Finner, so it has some of Finner's abilities, and is also afraid of Finner instinctively. You are Finner, this dog is well raised, do you want to sell it? Muhua touched the soft fur on the giant wolf's belly. While speaking, he clearly felt that the fur touched by his palm became hard and prickly. Obviously, this statement attracted the giant wolf's rejection. The poison of the world. Luke obviously realized that the ability that could make his own Abu so afraid was only the poison of the world, and Abigail seemed to have thought of this aspect. When she looked at Muhua, who was petting the dog, Abigail's eyelids could not help but jump. Don't be nervous, the poison of the world is controllable. Muhua explained when he found Abigail was different. This time it was Luke's turn to have his eyelids jump. Sure enough, this monster can't be provoked, and he can't be given the opportunity to miss, otherwise, he will really die. Luke thought to himself. Hey, Abu is my friend. This cannot be sold. That? Your Majesty, how about we go? Luke showed a stiff smile on his face. As Luke's tone and expression changed, the stray dogs were briefly stunned, and then the hostility on their bodies disappeared. They smiled stiffly. Even the barbarian lions stuck out their tongues. It seems that this team has a tacit understanding, but the moral integrity is not high. Okay, go back. After rubbing the fur of the giant wolf again, Muhua stood up and signaled that it could return to its owner. Although the wolf beast behaved well, judging from the reaction of its body, if it really wanted to rob it, it would probably bite people. After releasing the giant wolf, Muhua returned to Abigail's side, but Abigail moved to the side, clearly wanting to keep a distance from Muhua, which made Muhua roll his eyes. "What should we do with them?" "Let them go, chase them away," Muhua asked Abigail, looking at the stray dogs who kept laughing awkwardly, and even took away the sky-breaking barrier. "Whitman Courtyard, Plan Kingdom, join the Royal Guard, serve for 5 years, is there any problem?" Abigail said to the stray dogs. "No problem." As Abigail spoke, the stray dogs' bodies slowed down obviously. They looked at Luke, who was holding his dog and being sentimental. Luke looked frustrated, looked at Abigail, then looked at Muhua, and replied with grievance. "Is this okay?" Muhua was surprised. "Why not?" "Otherwise kill them?" Abigail replied. This thing seemed to be the unspoken rule after the dispute between the brigades failed, well, not too intense disputes. "Why Plan Kingdom?" Muhua retorted. "You want to raise them?" Abigail asked indifferently. "No." Muhua shook his head. "It seems that this kind of service requires salary subsidies, and even insurance for them. Everything is in accordance with the normal standards of the Royal Guard. Muhua thought he could use them at will. Why not let them follow us first?" They accepted the mission of the Adventurers Guild. Leaving this courtyard means the mission has failed. If they turn around and cause trouble for Bridges, who will dare to trust them in the future? Abigail shook her head. The brigade is not a gang. They can't afford to jump back and forth. Following Abigail's explanation, Luke and his party, who appeared inexplicably, left the scene sadly. Everyone present was estimated to be on guard in the Kingdom of Plan. The other people in their team did not have to go to work and punch in, but all the main combat personnel of the Piao went to serve. I think those logistical support personnel will probably have to stay in the Kingdom of Plan for a few years. I don't know if there will be a wave of withdrawals. Muhua did not compete with the Kingdom of Plan for these high-level workers, but he was quite interested in the stray dogs barbarian lion beasts. The hybrid wolf beasts that can obtain Fenrir's abilities are basically mutations, which are hard to come by, but those barbarian lion beasts can be younger brothers for the behemoths at home. After asking Luke about the origin of these barbarian lion beasts, he asked Black Crow to go there and catch some cubs to raise. After cleaning up the slave exchange and sending the slaves imprisoned in the exchange to the Abyss Island, when Muhua and others were ready to run away, a Blood Clan warship flew in the sky in the distance. In Jinsui City, the Blood Clan and the church were fighting to the death, but this warship came to stop Muhua and his party from destroying this place. This is not the Blood Clan's occupied area, but they actually came here after receiving a notice from the church. The reason is nothing more than that after conquering Jinsui City, the people here will naturally become the people under their rule. The twists and turns in the process were complicated, and Muhua was quite disgusted with this kind of behavior. He directly fired a thunder dragon at the warship, which blew upside down. He came to this courtyard to cause trouble, not to help the Blood Clan fight. It was good that he didn't cause trouble for the Blood Clan. These guys really don't know what they are talking about. Chapter 612. The Akura Desert, the locals call it the land of God's punishment. It has a vast land of tens of millions of square kilometers. If the Akura courtyard is isolated from the outside world, then this is also a relatively closed area in the Akura courtyard. This closure does not mean that the people living in this area are ignorant and backward. On the contrary, they are exposed to military-related jobs, such as fitters, welders, lathe operators, electricians, chemical mixers, magic debuggers, prospectors, firepower operators, various mechanical equipment operators, etc. Even if they live at the bottom of the society, they often have good industrial skills. The people here understand the concepts of monsters and gods better than those outside the Great Gobi Desert. The believers of Akura have the impression that people living in the Great Gobi Desert are barbaric and cowardly, and the people living in the Great Gobi Desert have the impression that people in other areas of Akuru are ignorant and stupid. The Akura Desert is somewhat out of tune with other areas in this world of death. At the same time, compared to Bridges and the High Gods, most people living in the Akura Desert work for the Naden Group, and their lives rely more on the Naden Group. A town full of Western style, the Akura Desert has bunkers, high explosive weapons test sites, missile silos, empty airports, concentrated heavy vehicles, and bases where weapons are thrown around like garbage, but there are no cities here. In those uninhabited areas, with factories and weapon storage bases as the center, there are many town-sized human settlements distributed throughout the desert. This land should have suffered from erosion, that was difficult to heal, and there are many volcanoes here. Although most of these volcanoes have become extinct volcanoes now, the climate of the Gobi Desert is still hot and dry all year round. Shido Town, one of the countless small towns in the Gobi Desert, the hot wind on the street rolled up dust, and the air was filled with dry heat at noon and dusk. Most of the herbs in the town, except palms and cacti, were decadent and drooped with wilted leaves. In the tavern in the town, people wearing work clothes gathered here to drink iced drinks. Among the rough men, there were a few fat and tough women. The beautiful waitresses leaned lazily by the bar. When someone shouted for drinks, they would shake their plump buttocks and breasts to chat with some guests they liked. It has to be said that there is no shortage of women's rights advocates in every world. In the clean and livable urban environment, there are also many women who are both beautiful and capable, and men have to look up to them. But in the environment of the Great Gobi Desert, women with relatively normal work and life are generally strong and rough, while most of the delicate and attractive women are those who can spend some money to play happily with them. This is not to belittle beautiful girls. Regardless of the natural environment, the delicacy of girls is basically inseparable from a lot of time and energy for maintenance. And from the overall characteristics of some aspects of women here, it is not difficult to see that the intensity and working hours of the masses in the Great Gobi Desert should be quite high. So high that women who do not rely on earning extra money as their main means of survival basically do not have much time and energy to pay attention to the improvement and portrayal of their external image. Of course, having fun is actually a good way to shape your body, but women with normal lives and families usually have limited time for having fun, because if they have too much, the one at home can't stand it. It doesn't matter if those damn seraphim go on strike. It seems that there has been less rain recently, and I don't know how long this war will last. They keep clamoring for overtime, but they don't get a raise. Someone in the bar complained. The courtyard is a dead world. There is no regular and stable natural climate here. Natural phenomena in some areas require a certain degree of human intervention. It is quite troublesome to manage a courtyard. That's right. Recently, the church's weapons procurement orders have increased, but I heard that the purchase payment has been in arrears. The person at the same table agreed. Arrears are bullshit. This is basically the aid of the Naden group to bridges. Damn it, if the church really loses the war, we are now working for them for nothing. The neighboring table heard the argument here and refuted and shouted. I've inquired about it. It's the same situation in the West. Now the whole desert is like this. We have to do it even if it's for nothing. It's good that we are not asked to fight those vampires. I dare to fight, but do they dare to let us go? I heard that the vampires have offered generous surrender conditions. Shao, a pilot like you, as long as you surrender in your mecha, the subsidy you will receive will be enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Ha, Willie Beal, watch your mouth. If Shao is investigated for what you said, his wife will tear you apart. TSK, if it weren't for the old man at home, I really want to go out and take a look. The young man named Willie said indifferently. Boy, stop talking nonsense. Look, don't you like hanging out with Delia? They are all Naden's eyes and ears. If she catches you and reports you, the bonus will be enough for you to sleep with her for a month. A middle-aged man who sat at the same table with Willie glanced at the waitress near the bar and said to Willie. The bar was noisy, with people drinking, chatting, and gambling. The high voices unique to the Gobi Desert inevitably made the atmosphere here seem a bit barbaric. The butterfly spring door of the bar squeaked, and the locals wore sweat-absorbent and dirt-resistant workwear. When Muhua and his party walked into the bar, the noisy environment in the bar became much quieter in a moment. TSK, although they pretended to be unintentional, many people still secretly observed Muhua and his party. Muhua clicked his tongue softly with a little disgust. Sleep. The magic circle expanded and contracted rapidly, accompanied by the fluctuation of magic power. With the sound of dong dong, the people in the bar fell down and fell into a deep sleep. Sir, the people in the Great Gobi usually have a limited range of activities. People are familiar with each other, especially in this kind of town. Outsiders can be identified by them at a glance. It is difficult to hide your identity here. Charles said behind Muhua. Well, the gangs here will be excluded by some corporate security personnel. Many gangs in the Great Gobi are run by them. I am not familiar with this place. Jacob interrupted. Abigail found a relatively clean table, kicked the person lying on the table aside, and sat down casually. Charlotte went to the bar to look for drinks, while Louis squatted beside a sleeping man, touching him all over, as if he wanted to tear him open to study him. Muhua hit him with a nut, and then he went to help Charlotte get drinks. Sitting at the same table with Abigail looking through the doors and windows of the bar. Maybe the locals are used to it, but Mu Hua still felt a little shocked when he saw the endless war chariots in the distance. This is the Great Gobi Desert, a cemetery of arms. Where there are human gatherings, there are often places for storing arms. Regularly arranged fighter planes and airships, neatly parked tanks, large areas of armored vehicles, and clustered mechas half kneeling on the ground as if waiting for medals. Although I know that they are all old second-hand goods, and there are probably some completely scrapped iron lumps among them, but with thousands of them gathered together, the yellow earth-colored land still gives people a shock as if they are in a military fortress. Mu Hua and his group arrived at the Great Gobi Desert. The environment here is similar to what they imagined. For Mu Hua and Abigail, it is basically not difficult to grab some arms and weapons here. But they also encountered a very serious problem, that is, transportation. Whether Mu Hua wants to transport some weapons to the Kane's courtyard, or Abigail wants to dispatch personnel and troops here, both of them are good at space magic and can complete dimensional transfer. Individual transfer, or even the transfer of a small number of people, is not a problem for them at all. But if it involves the long-term transfer of a large number of people and materials, it is necessary to establish a stable space channel, which will inevitably require a cumbersome teleportation array with consumables and a lot of energy consumption. If the two of them set up this kind of space channel again and again, Mu Hua and Abigail can't stand it, not to mention that they are transporting some garbage, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and somewhat unprofitable. The Great Gobi was originally a warehouse for the Naden group to smuggle arms. It involves bulk smuggling, and the transportation link is also the top priority. In fact, there is also a way to quickly set up a space channel here. It's just that the teleportation arrays that set up space channels are in the hands of some people who are responsible for such matters, and Abigail has no intersection with the Naden group. Although Kuna smuggles arms, she has not yet been exposed to the distribution services of the Naden group. The reason why Mu Hua and his team went to the tavern in this Gobi town to make trouble was not to drink a sip of strong liquor here. They asked a lot of places, and heard that there was a distribution manager who was active nearby recently. They came here to find the whereabouts of the distribution manager so that they could get the array that can set up space channels from him. Without that thing, even if Mu Hua and his team could sweep the factory bases in various places in the Gobi Desert, it would be difficult for them to take away the piles of big things here. Chapter 6:13. The Great Gobi Desert is not a lifeless desert. The environment here may not be comfortable enough, but in addition to drought-resistant plants, there are also many animals that have adapted to the Gobi environment. Under the nourishment of palm trees, shrubs, water-storing flowers and plants, and large cacti, there are gerbils, lizards, wild wolves, goats, vultures, camels, and even bears and monkeys. Although it is dry, there are springs that never dry up and rich groundwater dug from deep wells. The people living here need to adapt to the dangerous snakes and insects and disturbing sandstorms. The effect of the sleeping curse is relatively harmonious. Normally, it is just a deep sleep. Once the curse is cast, it cannot be lifted, but as the caster, it can wake up the sleeping recipients. In the bar, a group of customers are still sleeping. The bar owner and 3 waitresses stand carefully beside the table of Mu Hua and others. I heard that you are well informed. Don't worry. We are looking for the distribution manager of the Naden group, so I want to ask you if there is any place around here that they often go in and out, or do you know where he is? Among the crowd, Charles asked the bar owner in a gentle tone. Everyone, this is just a small bar. I don't even know who the distribution manager you are talking about is. Our factory here does have a purchasing and distribution department. You can find out these things by asking in the factory. Is there any misunderstanding between us? The tall man in his middle age with a rough beard on his face, the bar owner looked puzzled. When he answered, his eyes kept scanning the people sleeping in the bar. The delivery supervisor mentioned by Charles holds the array disk that can open the stable transmission array. Although the job title is a bit rustic, they should undoubtedly be the senior executives of the Naden group, and definitely not the delivery department of a factory. People of this level generally do not come to the bar where people gather in the town, but Mu Hua and his party do not know much about the Great Gobi. And I don't know if it is to balance the hearts of the people, the high-end clubs in the Great Gobi are generally covered up. Without a certain status and consumption ability, you may not know what is going on inside even if you stand at the gate. I don't want to be too ostentatious, mainly because I am afraid of scaring away those delivery supervisors. It is not unreasonable that the weapons in the armed cemetery are thrown everywhere. If you can't find those delivery supervisors, even if you are asked to take them, how many pieces can you take away? This also led to the fact that Muhua and his party, who had just arrived, could only run to the bar with more gossip to ask, and the bar owner's words made Muhua frown slightly, and Abigail curled her lips in disdain. What about you? You don't know about the distribution supervisor? Don't worry, think it over first. Charles ignored the bar owner and looked at the other three waitresses, who looked quite worldly. The three girls looked a little hesitant in their timid expressions. Charles looked at Jacob, who smiled grimly and grabbed the bar owner's neck with his big hand. As the bar owner struggled, he dragged him to a corner to avoid people. The bar owner was tall and strong, but Jacob had a special talent. He was a natural supernatural being in this courtyard. The bar owner couldn't get rid of Jacob's pull. After a moment, a sound of dislocated bones came from the dark, and then Jacob walked back alone. When he stood behind the three waiters, the three waitresses' bodies trembled obviously. The three women couldn't help but think of such a term in their minds. Speaking of which, Muhua used a relatively harmonious sleeping spell on the people in the bar as soon as he entered the door. He wanted to hide his whereabouts, and keeping a low profile was really not the main reason. The main reason is that these people are talents. Whether it is Muhua or Abigail, they don't want to kill these people indiscriminately. Pull these people back to their own territory. One or two of them are masters who can handle a certain workstation. It's a waste to kill such people. As for the service staff, who are praised to the sky in some places, well, service, anyone can do it. If you give enough benefits, you can get all kinds of services. Killing them is killing them. There is no need to care too much about the life and death of such people. Regardless of whether it is a character shaped by a special environment, Charles and the other two cannot be said to have a weak sense of good and evil. Perhaps they have no sense of good and evil at all. Charles volunteered to follow Muhua. Now that he is by Muhua's side, he requires himself to follow the standards of a deacon in all his actions. Jacob is cruel and ruthless, but he respects Charles very much. He can be regarded as Charles's thug, and he will help Charles with some dirty things. As for Louis, he has nothing to say. Simply put, this guy is a perverted murderer. In a normal battle, 10 Louises will be put in 18 different ways by Jacob, but when both sides have the intention to kill, when the two fight, it is very likely that Jacob will die. Louis is not bloodthirsty. He has a calm mind and smart wisdom, but it seems that those killing methods are engraved in his bones. In addition, he seriously lacks the concept of good and evil. This guy is definitely the most dangerous among the three people. And respecting teachers is probably the biggest reason why Louis has not been killed by Muhua so far. He worships Muhua as his teacher, and has an almost fanatical obsession with Muhua. If Jacob is Charles's thug, then Muhua is going to let Louis take charge of the dirty work in his hands in the future. There is no way. With the development of power, not to mention the outside, there will be no shortage of dirty work inside. Muhua also needs people who specialize in helping him deal with these affairs, including helping him deal with some killing situations that he is not used to. Well, yes, some killings do make Muhua uncomfortable, not to mention Muhua, even Abigail has the same. Abigail once swore not to eat people, but she had been involved in many battles, and the mouth of the glutton was really useful. When she was really besieged by a large number of enemies, even if they were human beings, Abigail would eat them. But just like the bar owner, who had no ability to resist just now, he had no grudge against the other party. At most he would use the other party to demonstrate, or to kill him. Even if she wanted to deal with the other party, Abigail would not use the mouth of the glutton to eat him, and she would even feel uncomfortable killing the other party. Muhua could throw a forbidden spell to destroy a city, and he could also rush into a group of people with a knife and hack and kill them. But if one or two people who were unable to resist were placed in front of him to beg for mercy, he would not feel comfortable killing them. In the final analysis, they may be cruel and indifferent to life, but they are not perverts after all. So, let the perverts do the perverts. After all, the above situations are more or less inevitable for people like Muhua and Abigail. Moreover, Muhua and Abigail are somewhat different. Abigail is concerned about the skilled workers here and wants to pack them up and take them home alive, but Muhua does not necessarily need them to be alive. If they become ghosts, they can be allowed to possess the bodies of the skeletons and help the skeletons learn the skills they have mastered, which is much faster than letting them take apprentices normally. And Muhua's time of success is too short. Although it is bad to want to quickly develop his own industry, it is undoubtedly a shortcut. Muhua also wants to get some skilled workers and extradite them to the hot spring town. But if they don't obey, instead of spending time and effort to manage them, Muhua is not sure whether he will turn them into ghosts and use them to cultivate skeletons. If this situation really happens, The demons are all big mouths about killing people, and they are too indifferent to human life in front of their own demons. Who knows if they will make a big mistake one day. It is not everyone who can deal with these people secretly. In the future, Lewis may be the black hand responsible for creating accidents and such things. It must be said that Lewis, who seems to be the most worthless in the Akura courtyard, is the most concerned by Mu Hua. I know the distribution supervisor. Seeing that the boss was killed without a word, one of the three young girls said hurriedly, and the other two kept nodding. Nalindian, there is a lake about 70 miles northwest of here. There is a racing track to the south of Nalindian. I heard that there is the best club in the surrounding area. Some people often see outsiders there, and occasionally some outsiders come out from there. The distribution supervisor you are talking about is the one who controls the world corridor, right? They are all big shots. If they come to this area, they usually go there. The three women said one after another, fearing that they would be dragged away by Jacob. Chapter 6:14. In a simple motel, Mu Hua and his group gathered together to discuss how to locate the location of the delivery supervisor. I inquired about it. Recently Jinsui City, Xinkia City, Chiuza City, and Zafili City have all placed purchase orders for weapons and energy blocks with the Great Gobi Desert. Between these cities, the Savlin area has not yet added arms. We can try to pretend to be church personnel in Savlin and try to contact the delivery supervisor here. In the small single room of the hotel, a group of people, including two ghosts, acted like a secret meeting. Charles said to everyone. There were no detailed information, no name or photo. Mu Hua and his group only knew that there might be a delivery supervisor of the Naden group in the racetrack near Nalin Lake. In fact, everyone did not have a detailed understanding of the scope of responsibility of the delivery supervisor. The purpose of finding the so-called delivery supervisor was to get the array plate from him, so naturally he could not be killed or escaped. In order to avoid any mistakes in the middle, the first thing Mu Hua and his group needed to do now was to confirm the location and identity of the delivery supervisor. Using your brain is a good habit. Keep it up in the future, but don't bother so much this time. Pulling open the dusty window, Mu Hua said to Charles. Then let's go check it out. Monica and San, she asked. Both of them were ghosts, so they could avoid ordinary people and observe secretly. No, most divine arts are not very friendly to you. They may be more convenient than you. Mu Hua still shook his head. While he was talking, everyone saw a wasp appearing dimly on his open palm. Lust protozoa? You still have this? Abigail, who was absent-minded, said in surprise. Oh, I accidentally touched the insect world, and I almost died in it. Mu Hua said with a smile. The insect world cannot be touched by accident. What ability does this wasp have? Are you still planning to release bees in this courtyard? Looking at the wasp that flew away from Mu Hua's hand, another wasp appeared in Mu Hua's palm in a blink of an eye. Abigail curled her lips and asked. Here, Mu's special drink, efficient recovery of physical strength. Don't you want to study the rhythm of tree herding? This thing can also be helpful. You can pair it with coffee or some drinks you like, blue-blooded wasp honey. Mu Hua casually threw a small bottle of honey to Abigail. It was really a small bottle, and the honey in it was about 20 milliliters. The honey of blue-blooded wasps has special uses, and the effect varies from person to person. In terms of the effect of restoring physical strength, if giving it to Abigail is equivalent to adding expensive aviation energy to a rocket, then giving the same thing to Charles and others is basically equivalent to going out to eat 2 hamburgers, or adding $100 of gasoline to the car. They are all for restoring physical strength, but in the hands of people with different strengths, their value and the effects they can produce are completely different. I can't touch the original sin of lust. The proliferation ability of the lust protozoa in my hands is completely incomparable to those lustful ghosts. I just remembered that I would just put some in this courtyard. Whether they can reproduce depends on their own fate. Towards the direction of Nalin Lake, wasps flew away from Mu Hua's hands, and Mu Hua said casually, This is a good thing, are you selling it? He opened the small bottle, and observed it for a while, and poured the honey into his mouth without paying much attention. It lacked freshness, and was a little greasy and sweet. After sipped his lips, Abigail's eyes lit up, and basically confirmed the effect of this honey on restoring physical strength. It's quite troublesome for me to cultivate these wasps. For the time being, I will distribute them internally. If you want to buy them, you can go to Kane City to ask. I don't restrict my subordinates from reselling them. Mu Hua shook his head and replied. Your benefits are good. I am also your subordinate now, right? Abigail teased. Heh. Mu Hua gave her an insincere smile and ignored her. He simply closed his eyes, and connected his 5 senses with the released wasps. It was a strange feeling. Muhua could observe and sense everything around the wasps, but it didn't affect him much in doing other things. Abigail was not Muhua's subordinate. For the time being, she was at most hired by Muhua to help. Usually, Abigail's address to Muhua as boss was more of a joke. When the abilities are connected, now, in addition to proliferation, Muhua's application of the color domain protozoa has been perfected. The released blue-blooded wasps are like Muhua's eyes and ears. At the same time, he could also give detailed commands to the blue-blooded wasps attached to his consciousness from a distance. The blue-blooded wasps flew out of the town and flew over the monotonous gravel gobi. In the hot wind along the way, Muhua actually noticed the location of some stamens. And a sand lizard sneak attack also swallowed a blue-blooded wasp into its stomach, but in the end, the sand lizard's belly was gnawed from inside to outside by the blue-blooded wasp with broken wings, which was considered a lose-lose situation. The jackals resting under the shadow of the hills and rocks, the camels leisurely gnawing on the thorny cacti, the antelopes are alert to the surroundings, and a small number of haggard goblins can be encountered from time to time in the gobi. It can be said that this tribe can really be encountered everywhere. There are clumps of Elaeagnus angustifolia shrubs scattered around, and occasionally low vegetation with exotic flowers can be seen in the gullies of the sand dunes, until a forest belt like poplar forest is seen, and the dry environment is filled with abundant water element information. After passing through the forest belt, a lake appeared in the oasis of the Gobi Desert, Nalan Lake, which the locals also called Nalindian. This is a lake formed by underground springs. The lake is deep, but not large in area. It is less than a kilometer long and about 200 meters wide. The wasp flapped its thin wings and flew high into the sky. After looking from a high altitude, several flying dust rose in the desert behind the lake. Car rally, motorcycle off-road, shuttle racing, special venues, and special runways. This is probably what the bar girl said earlier about the racing track. Not only a lot of young people gathered here, but even middle-aged and elderly people, just like a loosely organized event, and there were also people betting and gambling. The whole racing track was quite lively. It seemed that this was not a closed entertainment venue. Where can I find this? In the hotel, Muhua opened his eyes, scratched his head, and muttered a little irritably. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Muhua and asked immediately. Except for a few stands, there are 2 broken buildings similar to signal towers, and a few messy places. I didn't see any place that looked like a club, Muhua said. The woman in the bar said it was just hearsay. After all, people from the outside world won't appear there inexplicably. See if there are any with strong magic fluctuations. Look for them more. Abigail smiled. The upper-class people in the Great Gobi Desert are quite careful about influence. They are very secretive about their entertainment places. I don't know who they learned it from. It's not good to just go to the door without caring. Abigail doesn't have any good way to lock the target. Do you think I didn't think of it? No, there is no one with obvious magic fluctuations. Forget it. It's useless to tell you. I find it myself. Muhua complained, and while talking, he began to evolve blue-blooded wasps again. Release more blue-blooded wasps for a more detailed search. The people in the room did not disturb Muhua. Abigail actually took out a game console and lay on the bed by herself, holding the handheld game console, and started playing. Gaba, our gluttonous ghost god's game character seems not very good. It is estimated that she lost the game. One handheld game console after another was broken in half by her. While cursing, she always found a new game console. It can be seen that she often does this kind of thing. Originally, when she was bored, she came to her side to watch her play games, but several game consoles were persecuted. She also stayed away from her to avoid becoming the target of her venting anger. If she keeps playing like this, if there is no fire or earthquake nearby, maybe this town will welcome a thunderstorm with abundant rain today. Time passed quietly, and Abigail broke several game consoles. Thunder sounded from time to time in the sky outside the hotel. Muhua finally found something unusual outside the racetrack. After a long walk, he returned to the lake. It turned out that the so-called club was built underground in the woods by the lake. With a spacious space, refreshing room temperature, bright but slightly hazy lights, this underground building is not dark and spooky, but the overall decoration has a heavy solemnity. There are many handsome men and beautiful women serving as service staff in the club. Outside the single rooms, even the girls are dressed as waiters in trousers and vests, high heels, and high-waisted trousers that highlight the lines. Most of the men and women here are white. The blue-blooded wasp, which was not big to begin with, crawled around in an inconspicuous position on the wall folds to avoid being slapped to death as a mosquito. After a long period of exploration and eavesdropping, Mu Hua finally found a single room where the delivery supervisor was resting. A blue-blooded wasp finally followed a waiter who was delivering drinks into the room. As soon as he entered the room, the male waiter who was delivering drinks was pressed against the wall before the cart stopped. Fuck. Mu Hua cursed loudly in the motel. Damn, I'm blind, I'm going blind, it's a bit eye-catching. There were already a few girls in the single room, and they were quite open-minded. Although they played a lot, these were still relatively normal. But the protagonist in the room was obviously a man with a mustache, but a handsome boy was pressed against the wall as soon as he entered the door. Mu Hua's wasp was hiding in the waist buckle of the waiter's vest. With the cooperation of the boy who didn't resist much, the wasp was lucky enough to see the whole process at a close distance that shouldn't be seen. This had a great impact on Mu Hua's spirit. Pure animal, he should be a person of status, but he still plays so unrefined, you bastard. Mu Hua cursed in his heart. Now that he has found the target, the follow-up is no longer a problem for Mu Hua. With his eyelids twitching, Mu Hua's figure disappeared in the motel room. When he teleported back again, he brought back a man with a mustache who seemed to be popular with both men and women. Everyone in the motel looked at Mu Hua inexplicably as he brought back a cool man, but saw Mu Hua throw the man to the corner with disgust, and then kept shaking his hands as if there was something dirty in his hands. Don't kill him. Beat him up. Beat him up first. Chapter 6:15. Be quiet. If you break something, you have to pay for it. The boss's scolding could be heard from the motel because of the noise in the room. In room 223, Cyril, with a bruised face and nose, huddled in the corner, looking at Mu Hua and Abigail, who had broken the game console again, with fear in his eyes. Big addiction, Wu's real wooden oil needle plate, which side of the West will not let women stay in Sanshang. Cyril, a branch of the family with the surname Naden, has stopped selling arms to the outside world because of the recent targeting of the Daryl group and the large-scale war that broke out in the Akura courtyard. Without running around, Cyril had a rare leisure time. He wanted to find a place to relax, but he was caught in front of two terrifying beings for no reason. Mu Hua and Abigail, the senior management of the Naden group, have confirmed the image and information of the two, including the image of Mu Hua's COS vampire. Even though he has been engaged in arms smuggling for many years, Cyril has never even seen the King's Shadow, let alone the ghosts and gods that are rumored to be more disorderly than the Crown Shadow. After all, such beings generally cannot personally purchase arms. Even if they want to buy arms, they probably won't look for imitation and refurbished goods like them. Let alone the quality of the goods. When they reach a certain level, the trading objects have their own specific value. Cyril is not a local who is isolated from information in the Akura courtyard, but ghosts and gods are still rumored in his cognition, and most of the rumors are not very positive. Mu Hua and Abigail also did some unscrupulous things in the Akura courtyard. At this moment, Cyril didn't dare to groan loudly when he was beaten, and he answered all the questions of Mu Hua. But he really doesn't have a formation disc on him. That thing is very precious. The management of the Naden group is also strict, including internal management. Different people are responsible for arms transactions from customer signing to cargo delivery. It can be said that the Naden group attaches more importance to internal control than external sales. The transmission array disk is generally stored by the group. Only when it is needed can the distribution supervisor like them apply for it. Your position is the distribution supervisor? Although he was beaten and his speech was unclear, Cyril still tried to straighten his tongue. Mu Hua frowned and confirmed the question. Yes. Cyril did not lie and shirk responsibility. He honestly admitted it, and explained to Mu Hua about the formation disc. I want the formation disc. Find a way to get it for me. Throwing a bath towel on Cyril's face, Mu Hua said to Cyril, Dan, I'm really not shirking responsibility. If you want to apply for the formation disc, you must first contact me in the customer service department. There is no customer business, which is not in accordance with the procedure. Cyril explained. How often do you get this kind of business? Mu Hua asked, and Abigail frowned beside him. It was possible to calculate before, but now. The group has stopped external business recently, and the teleportation array consumes a lot of energy, and transportation within the courtyard generally does not use the teleportation array. Cyril shrank his neck and replied carefully. I've told you everything, but you can't get the array plate? Who among you is interested in men? Mu Hua was annoyed, and turned to look at Jacob. When he asked Charles and the other two, it was obvious that he was more optimistic about Jacob, the big black man. Although some men are both men and women, most of them, who are in high positions usually break other people's ass, and they still cherish their own tenderness. Cyril belongs to this type. And this guy is not very resistant to beatings. If he is beaten again, he might faint. Mu Hua thought about tossing him in a more harmonious way. Maybe after a few more times, he will come up with a good idea. Sir, don't look at me. I like women. Jacob's hair stood up when he was stared at by Mu Hua, and he shook his head. TSK, black uncles usually have mixed tastes, and can eat anything. Now he is not asked to use his mouth. Jacob is a guy. It's really a waste to give him this skin. Mu Hua looked at Charles with disdain. Charles smiled at Mu Hua implicitly. Mu Hua seemed to be able to see the meaning of old man is unable to do it from his face. It was amazing. I am asexual, and I have premature ejaculation. I don't like this. Without Mu Hua's continued questioning, Louis said the incredible words without caring. Mu Hua's mouth twitched. This first disciple of his family seemed to be very excellent in all aspects. All three guys are unreliable. The eyes of the young girls and wives in the room are shining. Damn, they seem to be quite interested in this kind of thing. Mu Hua turned to look at Cyril, who didn't seem to be too afraid. While thinking, he silently unfolded the summoning array. Seeing that several bear goblins, who had to bend their waists and half squat to stand in the room, were summoned by Mu Hua. This time even Abigail took a breath of cold air, her hands tightened, and the game console in her hand was crushed again. This time, she didn't continue to play, but her eyes were scorching between the bear goblin and Cyril. No sir, you can't do this. Cyril was shocked and angry, wrapped in a bath towel, and his body swayed and shrank into the corner, shouting to Mu Hua. I was very impressed with the way I posed with the young men in the club before, but... Here, drag him to the bathroom. Mu Hua smirked, but looking at the bear goblin, he felt that he had gone too far. Mu Hua had no experience in this area. It seemed that in the learning materials he had read before, everyone was quite gentle in this area. If he let these bear goblins do it, he might really die, right? No, wait, listen to me, sir, listen to me, let me finish what I said. Seeing a bear goblin trying to drag him, Cyril forgot the pain on his face, and shouted at Mu Hua with surprisingly clear words. Be quiet. Sir? Big ass. The hotel owner's curse came from outside again. This motel was relatively simple, and the soundproofing effect did not seem to be very good. Abigail rarely consciously opened the soundproof barrier that only covered the room. Raising his hand to stop the bear goblin's action, Mu Hua even took back the bear goblin summoned beast, and then he summoned a few big goblins. Well, this is much better. Mu Hua is relieved. Cyril still needs to live for the time being. But I don't know if it's an illusion. Mu Hua seems to see Abigail's dislike for the big goblin, and a little disappointment. Sir, listen to me, listen to me. Seeing Mu Hua taking back the bear goblin, Cyril's frightened heart has not yet calmed down, and he saw Mu Hua summon 3 big goblins. This is not okay, not to mention 3, Cyril said hurriedly. Fortunately, those big goblins didn't pounce on him, and Mu Hua gave him a chance to speak. Sir, do you want the formation play to move the weapons of the Great Gobi? Don't bother. The group has already made a decision. We give it to you. We give you as many as you want. It's free. You don't need to find the array yourself. As long as you contact the group, someone will come to help you arrange the rest. I can do that for you. The group has been struggling to contact you and Abigail. I can help you to contact the group's top management. The Naden group is willing to show you enough goodwill and sincerity. Cyril said hastily. He felt that he had been beaten for nothing. The top management of the Naden group had already conveyed the instructions to win over Mu Hua and Abigail, and spared no effort to win them over. But who would have thought that Mu Hua would come to him when he was in such a bad situation, and beat him up without even giving him a chance to speak? As Cyril spoke, Mu Hua and Abigail looked at each other. Neither of them had any joy on their faces. Instead, they shook their heads in tacit understanding while looking at each other. Go to the bathroom. Don't kill him, Cyril, right? Think about how to get the array out. Mu Hua waved his hand and said to several big goblins. Ha 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 ha, the big goblin laughed strangely. In some things, goblins have a wide range of hobbies. In these aspects, goblins are actually more cheerful and lively than Uncle Hay. No, why? Why? Sir! Mu Hua! You can't do this. Ah! Damn it! You demons! Villains! You can't do this to me. This is a crime. You are committing a crime. The big goblins dragged Cyril, and Cyril struggled for mercy, and a big goblin pinched Cyril's buttocks and the sharp nails scratched the thick flesh. The pain and fear made Cyril collapse a little. The goodwill of the Naden group? No way. Muhua and Abigail would not accept such goodwill. First of all, Naden offended the Darryl group, and the Darryl group was ready to take ruthless action against them. Muhua and Abigail could not accept the goodwill of the Naden group at this time, and it was impossible to be hypocritical. After all, both of them were people of status. Some people forget their principles for the sake of profit, and the essential reason is that they don't care about forgetting principles for the sake of profit because of their status and the environment they are in, which basically has no adverse impact on their lives. Just like most filial piety is not simply out of emotional morality, but their status and environment make it necessary for them to be filial and virtuous. For example, all the big men are filial, but they are too busy, and there are people who do it for them. If you don't give him that kind of status and environment, probably, the best result is that there is no filial son in front of the bed of a long-term patient, or it is a matter of talking about deeds or talking about the heart. Next, Naden group stood with bridges, and opposite bridges stood several kings who were unhappy with them. This also meant that in this courtyard, Muhua and Abigail could steal or rob whatever they wanted, but they would not accept any gifts, gestures, or so-called goodwill and sincerity. Sometimes, behind the seemingly rude and unreasonable behavior of others, it is very likely that you have already blocked the road yourself. If you do everything too much, your fate will inevitably end early. In many things, it is not like some people who think that they can be solved smoothly by bowing their heads and giving in when it is absolutely necessary. Those last resorts may be seen by others as a stage where they must be eliminated as soon as possible. Chapter 6:16. Muhua and his party left the motel. Before leaving, Muhua threw 10 demon gold coins to the motel owner, which stopped the owner's complaints and curses. His face, which was originally full of disgust, was somewhat understanding and flattering. There was no way, because they made the room really dirty. Cyril was loyal to the Naden group and conveyed the goodwill that the Naden group wanted to express. But when Muhua asked him where the teleportation array was stored, he refused to let go. With the help of healing, in the continuous interaction with the big goblins, Cyril insisted that he did not know where the teleportation array was stored. Until Muhua took out a few bottles of life potion and prepared to slice some small parts of his body, Cyril cursed Muhua for not hypnotizing him, and in a trance, he vomited out the location of the base where the teleportation array was stored. An area in the desert that is also an uninhabited area, which contains several weapon test sites, and a base called the Information Processing Center. Cyril couldn't take the teleportation array out of the Information Processing Center without leaving any trace, so Muhua and his team had to do it. The base was shrouded in fog and the sky barrier all day long, and remote observation could not detect it. They took Cyril, who had taken life potions, but was still haggard and limp. Muhua and his team bought a few modified shuttles from some spirited guys around the racetrack, and asked Cyril to show them the way to the base in the uninhabited area, all the way west, to the central area of the desert. Although there are some large weapon test sites in all directions in this area, the green area here is still much larger than other places in the desert. Passing through the no man's land, we found several missile silos that were not too hidden along the way. Electronic guided weapons? I don't know if this outdated weapon was deliberately placed outside as bait, but there are quite a lot of them. If you don't attack these missile silos, they will be scary when they launch missiles. If you attack them, after a few overlapping electromagnetic pulses, they will basically be useless for a period of time. But this is undoubtedly a declaration that the enemy is here to provoke. Perhaps because of the non-mainstream pattern of the flowery fox whistle on the shuttle, and the license plate that can be found, the fast-speed shuttle has not been intercepted formally along the way. When the shuttle arrived near the target location, a large building towering into the sky was seen from a distance. Muhua was stunned by its specifications. Space Fortress? Standing on a hill with dense forests, looking at the building in the distance, Muhua muttered in surprise. The giant building with a metal structure is more than 1,500 meters wide, with hundreds of floors of varying heights on the outside, and the overall height is more than 700 meters. And as Cyril said, this thing can fly? Or, because of the energy consumption issue, this thing can float. It has many fire control areas inside, and it is a war fortress with floating ability when it floats off the ground. It should be an old-fashioned hell battleship. No wonder it can block observation. Is this thing made by the Naden group itself? Abigail shook her head and said, Naden Information Processing Center, this fortress brings together all the technology and elite personnel of the Naden group, has a joint defense against forbidden spells, and has 50,000 combat magic puppets. The internal ecosystem can support 20,000 people to live and reproduce normally. Everyone who can enter and exit here has an identity record. Even if I take you with me, you can't get in. Also, here, including the vicinity, there are a total of 300 magic cocoons. Haha, haha, don't think about invading here, you will get nothing. Cyril laughed with a broken expression. Bear. The flame suddenly rose, and in the blink of an eye, Cyril's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Well, he was set on fire by Muhua, and died quickly. Since we are here, Cyril is useless. Although it is an old-fashioned battleship, it is Hell's combat readiness after all, and its monitoring system is very complete. If you can get in, just go to the non-combat readiness logistics room directly. If you can't get in, there is no point in keeping Cyril around. You haven't moved the things of the Naden group yet, and you are going to attack their headquarters? It's just to find a formation plate. What should I do? Muhua asked Abigail while cursing. Although the name is Information Processing Center, the defense system here can definitely be regarded as headquarters level. Originally, Muhua and his team planned to get the array plate and steal the weapons. As for whether to fight with Naden group or not, it depends on their mood. Now, they have to get the headquarters first, then find the array plate in the headquarters, and then go to the second-hand base to move the weapons. This order is a bit wrong. I don't care about their magic cocoon. Don't ask me what to do. You might as well just say whether to get it or not. Abigail rolled her eyes. What can she do? Even if Charles is good at infiltration, the specifications here are not something he can go to. How about catching someone and changing his shape? Can the shape-shifting be identified here? Muhua asked. Muhua had thought about this problem before. As for Cyril, who was praised, Muhua didn't want to use him as a medium for shape-shifting. Transfiguration? You can do it just by transforming? Abigail complained. Yes, I can do it just by transforming. Muhua nodded. The level of transfiguration was not a problem for him. The main reason was that he felt insecure when transforming into an ordinary human. It was estimated that Muhua would also use a human as a medium for keratinized skin to synchronize his own state, so as to avoid being easily killed by others after transforming. That would be a really frustrating death. Muhua looked as if it was a matter of course, which made Abigail grind her teeth. She didn't even remember how many years she had been thinking about transfiguration. She seriously suspected that Muhua had thrown a taunting skill at her. This kind of worship is not considered high-end in hell, and the equipment for identifying shape-shifting consumes a lot of energy. Even if it is equipped here, it is estimated that it will not be turned on for a long time. However, the devil's worships are generally equipped with a normal identification system. You can shape-shift. Can you also imitate the other party's words and deeds? Abigail poured cold water on Muhua. The main function of shape-shifting is beauty. Infiltration is a crooked way. Muhua was silent. The normal identification system is similar to big data plus face recognition, that is, observing whether the words and deeds of the monitored object are different from usual. This thing consumes low energy and has low technical requirements, but the recognition effect is surprisingly high. To a large extent, it is really more economical than the equipment that can identify shape-shifting. Looking at Charles, Muhua shook his head secretly. If Charles is given some preparation time with shape-shifting, he is dead against the normal identification system. But don't say that Muhua doesn't have the skill stone of shape-shifting at hand for the time being. Even if he does, Charles's little attribute can't be photographed. Strong attack? I don't know if they will destroy the array. Muhua looked at Abigail with questioning eyes. It's easy to guess what we are here for. If it's me, I will destroy the array if I can't stop it, Abigail said. What if the Naden group is reluctant? Muhua tried by chance. Ha, then attack, I don't care. Don't worry about the magic cocoon, I will eat as many as you want. Abigail said with an attitude of you decide for yourself. Muhua was silent. Forget about luck, if it was him, he would also destroy the array. Let's try the shape-shifting technique. Bring the medium ghost with you, I'm jealous. Muhua was angry. Compared to normal living people, ghosts should be easier for Muhua to train. Isn't it just a daily expression? Get a living person and strangle him to death, use the corpse as a medium, and the ghost as a younger brother. We can also become an acting school. Hey, this is a way, but it's better to pick a handsome one. Abigail's eyes lit up. Handsome? Muhua's eyelids twitched. Handsome is inevitable, but you don't have to say it so bluntly. Well, handsome people usually cherish their lives more, and they also cherish their lives when they become ghosts. They are easier to train. The management of internal personnel in this base must be stricter. Too many disappearances are easy to arouse vigilance, Abigail said. Mu Hua was silent. Well, Abigail's reason for asking for handsomeness was very serious. It's rare to be born with a good appearance, and a good appearance also needs careful care and maintenance. If you can spend years to work hard on this aspect, do you believe that he is stubborn? If you catch some stubborn people and turn them into ghosts, they will not obey you and can't be used. If you catch too many of them, it will inevitably arouse the vigilance of those who are interested. As expected, it still needs to be handsome, white, handsome, without scars, good hairstyle, tender skin, smooth body, spray some perfume, and it's better to trim eyebrows and beards, put on some light makeup, etc. This kind of style is generally more handsome and cherish life. It's not uncommon for them to abandon their wives and run away when they encounter robbers. After all, people spend so much time on themselves, it's natural for them to be more precious, right? As for the natural beauty that some people why? Don't make a fuss, that thing, women don't have it, men don't have it, handsome men and beautiful women are all cultivated. Well, you wait here for me, I be back soon. Mu Hua fully affirmed Abigail's experience, and then turned into a shadow and headed towards the Information Management Center. Catch 2 handsome guys, and then go back to the Abyss Island to transform. There will be more time on the island. It's time to let Abigail and the others see my performance talent. Chapter 6:17. No matter how rigorous the organization is, there always seems to be some high-quality people who rely on their looks to make a living. Compared with black ants, black uncles actually prefer big horses. Similarly, if there is a choice, black ants don't seem to like black uncles. This seems to fully prove that although they are black, there is nothing wrong with their aesthetics. Well, this topic ends here. In general, for the medium of keratinous skin, just find someone who is not suitable for longevity. For shape-shifting, Mu Hua has to go to the Space Fortress-like Information Processing Center to catch a handsome guy as a medium. Although the main population of Wukulu Courtyard is mainly black, it is not difficult to find a handsome guy with a different color among the people working in the Information Processing Center. When Mu Hua appeared in front of Abigail and others again, his high nose bridge, single eyelids, and clean cheeks made him look younger, and his three-dimensional brow bone set off his deep eyebrows. With a work badge hanging around his neck and a beige windbreaker in a British style, Mu Hua's transformed image made Setsuna and Charlotte curl their lips, and Louis and Jacob were not very optimistic. However, Charles and Abigail nodded in agreement. With a thin waist, long legs, and moderately wide shoulders, this is the type that young ladies don't mind being flirted with and older sisters like to play with. What's wrong with your expression? Expression management? Facing Mu Hua, who has Eurasian features, seeing that his words, smiles, and body movements are not in line with his original habits, Abigail asked in confusion. Of course, these are his original habits. Mu Hua smiled confidently. So fast? Don't blow up someone's building as soon as you enter the door, that would be very embarrassing. Abigail questioned. Although the shape-shifting technique can make Mu Hua possess all the physical signs of the other party, Mu Hua's original facial expressions, movements, and even the habits of tone will not change accordingly. He was away for only a few hours. In addition to catching people, he also had to shapeshift. How much spare time did he have to understand the habits of the original owner of this body? Compared with the tension of the others in the moment, Abigail was not obsessed with the match. At this time, she was more of a playful mentality of watching the show. But she didn't know that during the time Mu Hua was away, he not only performed the shape-shifting technique, but also completed a keratin skin with humans as the medium. At the same time, he spent several days on the Abyss Island to get a detailed understanding of this man named Rogier, focusing on practicing imitating his facial expressions and tone. At this moment, Doris was not attached to Mu Hua. Rogier's ghost was in Mu Hua's body. The guy was entangled by Mu Hua's soul tentacles all over his body, like a bullied little beast. If there was any emergency, he could also let him try to control this body. Anyway, Mu Hua could tear him apart at any time. Oh, talent, do you understand? Odysseus has been inviting me to be a hero. I'm leaving, just wait and see. Facing Abigail's doubts, Mu Hua said proudly. To this day, he still seems unable to change the habit of linking heroes with actors. The towering creation that stands out from a distance is not alone. The Information Processing Center, which is based on an old Hell battleship, is surrounded by a large area of buildings built around it. This Information Processing Center, located in the central area of the Great Gobi Desert, is also prosperous. Like a small city, there are several communities with good living environments around the Information Processing Center, where the families of the people working in the Information Processing Center live. Streets, shops, entertainment venues, and factories with easy work all provide high-quality living conditions for the families of the staff of the Information Processing Center. They have a certain sense of superiority in the Great Gobi Desert and even in the entire Akura courtyard. At the same time, they have a strong sense of belonging to the Naden group. In order to avoid being seen by many people, Mu Hua went to the Information Processing Center alone. Although the interpersonal circle here is relatively fixed, there are tens of thousands of people in the Information Processing Center. Mu Hua did not meet any acquaintances along the way. "Hi, Luo Ji, aren't you going to Kamiga Beach for vacation?" Finally gave up? When he walked to the front of the Information Processing Center and looked up at the majestic building, a woman who walked out of the gate greeted Mu Hua. "Impossible, wait and see Jamie eat coffee powder. I just forgot something and came to deal with it," Mu Hua said to the visitor. "Oh, you are so childish, but I like childishness, be careful." The woman in a hip skirt approached Mu Hua and jokingly reached out to pat Mu Hua's shoulder. But Mu Hua opened his arms, took 2 steps back, deliberately avoided the woman's palm, and had a strange and playful smile on his face. Well, he is a handsome guy, and he is not someone that any girl can touch. Although he rejected the woman's physical contact, he did not show resistance. The woman chuckled, as if she was used to it, and did not bother with Mu Hua. She waved goodbye and left. The original owner was on vacation recently and originally planned to go on vacation outside the Great Gobi Desert, but the Blood Clan and the church were fighting fiercely outside. He originally wanted to give up the vacation plan, but was teased by a colleague whose girlfriend he slept with. He made a bet with the other party that if he went out for a walk as planned, the other party would eat a can of coffee powder, which led to the conversation at this time. "Huh, kid, are you really a programmer? Are all programmers this age so promiscuous?" Mu Hua asked Rogier's soul in his heart. "Programmer? Sir, I'm a machine attack module debugger," Rogier in Mu Hua's body said weakly. "It's almost the same. The woman just now had dark circles under her eyes, but your face is clean," Mu Hua said secretly. "Compared to the design plan, I pay more attention to my physical health, and there will be unexpected gains," Rogier said frustratedly. His body is gone, and now he doesn't know if he is healthy. Unexpected gains? For example, extra meals with the supervisor? Mu Hua was quite interested. Not only the supervisor, I should have been able to marry a girl from the Naden family. Rogier told his inspirational plan. TSK, there are many girls from the Naden family in this courtyard. Mu Hua pouted. He still liked the story of the female boss more. No matter how many, it's Naden, as long as I. "Hey sir, you won't kill me, right?" Rogier wanted to refute, but halfway through, he felt that there was no need to say anything, sighed, and asked carefully. "As long as a fart, it's not because of my good skin, cooperate well, I don't have to kill you," Mu Hua said with disdain, but for the time being, he is more focused on getting rid of this kid after the job is done. After all, it's weird to keep the ghost of the original owner of the shape-shifting. Rogier wanted to refute, that skin, it seems to be his. Dingy stepped into the door of the Information Processing Center, and the security equipment at the door issued a signal for passage. There were several guards in machine armor standing outside the door. These guards were a little idle, and the magic puppets next to the security equipment observed the passers-by more carefully. The lobby on the first floor is very spacious. The marble-colored metal floor has obviously been anti-slip. The lobby is accessible as a whole. In case of emergency, several independent spaces can be separated. This building also has a certain deformation mechanism. After all, it is essentially a large warship. Some areas inside it can be separated from the main body. If those areas are irreversibly damaged, they can be separated from the main body to prevent the damage from expanding. Take the elevator to the 73rd floor. This warship is too large. There are many functional departments inside. There are also some areas that require special certification to enter. Most people can't even recognize the names of these departments, let alone understand their internal layout. Although the specifications of Rogier's department are also quite high, he doesn't know where the non-war logistics department is. Mu Hua plans to go to the department where Rogier works to ask someone. Maybe his female supervisor should know. Ding, the elevator arrives at the floor. With a floor height of more than 20 meters, the space and environment here are far from comparable to those pigeon cage-like office buildings. This floor even has a field for actual combat trials of machine-mounted combat modules. The floor is spacious, but the partition walls are all metal structures with a thickness of more than 1 meter, and these metal walls obviously contain magic substances. This kind of structure with magic supply needs to consume the same amount of magic to be smelted by Wanji Chuangxing, And this kind of worship itself has a self-discipline protection system. Otherwise, Mu Hua really wants to try whether Wanji Chuangxing can melt 2 holes in it. At a normal walking speed, it took Mu Hua more than 10 minutes to walk from the elevator entrance to the office door of the head of the armed commissioning department. Knock on the door, and a pleasant female voice came from the office. Pushing open the door, it is another space similar to a reception room. Behind the 2 secretary desks on the east side of the room, there are 2 slim secretaries. It's hard to say what they look like. Anyway, their teeth are very white, and their skin color is a bit dark. Seeing Mu Hua coming, the 2 secretaries pointed to another door in the house, as if they were not surprised. The female supervisor, who often adds meals, with the original owner should be inside. Pushing open the door of the inner room, there are 2 rows of model racks in the room, and in front of it is a large desk. Behind the desk sits a capable woman with short hair. Looking at this female leader, who was originally a little expected, Mu Hua fell silent. Well, what's going on? This girl is also black. Chapter 618. Maybe because he ate too much fine grains, Mu Hua is now more picky. For example, he doesn't like too strong perfume. Even if it's a pretty big sister with a dark face, the heavy perfume will always make him have bad fantasies. Mu Hua feels that Wickalu Courtyard is really not suitable for him. Among all races, the genes of black people are the most aggressive, and black people are the mainstream here. And it takes at least 5 generations of mixed blood to wash away black characteristics. If other races are not introduced, it is estimated that there will be more and more black people here in the future. The people who were taken away from the slave market before were deliberately selected by Mu Hua as non-black people. Even now, he is even considering whether to deal with those people again. After all, there are still some mixed bloods among them. If some reversions are bred, those guys may become rampant. To say that Bridges' governance ability is still quite good, black people are famous for being lazy and gluttonous. They are proficient in eating, drinking and having fun. Without a whip and a chain chasing them, they can't do anything to produce labor. They are more suitable to invest in the entertainment gambling industry. Well, gambling, such as NBA, you should not really take it as a sport. Some people watch sports blindly. The hot competition is never hot because of sports or competition itself. Peace, unity, friendship, and communication are nonsense. Seriously speaking, most competitive sports with a wide audience are essentially gambling. In a relatively fair gambling environment, people follow it because it is linked to their own interests. I dare not link competition with beast fighting, but to be precise, if there is no good gambling link, no matter what competitive sports are, it will definitely be a dog's begging. Bridges can make the blacks here believe in God and work on the fields consciously. Although they are still keen on enjoying fun, they are also disciplined by the magic and the public awareness. It is hard to say whether it is the great faith or the good governance of Bridges. But no matter what, even the Great Gobi Desert, Mu Hua feels that it is not suitable for him. There are too many races that are not in his aesthetic taste. Has your bet with Jamie not been cancelled? Let's put the vacation at Kamiga Beach on hold for now. Gary has a space disruption system project. Otherwise, you can follow him. In the office, seeing Mu Hua coming, Nikita took out a small box from the drawer, stood up and walked around the desk, sat on the sofa in front of the desk, and under the hip skirt that exposed a little thigh, her well-proportioned legs were folded and raised. Smooth and sexy, but unfortunately her teeth are white and her lips are purple. Although Mu Hua also likes black stockings, if the light is a little dim, it is difficult to tell whether Nikita's shiny legs are wearing black stockings or not. Mu Hua can't accept this. You know, I have my own rhythm, and I don't like to occupy other people's design plans. The 2 rows of sofas are close together, but there is a coffee table in the middle. Mu Hua took 2 bottles of drinks from the refrigerator, put one in front of Nikita, unscrewed the other bottle and drank a sip, and sat opposite Nikita. Your rhythm? What rhythm do you have, Roger? Some opportunities must be seized, and our work still depends on the results. Even if you hook up with that little bitch Paula, his family will not approve of a technician who is a good person. And Paula is not suitable for you. Perhaps, I can give you more. Nikita sat up straight, and said seriously, throwing the box in his hand to Mu Hua. Paula is the girl with the surname Naden that Rogier wants to hook up with. The elder sister is still the elder sister. She knows that Rogier is hooking up with other people outside, but she still looks like it doesn't matter if she plays with them. You should choose my open-minded style. I am still young and want to handle the interpersonal relationship between colleagues first. Taking the box, Mu Hua said to Nikita and opened the box. A heavy watch. Because of his personal attributes, Mu Hua's biological clock can be accurate to the minute and second, and he has never had the habit of wearing a watch. However, the style of this watch is very good. There is a circle of crystals inlaid around the dial. Energy fluctuations can be faintly felt in the crystals. This should be a magical item. Achievements do not affect your interpersonal relationships. On the contrary, they will make them pay more attention to you. Do you really have to let me tell you about your little tricks? You can only deceive those little bitches, who know nothing by putting on that damn persona. Nikita said to Muhua. Nikita asked Roger to work on other people's projects, which obviously seemed like he was asking him to take advantage of others. Although it was a bit ungentle, this kind of thing was very common in companies. Roger didn't want to do this kind of thing, but it didn't mean that Roger was a good person, but that this guy wanted to be a programmer who relied on his face to make a living. Cheerful, rebellious, cynical but kind and innocent, this was the persona he set for himself, the persona for hooking up with strong girls. He was not interested in those little girls who liked domineering bosses, because those little girls were generally poor, the kind who were poor and burned. So, Nikita, you can't always speculate about me like this. Including Paula, I was just interacting with her normally. Muhua was annoyed, threw his watch on the table, and was ready to leave. Sit down. Okay, I apologize, and talk nicely. After a scolding, Nikita turned his face to show a little helplessness and pampering. Muhua felt that the hair on his arms had stood up, but under the guidance of Roger's soul, he still put on a sullen but stubborn look and sat down again. His teeth and face were sour, and this fancy trick made Muhua uncomfortable in various ways. Keep the watch. I heard that you were going on vacation, so I prepared it for you. There are 13 crystal diamonds on this dream shooter. Each crystal diamond can release a light arrow that can penetrate the armor of the tank. Wear it for self-defense. First explain the use of the watch to Muhua. Recently, the higher-ups issued a design project to crack the ghoul self-discipline screening system. Since you don't want to follow other people's projects, this project is handed over to you, and you can choose the team members yourself. This project has a profound impact. If you work hard, it will be enough for you to gain a foothold in the technical department. Nikita said to Roger again. Muhua was silent. Sure enough, this is a world that values appearance. Let's talk about the watch first. This thing is not a magic equipment, but a divine equipment. The power of many divine arts varies greatly depending on the amount of faith invested. The arrow of light that can penetrate the armor of the chariot can barely be classified as high-level magic in terms of strength. The kind that can kill a bunch of bear goblins with one dart, and the production of this divine crystal is more troublesome than the magic stone. If you add the bonus of luxury watches, this watch is definitely a high-end product that ordinary people may not be able to touch in their lifetime. This guy just wants to go on vacation in a dangerous place, and the elder sister gave him such a watch. The ghoul self-discipline screening system is obviously an attack system for ghouls. Its main function is to automatically identify ghouls, and prompt some long-range attack weapons to automatically and accurately attack ghouls. This system is available in the Darrow group, but because it is not widely applicable, it is a marginalized product. The so-called cracking is simply piracy. The Euclid courtyard is in trouble with ghouls. Even if the Blood Clan later deals with those ghouls, the people in this courtyard will still remember the existence of ghouls for at least 100 years. Would it not have a far-reaching impact to develop such a program in this courtyard? This project was handed over to Roger to select the team members himself. To put it bluntly, you can do whatever you want. When the R&D team comes up with the program, it's yours. This person, it's true that the same person has different fates. No wonder some people seek death, and some people love life. If life is like this, who wouldn't love to death? Silently put the watch on his wrist. Damn, the big sister opposite actually smiled with relief. Nikita. It must be troublesome to get this watch. Muhua's eyes flickered with a little resistance and a little touching. As time goes by, one can learn a lot. Muhua has learned a lot from Roger. It's good that you know. Nikita smiled. This kind of crystal diamond is really amazing. By the way, I heard that we have a non-war ready logistics department here. Is this thing war ready or non-war ready? The emotional eyes met with Nikita's. For a moment, as if he couldn't resist the other's eyes, Muhua's face showed a little embarrassment, his eyes dodged, and he tapped the crystal diamond on the watch, as if to change the subject, and asked casually, these should be considered war preparations, right? Obviously Nikita was not very familiar with combat matters, but she liked Roger's stubborn weakness. Oh! By the way, where is the non-war preparation logistics warehouse, and what is in it? Muhua rubbed the dial of his watch with his thumb, and continued to ask, with his head down. I don't know much about that. Our department usually only contacts the war preparation warehouse, but the transport warehouse on the 96th floor can reach the war preparation warehouse, so there should be a transport warehouse to the non-war preparation warehouse," Nikita said indifferently. "Don't know where it is exactly." Mu Hua showed a curious look on his face. He knew these. Some people say it is the -3rd floor, and some people say it is the 42nd floor. It should be below the 96th floor. You know that the specific location of the war preparation warehouse is kept secret from us. Nikita shook his head. "Oh. Sleep." As Nikita's voice fell, Mu Hua looked up, and a sleeping spell was thrown on Nikita. Nikita was stunned for a moment, and then she laid down on the sofa. The confidentiality measures of this information processing center are really troublesome. "Let's go to those 2 floors first." Rubbing his sore cheeks, Mu Hua pushed the door and walked out of the office, and met the slightly inquiring eyes of 2 young secretaries. "Yes, do you know which floor the non-war storage warehouse is on?" Mu Hua asked casually, and the 2 young secretaries shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. "Nikita needs to rest for a while. Don't let anyone disturb her for the time being." After another explanation, Mu Hua straightened his clothes and left the office room under the gazes of the 2 young secretaries, one of whom was disgusted and the other was amused. Chapter 619. The -3rd floor and the 42nd floor of the Information Processing Center are both open floors. The -3rd floor is a multi-story ecological park where various vegetables, fruits and melons are planted. Because it is relatively open and there are some insects here, Mu Hua went to the -3rd floor first. He released a few blue-blooded wasps to search the -3rd floor carefully, secretly calculated the area of the -3rd floor, and asked the staff responsible for adjusting the irrigation equipment here for some fruits. He chatted and asked about it. It seems that the barn and cold storage here are not too rigorous warehouses. There were a few wasps on his body. When Mu Hua left here, he was reminded by the patrolling magic puppet to be careful of the bees on his body. The search on the -3rd floor was not difficult, but the 42nd floor made Mu Hua a little confused. This is a leisure floor full of shops, snacks, clothing, photography, game halls, swimming pools, small stalls and shops. Various shops make this floor like a maze. You have to refer to the road signs to find a way. Holding a skewered rabbit in one hand and an iced drink in the other, Mu Hua's face lacked the joy of tasting delicious food. He walked around this floor with a face full of hatred. Mu Hua even felt that if he were to hide a warehouse, he would definitely hide it on this floor. Eating, drinking, buying shoes, clothes, motorcycles, and by the way, Mu Hua also bought a few game consoles. The welfare of this information processing center is really good. The drinks, food, and small items in the vending machines are all free. The things sold on the 43rd floor are not only economical, but also can be directly paid by face swiping or work card. No matter whether there is money in the work card, you can buy anything with it. There is no interest on overdrafts. Even if you owe a lot of money, when you pay wages, only 50% to 10% of the monthly salary will be deducted. Hey! Rogier, aren't you on vacation? Why, are you here to buy coffee? Passing by an outdoor beverage shop, Mu Hua had replaced the roasted rabbit in his hand with roasted squid. Under the parasol outside the shop, a square-faced man in his 30s shouted at Mu Hua. The man in a plaid shirt, jeans, and holding a drink also wore a rather showy cowboy hat. Get lost. Mu Hua scolded in a bad mood. From the ghost Rogier, he learned that this man was the unlucky guy whose girlfriend Rogier slept with, and bet with him to eat coffee powder. Hey! Boy, you'd better not forget the bet, otherwise, I will stuff the coffee pot into your dermatitis in front of everyone. Facing Mu Hua's scolding, Jamie laughed loudly. Jamie was full of malice towards Mu Hua. Oh no, it should be towards Rogier. The 2 older men around him waved to Mu Hua, but when they greeted him, they did not show obvious likes or dislikes. Look at Jamie. Although he has a square face, he has bulging eye bags, thin arms and legs, and looks like a typical coder. He doesn't have much fighting power. Mu Hua estimates that this guy can't beat the original Roger. Many people still have some misunderstandings about people who make a living by their looks. In fact, people who make a living by their looks usually have good physical fitness. After all, when you work overtime and stay up late, others are getting beauty sleep. When you are scratching your head about your work, others are working out in the gym. When you are drinking and farting, others are taking nutritional supplements. Unless it is physical work such as moving bricks and farming, in terms of fighting power alone, most of the cows and horses at work are completely incomparable to them even in terms of physical strength. Of course, the looking for a living here does not refer to the young handsome guys, who were repeatedly modified in Mu Hua's previous life. After all, most of the young handsome guys in the original version were also sports students. Strictly speaking, those guys who make a living by their looks are still strong in all aspects except that they sometimes show some pee. The real weaklings are still cattle and horses. Time and rest are the key. Without these, apart from collapse and self-destruction, a knife can sprain the waist, and a gun can break the wrist. They are definitely weaklings. Looking at Jamie, who was shouting, Mu Hua was too lazy to pay attention to him, but after taking 2 steps, Mu Hua ate the squid in his hand in 2 bites, tilted his head, sucked the juice, and walked towards Jamie in a gangster style. "Oh, you want to fight?" Seeing Mu Hua walking towards him without any usual behavior, Jamie sneered and rolled up his sleeves. Skinny arms, slightly protruding belly, well, regardless of whether he is fighting power or not, this Jamie is probably a more stubborn type. Mu Hua gave Jamie a blank look and ignored him. Instead, he pulled a chair and sat at the table with Jamie and his friends. TSK seeing that Mu Hua didn't respond, Jamie clicked his tongue in disgust and sat down. This was a reasonable and stubborn man. He deserved his girlfriend to be slept with by others. "Have you heard of the non-combat logistics department?" Mu Hua, half lying on the table, asked the 3 people opposite him, who were all Roger's colleagues. "Huh? Why are you asking this?" 2 of the 3 people didn't know, and the other one asked in confusion. "A friend I know recently got a boyfriend." The other party said that he worked in a non-combat logistics department. "My friend wanted to know about the other party's financial situation, but I don't have any idea about that department," Mu Hua explained. "Huh, you want to develop further? Girls nowadays are much more realistic than we were back then." One of the 3, an older one, didn't care about the non-combat logistics department's problem, but laughed at the thought of wanting to know the other party's financial situation. "Oh, friends again, you have so many friends," Jamie sneered. "You talk a lot of nonsense." Mu Hua glanced at Jamie and said impatiently, "Hey, you two, that matter is almost over, Jamie. Who told you to have a secret relationship and ended up being fooled by Mandy? You can't blame Roger." Seeing that Jamie was about to roll up his sleeves again, a colleague stopped and persuaded him. "Humph." Jamie snorted coldly, and Mu Hua rolled his eyes at him again. "This guy, if he can save his life, when he divides the heads with Abigail, he will take him away, not let him go to the Kane's courtyard, and throw him on the Abyss Island to let him hum. Well, Mu Hua is indeed here to find the array, but don't forget that he and Abigail are also targeting the technicians of the Naden group. The 2 are not picky, they want any technicians, and most of the people in the information processing center can be classified as their targets. I have heard of non-war logistics warehouses before. When I first joined the center, we had an association here that specialized in finding such secret departments, but it was later ordered to disband. But after all, it is a secret department, and the salary should be higher than ours, but I'm not sure whether that person is from the non-war logistics department. There are many people who cheat girls these days. If it's a non-war logistics department, you can go to the block of Fast Fox Express. I remember someone said that the department was hidden in that block. Seeing that Mu Hua and Jimmy did not have a conflict, the person who first asked Mu Hua recalled. There is a transport warehouse on the 96th floor that goes to the non-war logistics department, but since the Naden group has made a series of complicated arrangements, it would be uncomfortable to go there to inquire. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Mu Hua still does not want to provoke the people there. After chatting with the 3 people for a few words, Mu Hua said goodbye and left, following the road signs, all the way to the street where the express company is located. It is not a warehouse gathering place. There is a bungalow with a sign of Fast Fox among the miscellaneous shops. The couriers who come and go nearby basically deliver small items, which are probably the sundries and trivial things purchased by the center employees on this floor. He found a more remote snack bar and ordered a mixed food of shrimp and shells. Mu Hua sucked the shells while secretly releasing wasps. The 42nd floor was originally full of tall and short buildings, and many of them were connected to the top of the floor. No matter if it was the elevator connecting the upper and lower floors or something else, it was not easy to find a department that was intentionally hidden. Mu Hua made up his mind. After he finished sucking this plate of seafood, if he still couldn't find the non-war logistics warehouse, he would go to the 96th floor or directly arrest the senior executives of the information processing center. He was ready to do it. Sucking the shrimp brain and peeling the shrimp shell, Mu Hua finished a seafood stew and ordered another one. This thing is quite delicious. Halfway through the second seafood stew, the wasp he released finally found something unusual in a store selling old crafts. There are 3 other rooms in this store. If it is a workshop, there is no need to be so scattered. and one of the areas with a bathroom seems to make the store lack a piece from the overall external area. After wiping his mouth and paying with a card, Mu Hua went to the craft store. Pushing open the door of the store, the bell hanging on the door rang a few times. A middle-aged man sitting at the counter disassembling a clock looked up and nodded to Mu Hua naturally, as a greeting. There were antique shelves around the store, with a lot of things on them. Mu Hua looked around to confirm whether there were any surveillance devices here. "Do you need anything?" The middle-aged man put down the tools in his hand and asked Mu Hua, as if seeing Mu Hua's careful look. "Look, you are busy," Mu Hua said casually, and the man stopped paying attention to Mu Hua and continued to fiddle with the clock in his hand. After walking around for a few more minutes, Mu Hua walked to the counter and lay on the counter with interest to watch the man repair the watch. The man looked up at Mu Hua, but saw that Mu Hua had an expression that said, "Go on, I see." The man chuckled and shook his head. When he lowered his head again, his mind suddenly became drowsy for a short time, but he heard Mu Hua muttering softly in his ears. "Don't move, keep this posture. Is this a non-war-ready logistics warehouse?" The two men kept the posture of repairing watches and watching. Mu Hua said softly without moving his lips. "No, this is just an emergency exit of the logistics warehouse." The man's body was stiff, and his voice became a little stereotyped. Obviously, Mu Hua tried to control his mind as unnoticeably as possible. There were too many sundries in this store, and there were a lot of alarm clocks and wall clocks. It was unclear what type of monitoring measures would be used here. Mu Hua really couldn't confirm the monitoring here, so he could only use this shallow hypnosis that was the least harmful and the least noisy, but easy to wake up with a little precaution or disturbance. "Where is the entrance?" "Take me in," Mu Hua asked quickly. "An exit is also an exit, as long as it leads to the warehouse. Over there, I don't have the permission to open it. You can't open it from here." The man pointed in a direction and said to Mu Hua. The summoning array unfolded, and the wolf-shaped shadow filled the entire store. "Disperse," Mu Hua ordered, and the shadow that was in tune with his mind rushed out of the store. In the blink of an eye, screams and screams came from outside the store. "Lead the way!" Pulling the man out of the counter, Mu Hua spoke while the summoning array reappeared. Boom! 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 Several fierce behemoths rushed out of the store, and the shouting outside the store became more chaotic and sharp, and the alarm and gunshots had already sounded. "Well, this man can't open the door, so let's blast it open. Release the summoned beast to create chaos. Now that the emergency exit has been found, then, do it, and it's over." Mu Hua felt that he had done his best. Even if Abigail came, she might have already done it. Buzz! The dimension slash of Duanqian tore a gap in the metal wall, revealing a dimly lit passage inside. The silver web of fate spread and spread. "You?" The man came back to his senses in shock and anger, and when he looked at Mu Hua in shock and anger, Mu Hua's fist continued to enlarge in his vision. Bang, brain matter splattered, and the headless man stood stiffly. At this time, Mu Hua had already turned into a shadow and drilled into the gap. Chapter 620. "Haha, give me money, I tell you he definitely start, and he's showing off his talent, ha ha ha." In the woods on the hills, looking at the layers of energy shields outside the information processing center in the distance, Abigail bent over with laughter, and stretched out her hand to Sha Na and the others to ask for a bet, but they were betting on whether Mu Hua could steal the teleportation array disc quietly. But at this moment, the movement over there at the information processing center clearly showed that Mu Hua, after all, had to rob. "Let's go, we go too." The alarm sounded in the distance. Abigail took a handful of demon gold coins from the hands of the others, happily put them in her pocket, waved her hand, and prepared to join in. "Can I not go?" Looking at the carefree Abigail, and then looking at the towering information processing center over there, Sha Na hesitated and asked. "They're not afraid, so why are you?" Pointing at Charles and the others, Abigail said to Sha Na. "They don't even know how to write the word death." Sha Na said disdainfully. "This courtyard is a bit deformed, and the faith of the great Gobi is not high. With Mu Hua and Abigail here, Sha Na is not afraid of the opponent's combat power. However, it is also because of Mu Hua and Abigail that Sha Na is afraid that these two guys will get reckless and accidentally hurt friendly forces. These two are real monsters. And what have Charles and his talents seen? They really thought they were going to help Mu Hua fight. They didn't know that they might be harmed by their own people at any minute. TSK, how about you go in?" Sha Na looked terrified. Charlotte looked at Abigail, who seemed to be going to fight a big fight, and she also acted a little weak. Abigail clicked her tongue in disdain and opened a weird big mouth behind her. Mouth of the glutton. I've been trying to figure out how to use the mouth of the glutton to hold living things. Would you like to try? Abigail said to Setsuna with great interest. Oh, your majesty is really hard-working. I think I can still help out there. Setsuna twitched her lips and walked towards the information processing center. Charlotte transformed into a magical girl, put on her machine suit, and followed. Are you kidding? Going into the mouth of the glutton? Forget about holding people. If you are sure that you can get non-living things out of it intact, do you need to find a formation plate? Setsuna said that she was going to help Muhua fight. At this moment, on a certain floor of the information processing center, a bloody monster spread out, completely breaking the original prosperity and tranquility. The weird wolf poked out its fangs from the shadows of people from time to time. Countless injured people had broken legs and feet, and the whole floor was filled with screams and cries. Guns with self-disciplined attack systems were drilled out of the walls of the floor, and these guns kept turning their directions. Because of the fear of accidental injuries, they could only attack the huge behemoth in the end. For those in the Akura courtyard, Behemoth is definitely a monster that many people have never seen in movies and TV shows. The injured people on the ground were trampled into meat paste by Behemoth, and the giant claws were swung to pieces. The energy rays attacking them were better. Although they could not break the stone armor on their bodies for a while, they would not cause ricochets and injuries like real bullets. The four behemoths were on all fours and rushed around the floor, and a large part of the casualties on the floor were caused by the ammunition ejected by the automatic defense system. The floor was closed. Although there were still many people on the 42nd floor, the appearance of the monsters caused all the regular passages and elevators connecting this floor to be locked. The heavy iron gate was lowered, and this floor was isolated to prevent the monsters from flowing to other floors. The confused people cursed and hid. Behemoth was fierce, but to them, the weird shadow wolf seemed more deadly. The body trained in the gym on weekdays was useless in front of these monsters. The short-term panic caused a large number of casualties, and when the mecha warriors and fully armed magic puppets appeared, new monsters appeared from nowhere in the floor. The crocodile beast with erected scales, like sharp blades, defeated the tiger group that could be sent away by an energy bomb. The tiger beast covered with horny opened its mouth and spit out wind blades that could cut marks on the metal wall. The fat giant monster, with bullet holes all over his body, grabbed the magic puppets and smashed them crazily. Demons. The screaming demons were running around, looking for items that could be used as weapons. Fireballs, lightning, groups of succubi trampled on flesh and blood, and the magic of concentrated fire blasted the mecha warriors back step by step. The magic puppets were damaged and left a pile of debris, and the humans were killed and injured, splashing blood and flesh. But under the counterattack of the defense force of the Information Processing Center, these monsters died and left nothing behind. Summoned beasts. These are Muhua's summoned beasts. This place is still within the range of the broken sky barrier. Muhua cannot summon his followers, but he can release the summoned beasts in his summoning space. One man is an army. The most characteristic of one man in hell is not the necromancer, but greed. Although Muhua has not yet touched greed, and although he has not yet gained the ability to launch the final war, he has a lot of summoning skills and summoned beasts of different families. As the number of human casualties on the floor increased, the Information Processing Center no longer had to worry about accidental injuries, and the battle on the floor became more intense. But at this moment, something happened that made the Information Processing Center management even more angry. Those behemoths were actually digging the floor. They wanted to destroy the blockade of the floor. It was like using an iron cone to dig rocks. Although it was not very efficient, the claws of those behemoths could really dig through thick metal walls. In terms of this kind of destruction, the claws of behemoths were even more useful than the claws of the dragon. It was okay. Fortunately, those behemoths seemed to be fully focused on breaking through the blockade, and had no time to pay attention to those hiding in the closed shops. But for the center management, they hoped that the behemoths would dig open the shops on the floor and kill people, so that at least they could buy more time to mobilize personnel to surround and kill these monsters. Hoo-hoo! The behemoths who were digging on the roof and the floor were panting heavily. This is probably a major weakness of behemoths. Standing on the ground, they are tireless monsters, but if they are separated from the ground, these monsters with super explosive power, their endurance is actually not very good. A large number of armed forces emerged from all corners and counterattacked the summoned beasts. High-intensity exorcism bullets defeated the cluster of monsters. There were no evil dragons, no magic dragons, no high-level monsters, no big demons, and no elemental elves. The chaos on the 42nd floor gradually subsided, but this calming was probably just the prelude to the storm. After all, except for a few behemoths, the summoned beasts that appeared were too ordinary. While the management of the Information Processing Center was angrily investigating the cause of the incident, Mu Hua had already reached a partitioned space between the 42nd and 43rd floors through a secret passage. It seems very noisy downstairs. No notification of the exercise alarm has been received. Should we leave urgently? Not yet up there. Compared to other floors, the space was narrower and like a regular ship hold. Several guards gathered together and were talking inexplicably when a wall, where the emergency exit was located, suddenly disappeared. The darker passage was revealed. Several people stopped talking in astonishment, but saw a figure standing up from the shadows on the ground in a weird way. Huh? Should it be here? Mu Hua said to himself, looking at the people standing in front of him. Who? Who? Someone asked. Shoot! Someone shouted immediately. Mark of admonition. Someone shot a divine spell directly at Mu Hua. Mu Hua's figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared. When he appeared behind several people again, they were already pinched in the air by the touch of soul. Ga, a huge force came, and in the sound of bones rubbing, several people's mouths were blocked by the touch of jealousy, and their cries of pain were also choked back into their throats. Be quiet first, be quiet. Mu Hua looked around and said to several people. It was not a spacious room. There was a desk, 2 bookshelves, some paper files on the bookshelves, and a short passage. At the end of the passage, there was a gate similar to a vault. Just a rough look around. Mu Hua had no time to ask the captives, and the smooth walls around him opened one by one, and gun barrels protruded from the wall, all pointing at Mu Hua. Boom! A blazing light flashed, and the ears of the people caught by Mu Hua heard a roar that seemed like an auditory hallucination. The eyes fell into darkness for a short time, and when the vision slowly recovered, the dripping molten iron around caused the temperature in the space to rise sharply, and the source of the molten iron was the guns pointed at Mu Hua before. Several people stopped breathing, partly because they were frightened, and partly because of the unpleasant smell and the discomfort caused by the sudden change in temperature. And this was already the result of Mu Hua's good fire control. Otherwise, when the blazing light flashed, these people would probably have turned into crystals of relics advocated by Buddhism. Well, useless cold knowledge. Relics, ashes will come out when they are burned at high temperatures, and even dog bones can be burned into relics. Instead of kneeling and licking that thing, it is better to care about what kind of fuel the monks used to heat up the body when they burned it. Or maybe the upper echelons were extremely considerate of the monks, otherwise how could such a crude and vulgar thing be filled with illusory fantasy? Machine Module Debugging Department, Roger? No, you can't be Roger, who are you? The gun barrel, desk, and bookshelf all disappeared. Except for the few people caught by Mu Hua, there were no other living beings in this room, but it was not these people who spoke. Perhaps someone was observing this place remotely, and trying to communicate with Mu Hua. Tap, tap, tap. There were a few guards on duty who were whimpering and twisting their bodies behind him. Ignoring the inquiries from the empty space, Mu Hua walked to the round vault safe door with a diameter of 10 meters at the end of the corridor. Can it be opened? Mu Hua let go of the mouth of a guard and pointed at the safe door and asked him. We don't have the authority. The guard shook his head. Who are you? Do you know what you are doing? You are invading the industry of the Nathan Group. No matter who you are, stop your actions immediately. The shouting came again in the open air. Puff! Still ignoring the noise, the guard who had just spoken exploded into a ball of blood foam. You can't open it? Mu Hua looked at the other people again. Woo, woo, woo. Several people's eyes were full of fear. Some shook their heads and struggled, and some nodded and struggled. For a moment, apart from fear, they didn't know what they wanted to express. Mu Hua loosened their blocked mouths again. Spare my life, you can't kill me. We are just registrars here, we don't know anything. Don't kill me, I just joined the job really. William, Sir William, save me, save us. Several people regained the ability to speak, but in the noisy shouting, there was no response that Mu Hua wanted to hear. Puff, 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 puff. The fate of several people can be imagined, and Mu Hua reached out and grabbed a handle of the safety door and pulled it. Bang! Well, the handle was torn off by him, but the safety door was very solid. You are Mu Hua? The question came again in the empty space, and this time the voice was much more stable than before. Huh? No, I'm Abigail. Mu Hua jokingly replied to the other party while clenching his fist and looking at the safe door of the vault. Damn it! You are Mu Hua. Abigail is now, at this moment, She is attacking the door of the information processing center. The other party's tone was excited. Okay, I'm Chibman. I'm here to help Abigail, you know. Mu Hua was surprised. Abigail is really impatient. The sound of the empty space. I don't care who you are. What do you want to do? The other party asked angrily. Mu Hua was silent. Oh no, it was Mu Hua who didn't want to pay attention to the other party. He was thinking about how to blow the door open. Chapter 621. If Behemoth's claws are more destructive to non-living things than Dragon's claws, then Fenrir's claws are at the top of all creatures' claws in terms of destructive power to non-living things. Mu Hua, who used Fenrir as a keratinized skin medium, when he perfected the Behemoth incarnation, his claws also had the characteristics of Fenrir's claws even if he became a behemoth. As a senior executive of the Information Processing Center, William is also a man with a wide range of knowledge. At this moment, watching Mu Hua tossing around in front of the vault door, William couldn't help but doubt that this guy was Chibman. I saw that the original Rogier had transformed into a ferocious behemoth, and the behemoth was using its terrifying claws to dig a hole in the vault safe door. That's right, dig directly, sticking his butt out, just like digging the soil. Ignoring the strong pressure electric shock, ignoring the energy defense, every claw can scrape off a thick layer of magic metal from the safe door of the vault. The harsh sound makes William's teeth ache through the screen. Mu Hua has petrifying magic eyes. Mu Hua is good at high-intensity elemental magic. Mu Hua is jealous of ghosts. But according to the information William knows, Mu Hua will not become a behemoth. And the shape-shifting technique is very high-end, and at the same time, that thing is a sign of laziness. Speaking of which, Bridges has always said that Mu Hua sees us vampires are making trouble in this courtyard, but based on his own observations, William suspects that it was not Mu Hua who came in the first place. In fact, Mu Hua was wrongly accused. It was Chibman who was pretending to be Mu Hua. Chibman was doing all kinds of things in the Akura courtyard to curry favor with Abigail. Your Majesty. Stop it. You are also an old ghost. We bought a lot of technology from you in the early years. What do you want? Tell me. Don't destroy the door. The value of this door is even higher than most of the items in the vault. William's exhortation came from the empty space. Well, since Mu Hua became behemoth, William was basically certain that this guy was Chibman. William was also a technical person. He admired the power of technology, so among all the ghosts and gods, he was more optimistic about laziness. In his cognition, Chibman should be stronger than Mu Hua. Mu Hua's hand movements froze for a moment. This tone was wrong. Huh? It felt like an elder brother was going to help him take the blame. Mu Hua was hesitating whether to explain, and suddenly found that the security door he was planning really had some problems. Recycled metal? Behemoth muttered in a low voice. No! Don't touch the lock core. William's voice was a little panicked. Squeak, squeak, William was shouting. Mu Hua was planing, and in the buzzing sound, it seemed that a transport warehouse was approaching here. TSK. In the room where Mu Hua had originally come out, a hatch opened on a wall, and dozens of magic puppets in the form of angels emerged with lightsabers and chainsaws in their hands. Thunder. Looking back, Behemoth raised his sturdy arm and shot out a lightning chain. Buzz. The puppet opened the energy field to resist the attack of lightning, but the lightning that should have been offset did not dissipate. When it touched the energy field, the lightning chain seemed to be bounced off, repeatedly wandering between the magic puppets and getting faster and faster. Gradually, the remaining light and shadow of the lightning chain made a group of magic puppets seem to be covered by a lightning net, and the energy field was consumed again and again until the force field collapsed, and the lightning chain still repeatedly shuttled through the bodies of the magic puppets. In a blink of an eye, smoke came out of the bodies of the aggressive magic puppets, and they knelt down and fell, and lay prone. Thunder inherent magic, lightning. It already contains the characteristics of chain lightning, and with the increase of magic power, it combines the magical characteristics of accumulation of thunder and folding penetration. The repeated bounces did not gradually weaken and dissipate the magic like regular chain lightning. The lightning as thick as a baby's wrist had the strength and controllability of a thunder dragon. This is the thunder inherent magic that Mu Hua perfected after the unorthodox fireball technique and the unorthodox ice fog field. And Mu Hua was actually not very satisfied with this magic, because he still lacked a destructive power. If he could obtain that ability, the lightning he gathered would be like the materialized flame of hellfire, and the power would be qualitatively improved, just like the energy field released by these magic puppets, and then it would be impossible to defend against it. Crack, crack knocked down a group of high-end magic puppets, and Mu Hua, who turned into Behemoth, began to wave his big claws to dig the door again. Materialized defenses have their own unique characteristics that cannot be replaced. Only a few more special materials can cause absolute destruction to them regardless of density and molecular structure. This is the fundamental reason why armor and shield equipment are still widely used in Hell, where defense magic is almost universal. Muhua hollowed out a piece of the heavy and solid vault door. The curled debris fully proved the specialness of Muhua's claws. A basketball-sized mechanical lock core was exposed. Behemoth's strong palm reached in and pulled it out directly. The soul fire ignited, and Muhua did not let go of the metal scrape from the vault door. The creation of all things directly separated them into particles of magic metal. Don't! Chipman. Your Majesty, stop! Its craftsmanship is more expensive. William's anxious shout came from the empty space. Muhua subconsciously looked around after tossing the lock core in his hand. Glancing at the guards, who had transformed into ghosts, Muhua estimated that this guy who had been making a lot of noise couldn't see the ghosts. Otherwise he might not have shouted Your Majesty Chipman so smoothly. Huh? The soul fire reappeared, and the lock core in a bad state disappeared in Behemoth's hands. No! Damn it! Robbers. You are all robbers. I will sue you. I will sue you at the Adventurers Guild. The anxious shout turned into a furious one. Well, although the soul fire was also Muhua's signature in his early years, in recent years, with the contrast of Muhua's other abilities, it has gradually faded out of people's sight for those who are not familiar with Muhua. The most important thing is that the soul fire is also the sign of laziness. Those who master the soul fire and know alchemy are not necessarily lazy, but laziness must master the soul fire and know alchemy. Muhua's expression is weird, but because he has a hippopotamus face, humans generally can't tell whether it is weird or not. What if the Naden group really goes to sue Chipman? Forget it. Anyway, there are many ghosts floating in the Information Management Center at this time, and I think they should not find Chipman. Even if they find Chipman, it's just a joke, and there is Abigail, right? If he really encounters this black pot, maybe he will take the initiative to jump on it. Crack. Crack. The separation of the lock core allowed Muhua to obtain a piece of recycled metal the size of a human finger bone, but Muhua still did not forget the business, and continued to dig at the door of the vault. Recycled metal is a rare unnatural metal, not an alloy. It is a living metal. Without special treatment, it is a radiation source like uranium ore. The only difference is that it spreads the breath of death. The dragon is not the top of the undead creatures. Above the dragon, there is a kind of existence that demons hate and call evil, the metal dragon. And recycled metal is obtained from the metal dragon. It is essentially a metal dragon with its soul annihilated, that is, the corpse of the metal dragon. This metal is very rare, and is a material that must be possessed by the equipment that can be called artifacts in Hell. It can make the equipment have the characteristics of self-repair. It is hard to find in the market, and is rare and difficult to purify. If there is no ability to resist the wind of aging, it cannot be purified. If it comes into contact with unpurified recycled metal, there will be a very bad side effect of consuming life. Therefore, the recycled metal that can be circulated in the outside world is generally purified, because no demon will think that his life is long enough to get a piece of unpurified recycled metal to play with. A piece of recycled metal was accidentally dug out from the door of the vault. It was a little too small, and could only be used as a forging material for a dagger suitable for human use. But at least, it was a rare item that Muhua had never gotten before. Muhua estimated that it would be no problem to exchange it with the demon merchant for 30 or 50 magic yuan. Creaky, creaky. With a harsh scratching sound, the safe door of the vault was finally dug through by Muhua. Behemoth's figure was distorted and blurred, and Muhua turned into Roger again. Behemoth's body can hardly get into the hole on the safe door, but if he turns into a human, he can just walk in by tilting his head. As soon as Muhua got in, a large amount of gas filled the safe. Well, hypnotic, hallucinogenic, nerve disturbance, lethal toxin, festering bacteria, these gases are estimated to knock down even a high-level demon. Muhua took a deep breath of the complex gas. For Muhua, who possessed the poison of the world, these gases tasted citrus and sweet. Ka-ba! There were rows of locked safes, and Muhua pulled out one with brute force. There was a document, and a USB-like information storage module in the safe. He flipped through the documents roughly. Customer information? Address, hobbies, family clan, social related, etc., haha, and black history. Muhua was disgusted and just wanted to light a fire to light this thing. But then he thought, no, he is also a powerful person, and these things seem to be useful when he takes them home. Click. With the information in his pocket, Mu Hua pulled out another safe. It was still information. He took it. Click. He pulled it again. Information? This time it seemed to be a magic weapon development plan? Well, it was useful, so he took it. Mu Hua pulled open the safes one by one. Most of them were data backups. These things were useless to Mu Hua a few years ago, and might even bring him death. But now, Mu Hua felt that if he took these things back, Mei Ling would probably not have so much time to go shopping. This was a robbery without any technical content. He inhaled poison gas and pulled the safe. Mu Hua robbed the entire vault. In the end, he turned out the array plate. Four array plates were taken away by Mu Hua. After putting away the array disc, Mu Hua crawled out of the vault. In the empty space, William's curses and accusations had stopped. He began to try to negotiate with Mu Hua, wanting to redeem the information in Mu Hua's hand. Ignoring William's prayers, Mu Hua searched in the storage props for a while, and a demon's skull appeared in his hand. Raising the skull, several confused ghosts in the room were absorbed into the skull. Mu Hua bent his waist and crawled back to the passage where he came here before. Well, with the array disc in hand, there should be a lot of ghosts on the 42nd floor. It's a pity to waste those ghosts. He doesn't like Uncle Hay, but the ghost technician that Uncle Hay has become can have. Chapter 622. What does it mean to lead a new player with a big account? Mu Hua finally saw it today. Standing by the windowsill on the 42nd floor of the Information Processing Center, looking at the mage position standing like a sea rock surrounded by the chaotic army downstairs, Mu Hua felt that Abigail must be very bored on weekdays. 5 elemental elves floated in the 5 opposite directions of the mage position like gods and monsters. They cooperated with the solid mage position to resist the enemy's attack. The buildings around the Information Processing Center were already in a mess. Long-range position artillery, tanks, armed helicopters, pulse lasers, and armored vehicles with heavy firepower tightly surrounded the mage position. The covering firepower created ripples on the defensive magic. Only when the mecha cluster guarded by the mecha warriors was ready to launch a surprise attack on the position, the elves under Abigail would cast attack magic on the enemy. In the mage position, 3 mechas launched counterattacks against the enemy recklessly, holding dual machine guns, and the ammunition bays on their shoulders turned red due to the frequency of firing. Shauna huddled beside Abigail like a little secretary, while Charlotte flapped the wings of the mechas helplessly, floating around in the mage position. Obviously, the drivers of the 3 mechas that were as fierce as mechanical war gods should be Charles and his 2 companions. Countless explosion points covered the mage position, but Abigail didn't even do anything. The defense magic continuously reinforced by the 5 elemental elves made the mage position as solid as a rock under the baptism of artillery fire. Probably because they were worried that Abigail would rush into the Information Processing Center to join Mu Hua, Nathan's side invested a lot of troops for this. Some people driving chariots didn't even wear combat uniforms. It is very likely that they were not combatants in the first place. In this fierce battle, the surrounding communities were almost razed to the ground. The magician camp also threw more than 10 spare mechas and various combat modules to Charles and his team. At this moment, the experience level of Charles and the other 2 is estimated to be still rising rapidly. If this continues, the free attribute points of the 3 people will probably make them competent spellcasters. This guy is simply led by the boss. Abigail can have this leisure time. This woman must be very bored on weekdays. Bang! The metal partition that originally closed the balcony window has been torn by Mu Hua. He kicked the energy-strengthened glass window to pieces, and the strong wind blew away the fishy smell in the 42nd floor. Dragon summon, demon summon, elf awakening, accompanied by dragon roars and demon roars, 9 evil dragons, 10 big demons, and ferocious demon shadows spread their wings and swooped outside the Information Processing Center. 4 elves also flew to the magician camp set up by Abigail to find their elf friends. Well, dragons are easier to understand. But as for summoning monsters, because Mu Hua does not have the dragon origin, the level of his monster summoning card cannot reach the extreme. For the time being, the top summoning can only summon 9 dragons. The great demon comes from the demon summoning. The summon beasts given after the demon summoning level is upgraded are quite special. The first is the little demon, followed by the horned demon, the succubus, the baron demon, and the great demon, and finally the great demon, which makes Mu Hua extremely disappointed and is a bit useless as a summoned beast. The improvement rules of this summoning magic do not follow the rules of strength and weakness. It seems to be aimed at some ancient demon species. Mu Hua has always regarded the 10 great demons as the strongest summoned beasts in this summoning magic. As for why there are only 4 elves, well, the Earth Elemental Elf didn't go down. He was standing next to Muhua and staring at Muhua. What are you doing? Muhua asked the Earth Elemental Elf. Brother, this is a bit high. The Earth Elemental Elf replied. You can't die. Muhua pouted and grabbed the Earth Elemental Elf's neck. Master, you will lose me if you do this. The Earth Elemental Elf hung his head and accused Muhua of being unscrupulous. Hurry up, go! Muhua threw the Earth Elemental Elf out of the window, clapped his hands, and took out 2 demon skulls from the storage props. It was time for him to work, take away all the ghosts on this floor, and go to other floors. Bang! The Earth Elemental Elf fell from the sky and killed several warriors who were gathered near the gate downstairs. On! The dragon roared and rushed to the position of the artillery far away from the battlefield. The devil's whispers were resounding in the sky, and clusters of magic circles flashed scarlet light. Meteor shower, extreme annihilation fire, sea of thunder snakes, flare, deep dive whale fall. 10 big demons cast wide area magic in different directions, and the lotus of destruction exploded in all directions with the mage position as the center. The unilateral coverage attack became an outbreak between the 2 sides. The collision of explosions and energy swept and raged, and the heavy mecha was lifted up and thrown away. The originally relatively orderly attack formation of Naiden's side was completely disrupted. Boom! The Earth Elemental Elf over there just climbed up, and the falling objects from the sky came again. But another huge flame salad manda was thrown down from the upstairs by Muhua. Except for a few elemental elves, the other summoned creatures released by Muhua were a bit big, and it was not convenient to summon them in the building. As a collection of fire elements, Salamander had already started to set fire to the enemy in front of the gate of the Information Processing Center. TSK, your boss is really fierce. Seeing the surroundings transformed into a scene of destruction in the blink of an eye, Abigail sighed, as if trying to dispel the surprise in her heart, and said to Shan Na beside her, Are you sure it's okay for him to be so fierce? Your Majesty, the magic cocoon, don't forget the magic cocoon. Shan Na said carefully. It was uncertain whether Muhua would respond to her call of boss. Shan Na felt that she should have been a cold girl, but in front of these 2 people, she was really cold. I know, do you want to go up to find him? Abigail waved her hand and pointed to the wall in the middle of the floor that was kicked open by Muhua. If possible, I think it's better to stay here with them. Looking at the elemental elves around the mage camp, Shauna shook her head and replied. Although there was continuous artillery fire here, there were 10 elves of various types guarding here. Shauna still felt that squatting in the mage camp was safer than following Muhua and Abigail in the chaos. Moreover, the evil dragons summoned by Muhua were flying everywhere, but the 10 big demons did not stay away from the mage camp. If there was a real crisis, they could call them to find Muhua. Then you should be careful, Abigail said casually, slowly floating up and gradually flying high. When she rose to a certain height, a large group of mecha warriors and some armed helicopters surrounded her, but before they got close, they either exploded and fell, or burst into pieces of blood mist in the sky. Although Abigail was not floating fast, she rose straight into the air. When she passed the 42nd floor of the Information Processing Center, she did not look for Muhua, but continued to increase her altitude. Finally, after gaining enough vision, she floated in the sky. Abigail did not participate in the attack. In fact, she had been guarding against Naiden's people from releasing magic cocoons and spreading her perception. A huge gluttonous mouth seemed to become a monster that tore the sky apart. It must be said that this kind of thing will make people instinctively perceive it as evil in terms of senses. At least it has an absolutely opposite visual effect to the sacredness that humans generally decorate. At this moment, the people of Naden group will also be swallowed by her if they release magic cocoons. If they play a game of self-destruction, in addition to killing their own people, Abigail can also ensure that the group of Shanshan is safe. Boom! An explosion occurred on a floor higher than the 42nd floor of the Information Processing Center. Abigail curled her lips. It should be Muhua's work. The noise was so loud that Muhua was obviously violent enough. Abigail even suspected that he did it on purpose. When it came to the issue of the distribution of prisoners, Abigail planned to give Muhua less. After all, he must have gotten a lot of ghosts of technicians. The battle outside the Information Processing Center was fierce and hot, and the chaos inside was even more primitive and bloody. Muhua became an icebreaker who chiseled walls and destroyed roads. One after another, dimensional slashes broke through the layers of blockades inside the building, and the entire Information Processing Center sounded alarms. Some floor areas even activated the self-destruction program, and while leaving the main body of the building, they exploded with a bang, wanting to perish with the enemies inside. All kinds of monsters ran around in the building, and when they encountered resistance, they would use their claws and teeth to create bloody killings. Final War is a unique ability of greed. It can make the summoning space and the controller more compatible, greatly reduce the consumption of summoning magic, and allow the summoned beast to quickly recover in the summoning space after death. Without Final War, many of the upgraded summoned beasts in Mu Hua's hands could not be summoned together, so Mu Hua also granted his subordinates the summoning authority of some summoned beasts. At this moment, all the summoned beasts that were not summoned by others were released by him. These summoned beasts are strong and weak, but don't forget that Mu Hua's summoning skills are not just for the sake of brushing greed. His summoning skill stones are basically melted from others. Those beings generally do not use non-aggressive monsters to make summoned beasts. Especially high training levels have brought certain attribute gains to summon beasts. In this courtyard with an extremely poor training environment, even some of the weaker summoned beasts are like fierce beasts and monsters to the workers who swipe their cards at work in the confidence processing center. Mu Hua's summoned beasts can use the Balian secret stone to attack the summoning skills. When the summoning skills increase, the number of summoned beasts in his hands also increases. The summoned beasts running around everywhere made it impossible for the humans in the building to hide. At first, some people organized to fight against these summoned beasts with magic, but when they found that these monsters seemed to be endless, people's mentality gradually collapsed. Gradually, only the combat puppets were left to fight with the summoned beasts. In the relatively complex layout inside the information processing center, Mu Hua's summoned beasts often gave people the illusion that a beast tide was coming, and those combat puppets were difficult to arrange a lineup with a suppressive effect. Tigers lazily paced, jackals burst into a sudden attack, horned deer hooves made crisp sounds, hunting lizards scurried around insidiously, and humanoid monsters dragged weapons picked up from everywhere with strange noises. Inside the modern steel building, frightened people huddled in corners, as if returning to the primitive jungle full of hunting beasts. And the people in the building gradually discovered that if they did not resist when these summoned beasts threatened them, if they obeyed and gathered, these summoned beasts would not attack them. Compared with fighting with summoned beasts, they seemed to need to avoid their own combat puppets more, because when they did not threaten the summoned beasts, they were more likely to be accidentally injured by the magic puppets ordered to fight with the summoned beasts. Beast roars, explosions, sometimes scattered, sometimes dense gunshots, chaotic battles occurred one after another on the floors of the information processing center, and these battles gradually became one. Occasionally, the strong divine magic brilliance flashed in the damaged floors, but these brilliances were often eventually eroded and dispersed by the tyrannical elements and magic. Boom, boom, the main building of the information processing center slowly rose from the ground amidst the tremors of the ground. This building is actually a warship. I don't know if the senior management has come up with some bad ideas. The warship is powered and seems to want to fly away from here. But there is a ghost with a large number of summoned beasts squatting inside the warship. What can you do if you fly? Swish, swish, with a sharp whistle breaking through the air, the magic cocoon attacked from a distance. Mumble, mumble, the magic cocoon that indicates a high explosive attack has not yet detonated, and the gluttony mouth that opens along their projection trajectory swallows them one by one. This is also a major drawback of magic weapons. Although they may have a very fast firing rate, their attack route is too rigid, especially when encountering gluttons outside the specifications. They are basically giving snacks to people. Swish, swish, sizzle, sizzle, various attack equipment, missiles, pulses, live ammunition barrages, and various attacks were launched at Abigail from the floating battleship. These attacks were really fierce, but unfortunately, the glutton's mouth opened more than a mile wide and blocked Abigail's body. All the attacks fell into the glutton's mouth, and even a few magic cocoons were mixed in. Abigail's face flushed, her red lips slightly opened, and a wisp of thick smoke floated out from the corner of her mouth. Abigail looked at the floating giant battleship, and the corners of her eyes gradually flashed with ferocity and excitement. Crackle. The linked energy force field burst out, and Abigail's glutton's mouth, which seemed to have expanded a little bit, bit the battleship. TSK. 6 or 7 more magic cocoons attacked from 2 directions. Abigail clicked her tongue softly. The gluttony that had been gnawing on the warship dissipated. When it reappeared, it had already blocked the attacking magic cocoons. As the magic cocoons were swallowed one after another, Abigail opened her mouth and more thick fog poured out of her mouth. She seemed to have eaten too much. But it doesn't matter. The turrets in the original sin are not called for nothing. Gluttony can eat and discharge. Abigail raised her arm, and aimed her palm at the floating warship from a distance. The violent energy fluctuations made the air around her extremely sticky. The originally small magic circle in front of the palm was superimposed and expanded layer by layer, and finally formed a huge and terrifying scarlet. Boom! The powerful aurora gushed out. If Muhua saw it, he might even shout EX curry sticks or something like that. This aurora was no worse than Thursday's, especially against the backdrop of her small figure. This thick aurora was even more shocking, and more like the legendary curry stick than Thursday's. Sure enough, Friday and Gluttony should be a good match, and it is estimated that her future curry stick will also be of this style. Affected by the magic power of investment, the aurora is a magic with a very large power fluctuation range. With the impact of the aurora, the force field was broken, the hull exploded, and the giant battleship was even bombed to the side. I don't know who ordered the magic cocoon to be thrown in front of the Gluttony Ghost God. Self-destruction on the spot is better than projection. At this moment, Abigail was like an old smoker who had smoked a cigar, and her mouth was still smoking. Boom! Boom! The aurora appeared again, across the sky. Abigail probably still cared about the living people in the giant battleship, so she didn't bomb the giant battleship again. In the distance, a steep mountain in the Gobi exploded. Chapter 623. I emphasize again. Let me see the sign to release the auxiliary charging system. Line up and cooperate with the unbinding of identity authentication. Don't do anything small, this is your last chance. Whether you believe us or not, remember that you are not worth being deceived by us. We will take you away from this twisted world. Watch your eyes and don't look. Unlike those technicians, your combat ability is worthless to us. We will provide you with a new home and a new life. You still have a lot to learn in the future. Now, you just need to obey. A strong man holding a ferocious battle axe stood in front of a large array of mecha warriors. Although the man was tall and strong, and although he was full of blood like wolf smoke, but in front of thousands of mecha warriors in mecha armor, his figure still looked small. The blood with the potential to transform, and the battle axe with flashing magic patterns seemed unable to erase his smallness. But at this moment, the man shouted at the thousands of mecha warriors with an arrogant and rebellious attitude and a scolding and threatening tone. The mecha warriors present did not dare to make any unusual movements. They lined up step by step to accept the debugging of their mechas by some technicians in white coats, and then disarmed one after another, and let the forklift move their mechas away. Warcraft, skeletons, and monsters that look like skeletons. Teams of human warriors exuding powerful momentum, teams of skeleton monsters. The information processing center that disarmed all defense systems stayed in the distance, like a lamb to be slaughtered, and teams of outsiders continued to pour out of the two teleportation arrays. On the ground, headless armored riders galloped across the battlefield on fierce war horses with flaming hooves and bared fangs. In the sky, evil dragons spread their wings, demon dragons patrolled far away, and airships and warriors wearing armor that should have belonged to them were suspended in the air, exercising force control over the personnel of the information processing center. They were captives. They were captured by two beings called ghosts and gods, and at this moment, the two ghosts and gods with the power to destroy the world were constantly gathering the ghosts and gods' minions around them. Even though there were still a large number of people, whether security, soldiers, or technicians, the area where the information processing center was located had already fallen into the range of abuse by Mu Hua and Abigail. Under the attack from both inside and outside by Mu Hua and Abigail, it was obvious that these two inhuman beings had no intention of killing, but they did not mind slaughtering them all, and the warship called the Information Processing Center made an emergency landing to accept the surrender. Facing the huge number of personnel in the Information Processing Center, it was not a big problem for Mu Hua and Abigail to kill them all, but it was beyond the ability of the two of them, and several friends around them to receive them. Mu Hua and Abigail obtained enough materials and energy from the Information Processing Center, set up a teleportation array, and called in reinforcements from their respective nests. At this time, on Mu Hua's side, the Dandelion Demon Hunting Group took leave and rested in the Goblin Kingdom. All the Dandelion members and the Black Crow Knights ran to the big desert in the Akura courtyard through the teleportation array. Abigail also transferred a large number of subordinates, in addition to at least hundreds of backbones. With the main combat strength of the brigade, there was also a regular army of 10,000 people. Haha, Miss Tibesha, I heard that you are fighting with goblins recently. It's amazing that you can face the Goblin King City at such a young age. When I was your age, I was still sharpening my sword in the logistics team. Not far from where the mecha warriors of the Naden group were arrayed, a tough middle-aged man named Chun Wenchuan, who was under Abigail, exchanged pleasantries with Taibesha. Uncle Chun, you are too kind. I have always yearned for Whitman Courtyard, and was able to run a hunting training base certified by the Adventurers Guild. In front of you, our things are just small fights. Taibesha looked respectful, wearing a waiter's uniform. Barbara, who was standing beside her, nodded in agreement, looking at Chen Wenchuan with admiration in her eyes. Chen Wenchuan, this little girl is not easy to deal with. Taibesha and Barbara looked at each other. Be careful, this is a cunning old thing. Haha, Chen Wenchuan laughed heartily. Hee hee. Taibesha was childish and shy. What are these two doing? What else can they do? Divide the spoils. The weapons, equipment, munitions, and tanks in the Information Processing Center are not refurbished second-hand goods. Although they are independently developed by the Naden Group, they can be used as first-line products when taken home. Including the energy reserves, human resources, and the 100 magic cocoons that were scraped out, these things need to be discussed and distributed. Mu Hua and Abigail will definitely not squat together to talk about this, and people like Taibesha and Chen Wenchuan will come up. Haha, Miss Taibesha, you can just call me Lao Chen, otherwise I'm really afraid that Lord Mu Hua will beat me. Chen Wenchuan laughed. Haha, how can that be? You are the elder, you can just call me Besha. Everyone in the family calls me that. Taibesha said sincerely. Ha ha, okay, Miss Taibesha, let's talk about business. If you are fighting goblins recently, these assault-type mechas are more suitable for you. And those special attack mecha modules, you can take them all. Chen Wenchuan shook his head, pointed at the sorted-out mechanical equipment, and said in a generous manner, how can that be possible? Uncle Chen also knows that when we incite the Goblin Rebellion, we must try to ensure that both sides have balanced losses. Now the mechanical forest on the Kane side is in a state of disarray. These magic weapons cannot be distributed to the Goblin rebels. You should pick what you need first. Taibesha replied to Chen Wenchuan with a serious face. Chen Wenchuan? Taibesha? The two looked at each other affectionately. After a moment, they twitched their mouths in tacit understanding, and there was a touch of disgust in their affection. They hadn't talked nonsense with others like this for a long time. Hey, Besha, look, the equipment and information in the battleship. Chen Wenchuan said with a dry cough. Well, Lao Chen, let Vivian and the others talk about the things in the battleship. Taibesha reached out her hand, and Barbara beside her handed her a drink at the right time, and also gave one to Chen Wenchuan. Okay, let them talk. Chen Wenchuan shook his head. The two held the drinks and sipped the straws. After a moment, they agreed to keep 70% of the military equipment and energy seized on the scene, and let Taibesha and the others drive 30% back to the Kane's courtyard. Well, Abigail took 70%, but Abigail wanted to form a church crusade army. When forming an army, it is natural to equip the soldiers with military equipment, and this 70% is also considered public. The reason why Taibesha and Chen Wenchuan were arguing here was not for these military equipment, but for the equipment in the Information Processing Center. Both parties were not grass sluts, and they had their own foundations. Compared with the equipment and energy storage with R&D capabilities in the Information Processing Center, these mecha armor tanks and war vehicles were somewhat inconspicuous. Vivian and Abigail's older sister have already gone into the Information Processing Center hand in hand. The two good sisters, who met too late, will probably have a good talk about this. The two teleportation arrays are still spitting out people. Oh no, it's the teleportation array connected to the Whitman courtyard that has been spitting out people, and the teleportation array connected to the Kane's courtyard has been spitting out skeletons. Mu Hua did not call Monday's more intimidating followers over, not because they are demons, but the main reason for not calling them is the issue of followers. Everyone is a subordinate of the ghosts and gods. The two big guys are good brothers and talk about loyalty. Everyone is called to meet, that is, to make friends. But they are subordinates and good brothers. What do you mean by pulling out some followers? People on both sides stand together. No matter how strong the followers are, it is basically equivalent to slapping their own followers in the face. At the same time, your character will probably be seriously questioned. Other people have brothers and sisters who are all fighting, but you are followed by slaves when you go out. As long as you are not stupid, you can think about what the impact will be. You really don't think you are awesome. I guess in the eyes of most people, you are lucky not to be seen as a big idiot. So, compared with the helpers called by Abigail, Mu Hua asked Taibesha to bring a group of young people. In terms of image and temperament, except for the old lich, who was drinking so much joy that he wanted to spit bubbles next to Vivian, Mu Hua's side is really incomparable with the other side. But at this moment, Abigail, who was with Mu Hua, was already scared, because she found that many of the people called by Muhua seemed to be able to touch emotional energy. Humans touch emotional energy? The biggest difference between humans and monsters is that they don't care about emotional energy, okay. What kind of human can touch the energy of emotions? Ghosts. Only ghosts and gods will hook up with the original sin emotions. A group of young people whose attributes seem to be SOSO, can they all become ghosts and gods? Did you call someone from Cain's? Or did you directly pull someone from the Ghost Council? Are the new council members so awesome now? Abigail grabbed Muhua's collar a little madly, shaking Muhua's head back and forth. Damn it! Fuck! What's wrong with him? Abigail lifted Muhua's feet off the ground, and asked incredulously while cursing. Muhua's head shook back and forth until Abigail stopped shaking him. Muhua tilted his head and blinked his eyes. Abigail clearly saw from his rosier skin deep eyes. Yes. Chapter 624. Although Muhua ran to the Euclid courtyard, it was not peaceful in Canaan's. In the Canaan's courtyard, the leaders of the monsters in each area would not easily give up their territory, and the confrontation between humans and monsters never stopped. Dandelion and Black Crow came to the Great Gobi mainly to transport supplies and war preparations. It can be said that the arms snatched from the Naden group will be transported to the Chindu of the Hot Spring Village. Afterwards, these arms will also be put into local wars with monsters to enhance their own sustained combat capabilities and defense strength and reduce their own casualties. Let's not talk about other areas for now. Although large-scale wars often occur in the Snow Ridge Ranch, in fact, the most intense and more frequent confrontations with monsters are still local battles. Just like what Muhua did in the Euclid courtyard, if there is not enough garrison force to guard everywhere and cannot respond to emergencies in a timely manner, only an elite and combat-savvy team will be needed to roam around and harass, which can make one side unable to take care of both ends and make the chickens and dogs restless. At that time, the larger the territory, the greater the loss you will suffer, and your powerful subordinates will have to run around to put out fires in order to deal with the harassment, and eventually some of them will get tired and disband. Taibesha and the others came here to help Muhua deal with the spoils and prisoners, and then they will return to the Cain's courtyard to continue their daily confrontation with the monsters there. Abigail transferred a regular army, and most of her powerful subordinates will withdraw later. This has nothing to do with hiding their strength, because they also have their own daily affairs to manage, including some wars and demon hunting plans. For Muhua and Abigail, the events in the Wikulu courtyard were more like two big guys coming out to collect extra money for themselves. Neither side could invest too much manpower and material resources here, that's all. In terms of manpower and material resources, Muhua is not a little bit worse than Abigail. After all, the years that Abigail has been running her own forces are several times that of Muhua. When seizing the information processing center in the Great Gobi Desert, Muhua also brought a lot of skeletons and undead here. They are all the regular garrisons of the current Buluo Chindu, including 3,000 black armored skeleton generals, who work in 2 shifts and cooperate with the guard team on duty in Cain's. These skeletons and undead will also withdraw to Cain's later, and the main reason why Muhua called them here is he wants to dismantle the information processing center. The boss's steel battleship, not to mention the equipment inside, the armor plates everywhere are all piles of magic metal. If you take it home, not to mention forging, how many weapons and armor can Muhua, who has mastered the creation of all things, make in batches, take a step back and say that it is quite good to integrate this lump of iron into Phylong Ridge to enrich the foundation of the Sky City that Muhua has been thinking about. Although they are just some iron lumps, after such a large amount, it is very time-consuming, labor-intensive, and costly to collect them normally. That's right, a large number of skeletons and undead poured into the Great Gobi Desert, not to create a sea of undead bones. They are holding electric saws and welding guns, just to dismantle the battleship. The battleship is too big, both in size and mass, and it is basically impossible to get it out of this courtyard through the teleportation array. Muhua wants to slice up the information processing center and take it home. The so-called plucking feathers from a passing goose is probably just like this. Fury Blessing. It is equivalent to a Rage Blood with time limit that can be applied to life forms in a large range. Apostle Blessing. It also has time limit, and is also targeted at multiple individuals within the range. Its effect is to double the strength, and within the time limit, the blood will also have a synchronous growth. If Gluttony is the turret mage among all the original sins, then Rage is not necessarily the berserker among the original sins, but a buff shaman or war group leader. As Taibesha spread the unique abilities of the 2 rage ghosts, Qin Wenquan, who had been chatting with her, contracted his pupils, opened his mouth, and looked stunned. Ghost? The little girl in front of him, who was acting cute, was actually an Rage Ghost. The Rage blessing is relatively harmonious, basically a pure buff. The Apostle's blessing is more terrifying. Although doubling the power does not sound very impressive, if there is no Fury blessing, this is not a buff magic, but a pure move to harm people. If there is no Fury blood, facing the Apostle's blessing, even monsters with outstanding physiques need to continue to use their own blood to resist this blessing. Because you are not someone's apostle, they did not give you Fury blood, and the doubled power can easily break your tendons and bones. At the same time, it is normal for the blood to burst your blood vessels in a minute. No one is easy to deal with original sin, especially when facing the human wave tactics. If the Fury Ghost throws out an Apostle's blessing, without a certain physique, it is best to lie down honestly. Whether you can save your life depends on whether you can skillfully enter the Sage mode. Well, true Sage mode. If you don't have a home, you can't accept the blessing randomly. Buzz, chi, ding, ding, ding. The skeletons who received the blessing were full of energy. Amidst all the noise, the information processing center, which was like a stranded anchor, started to work from the corners and unloaded large pieces of iron. Huff, huff. Groups of skeletons carried iron blocks, basically without any lifting equipment. These skeletons carried iron blocks into the teleportation array with grunts, and got out of the teleportation array empty-handed after a while. Rage? Are you really going to dismantle this warship? But why can't I feel your rage field? Chen Wenchuan was stunned for a while, looked at Taibesha solemnly, and asked. As long as it is properly controlled, the jealous protection can block the influence of rage on the outside world. Taibesha raised her clean little face and smiled. Your Majesty Muhua? Chen Wenchuan muttered. No, Barbara touched jealousy, and usually she helps me to cast jealousy protection. Taibesha explained, and Barbara gave Chen Wenchuan a modest smile. Chen Wenchuan, damn modesty, bragging? Barbara should be a demon, right? From Alan? Chen Wenchuan asked tentatively. Yes, Mr. Chen, Barbara said with a smile. Although followers are more likely to cause controversy, demons are an exception. Both parties are based on the principle of voluntariness, and demons will go crazy if they don't become human followers, so the outside world will not regard the demons of this waiter clan as ordinary followers. But is Alan stupid? Even ghosts and gods are sent out? Otherwise, I will find a way to get a quota for the next Demon Night banquet. The important thing is to participate, Chen Wenchuan muttered in his heart. But he didn't know that on the other side, Tina, who was pointing fingers at Charles, like a mean mother-in-law, was also infected with jealousy and began to think about gluttony. Speaking of which, although the attributes of Muhua's family may not be up to standard, and they can't be as fierce as Abigail, they are really jealous ghosts. Multiple jealousies are piled up, and there is Muhua's sign in front. If he didn't say it, Chen Wenchuan wouldn't know who is a ghost or not. And Abigail, who is also a ghost, can see emotional energy. By observing others' intake of emotional energy, she can clearly distinguish ghosts from ordinary people. At this moment, they only need to guard against someone raiding here, and Muhua and Abigail don't need to be busy. The two of them watched their subordinates busy, and the topic of idle talk seemed a little unserious. Muhua, do you have a daughter? The two got together, and Abigail asked Muhua. Huh? Muhua was stunned, and suddenly thought of something. No, Muhua said unhappily. What about the son? Abigail asked again. No, I'm still young and don't want a child, Muhua replied. TSK. Abigail stared at Muhua and looked him up and down, then thought that he was not his true self at the moment, and looked a little disgusted. Then, do you want to marry two princesses? Abigail suggested. Still two? Your daughter? Muhua asked, having guessed Abigail's thoughts. No, great-granddaughter. I can ask someone to check how old she is. Well, it's not important, I promise. She has good upbringing and good looks, Abigail said. Muhua. Oh, Muhua forgot that Abigail is at least a great-grandmother. Chapter 625. In human society, anyone who climbs to a high position by himself cannot pay too much attention to other people, or it is not limited to human society. Unlike romantic dramas, they are even less likely to fight for a partner of the opposite sex. Of course, the second generation is an exception, and it needs to be a second generation with little family education. To put it bluntly, those who are at a higher level may act recklessly unless they are blessed by their ancestors, and their families do not teach them. However, it is basically impossible for them to love someone to death, like in TV dramas. Abigail is a ghost god who is almost at the top echelon of human combat power. She works hard and suffers a lot. She has come to this day not to get married, let alone to fall in love. She is not short of love, and there is no need to say it. She just needs to show some emotion occasionally. There are a lot of handsome men and beautiful women, even men and women, lining up to love her in various ways. You can get whatever you want. Please trust these people's professionalism, no matter if they are sincere or not. What about being in a high position and longing for love and affection? Don't be ridiculous. Who are you looking down on? You can look down on the high level, but you can never ignore the existence of those who want to cling to the high-level thighs. So, Abigail and Muhua may have fun playing together, but basically there will be no complicated emotions beyond friendship. In this regard, it is estimated that neither of them looks down on the other. They are too amateur and too careless. And in some stories, there are old virgins who are hundreds or thousands of years old. Still pure? Oh my, that thing is really too against the sky. The physiological needs that humans cannot get rid of are directly raised in front of such settings. That is a shameless and shameless glorification of women. No, it is already a shameless myth. Let alone 300 or 400 years old, even if it is a woman in her 30s or 40s, if you ask her not to have close contact with men for her whole life, if she doesn't have some psychological problems and her fingers don't have calluses, then we must study her dog carefully. So, Abigail is single, but she has a harem of men, maybe a girl group, or a dog. Well, this is a topic that men are more taboo to talk about, and it is also more painful to face. Although Sengu is always regarded as the pioneer of the lower 3 roads, the stories of women and dogs are really more than what the innocent boys know. In this regard, you can pay more attention to some dogs. If you meet the kind that doesn't hug legs and is used to climbing crotch and waist, don't worry, you will be bright and wanton, absolutely nothing wrong. Well, okay, I've said too much. Let's get back to the topic. Abigail not only has a harem, but also has children. Because she is a woman, she may not have many children, but her descendants are not too few, and even her grandchildren may have died of old age. For Abigail, children and grandchildren are similar to men. If there are fewer, they can be cherished, but if there are more, they are not important. At most, they are regarded as helpers with strong credibility and sense of belonging. This is normal human nature. The plots in movies and TV shows that people are desperate for descendants and inheritance rights are also very strange, and many people firmly believe that those are the truth. But if you look at reality, how many powerful and wealthy people have we seen in our lifetime? Oh no, have we heard of a real plot of that type? If you have never heard of such a plot in reality in your whole life, but you have to talk about the 9 Dragons Succession War, well, it's a fight, all kinds of fights, and the one in power is an only child, no problem. And when Abigail found that Muhua was surrounded by a group of immature ghosts and gods, this made Muhua's position in Abigail's mind infinitely elevated. Abigail wanted to deepen her relationship with Muhua, and with the help of interests, the most common and relatively long-term way to deepen the relationship is marriage. As a result, Muhua still has no children. Since there are no children, let him do it himself. Abigail doesn't care about this. Anyway, marrying Muhua is not a bad treatment for those girls with her own blood. Of course, Abigail would never want to do this herself. She has been mixed up to this day, not to marry a man to take care of the husband and children. As mentioned above, women are no different from men in this regard. You'd better save your energy. I don't want to have another grandmother. If you really want to, go home and raise a girl, and then we can get engaged. Faced with Abigail's generosity of opening the ancestral hall, Muhua declined. This matter should be left to his son in the future. Since you want to be together, why can't you have a daughter? Abigail spread her hands. Muhua also wanted to make friends with her, that's all. After living a long life, she is not in a hurry for such things. If my son doesn't want to, I can beat him. If your son is capable, you can find someone yourself. Muhua shook his head. The idea that he couldn't stand his daughter dating was simply sick. The two chatted, but changed the subject after a few words. It was obvious that Abigail was no longer interested in her own offspring. Compared to the open and covert competition between Tabitha and Vivian and Abigail's people, Clark, who was selecting people from the security guards, was very harmonious. These captives were not suitable for Kane City. They were basically sent to Hot Springs to settle down, and there were no serious population in Hot Springs for the time being. Muhua didn't mind having black people in his territory, but he definitely couldn't bring a bunch of black people to Hot Springs right away. If that happened, he might as well turn Hot Springs into a burial ground, where the skeletons were easier to feed and more pleasing to look at. Clark would at most select some mixed bloods with less obvious black physical signs from the non-skilled captives, and there were few white and yellow people in this courtyard. Clark finally selected only 20% to 30% of these captives, and the rest were taken away by Abigail's people. Abigail's family was big, and she didn't care about any race. Let alone tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of captives scattered in the Whitman courtyard would not even make a splash. Abigail didn't care about these captives. There was no shortage of people in her territory. The main reason for taking these captives away was to prevent them from being slaughtered after they surrendered. After all, the technicians in the information processing center were watching. Boss, they are too much. We don't need many people. There are a group of bionic tendon optimization personnel here, but they won't leave any for us. Eve walked from the direction of the information processing center angrily and reported to Mu Hua from a distance. Eve, Trisha, and Kue went to pick technicians. They probably had a dispute with Abigail's people and came to their own shopkeeper to seek justice. My lord. The man with an artificial eye next to the three women looked at Abigail with a little entanglement. What's going on? Abigail asked. Sir, the Tendon Research and Development Center has been severely damaged, and most of the technicians inside have been killed or injured. The man replied, his eyes occasionally stole a glance at Mu Hua. What did you say? Abigail suddenly realized and looked at Mu Hua again. Well, what can I say, just some captives, there's no need to be fussy about it. Mu Hua coughed dryly, and while speaking, he pulled the three women aside. Mu Hua told the three women that they should still fight for what they should fight for, but it seems that Abigail didn't intend to be polite and modest with Mu Hua on these technicians. Pulling the three women aside, Mu Hua muttered and took out a dozen or 20 demon skulls. Trisha, take these, go back and put them in the psychic hall, and let Caroline screen them. There should be quite a few technician ghosts in them. Mu Hua said in a low voice, stuffing the demon skulls to Trisha. So many? Trisha was surprised. Due to the battle, some ghosts were killed or injured, but not many. I was afraid that they would devour each other, so I only collected 1,800 ghosts in each magic weapon. These are mainly ghosts in the information processing center. These are ghosts nearby. There should be some ghosts who can skillfully drive chariots and mechas. Pick them out when you go back. First, 4 or 5 demon skulls were separated, and then Mu Hua pointed at the other skulls and explained to Trisha. After collecting the skulls, Trisha rolled her eyes at Mu Hua in anger. This is not a small number, and they are still arguing with others. Just when she wanted to make fun of Mu Hua, a few more people ran out from the information processing center, as if they were chased by dogs. My lord, your majesty, please come and persuade them. Vivian and Diana are fighting, and we can't stop them. The person who came shouted anxiously. The people present on both sides of Mu Hua and Abigail frowned, and the atmosphere was obviously a bit bad. But after the people came, they saw that Vivian and Diana, who were holding hands just now, were carried out of the information processing center. At this time, the two women pulled each other's hair, wrapped their legs around each other, one called a witch, and I called a bitch. No matter how the people around them persuaded, the newly met good sisters just didn't let go. Everyone was silent, although their brows were frowned more tightly, but most of them turned their faces away tacitly, just pretending not to see it. Mu Hua and Abigail looked at each other, and the two slowly approached, and finally put their arms around each other, and avoided the dispute far away. What should the skeletons do? What should they do? Most of the men present were working seriously. Only Chen Wenchuan passed his arms through Taibesha's armpits, stretched his arms straight, and did not dare to let his palms touch Taibesha's body. Chen Wenchuan dragged Taibesha, who wanted to go over, repeatedly emphasizing to Taibesha that Diana was weak in close combat, and Vivian would not suffer. The women on both sides rushed to the two women, chattering and persuading for a long time. After a while, it seemed that several pairs were torn together. TSK, in the noise of electric saws and welding guns, several dragons patrolling nearby hovered in the sky, curiously watching the ground, considering whether to spray dragon fire on those females who gathered together to create chaos. Charles was still interrogating some female captives. Tina gave up looking for trouble with Charles and looked at Mu Hua, who was arm in arm with Abigail. He didn't touch the dagger on his waist, but rolled up his sleeves. The dust swept past, and the wind in the desert was a little noisy. Chapter 626. In essence, Mu Hua was an invader in the Canaan's courtyard and also in the Ukala courtyard. To put it nicely, the former is an external war, while the latter is an internal war. If white people are good at hunting and yellow people are good at killing, then black people retain the living habits of wild beasts. Wild beasts in nature generally have extremely strong explosive power, but they are not as good at fighting as some people think. Especially those carnivorous animals, they spend more time resting, sleeping, lazing, mating, and running away in their lives. They sleep with meat in their arms, eat when they wake up, and sleep when they are full. It doesn't matter whether it spoils or not, as long as it can be eaten. They will only hunt when they are urged by hunger, and if they have a choice, they will often attack weaker prey. Some habits are engraved in their bones, and even living environment and education are difficult to change. Wild beasts have never had anything to do with hard work. Even if they are domesticated and become livestock, it is very troublesome to command and supervise them. They are good at eating and seeking mates, but as for other things, they will bite you if you talk too much. Therefore, in the absence of a certain population base in his own family, Muhua did not dare to move too many blacks to the Kane's courtyard, and did not dare to let blacks become the mainstream population in his own territory. In the quarrel, Muhua and Abigail's family divided up the surrounding area of the information processing center, including people and things. Even the information processing center itself was demolished, and in the end only some metals buried in large blocks of concrete could be lucky enough to remain in this Gobi desert. In the outside world, the Naden group formally filed a complaint with the Adventurers Guild, the Magic Empire, the Principality of Raymond, and the Republic of Shuo. Well, the Principality of Raymond is a country in the human world that belongs to the Whitman courtyard, and it can barely be considered Abigail's homeland. However, compared to Muhua, who may still have some fear of the Magic Empire, it is good that Abigail is not a native of the Principality of Raymond. It is obviously useless to accuse Abigail of the Principality of Raymond. As for the Shuo Republic, well, there is the courtyard where Chibman is. The Naden group also tried their best. It was not possible to confirm whether it was Muhua or Chibman who caused trouble in Nakuru for a while, so they simply sued Chibman as well, which seemed to be a broken jar. The Naden group submitted video materials about the Akura courtyard to the Adventurers Guild. With the Magic Empire as the center, the magic networks of various countries on Loren Star also began to circulate public opinion, and some videos of Muhua and Abigail wantonly slaughtering the people. At the same time, a member of the Magic Empire, together with several experts in society, finance, and people's livelihood, proposed a proposal on the necessity of adjusting financial interest rates and raising the prices of tobacco and alcohol. As soon as this proposal came out, it immediately caused a lot of criticism among the people of the Magic Empire, and organized protests broke out in many places. The entire Magic Network was filled with various related debates and refutations, including various ridicules and insults. The ancestors of the members, who proposed the proposal, and the experts were repeatedly greeted. Outside the Magic Empire, the Whitman Courtyard hunting competition of various countries was fully opened, and many groups from various countries signed up to participate, which was also a sensation on Loren Star. The Magic Kingdom Allen publicly recruited contractors and enabled the online application mechanism, which also caused a lot of repercussions on Loren Star. The more troublesome thing seemed to be the Blackwitch College. It was rumored that someone from the second subordinate, the Crown Shadow, submitted an application for the King's Battle to Lilitu, and the click rate of various pictures and images related to the Blackwitch College on the Magic Network soared. In short, there are endless public opinions about various events in the outside world, and the various things about the unknown courtyard of Akuru were overshadowed by other news in a short time. A special surge on the Magic Network will pop up some messy wars and fights in other courtyards. Gradually, people from all walks of life have no time to discuss things like Akuru. The Naden group failed to gain widespread public sympathy, and the Darrow group provided a batch of military supplies to the Adventurers Guild free of charge, which can be regarded as cooperation with the Adventurers Guild to launch an emerging team assistance project. Regarding the war caused by the Blood Clan in the Akura courtyard, Bridges and the Blood Moon City quarreled, and the Adventurers Guild would mediate and listen to their arguments. Compared with the large-scale war over there, it is obvious that the Adventurers Guild did not pay much attention to the Naden group's accusation. The World War is about to start, and you insist on telling me about the thief in your house. We should prioritize, right? Yukula Courtyard, Great Gobi area. After sending away his subordinates, Muhua and a group of new friends continued to wander around the Great Gobi. Unlike earlier, the wandering team has become a large army of 10,000 people, and their goals are clearer. They swept through the cemeteries of arms one by one. With each sweep, the army has become larger and larger. Well, the number of personnel has not increased much, but the scale of 10,000 soldiers carrying long guns and short guns and 10,000 tanks, mechas, transport vehicles and air combat weapons is obviously not the same thing. The stable cross-border teleportation array is opened again and again in various human gathering places in the Great Gobi. In the Canaan's courtyard, A large amount of military supplies were involved in the city defense system of Buluo Chindu, and there was a rhythm of further establishing a mechanized offensive system. The population loss in the Great Gobi Desert of Wikulu Courtyard was serious, so serious that the Blood Moon City shamelessly sent people to find Mu Hua and Abigail again, hoping that the two would stop. Even if it involved the population and the technicians here, the two people seriously suspected that there might be some kind of unclear connection between the Blood Moon City and the Naden group. The two people were open and directly proposed two plans to the visitor. 1. The Blood Moon City mobilized troops to attack the maze area. 2nd, they accepted Bridges' employment and went directly to help the church resist the corpse ghosts. As soon as this plan came out, the vampires of the Blood Moon City basically did not show up in front of Mu Hua and Abigail. Ere the bombs of the fighter planes' air raids exploded a line of fire on the defense line built outside the town. Compared with airships and shuttles that focus on counter-armed weapons, the shape of fighter planes allows this type of flying vehicle to have more stable air maneuvers and a larger ammunition load. After the airstrike, after the explosions, and the waves of earth that seemed to be pushed out, thousands of heavily armored tanks rolled on their tracks and held their gun barrels, advancing towards the defense line in a stable posture. The coordinated bombardment raised waves of earth again, and the obstacles in front of the position were submerged by the waves of earth, and the trenches were filled into potholes and ruggedness. These obstacles have completely lost the ability to prevent the maneuverability of the tanks. Boom, 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 the light muffled sound gathered together, and countless cluster bombs were thrown into the sky behind the energy barrier of the position. The anti-aircraft equipment in the position spewed flames into the sky, blocking the fighter planes that disturbed people in the air, while the tanks behind the tanks on the opposite side of the position urgently evaded to avoid the iron needles and nails that fell like rain. In a human settlement in the Great Gobi Desert, a seemingly conventional war broke out. The Expeditionary Army, under the banner of suppressing foolish monsters, clashed with the people who had lived in this Gobi Desert for generations. Even though the other side had prepared a solid energy defense system, Mu Hua and Abigail did not even cast defensive magic for their own army in the rear of the Expeditionary Army. The large yield ammunition was invested without counting the base number. They had just captured an arsenal before, and this time Mu Hua and his team left enough supplies. If they were not in real danger, Mu Hua and Abigail would not intervene in this battle. Moreover, there was no need for the people of the Naden group to shoot. Mu Hua and his team had already set up a follow-up shoot. It was a normal, and not so normal offensive and defensive battle. One side used conventional weapons and conventional tactics. As long as the other side threw out the magic first, that was the magic bestowed by the monster, the shooting would be completed. Don't they like posting videos to stir up public opinion? It's like who can't post videos. Mu Hua and his team have tried to be authentic by not using fake materials. Amid the roar of war, the players on the expeditionary side were giving the other side common knowledge about angels, mazes, monsters, magic, etc. at a high volume. To be honest, most of the people on the other side were not professional warriors. Many of them had been working overtime in factories some time ago, doing some maintenance and loading and unloading work. It's just that they heard that a brutal outsider invaded the Great Gobi Desert, and wherever they passed, chickens and dogs could not survive. It was because of these rumors that they strengthened their determination to resist. But what are they talking about? Popular science? The Great Gobi Desert doesn't need popular science. This is not the territory controlled by the church. They know all that. The continuous attack and defense, Mu Hua and his team didn't wait for the other side to use high-intensity magic, and thought that this filming would be invalid again. Unexpectedly, two angels with wings flapping suddenly appeared in the opposite position. Angels? Wings, not mechanical wings. A pair of wings, double-winged angels? Are these two here to visit the Great Gobi Desert? Or are they here to die? Since the other party has released the angels to create a pose, the filming ends here. There is no trace of editing. I will post it online later. It is obvious that you are the first to hook up with the monsters every time, so don't always make yourself look like a pitiful little thing. Facing two double-winged angels with sacred light all over their bodies, looking up, just looking at people with their noses, and feeling that they can be killed with a slap, Mu Hua and Abigail looked at each other in confusion. Don't the angels in this courtyard go to school? However, the two of them were not idle. Mu Hua summoned the evil dragon in the air, and Abigail gave orders. One by one, the shield-carrying mechas passed the chariot cluster and rushed towards the enemy camp, and the 10 elemental elves had already unfolded fluorescent and colorful magic arrays around their bodies. Chapter 627. This is the first time that Mu Hua has seen an angel that is not from the abyss. Well, Lucifer doesn't count, because he is a fallen angel. Moreover, he usually packages himself to look more human than humans, especially after being petrified by Mu Hua. However, the two angels in front of him gave Mu Hua a strange feeling. How should I put it? They seem to be more crazy than the angels fished out of the abyss. Angels in the abyss may be crazy, but at least they are combat creatures. As for the two angels in front of him, you may say they are like charlatans, but they are dressed a bit wildly. You may say they are flirting, but they have a dead face. Even if they notice Mu Hua and Abigail covering their eyes behind the expeditionary army, they still look contemptuous. Mu Hua has killed at least 500 angels. Although they are all crazy, he has already done 6 winged ones. Abigail even bit a seraph in this courtyard. The two two-winged angels actually despise them. Did his God give them VIP? Declare. Under the glory of our holy glory, you all stop fighting and stop fighting. Spreading his wings in the air, the majestic bass actually chanted the sound of a subwoofer in the empty sky, and the sacred and soft light sprinkled on the battlefield. The light touched the ground and took shape. The vines of light seemed to be born from the earth. On the battlefield, the mecha cluster of the expeditionary army was entangled by the vines formed by the light, and actually stopped the pace of attack and lost the ability to move for a while. Sure enough, this guy has upgraded to VIP. On the evil dragon roared, and the dragon's power spread unscrupulously. The humans on the town side seemed to be affected by the angel's light. Although they were frightened, they did not vomit or urinate, and there was no obvious adverse reaction. The light of what kind was hard to say was quite comprehensive, imprisoning the enemy and protecting themselves. In the Crusade army, a cluster of blessings of courage rose. For most armies in the courtyard, blessings of courage are standard. If there is a spellcaster, he is at least a squadron leader. If there is no spellcaster, each team member will also be equipped with magic scrolls. 2 angels, 1 male and 1 female, are handsome and beautiful, with above-standard looks, barefoot, with good-looking feet, and anklets on their ankles. The man is wearing a gauze robe and exposing his breasts, 8-pack abs, and big pectoral muscles. The woman's blonde hair falls to her chest, also exposing her lower abdomen, and the gauze skirt can hardly cover her tube top. I don't know if it's the national costume of this courtyard or a personal preference. Anyway, Mu Hua feels that their fluttering clothes are worthy of the word romantic. Because the special effects of the angel's appearance are good, accompanied by a large piece of light that seems to be sprinkled from the sky, the chaotic battlefield seems to be echoing with ethereal hymns. The troops of both sides stopped firing temporarily. The elves were whispering, but the evil dragon summoned by Mu Hua rushed towards the angel fiercely. The upper dragons don't like angels, especially angels who can use superstandard magic. In fact, although the evil dragons look fierce, they are actually very stable. They also retain the habits of wild beasts. When they encounter enemies that they are not sure to deal with, they usually avoid them. But this stability is not very effective on angels, just like the 2 angels in front of them, which are obviously crisp when stuffed into their mouths, but they can throw out high-intensity magic that will take their lives. The evil dragons, who are usually more domineering but more obedient, have suffered a lot from angels, and even their inheritance contains hostility towards angels. Friday didn't like Icarus very much. Mu Hua had been bullying her for 2 days, but she still begged Icarus to save her. Only after that did Friday get along with Icarus harmoniously. Not taking the 2 angels seriously, Mu Hua summoned 3 dragons to test them. When the 3 evil dragons pounced on the angels, 2 angels were coated with the unique light of faith protection. The male angel ignored the evil dragons and was arrogant. The female angel pinched her fingers and waved her hand. A moon-shaped light blade slashed at the evil dragon. The light blade slashed at a very fast speed. The evil dragon stayed in the air to avoid it, but the light blade seemed to be flexibly controlled. It accelerated twice in a spin. An evil dragon spit dragon flames at the light blade, but was slashed on the neck by the light blade. Puff! The dragon head fell in response, killing an evil dragon-summoned beast with 1 blow. The light blade did not disappear, but continued to change direction and slashed at the other 2 evil dragons, but chased the 2 evil dragons away and flew away. Wow, these 2 angels are not bad. Mu Hua raised his eyebrows frivolously. This should be a model of giving newbies a magic weapon when they go online, and a 999 hit 1/ attack. Drag them away, don't kill them too quickly. Abigail frowned slightly. Her meaning was unclear, but Mu Hua could understand. My lord. An elemental elf asked. Their magic was ready, and they asked Mu Hua and Abigail if they wanted to throw it out. Mu Hua waved his hand, and a group of elemental elves suddenly burst out with their brewing magic. Fire Lotus, Thor's Hammer, Arrow of Extinction, Wind Blade Seed, Ice Prison Break. All kinds of powerful attack bursts or range magic, with a certain degree of controllability bloomed in the hands of the elemental elves. These magics did not attack the angels, because those two guys were wearing invincible, faith protection. Boom, boom, all the magic hit the energy barrier on the town side. On the periphery of the opponent's position, several energy nodes instantly exposed red warnings, and the high-frequency energy output even made some energy nodes emit a muffled sound of damage. Fuck. Attack. Curses and shouts came from the town, and the exchange of fire that had just subsided for a moment immediately started again. Repulsive force field full power, go out. With the light flame sprayed from the back of the mecha, a row of mechas in the position in the direction of the town jumped high and rushed into the battlefield. The timing was right. While the expeditionary mechas were trapped, this row of mechas overturned the tanks one by one with fierce and flexible movements, with chainsaws in their left arms and energy lightsabers in their right hands. They did not confront the mechas of the expeditionary army in a defensive posture, but cut the legs and feet of the mechas and ran away as soon as they touched them. A mecha like a brave general on the battlefield, leading only more than a dozen mechas, stirred up a whirlwind in the battlefield, and the roar of the power device shook the hard membranes of both sides of the battlefield. Cool. Stop him. Charlotte, if this guy dies, save his ghost for me. The sturdy mecha warrior made Mu Hua's eyes light up. Obviously, the mecha that has been privately modified is not the style equipped by the security personnel here. Passionate, and sturdy, there are no standard tactical actions, but like the orderly noise played by multiple sets of electronic instruments, his attack can make people's blood boil. It must be said that among some factory masters, who barely work from 9 to 5, there are indeed some versatile masters. Obviously, the people here don't trust the angels too much. Seeing that Mu Hua and others didn't seem to give the angels face, they also ignored the words of stopping the war when the angels appeared. You? Madman! We brought the oracle of the water goddess. Stop your atrocities. The water goddess will grant you the glory of apostles. Seeing the artillery fire from both sides, the angels in the sky rebuked in shame and anger. The elves on Mu Hua's side mainly attack the opponent's energy defense system, which means they intend to consume and damage the opponent's defense barrier. The two earth elemental elves did not even participate in the attack. Their attacks either had limited damage to the energy barrier or changed the terrain. It is estimated that most of the people in the opponent's position could not save their lives. The humans in the Great Gobi Desert are quite precious. Mu Hua and Abigail both prefer to capture rather than kill. Even for Mu Hua, ghosts are good, but if you can avoid killing the old masters, who can get married and have children, try not to kill them. Hee, water goddess, the gods here really dare to use any name. Facing the angel's rebuke, Mu Hua reached out and took a shield from Jacob. Bang! With a sound, he roughly hit the shield on the ground, activated the earth vein defense circle on the shield, and protected his own army inside. Mu Hua smiled at Abigail. The shield was snatched from this courtyard earlier. It was a magical equipment. Mu Hua was not careful in using it. The water goddess was related to the water flower. Another name for the plant was the water goddess's bed. The water flower in hell was like the water pipes in human society. It was common, but indispensable. Although it was not certain what kind of existence the water goddess was, people speculated that the water goddess was at least a big devil in hell. The masters of these two angels dared to use the name of the goddess. I don't know if it was because they were skilled or just bold. Who cares? I hate goddesses. Goddesses are all fairies, Abigail said disdainfully. Before she finished speaking, the mouth of gluttony suddenly appeared behind the female angel. The angel was swallowed before she could react. Ha, this is serious gender discrimination. These two guys, who don't even have a sense of space, dare to act recklessly in front of you. Have you offended your master? Mu Hua said with a smile. When he asked the last question, he had teleported to the side of the male angel. Bang! Mu Hua swung his fist wrapped in thick blood, and hit the angel's waist and ribs with a heavy hook. The angel was like a cannonball, and it shot into the distance. Don't die! He shouted to the few people in the army below, and Mu Hua and Abigail chased the angel, who was hammered away. There are 10 elemental elves here, so it shouldn't be a big problem. The angel who was hammered by Mu Hua was not injured, but he couldn't control his body for a while, because he bore Mu Hua's huge force, including the one swallowed by Abigail. After all, they were wearing invincible. Bang! 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 After catching up with the unbalanced angel, Muhua hit and kicked the angel, who flew up and down in the sky, and was hammered into the distance by Muhua. Muhua did not stop moving until he was far enough away from the previous battle of the Legion. Puff! Abigail followed Muhua, and the mouth of gluttony spit out the female angel again with a puff. At this moment, the arrogance on the faces of the two angels finally disappeared. Compared with Muhua's violence, the mouth of gluttony's restraint on the protection of faith was more severe. Muhua and Abigail stared at the two angels with ill intentions. "Do you hit women?" Abigail asked Muhua. "Yes, I respect women and absolutely support women's equal rights." Muhua nodded, his eyes scanning the female angel again and again. "TSK, is that how the women's movement explains it?" Abigail rolled her eyes. "Isn't that right?" Muhua spread his hands. "Oh, if you say so, then I leave this demon to you. Be gentle, I also like to hit pretty faces. It's hard to say. This thing doesn't recognize people." Black flames burned on Muhua's palm. "Well, try your best, damn. I didn't get the hellfire until I was 237 years old." Abigail held out the same style of flames in her hand. The fire of Gehenna, the two angels who seemed to have been charged VIP by the gods, if they didn't use the fire of Gehenna to burn them, it would be too disrespectful to the gods. Although Muhua and Abigail were all over the desert, they didn't forget their ultimate goal, killing the gods. How to piss off the gods? Is there anything more considerate than consuming their faith power? The two ghosts looked at the two angels, and their eyes were full of encouragement and gentleness. Chapter 628. Divine arts do have the convenience and strength that magic cannot match. As long as there is enough faith, it can do what magic can do, and it can also do what magic cannot do. Using fantasy to interfere with reality is a very unreasonable power system, but since it is a perfect system, it also has its own rules and laws. Regarding gods, omnipotence must be the image they want to create for themselves, and omniscience is also their standard personality. Unrealistic arrogance, extreme arrogance, like a mental patient, but to be honest, this is not simply to fool the fool, there are some special requirements of the divine art system here. The difficulty of performing divine arts is related to the imagination of the caster. The higher the intensity of the divine arts, the more detailed the imagination of the details of the art. Although it is a fantasy manifestation, the general and vague imagination cannot produce divine arts, and the connection that cannot be truly realized by itself will consume the power of faith very seriously. Generally speaking, the more powerful and higher the true attributes of an individual are, the less faith power they will consume for the same magic. This involves the amount of knowledge, even the understanding of magic, which can save the consumption of faith power when performing magic. And it is precisely because of the many contradictions that Muhua has never been able to understand the seemingly simple and convenient power system. In addition to detailed imagination, the performance of magic also requires the caster to subconsciously recognize the reality of this imagination, which also causes people who can perform magic to be somewhat out of touch with the cognition of ordinary people. At the same time, different people consume different amounts of faith when performing divine arts independently. The more they believe in the reality of their imagination, the less faith they consume. Therefore, most of those who specialize in divine arts are neurotic. They may even believe in their own personalities, such as I am awesome, I am invincible, omniscient, omnipotent, and almighty, but their essence can reduce the consumption of faith and increase their own combat power. From this point of view, it is hard to say whether this neurosis is good or bad. Perhaps it is because he is not neurotic enough that Muhua can never understand divine arts. Declare. With the help of the power of God, those who bring disaster to all living beings in front of me will die under the power of God. With a hint of mercy and solemnity, the angel recited the blessing to Muhua. The holy word art, even in the divine art system, is a rather unreasonable art. I didn't expect that this female angel could still perform this divine art while being beaten by Muhua. You can say that she has a twisted mind, but at least she said that she would use the power of God. It seems that she is not convinced that she can kill Muhua with her mouth, but believes that she can kill Muhua with her mouth with the power of the God she believes in. Ah! With a shrill scream, the female angel who was originally flying in the air fell headfirst, holding her head, and fell in the air. Bang! The pretty angel fell on her face, her nose was bleeding, and her face was extremely distorted due to pain. The holy word is indeed awesome, and the degree of scariness is even higher than the petrifying eye. However, the consumption of faith power by this technique is also very exaggerated. It is the patent of God. The believers need special authorization from God to perform it. It is said that this divine art does not consume a certain amount of faith power, but directly deducts the faith power from the gods according to a percentage. Basically, no one will use this thing on multiple targets. Awesome, high consumption, but at the same time, no matter how awesome it is, the essence of the holy word art still involves mental interference. Even if the holy word art fails, there will generally be no backlash. At most, after deducting the faith power, it will not produce any effect. But this angel girl in front of her, who made her talk nonsense about jealousy, and now she was bitten by the touch of jealousy twice. Well, 2 bites. At this time Muhua also found that she originally wanted to sneak attack Abigail on the other side, probably because she was greedy. Even Muhua was included. And Abigail has Muhua's jealous protection on her body, which is not like the blessing of rage that can be used casually. The jealous protection is limited in number. In other words, the number of jealous tentacles on Muhua's body is equal to the number of people he can cast jealous protection on. He can change people, but the total number of protections will not exceed the number of jealous tentacles. It is basically equivalent to Muhua binding a jealous tentacle to the protected person. At this point, it is clear that Abigail has jealous protection on her. Attacks such as mental interference on her will not be effective, and she will also be bitten by Muhua's jealous touch. Hee, so I can understand you blasting her, but why do you blast me? I don't know if I am jealous of ghosts, or I don't know that I can't blast jealousy. Crouching beside the angel, Muhua poked her face with his fingers. Although Muhua has tried his best to control the jealous touch to bite lightly, this female angel has poor attributes, and she was still bitten a little seriously. At this time, her whole body was convulsing. If she didn't hold her head, she would be like having epilepsy. Evil. Evildoer. After a long time of recovery and adaptation, the angel panted and rebuked, and a dagger-length blade of light condensed from her fingers, and swung her hand to chop at Muhua's fingers that were poking her face. Heh. Dodging and moving aside, Muhua did not continue to hurt the angel, as if waiting for her to recover. Yes, recovery, even if it is a soul injury, as long as there is enough power of faith, it can still be recovered in a short time. With the holy light rising from the angel, she not only healed her soul, but also recovered her physical strength, strengthened her strength, and strengthened her agility. She even gave herself a faith protection. I have to say that divine magic is really convenient. With blood on her face, the female angel panted subconsciously. She was quite frugal, and didn't even throw a cleansing and purification on herself. At this moment, not only did the female angel recover, but Abigail was exactly the same as Muhua. She also held back on the male angel, just like a defensive sparring partner. What are Muhua and Abigail doing? Are the 2 ghosts and gods tempted by their beauty and reluctant to fight against the 2 angels? On the contrary, the 2 held back and encouraged the angels to use more magic, trying to make them consume the power of faith in the gods they believe in, forcing the 2 angels to commit suicide. Don't think about it, you can't run away. Come on, use your brains and hit me hard. Maybe you will kill me. Muhua had a gentle face, and his words were somewhat shameless. You don't go too far. We come with good intentions. The female angel scolded in shame. Mumble, while the female angel was blaming Muhua, the male angel over there didn't know what was going on. Anyway, Abigail was pouring a bottle of life potion into his mouth, and she was just about to rub his big chest muscles to give him artificial respiration. So how much do your gods dislike you to send you out? Why don't you consider firing the goblin and come to my side? With a wave of her hand, the black hellfire formed a circle of fire and surrounded the angels. The hellfire can't do much to the faith protection, but the faith protection has a short time limit. When the protection dissipates, she still has to find a way to deal with the hellfire, otherwise she will be trapped by the black flames, and can only let Muhua do whatever he wants. The divine art is convenient and perverted. It can allow 2 winged angels to kill the evil dragon at will, and it is not impossible to threaten the lives of Muhua and Abigail. However, the 2 angels' own conditions are too different from Muhua and the others, and Abigail's gluttony mouth is mainly defensive, swallowing whatever comes, and the sky-breaking barrier is combined with Muhua's destiny spider web, so the 2 angels can't escape even if they want to. Even if they recharged VIP, the 2 angels in front of Muhua and Abigail were like little kids carrying magic weapons. They couldn't hit them, couldn't run away, and could only be dragged by others and consumed in vain. Perhaps it has something to do with the magical life. The loyalty of these angels is really not exaggerated. They may leave the group and become fallen angels because of some injustice, but basically they will not betray their loyalty because of threats and temptations. Look, under repeated coercion, The male angel on Abigail's side probably doesn't want to waste the faith of the gods in vain anymore, gives up struggling, and has chosen to commit suicide. Even if he was rescued by Abigail, he didn't use any magic, and he was completely determined to die, and you can do whatever you want. The Akura courtyard is controlled by humans, and it has been contaminated by the laws of the human world. Any monster that can wander around in this courtyard after leaving the maze area must be the real body. This is also the fundamental reason why Muhua and Abigail want to lure the gods out of the maze area. In other words, if these two angels die, they are completely dead. There is no such thing as returning to hell and coming again. Seeing that they are powerless to resist, and also discovering the intentions of Muhua and Abigail, the female angel's face flashed with entanglement. Unlike the male angels who died generously, she was somewhat looking forward to her own gods appearing and letting these two villains fall into eternal perdition. But in the end, loyalty is greater than obsession. The female angel gradually gave up resistance and even reached out to touch the hellfire that besieged her, causing Muhua to quickly retract the flames. Persuading surrender, insulting, beating, facing the two loyalists, too much insults and abuses, Abigail disdained to do it, and Muhua was a little bit unable to do it now. In the end, no matter how angry and aggrieved the two angels were, the so-called water goddess did not appear. Alas, it is really a long way to go to make those gods appear in front of them. Now it seems that we can only hope that the gods in this courtyard have some upper and lower class divisions. We can only try to offend their roots, and see if it is possible for Wu Inland to push out a few gods to cause trouble for them. Otherwise, if we want to fight with the gods, we can probably only go to the maze area to break into their kingdom of gods. And there, the possibility of getting the bodies of gods is extremely low. Even if we put aside the danger, it is really not worth the loss. Chapter 629. Boom. Boom. In the courtyard of Wakalu, in the Great Gobi Desert, two nuclear explosions rose up with thick mushroom-shaped smoke. Muhua patted the car door, and the convoy that was about to leave the Great Gobi Desert stopped moving. Silently watching the nuclear explosion in the distance, Muhua frowned, feeling indescribable. Naden is crazy. This kind of thing is not uncommon, just get used to it. Abigail, who was in the same car, did not change her expression much, and said to Muhua calmly, "If it is placed in this courtyard, they have been the world hegemon in these years, haha, get used to it." Muhua smiled bitterly, replied in a self-deprecating way, patted the car door again, and the convoy continued to move forward. Wandering in the Great Gobi Desert, Muhua and his team swept through Naden's strongholds one by one, and robbed a lot of armaments, supplies, equipment, population, and even technical data. As far as mechas are concerned, in the Canaan's courtyard, Muhua has already stockpiled 30,000 mechas at the Snow Ridge Ranch, and can form a mecha army to go out at any time. Without the gods, being targeted by many parties, and with foreign aid hard to come by, the Naden group, which suffered repeated losses, was finally driven crazy by Muhua and his men. The Naden family left Loren, and moved to the Holy Court Star. In the Great Gobi area of the Akura courtyard, some loyal warriors of the Naden group began to self-destruct and clean up various industries. Although there was no strict massacre, this cleanup also included the killing of local people. The Naden group is crazy. The original looting of Muhua and his party had to be stopped, and the patrol fleet entered the Akura courtyard to provide emergency assistance to the people living in the Great Gobi. The civil affairs of the Great Gobi area were temporarily taken over by the Darrow group, and armed forces were organized to comprehensively eliminate premeditated terrorist activities in the Great Gobi. The patrol fleet stationed 4 fully organized fleets in the Akura courtyard, with nearly 150,000 mecha warriors, and more than 10,000 rapid response assault ships, and all these forces were concentrated in the Great Gobi Desert. Despite this, large-scale explosions broke out from time to time in some areas of the Great Gobi Desert, and even nuclear explosions were brought out. The remaining forces of Naden were no longer confronting the patrol fleet head-on. Their behavior pattern had completely turned to terrorist activities, which were more covert, worse, and more resolute than Muhua's roaming and plundering. For the first time, Muhua really came into contact with the determination of human beings. Not to mention Muhua, even Abigail didn't want to wade in the muddy water of the Great Gobi Desert. In line with the principle of not listening to the old man's words and suffering losses in front of him, Muhua very obediently accepted Abigail's suggestion to withdraw from the Great Gobi Desert. The Legion turned around and left the Great Gobi Desert, and their target was once again locked on the church. TSK, are we letting them pick the fruits? Looking at the small assault ships that had been following them in the sky, Muhua complained to Abigail. They had been wandering around the Great Gobi Desert for more than a month. Although they had robbed a lot of things, the area they had been involved in was less than 1/5 of the entire Great Gobi Desert. This time, the puppet March had consulted his opinion in advance and asked him whether they should apply to enter the Akura courtyard. That should be a hint from the patrol star fleet. However, seeing that the Naden group was so crazy, for the sake of safety, Muhua still let the puppet March maintain its original duty and continue to patrol around the city of Kan to prevent any accidents in Kan City. Now, the 4 fleets in the Great Gobi Desert are basically related to Daryl's group. The warships in the sky are said to be escorting them, but it's more like sending them away from the Great Gobi Desert like a plague. Not really, this place is too useless for Daryl, and Daryl probably doesn't want to get involved. It should be that Daryl's targeting of the Naden group has been criticized by some parties, so they are asked to clean up the situation here. This escort is probably just a show, Abigail said. Show? For the locals? Muhua asked. The locals are second. Aurora, that little bitch, is very cautious. This is to sever ties with us. I'm afraid she's afraid that we will bite her back, afraid that we will declare to the outside world that our actions were directed by Daryl, or that Daryl is secretly fueling the flames, Abigail said disdainfully. Aurora, the boss of Daryl Group? Speaking of which, what's her background? I heard that she took control of Daryl Group at a young age. Muhua asked curiously. Young? That which is almost 100 years old, an old woman pretending to be young all day long. Abigail curled her lips. Do you have a grudge against her? Muhua's eyes twitched. It felt a little strange that a woman who was 300 or 400 years old called a woman who was less than 100 years old an old woman. Back then, she let Chibman work for Daryl Group for 10 years on the pretext of bringing me and Chibman together. Shit! She was less than 30 years old at that time, and I don't know how she coaxed Chibman. After I clearly refused, Chibman actually worked for Daryl Group for 10 years. It seems that their personal relationship has always been good, Abigail said. Is she strong? Muhua was curious. Since Aurora would use matchmaking as an excuse, she should have had a good relationship with Abigail back then. And now Abigail obviously doesn't like that Aurora, probably because she was fooled by her. Abigail, who dared to play tricks on ghosts and gods before she was 30 years old, had a hot temper, and her moral integrity was not very high, didn't seem to do anything to her. This Aurora is incredible. I don't know, she usually behaves like a naive, but some people say that she hides her strength. It is said that she may be the daughter of Baal. These are all rumors, and there is no definite statement, Abigail said. The Daryl Group is not a small enterprise. Just look at the operation of the Naden Group in Akuru, and then look at how smoothly Daryl controls Naden. It is not difficult to see Daryl's power. The Daryl Group was originally established by the Daryl family. If Aurora is placed in a family of this size, it seems that it is not her turn to take charge of the group in terms of age. At the same time, Daryl has a blood relationship with the 4th king, General Barr. It doesn't seem strange that someone would guess that a little girl who is in charge of Daryl's group is Barr's daughter. TSK, how old is Barr? 1,000 years old. 2,000 years old? Men's natural reproductive age has a limit. Even if they reach the top life level, they can have fun after 500 or 600 years old, but if they want to have offspring, they have to use some special means. If the 4th one is still making little people within 100 years, that guy is really free. I don't know what he thought of, Muhua smiled wickedly, and there was no need to ask Muhua what he was thinking about. Seeing Muhua's character, Abigail gave Muhua a tacit expression of you know it very well. Abigail is much older than Muhua, but after considering Muhua as a person of the same class as her, the communication between them is very casual. She looks very young and there is no sense of disobedience. As for Daryl's grievances, it is obvious that these two ghosts are not holding back. The marching speed of the 10,000-man mechanized army is not very fast, and the main army also carries a large amount of combat readiness and energy ammunition supplies. March during the day and rest at night. During the rest, Muhua will return to the Abyss Island, and Abigail will occasionally teleport back to Whitman Courtyard to rest. The combat power of the two is also considered to be super standard in the Akura Courtyard. This kind of cross-border crossing behavior that comes and goes as it pleases seems to be no different from gods in the eyes of ordinary people. However, because they have no power of faith, the two are more adept at destruction. It is a bit of a stretch to call them gods, but it seems that there is nothing wrong with the church describing them as demons. After walking for nearly 3 days, the expeditionary army finally arrived at the southern border of the Great Gobi Desert. There is a prosperous city led by the church nearby. According to the investigation, Although Winlanga is the main god worshipped by the church, the believers here mainly believe in the water goddess. Yes, the water goddess, the one who killed 2 angels under her command earlier by Muhua and his men. She didn't show up after killing her men. If they demolish some of her temples, I don't know if she can still hold back. Originally, they were going to attack the city here, but the accident happened again. The Blood Clan army, which should have been considered as Muhua and his allies, actually blocked Muhua and his men's way outside the city. The city ahead is obviously still under the control of the church, and the Blood Clan actually wants to protect that city? Moon! What's going on? What is the Blood Moon City going to do? The scout reported that the Blood Clan was posing a confrontational posture in front of the punitive army. Muhua asked Moon, and his annoyance was not directed at Moon. Who knows? Those old guys just like to mess around. Wait a minute, I asked someone. Moon spread her hands. Unlike Elzak, who wanted to take power within the Blood Clan, she cared about pure-blooded vampires, but her sense of belonging to the Blood Moon City was real. Chapter 630. Corpse ghosts are a cheap consumable for the vampires. On the Intercontinental Highway 170 miles away from Jijibin City, nearly 170,000 troops of the Blood Moon City cut off the Intercontinental Highway and blocked the airway to a certain extent. Among them, there are more than 100,000 corpse ghosts. These corpse ghosts are dressed in rags, and the only thing they have is a pair of small single-soldier chainsaws in their hands that can barely be considered combat equipment. This kind of claw has a more impressive name, the Evergold Claw. The name is impressive, but they are a relatively cheap weapon. The toughness and hardness of the claw can barely reach the strength of intermediate equipment. The attack method of this kind of claw is not stabbing, but sawtooth cutting. They are like a semi-automatic high-frequency electric saw, with a power device in the wrist-shaped handle, and the saw teeth are inlaid with the original material of the demon gold coin, the Ever Gold particles. They do not have the conventional magic breaking ability, but can cause higher damage to defensive magic than conventional attacks. This kind of claw has a good effect in cutting and destroying hard solid substances. It is more like a tool than a weapon. With the support of absolute numbers, these ghouls, whose mobility far exceeds that of ordinary people, pose a certain threat to mechanical combat equipment and even magical weapons. Hundreds of thousands of ghouls equipped with only eternal gold claws blocked the route of Muhua and his group. This arrangement was obviously aimed at the chariots and mechas in the expeditionary army. Behind these ghouls was a legion composed of secondary vampires. These secondary vampires were relatively regular legion soldiers. They were at least equipped with a relatively regular direct attack weapon and wore standard light armor combat uniforms. The combat uniform has an energy storage type single unit defense barrier, which is activated by intermediate magic stones. Each intermediate magic stone can activate a magic barrier of about 2 meters in length and width, which can stably defend 2 or 3 single unit attack magics of intermediate strength. It can be repeatedly activated by installing intermediate magic stones during combat. For these secondary vampires, the Blood Clan obviously cherishes them more, but judging from the fact that there are almost no orthodox Blood Clans on the battlefield, they still belong to the lower class among the Blood Clan, who work hard and risk their lives. And behind their positions are equipped with a large number of asphalt cannons, which are a kind of position cannon with a long range. Because of the problem of loading, people also call them slime cannons. They can fire a kind of shell process with the blood of secondary vampires. That kind of shell has basically no explosive lethality. Its attack effect is to explode a large piece of sticky plasma substance. This plasma substance will automatically bury and cover foreign objects that come into contact with them. The plasma can restrain tanks and even limit the mobility of mechas and armored warriors for a short period of time. For regular drivers, if the tank is covered by the slime cannon, the driver inside cannot escape and may die of suffocation. And if the individual is trapped in the plasma that looks like a strange slime and cannot get rid of it, the consequences can be imagined. At the same time, the sticky substance exploded by the slime cannon has no sticky effect on the Blood Clan, even the secondary vampires and corpse ghosts. For the Blood Clan, it can barely be regarded as a range attack that does not affect their own side. It is a notorious Blood Clan special weapon that has no direct killing power against high-end combat power, but is relatively deadly to regular warriors. Warriors, archers, cavalry, spellcasters, and secondary vampires are also full of various combat professionals. Except for those slime cannons, they don't rely much on magic weapons. Among those secondary vampires, almost 1/3 have grown bat wings that can be spread out behind them, which can be regarded as flying units with air combat advantages. blocking the Intercontinental Highway. A line of Blood Clan army, which is even larger in scale, blocked the way forward for the Expeditionary Army. Sir, there are several demons, who claim to be from Alan, who want to see you. The road ahead was blocked and the situation was uncertain for a while. Mu Hua and his group stopped marching and took the opportunity to distribute ammunition and supplies to the combat units. A messenger came to Mu Hua and Abigail and reported. Let them go. Already having a bad premonition in his heart, Mu Hua waved his hand in annoyance, and the messenger left. Mu Hua called Tao Les. This is Mu Hua. The Blood Moon City is about to declare war on us, and your demons are coming to serve as their messengers? What? Do you want me and Abigail to surrender? I say, what's wrong with you? Because Bridges lifted the information blockade of the Akura courtyard, the communication was simply connected. Before Tao Les could speak, Mu Hua was accusing and mocking her. At this moment, Abigail was describing the situation of the Blood Moon City preparing to attack her in a joking way in the chat group of the Ghost and God Council. Obviously, it is not certain whether Mu Hua and Abigail have good tempers, but these two are good at picking up conversations. Wait a minute, hey. And you are with Abigail, right? Tell her not to stir up trouble in the group first. Wait, I will ask for you. Fuck, I'm living like an exile all day long, so don't come to me whenever you have something to do. Tao Lisi was confused and angry on the other end of the phone. You said, we won't come to you in the future, we will just kill these demons? Mu Hua said unhappily. Wait, let me ask first. Tao Lisi was speechless for a moment. Well, although Mu Hua's attitude was not good, it was considered to be giving him face. But Tao Lisi's so-called exile was also free and easy, and he really didn't care much about the affairs of the Alan Demon Kingdom. Sir, there are a few more witches coming over there saying they want to see you. Tao Lisi went to inquire about the situation, and Shan Na was also contacting the vampire she was familiar with. The messenger came again, but this time he went directly to Mu Hua. Huh? The witch came to him. Mu Hua frowned. The witch who could come to him by name probably had a witch soul from the psychic academy around her. Charlotte, take Sangshi and go take a look. Tell them not to say anything. If they don't want to die, get out of here. Mu Hua called Charlotte, and the ghost Sangshi emerged from Shan Na's body, and the two left in response. I have the troops retreat, and set up the artillery array first. When will we start? Charlotte left, and Abigail asked Mu Hua while chattering in the group. Wait, let's see what Shan Na says first. Mu Hua replied. The Blood Moon City has come to Mu Hua and Abigail more than once and said nothing. Now the Blood Clan has come to them again to gather and form a battle array. They don't really think that ghosts and gods are reasonable people, do they? Messenger? Communication? Oh, don't make a fuss. Mu Hua and Abigail don't want to hear anything. If the other party keeps blocking in front of them, no matter what inside information or special information they have, they will pretend not to know it. They will fight back first. The force of the attack is directly related to the subsequent impact of the so-called inside story. If the consequences are not serious, it is possible to slaughter them. Without the tedious distance calculation, facing the interception of the Blood Clan, the Expeditionary Army retreated comprehensively, revealing Mu Hua and Abigail, and only 100 mechas holding giant shields formed a shield wall in front of the two. Ha, I am beginning to admire those old immortals. When Charlotte returned, Shanta also ended the communication, and said to Mu Hua and Abigail with a look of anger and laughter. What do you mean? Mu Hua asked. The 10 elemental elves are like the signature opening move of this expeditionary army. Since the appearance of the angels in the battle on the Akuru's side, when encountering large-scale battles, Mu Hua and Abigail's companion elves usually participate in the battle. Before the battle started, the 10 elemental elves cast spells in hiding and brood in offensive. The gods here have made concessions to the Blood Moon City. They have almost given up on Bridges, and have disarmed Bridges' military system in the church system. That is to say, the military system in this courtyard will be built by the Blood Moon City in the future. The Yunlanga Pantheon has designated 1/5 of the courtyard to develop their sex beliefs. At the same time, outside the missionary area of the Yunlanga Pantheon, they will send gods to help the blood race develop doctrines in the name of the true ancestor in the early stage. Bridges was abandoned by Yunlanga. Many churches received oracles and cleaned up Bridges' management. It's hard to say whether the Elders' Council is trying to get Bridges to surrender, because they don't want Webster to be too comfortable. Bridges will use their connections to promote the blood race's entry into the magic empire. The blood race will leave some positions for Bridges in the military system. Now that Yunlanga and the blood race have made peace, We seem a little redundant. Look, the elders are trying to persuade us to leave this courtyard. Shauna raised his chin slightly and pointed in the direction of the Blood Race army. Mu Hua was confused by Shauna's words. When Lenga and the Blood Race were relatively easy to understand. Webster was almost a family with the Blood Moon City, but the Magic Empire had not made much progress. The Blood Moon City wanted to use bridges to check and balance Webster? Although the decision to check and balance Webster coincided with the Magic Empire, was this something the Blood Race should intervene in? What did the Blood Race promise to the Magic Empire's top leaders? Mu Hua asked with a bit of a sour taste. The Blood Moon City was able to invade the Akura courtyard in a large scale because of the Magic Empire's instigation. The Empire wanted Webster to replace bridges and take power in this courtyard. These were all prerequisites for the invasion of the Blood Moon City. No matter whether the Empire wants to restrict Webster or not, the vampires are not qualified to think about such things. Or rather, Webster was originally sent by the Empire to restrict the vampires. If there were not enough benefits, the Blood Moon City would dare to let bridges surrender. It is estimated that Webster would be able to pull a large number of garrison troops into this courtyard and impose a certain degree of punishment and deterrence on the vampires who release the corpse ghosts here. The right to purchase a fixed amount of life potion at half price, and to pay a certain number of substitute amulets to the royal family regularly. Shauna said. Substitute amulets? Gods again? Damn, do the gods here have to be like that? Mu Hua cursed in surprise. Life potions are easy to say, they are the specialty of the vampires. But the Blood Race came to this courtyard to raise the true ancestor. They have nothing to do with the substitute amulet now. The substitute amulet still needs to be produced by the gods in this courtyard. It's not considered as urine. Have you forgotten? Before the true ancestor appeared in the Blood Race, the gods here would help the Blood Race to preach in the name of the true ancestor. There will always be the power of faith, right? Abigail said calmly. Mu Hua twitched his mouth. Well, everyone has calculated the accounts very carefully. If the Blood Race really develops in this courtyard, while encouraging childbirth, they will definitely move people into this courtyard. As long as it stabilizes, the prosperity here will not be worse than when Bridges was in power. I don't know when the Blood Moon City will be able to produce a true ancestor and get some substitute amulets. Maybe the gods here can even get kickbacks. What do those witches say? What do they have to do with this? Mu Hua looked at Charlotte. Witches and bridges are not compatible, so they should not appear in such occasions. Awakening ceremony. Charlotte said a word with a tangled face. Witches awaken in this courtyard, and the vampires or gods help them deal with the demons that are summoned. All witches. As long as they come, they will help. Without thinking too much, Mu Hua realized the key. Yes, the Unlanga Pantheon will also help witches to get their reputations in the future. Charlotte nodded. It was not difficult to see from her face that this benefit was enough for her to let go of her hostility towards the gods here, and even Bridges. Mu Hua was silent. This time, even Abigail's expression was as ugly as if she had eaten a dead fly. Witches may have some extreme personalities, but they have a strong empathy for witch awakening. Even if they can no longer use it, this benefit can still make witches feel a strong sense of identity. It's true that although this kind of thing is troublesome, it can be considered easy for the gods in this courtyard. Anyway, their kingdom of God is built in the maze area. As long as they don't go back to hell, it's okay for them to squat there all day. If some witches who want to awaken come and go into their kingdom of God, they can arrange the demons that come to them as they want. At most, it will make the gods here lack some mystery in front of the witches. If they are more harmonious and don't cling to the lives of those demons, they may be able to get some money to buy their lives from them. Even the Black Witch Academy can't find fault with this aspect. After all, it's quite troublesome for witches to awaken, and this awakening land can be regarded as the witch's own ability. Fuck. After holding it in for a long time, Mu Hua really didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment, and finally he just held it in. Fuck. Chapter 631. Charlotte, you leave this courtyard now. You didn't tell me anything, I don't know anything. Tell those witches you know that I have driven you away, and tell them not to appear in front of me, at least not in this courtyard. A series of news about the Blood Clan, Bridges, gods, etc. made Mu Hua unable to complain. After a while, Mu Hua said to Charlotte, Sir, you? Charlotte obviously heard the meaning of Mu Hua's words and hesitated. Get out of here. Mu Hua scolded, and at the same time pulled Charlotte, who was about to say something, away from Mu Hua. You still want to fight? Huh, I'm starting to like you. Abigail laughed at the side. I don't know what benefits they will give us. Mu Hua said unhappily. Of course, this tone was not directed at Abigail. Anyway, they won't give us the bodies of gods. Abigail shook her head. Yes, the gods here made a fortune. In order to ensure their own comfort, they gave up bridges and gave benefits everywhere. If Mu Hua and his friends were willing to join hands with them, they would probably promise Mu Hua and Abigail some benefits. But what's the use of that? The two of them, or rather Mu Hua. He originally came here to kill gods. Abigail might be able to get the inheritance crystal of the shape-shifting technique from Wenlanga, but Wenlanga would definitely not put two gods for Mu Hua to poke. If that's the case, Abigail is already very loyal. After all, at least she didn't ask the vampires if they could get her the inheritance crystal of the shape-shifting technique. I'm starting to like you too. After complaining, Mu Hua said to Abigail. Communication prompt. Tao Lucie's call was dialed back. Mu, the demon matter has nothing to do with Alan. It should be that the witches over there don't want to fight anymore. They are just cooperating. Tao Lucie said to Mu Hua. Well, I already know that the witches here have converted to the gods, and are helping the gods here to fight us. Mu Hua replied. Hey, don't talk nonsense. It's obvious that they were given benefits that they couldn't refuse. Tao Lucie retorted. Benefits? You can come and beat me if you give me benefits? Mu Hua questioned. I say, can we talk nicely? I know you are very unhappy, but what do you want some ordinary witches to use to beat you? Tao Lucie said. Anyway, they intercepted me together with the vampires. Maybe they think we are easy to bully. Damn, it seems that the signal is blocked. Hello Tao Lucie, can you hear me? Mu Hua said, and hung up the call directly. Hello Mu Hua. Fuck. Damn it. Tao Lucie's communicator was busy. He was not sure about the situation in Wikulu, but Tao Lucie realized that no matter whether Mu Hua and Abigail were attacked or not, they were obviously not in a good mood. Accepting the secret pokes from many parties, the two of them were thinking about killing the gods in the courtyard. After tossing around in the courtyard for so long, their own demon turned around and stood with the gods. If it were him, he would not let the other party jump like this. While cursing, Tao Lucie called the Allen executives again with some bad luck, asking them to find a way to notify the demons in the courtyard to run away. Otherwise, if he ran into the gun of Mu Hua and Abigail, he would die in vain. Anyway, he would not come forward to talk to Mu Hua and the others about this matter. Mu Hua hung up Tao Lucie's phone call. Abigail was chatting in the group of the Ghost God Council. There was no need to hide anything in this group. Besides, the matter itself was that the Blood Clan and the witch were a little unkind. After Abigail's nagging, the members of the Ghost God Council basically understood the situation. The other parties showed their determination to persuade Mu Hua and Abigail to retreat, while Abigail and Mu Hua were ready to kill the other party together. Comparing the two sides, although Abigail and Mu Hua seemed more brutal, at least in the eyes of the ghosts and gods of the Ghost God Council, this situation was normal. Some people said that the gods here were pissing and regretted not going to ask for money. Some people said that the Blood Moon City was messing around, and argued with some people who thought that the Blood Clan's behavior was not incomprehensible when they thought about it from their perspective. Similarly, some people opposed the witch's choice, while others sympathized with her. Both sides argued fiercely, and some even agreed to fight. After talking to a group of insignificant friends in the Ghost and God Council, Abigail no longer cared about the situation in the group. As for Chibman, who was accused of something and had been vindicated, but still clamored to meet Mu Hua in the toilet after class, Mu Hua and Abigail simply ignored him. Well, Abigail was too lazy to answer Chibman. As for Mu Hua, since he heard about Chibman's marriage with Daryl, Mu Hua temporarily defined this ghost he had never met as a useless dog. TSK, he was able to be used for 10 years, and was still lazy. The army on Mu Hua's side retreated, but it was obvious that they had set up an artillery formation, and the opposite corpse ghost immediately opened a defensive barrier behind him. The demon and the witch were driven back before they even saw Mu Hua. On the night battleship with the characteristics of the Blood Clan opposite, a request to meet Abigail came from the loudspeaker, which made Mu Hua roll his eyes. Yes, Mu Hua wanted to curse. It seems that the Blood Clan asked the demon and the witch to find him just to use him to meet Abigail. It must be said that it is difficult to determine who is stronger between Mu Hua and Abigail. After all, the two have never fought. But Mu Hua has dealt with a gluttonous demon, and the mouth of the glutton is not so domineering for him, and his special ability and magic training are also unreasonable. Under the premise that his attributes are not crushed, Mu Hua feels that he should be able to overturn Abigail. But the Blood Clan still attaches much more importance to Abigail than to Mu Hua. The Blood Moon City of the Blood Clan is just a courtyard. Although it is not as complete as the Akura courtyard, it still has hundreds of millions of people. Abigail has been running the Whitman courtyard for an unknown number of years. It is an insult to say that she is the uncrowned king of the Whitman courtyard. The Whitman courtyard belongs to her. And Muhua, 2 or 3 years ago, he created a city called Canes where the people were almost exterminated. Now it is hard to say whether he has established a foothold in Cane's courtyard. Strictly speaking, Muhua and Abigail are not of the same size as the Blood Clan. In the eyes of the Blood Clan, Muhua is at most a gangster, while Abigail is a king. Whether it is manpower or connections, if Abigail is really annoyed, she can lead her army out in a minute and start a world war in the Blood Moon City. If she really wanted to plant her flag in the Akura courtyard, the vampires would spit out 3 liters of blood and obediently follow her to divide the territory and rule it. This was the case when she did not have so much free time to mess around in Akuru. No matter if she has the energy or not, as long as she wants to do it, even if it has a negative impact on Whitman Courtyard, she can afford to lose money and gain publicity. As for Muhua, he is quite awesome when the Blood Clan is not prepared, but if they are prepared. The petrifying magic eye is awesome? Let's not talk about the distant future, just look at the present. Hundreds of thousands of zombies and hundreds of thousands of troops are in front of us. Come, you try to petrify them. If you don't make your legs weak and walk with tremors, we will not suck blood in the future. Well, at least the Blood Clan thinks so, otherwise they would not keep provoking Muhua because of the life potion. No matter whether Muhua can deal with them, they think that Muhua can't afford to waste time with them, whether it is manpower or connections. And their idea is actually not a big problem. This also led to the current situation. They wanted to persuade Muhua and Abigail to leave, but the person they mainly wanted to meet was Abigail. Haha, what do you say? Seeing that Muhua's expression also changed as if he had eaten a dead fly, Abigail said happily, patting Muhua's shoulder with a posture of caring for a younger brother. Muhua rolled his eyes, tilted his shoulder, avoided Abigail's pat, and ignored Abigail, but called Webster again. Hello, Weber, do you know about bridges? After the call was connected, Muhua asked Webster. And Abigail raised her palm, glanced at the other party's noisy night battleship, and then seemed to be too lazy to do it, and waved to her Thunder Elemental Elf. The Thunder Elemental Elf dispersed the originally brewing magic circle, and seemed to be ready to shoot a magic that was more suitable for the night battleship. I know. What, do you have an idea? Webster replied. What benefit did you get? Muhua asked. Since Webster knew about Bridges' situation, but did not do anything to Bridges, it was definitely not because the old guy was angry. The old guy is playing politics now. No matter whether he is really tough or pretending to be tough, he always has to make a gesture on some things. I have a quota for the life potion and substitute amulet that the Blood Clan pays tribute to the royal family. Webster said casually without hiding anything from Muhua. I plan to deal with the Blood Clan. You'd better not get involved, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Muhua said toughly. Although his attitude was tough, Webster also knew that this was a notice given to him by Muhua because of their friendship. Otherwise, Muhua would have been ready to directly confront the Blood Clan, and would not care about his life or death. Go ahead and do it. I hope you can do it. It would be best if you can kill Bridges at the same time. Who would interfere for no reason? Do you think I really want those quotas? Webster yelled on the other end of the phone. Well, compared with those benefits, Webster hates the tricks of the Blood Clan more. Although Webster is confident that he can suppress a declining Bridges, it would be better if he can beat them more miserably, or even kill them. Hasn't Bridges been recruiting adventurers? Creating zombies, and harming the people. I am ready to accept Bridges' recruitment, and clean up the evil Blood Clan that invaded the Akura courtyard. Muhua said. Huh? Webster on the other side was surprised and questioned. Hey Mu, are you serious? You are not really going to pick up Bridges again, are you? Webster shouted. I'm not sick. Anyway, Bridges' words have been spread. If they come out and say something nonsense again, we will deal with them all. Please pay attention to the public opinion outside. Muhua said to Webster. Wait, I'm very worried about you doing this unless... Webster's tone was heavy, and it sounded as if he was afraid that Muhua would really get together with Bridges. Unless? Muhua was puzzled. Unless you marry Paget, at most I don't need you to call me Dad. Webster's ulterior motive was revealed. Fuck. Muhua cursed. This old guy must have had a good life recently. He still has such thoughts at this time. Ong! Thunder Dragon roared, and a Thunder Dragon was swung out by the Thunder Elemental Spirit, rushing straight to the night battleship in the sky. Boom! The Thunder Dragon collided with the energy field of the battleship, bursting with a dull shock. This magic did not repeatedly attack the warship like a regular Thunder Dragon, but wrapped around the warship like a dragon. Fission! The Thunder Elemental Spirit rebuked. The Thunder Dragon exploded, and the stronger impact tore through the warship's defense field. Countless thunder flashed and took shape. In a blink of an eye, a Thunder Dragon turned into a scorched prison of thunder. Crackling thunders flooded the warship, and the good penetration made many thunders fall on the army under the warship. The Guardian sky burst into glory, and countless thunders seemed to overturn a snake nest, wandering freely on the Guardian sky, and finally seemed to combine with the sky to form a cage of thunder and lightning. Although it did not directly harm the secondary vampires guarded by the sky, the scene was extremely shocking. Fission Thunder Dragon, Abigail's inherent magic, her companion spirit naturally mastered it simultaneously. Boom! The warship exploded in the air. Abigail, who wanted to meet the vampires, was the first to blow the horn of war. She didn't look down on the vampires, but seeing her licking her lips, Mu Hua had no doubt that if there was a genuine vampire on the other side, she would definitely catch the other party and take him home to bleed him. As for Abigail's greed, Mu Hua waved his hand generously. Vampires, whatever you like, take it. Chapter 632. Why do you want to provoke him? Why do you have to provoke him? I knew that those old guys should lie in their coffins obediently. I knew that those old bastards would be ready to do something once they came out. In the church sanctuary in Jijibin City, a well-dressed secondary vampire paced anxiously, while watching the fierce battle on the projection screen. 100 miles outside Jijibin City, Mu Hua and his group started a battle with the Blood Clan army. It can be said that the battle was undeclared, or the Blood Clan wanted to declare it, but Mu Hua and Abigail didn't want to listen at all. In the social system of the Blood Clan, pure blood is noble. No matter how powerful they are noble. In the social system of the Blood Clan, their number is relatively small. When it comes to war and chaos, pure blood vampires usually don't participate, but send secondary vampires to lead, and at most there will be some stronger pure blood vampires in the rear. As for an ordinary area like Jijibin City, the highest commander of the Blood Clan army sent here is just a powerful secondary vampire. The battle was fierce, but this kind of cruelty made Daniel want to curse. Although the corpse ghosts are also consumables for secondary vampires, the ones who fight against them are summoned beasts that can be consumed repeatedly. The beast group, among the hundreds of summoned beasts, most of them are magic beasts. They are the beast groups released by Mu Hua. The sharp blades and slime cannons of the corpse ghosts can indeed cause damage to them. But not to mention the endless rhythm of killing, the fierce monsters such as behemoths, earth dragons, violent bears, and horned knife tigers, even if they are trapped in the sea of corpse ghosts, they only encourage their slaughter. Not to mention the flying dragons, evil dragons and demons. The artillery fire, magic, dragon breath, and surging blood, the large groups of ghouls offensive were terrifying, but the special effects when they were blown away and smashed were enough to drive the secondary vampires who controlled them crazy. After all, ghouls are a species that can only be born among humans. They are bloodthirsty, smart and contagious, but they are not the same as the undead ghouls. Their combat power is limited after all. Obviously, they came to face the arrogant ghosts and gods. Daniel knew very well why he, a secondary vampire, was in charge of this army to persuade Abigail to retreat. Because those pure-blood uncles didn't want to come at all. Some of them repeatedly emphasized the need to pay attention to Mu Hua, but those damn elders didn't listen at all. They soak in the holy pool of blood all day to prolong their aging lives. How much can they know about the outside world? Hundreds of thousands of corpses are indeed like surging human waves. But let's not talk about whether they can get close to Mu Hua and Abigail. Even if they are surrounded, how many can simultaneously attack Mu Hua's small group of people? The area around Mu Hua in front of the battle is like a dead place isolated from the waves. The corpses that can entangle with the summoned beasts are also a small group. More corpses are still trying to attack the artillery positions of the expeditionary army in the rear. Use corpses to consume Mu Hua? That guy has not even shown his true face yet. Daniel knows that Mu Hua has purgatory armor on him. At this pace, he can fight with corpses until the end of time. Daniel is a little anxious. If you put aside those elemental elves with crazy magic, Mu Hua and Abigail did not do it themselves. At most the chariots behind them consumed a certain amount of ammunition. And they had snatched the ammunition. When the ghouls were exhausted by the summoned beasts, the secondary vampires in the rear would face those monsters. The thick blood plasma covered the ground, and blood cocoons appeared on the battlefield. That was the attack effect of the slime cannon. The combat power of the summoned beasts on the ground was greatly weakened by the blood plasma. Only a few strong individuals could disperse the blood plasma, but they were covered with ghouls. The saw claws made the summoned beasts roar violently. In terms of land warfare, the Blood Clan had the upper hand, but what was the point? They were still fighting summoned beasts, and the flying units on Muhua's side were more ruthless. The evil dragons and magic dragons hovering on the battlefield used their breath to outline cruel pictures on the ground, and the big demons released explosive magic regardless of the enemy. When the magic power was exhausted, the big demons became knights guarding the dragon beasts, and their powerful melee ability to tear the groups of secondary vampires who tried to approach the dragon beasts into pieces. They need stronger individual combat power, at least combat power that can make Muhua and Abigail afraid of consumption. In the church sanctuary, Daniel looked at the frowning cardinal. "Don't just stand here and watch. Where are your angel corps?" Daniel shouted to the cardinal. The Blood Clan came to protect Jijibin City, but Daniel confirmed that the battle at this moment has far exceeded the positioning of protection. Jijibin City itself has armed forces, and the church can also apply for the angel corps under the command of the gods to help in the battle. The witches and demons have run away. After receiving some contacts, they have avoided Jijibin City far away. They are not subordinates of the Blood Clan. They each take what they need, and at most they can be regarded as cooperation. Obviously, they did not want to confront Muhua head-on. Unlike the Blood Race, who were more afraid of Abigail, the performance of these witches and demons before leaving confirmed to Daniel that they were more afraid of Muhua. As for the situation in the Akura courtyard, these witches and demons were not without support. The Black Witch Academy and the Demon Country Allen were standing behind these witches and demons. It was precisely because of them that the Blood Race could launch such an unscrupulous offensive against the Akura courtyard. The Blood Moon City could not command those witches and demons unless they were willing. Otherwise, even if the Blood Race elders came, they had no right to let them fight to the death. "Sir, it is your duty to expel ghosts and gods. Don't forget our agreement." The cardinal stared at the image of the battlefield, and he did not show much fear of Muhua and Abigail, but he was much calmer than Daniel. In the Ukula courtyard, the current high-ranking officials in the church are basically die-hard fans of God. No matter whether their faith is firm or not, they all firmly believe in the power and might of God. It is tiring to get along with such people. They may remain calm until death. At least Daniel feels that it is tiring to get along with him. Damn the agreement. Get it clear to me, we are helping you. Their target is you. Defeat us, and it will be your turn soon. Send troops. Now immediately. Daniel's bat wings behind him were angry, and the fangs at the corners of his mouth were long when he was angry. The Lord God did not give us any revelation. I need to make some inquiries, or you can let them withdraw to the city first. The cardinal hesitated, thinking about the revelation of God in his heart, and also weighing the pros and cons. Retreat? What were you doing earlier? Look at me clearly. Do you think they can fly faster than the dragon or run faster than the moon-blade leopard when they leave the defensive position? Sir Daniel, compared to your army, the number of those monsters is not that large. The cardinal frowned. The part that can't escape should be enough to cover the retreat of others. Damn it, are you an idiot? How did you become a cardinal? Daniel cursed. The fire wave swept, and because of the number problem, most of the summoned beasts without flying ability would be restrained by plasma. At this moment, Muhua and Abigail seemed to be surrounded by ghouls. But after the fire wave, a road nearly 100 meters wide appeared in front of the two. The road led directly to the position of the secondary vampire. The dust paved the road, and the flames formed the curb. No ghouls were willing to approach the road ahead easily. The expeditionary army behind Muhua also pulled out a line of artillery formations early. Any ghouls who tried to approach the artillery position would face the coverage of guns and energy bombs. The flying dragon beasts have locked their sights on the secondary vampires, and their desperate attacks have caused the Blood Clan's defense barrier to shake. These summoned beasts with the ability to fly have almost completely given up defense, and are destroying the Blood Clan's magic defense system regardless of life and death. There are also strong ones among the secondary vampires, and their cultivation and growth will not even be restricted by the strength of their masters. In other words, secondary vampires are not necessarily weaker than the vampires who transform them. After all, they are the regular army of the Blood Moon City. Scrolls, magic stones, exorcism bullets, demon hunting crossbows, covered magic and high-intensity live ammunition sniping did kill some flying summoned beasts, and even evil dragons and demon dragons were killed by them, but in a moment, those dead summoned beasts were summoned again by Muhua. When their magic power is exhausted, they will use their claws and teeth to attack the area where the casters are concentrated. Yes, attack. There is indeed defensive magic with repair function on the battlefield, but the magic dragons and evil dragons can use their claws to tear open the barrier protecting the secondary vampires, and try to break through the defense system of the Blood Clan by drilling in. Although those evil dragons and magic dragons will be killed in a concentrated manner, the ammunition and magic scrolls used to kill them are being consumed crazily, and those things are not infinite. Pupils contracted. Watching the battlefield images, like live broadcasts, Daniel's pupils contracted. Mu Hua's appearance has changed. He dragged a ferocious tail behind him, horns grew on his head, and his arms seemed to be covered with black armor and cuffs. His height rose to about 2 meters and 5, because his legs were also covered with armor-like structures, claws and feet, and he looked like a miniature version of a big devil. Purgatory armor, this is Mu Hua's true appearance, and his purgatory armor was obviously shaped with reference to the physical signs of the big devil. His purgatory weapons covered a larger area than in the early years. In addition to being a reserve of magic power, they were also weapons with defense superior to steel armor. Even in hell, purgatory weapons were a symbol of mad demons. Water goddess, right? Give me your answer, otherwise, we will surrender to the other side and evacuate here now. No longer paying attention to the cardinal who had some communication barriers, Daniel now felt that it was easier to get along with the church leaders and bridges. Now the stewards of these gods were all crazy idiots. At this moment, Daniel was actually in the church, scolding the statues that the believers believed in. Abigail moved, and Mu Hua also moved. Mu Hua not only moved, but also changed back to his complete form. The two ghosts walked towards the position built by the secondary vampires. The hundreds of heavily armored mechas did not block them in front of them, but followed behind them. The machine guns moved and the body was fully charged. 8 elemental elves floated between the mechas, and 2 earth elemental elves rolled the earth, turning out a smooth, clean, hardened and crystallized road in front of Mu Hua and Abigail. The road showed a dark golden crystallized road surface, and the flickering flames formed the curb boundary markers. The mechas were like giant guards, and their steps were clanging. These monsters are really exquisite. Looking directly at the goddess statue, Daniel paid attention to the battlefield movements in the image with his peripheral vision, and complained in his heart. Perhaps it was because Mu Hua consumed his own magic power due to repeated summoning, but looking at his purgatory armor, Daniel was not happy at all. When the two ghosts stepped into the battlefield, they made Daniel feel more insecure than those hideous summoned beasts. Tulls. Ask Abigail to surrender. Seeing that the statue did not respond, Daniel did not care about the possible punishment of the Elders' Council. He did not want to make his own army lose meaninglessly. Daniel gave orders directly to the battlefield commanders, but before he finished giving the order, the statue of the water goddess was coated with light and responded. Chapter 633. Outside Jijibin City, Mu Hua and Abigail maintained a relatively slow pace and fought against the Blood Clan army. The two ghosts were not very serious about killing the corpse ghosts, because these corpse ghosts basically would not affect the Blood Clan's command of the battle situation. They were just cannon fodder, and their role was only to consume the enemy as much as possible, and they would not even be included in the cannon fodder of the attack and defense plan. The corpse ghosts retained the memory cognition before the transformation. The corpse ghosts in this courtyard might fight with the church because of fear of death, but they were often relatively passive. When facing Mu Hua and his team, these corpse ghosts had the will and belief to annihilate evil. But also because of this, the Blood Clan would not cherish them, and these corpse ghosts would still be greatly influenced by the church. The Blood Clan did not need such a fence-sitter, who was easy to fall on both sides. As for the relatively regular secondary vampire army, Mu Hua and Abigail gradually put pressure on them. To create an atmosphere that he was not going to let the other party go, Mu Hua even kept summoning a large number of summoned beasts repeatedly, and played a war of attrition with the other party at the cost of a large amount of magic power. Just like Daniel's anxiety in the church, Mu Hua and Abigail really wanted to force the other party to use some stronger power. If the Blood Clan was not stupid, there was no reason to leave the church gods alone and let their own army fight to the death. Bastard, this is not in line with the agreement. If the people of God must sacrifice, then we need more territory. Jijibin City, the church, the hall of the temple, the sacred light-plated statue, the statue of the water goddess seemed to come alive, and even the expression on the face of the stone statue changed. Daniel wanted to surrender, and his surrender might lead to uncertain changes within the Blood Clan. In this case, the water goddess could not sit still. Compared with the cardinal who was kneeling beside him, and the believers who were kneeling before the statue in every corner of the hall. Daniel knew very well that the ghosts and gods were borrowing the passage, which was suspected to be an attack. The water goddess must be paying attention to the situation here. God's revelation? Let the damn God's revelation go to hell. When the cardinal had difficulty communicating, Daniel simply found the water goddess directly. And the water goddess was a god in the minds of her believers, but in Daniel's cognition, she was at most a powerful boss. Demons call monsters bastards, and demons are also bastards to demons, not to mention the secondary vampires transformed by the Blood Clan. Perhaps it was habit, or perhaps it was contempt. To say that the water goddess did not deliberately insult Daniel, because there was no need. But the word bastard was extremely harsh to Daniel's ears. If you want the territory, go talk to those old guys. Although the water goddess's tone was flat, she called the word bastard so smoothly that Daniel's tone was not very good. The Blood Moon City has a complete social system, and compared with the entire social system of the Blood Clan, the number of pure-blooded vampires is too small. Although secondary vampires may be cheaper than regular followers in the Blood Clan, in order to maintain the normal operation of the clan society, some secondary vampires can climb to the top. Some secondary vampires even have a higher social status than their masters in the Blood Moon City. Even their masters cannot kill them casually, and their masters may even rely on their power. This is the promotion channel provided by the Blood Clan to the secondary vampires, and it is also a means to appease the secondary vampires, just like the carrot hanging on the donkey's head. It is not difficult to understand. Although there are very few such secondary vampires, Daniel in front of him is one of them. He has his own pride. He is afraid of Muhua and Abigail, because those two ghosts directly fought with the Blood Clan, and his status and position in the Blood Clan is like nothing to them. Looking at the posture, let alone a secondary vampire, even if the elders of the Elders' Council ran in front of them, they would probably grab a knife. But Daniel is not afraid of the gods in this courtyard, because these gods have something to ask of the Blood Clan, and they want to cooperate with the Blood Moon City. Let alone killing him. Even if they hurt him casually, it is also a slap in the face of the Blood Moon City, and they need to give an explanation to the Blood Clan. Now! It's not about how we divide the land. He took action. He was not afraid of the Blood Clan as those old immortals thought. Pointing at the battle in the video in Muhua, Daniel said to the goddess of water, without respect for the elders of the clan, not knowing whether he was really angry or to highlight his status in the Blood Clan. Well, Daniel pointed at Muhua, because Muhua made a bigger noise. In addition to the summoned beasts, the fate spider web spreading in the space covered the entire Blood Clan army, and even spread further in the direction of Jijibin City. These fate spider webs are too large, and are also a big consumer of magic. This also caused Muhua's magic power to be depleted and turned back to the complete state. Even though he turned back to his human body, the Purgatory Armed Forces made Muhua look like he was completely demonized. At this moment, Abigail followed Muhua with envy on her face, touching the bone spur on Muhua's elbow from time to time, like a young wife. Although she usually doesn't lack magic power, she still likes the Purgatory armor. If it weren't for Shauna pulling her, her expression would be like she wanted to hug Muhua's Purgatory armor and lick it, as if she wanted to taste the saltiness. Our mission is to persuade. Damn it, you saw it, they didn't say anything at all. And their target is the city here, the church. Look for yourself, they even refuse the communication between the demons and witches. You should know what those witches and demons represent. If they dare to do this, you should also know what they will do later. Do you think they will listen to what your believers say when they get here? They will only destroy the city, just like they did before. He won't even let go of the nerve tree. Daniel shouted at the statue of the water goddess. The statue was silent, and the light on it flickered. The water goddess seemed to be weighing something. A moment later, a celestial porch with flowing light opened in the sky above the city of Jijibin. Angels spread their wings, holy swords shone, hymns echoed in the sky, and teams of angels wearing mechas flew out of the porch. In a blink of an eye, thousands of angels formed a sacred formation in the sky. The angels turned into streams of light, and flew towards the direction of the Blood Clan battlefield. Boom! The blood-mimicking beast head blasted into the enemy group. At the same time as the angel group appeared, Muhua also tore open the defense of the Blood Clan position. The combat skills blasted away the cluster of spellcasters, and the defense of the Blood Clan position could no longer be maintained. The so-called magician's fear of close combat is not a joke, but the threat to the caster does not come from the bloody combat skills themselves, but from those weapons with direct magic-breaking abilities. The reason why defensive magic is called defensive magic is that if you want to destroy it with conventional means, you will inevitably have to spend several times more than those defensive magics. Even Mu Hua's unorthodox fireball technique is essentially a war of attrition between the caster and the spellcaster. With Abigail's support, Mu Hua only needs to pay attention to the opponent's space magic, such as Break Present. He chose the most time-saving and labor-saving way to break the formation for him. Just like what the evil dragons and the magic dragons did, Mu Hua also used his claws to tear open the defensive barrier, and before those defensive magics were repaired, he drilled into the defensive barrier and killed and dispersed those casters who maintained the defensive magic. Seeing that the position was broken and the zombies came back to help, the black hell flames bloomed among the zombies, and the will to survive made those zombies burning with eternal flames flee in all directions. Screaming, roaring, rolling and slapping, trying to put out the flames on his body, but the darkness was like a tangible plague, and the hellfire spread instantly. Dispel. It was obviously a low-level magic, but after achieving the increase in training and related abilities, a large-scale and unreasonable dispel was cast. Large areas of magic circles among the secondary vampires were shattered and collapsed, and some vampires with shallow spell-casting skills even suffered the backlash of magic. The chaotic magic stirred up the wind, and both the magic aimed at Mu Hua and his group and the magic aimed at the corpse ghosts were dissipated at once. Yes, there were also secondary vampires who tried to attack the corpse ghosts, because those corpse ghosts were spreading the flame of Gehenna. Huh? Mu Hua exclaimed, and Abigail's mouth opened wide, because they saw the angel battle group attacking from afar. The appearance of a large group of angels must be the work of the gods in the courtyard. Mu Hua and Abigail were not interested in the Blood Clan army, and they were not even interested in the church here. These angel creatures could barely be considered their attack targets. Of course, not being interested did not mean that Mu Hua intended to let these vampires go. If he and Abigail had not been tossing around in this courtyard, the Blood Moon City would have come to this courtyard to make trouble, and it is estimated that the gods here would have taken action to destroy them long ago. Now, these blood clans have gone to join hands with the gods, and even led their troops to block their way. Multiple magic circles unfolded, and meteorites burning with hellfire were pushed out of the magic circle like old-fashioned cannonballs, and the falling meteorites bombarded a large area of scattered bombs, and the secondary vampires fled in panic. But at some point, a vague but large-scale pentagram pattern was outlined on the ground. Mu Hua raised his palm with his palm facing up, clenched his palm, and muttered softly. Focus fire. No! In the temple, Daniel roared in grief and anger. The sky-high pillar of fire rose from the ground, and tens of thousands of secondary vampires were submerged in the pillar of fire. The dispersal and fall had already damaged their defenses. The blazing white flames appeared and disappeared. Sparks, scorching wind, blazing light faded, and in the hue of dusk, angels soared in the sky. The fields were empty, and the demonized humans put down their clenched fists. The two figures looked at the angels from afar, slowly floated into the air, accompanied by a group of dragons, and flew into the sky. At this moment, the soldiers in the expeditionary army could not help but have deep doubts about the human identity of that figure. Chapter 634. Angels, a magical species born in the angel pool. Although he has never seen the angel pool, Mu Hua now has some conceptual understanding of it. It is like a semi-automatic life-breeding device, which stores the root genes of various creatures, collects brilliant souls, and combines with enough faith power to give birth to various angels. Well, various angels, different styles. Angels with low combat power at birth, regular and evolutionary ability, and the most complete growth system are also angels in people's conventional cognition. Seraphim, who are born with affinity for fire elements, master extreme high temperatures, and have strong attributes, but their growth can only rely on the free attribute points brought by the experience level. They have almost no combat ability, but their information processing ability is super strong. The gods' collection of faith and the feedback of believers are likely to rely on their cherubim. They are huge in size, and are often defined as combat vehicles among the angels. They are similar to the angels of Leviathan. Angels are infertile, and the above angels are all born from the angel pool according to the resources invested. If regular angels are considered normal people in the angel family, then seraphim, cherubim, and thrones are more like weapons of war. They are often born with strengths that regular angels cannot match, but because of lack of growth, they actually lack human rights in the angel family. In short, seraphim, cherubim, and thrones may be revered by most angels, but they are rarely seen in the upper echelons of the angel family. They are more functional, and usually rely on regular angels, who have grown up. Perhaps it is because it consumes more resources to breed them. If it were not for the angel pool controlled by the gods, Those three types of angels would hardly be bred. Well, that's right. The angel pool is not a creation exclusively for gods. It is said that the angel pool is likely to be a creation of arrogance. An original sin that Muhua does not have much concept and has always been difficult to understand. Arrogance. And the so-called false gods in the traditional sense usually refer to those who have not touched arrogance, but regard themselves as gods. After a long time in the Akura courtyard, Muhua finally saw an armed group that seemed to be under the command of gods. More than 1,000 angels equipped with the unique mechanical armor of the angel family, the armor-like composite multi-component joint mechanical armor, as if to distinguish themselves from the mechanical demon gods among the demons, deliberately erased the structure of the cone thorns and horns. The mechanical armor has the lines of scales, flexible joints, and helmets that cover their appearance. After wearing them, it is difficult to distinguish the gender of these angels. The 5 pairs of folding knife-shaped wings on the back, plus the original wings of the angel, show a constant number of 12 wings on the appearance of this angel weapon. The higher the rank of the angel, that is, the more wings the angel has, the fewer wings this angel weapon has. Seraph armor, a top-level product among standard angel weapons. Although the number of angels in the army is much less than Muhua and Abigail expected, their combat readiness configuration specifications are very high. Have reservations? Or are the gods here worse than I thought? Looking at the rapidly flying angel army, Muhua asked Abigail with a questioning look. Although the specifications of the angel weapons are high, it can be seen from the wings of the armor that among the attacking angels, except for the 6-winged angel leading the team, the other angels are almost all 2-winged angels. The wings of angels largely determine their physical strength. A few years ago, double-winged angels were considered big shots in Muhua's eyes, but they are essentially minors among the angels. Any angel that exceeds the natural growth limit, with more philosopher's stone, faith power, etc., should generally be able to grow 2 pairs of wings. Even without the blessing of divine arts, the Seraphim armament has enabled them to tear apart high-level monsters with their bare hands. How much stronger do you want them to be? Abigail was confused. But they are all 2-winged angels. Muhua questioned. Maybe the gods here got the angel pool later, and they also created Seraphim. Maybe Unlanga took the route of following God. After all, multiple gods here are in his kingdom of God. Abigail said, as a matter of course. Muhua was silent. Seraphim pay more attention to functionality, and the resources consumed by creation far exceed those of normal angels, far more, almost the difference between building a car and building an aircraft carrier. Because he had seen the Seraphim in this courtyard earlier, Muhua had always believed that the angel core here should be strong in various ways. If the old gods want to develop the angel core, they usually focus on cultivating normal angels, and then select the Seraphim archangel from the powerful angels. Only when they have abundant resources will they create a few Seraphim and archangels to decorate the facade. The so-called following the god route is not to create the angel pool, but to choose to cultivate gods among their own subordinates and relatives. If this is not too rigorous, you can refer to the so-called Olympus gods in Muhua's previous life. They don't play angels, but develop the Protoss pantheon. Both require the consumption of resources and materials. The former can easily and conveniently produce a large number of troops loyal to itself, and then cultivate strong individuals from angels. The latter has more powerful individual combat power, more gods, and can also facilitate the development of the faith of the gods in a larger range and in a more detailed manner. Gods are generally not able to move alone, and there are indeed many demons in hell who like to hunt gods. The most intuitive use of them is probably keratin skin and shape-shifting. Most demons who use gods as a medium generally do not deliberately develop any god system beliefs. They usually just want to obtain the status of gods and be able to access the power of faith. Whether there are believers or not is basically up to fate. There is no accurate statement about which of the 2 routes is better, and the later development is basically up to fate. If according to Abigail's statement, if Ulanga is not the gods gathered in hell, but develops the subordinate gods himself, it is undoubtedly good news for Muhua. Developing the god system and blindly holding back angels, tut, greedy enough. His angels looked pink, so his subordinate gods were probably not that old. It didn't matter to Muhua whether they were old or not. He just wanted to study the corpse of the god. As long as the divine fire was ignited, the pinker the better. Here it comes. Be careful. Muhua was thinking about something else. The opponent had obviously given up communicating with Muhua and the others. He started to attack with divine arts. Abigail reminded Muhua, and the 2 of them avoided the opponent's covering attack. God's punishment arrow. The light arrows shot like ordinary arrows. Although the individual attacks did not look very conspicuous, the name also told us that the specifications of this divine art were not low. Divine spells are flexible and changeable, and dispelling them is ineffective. The same divine spell can also change the nature of the attack at any time according to the will of the caster. These arrows of divine punishment clearly carry the attack effect of space magic, which is probably to restrain Abigail's gluttony. Abigail dare not swallow these light arrows. Faith Blessing. Mu Hua and Abigail evaded the angel's attacks, and the attacking angel army suddenly changed. Mu Hua's petrified magic eye unfolded. Although many angels launched the Faith Blessing at the first time, some angels still did not grasp the timing of the spell, petrified in the air, and fell to the sky. Faith Blessing is somewhat similar to Faith Protection. The difference is that Faith Protection has a strong protective effect, a short duration, and consumes a lot of faith power. Faith Protection can only be immune to negative states and cannot be invincible, but it continues to consume the power of faith, but can continue to bless. Of course, although the faith consumed by the blessing of faith in a short period of time is definitely not as much as the Faith Protection, if it is used for a long time, the faith power consumed continuously will not be less. But these angels can't do anything about it, because Mu Hua opened his eyes naturally, and completely released the control of the petrification magic eye. As a glutton, Abigail will not be affected by the petrification magic eye. Facing the previous ghouls and secondary vampires, it would be a bit cheat for Mu Hua to open the petrification magic eye randomly. But facing the more than 1,000 armored angels in front of him, Mu Hua's petrification magic eye was directly open without control, which is why the two companion elves did not fly up with them. Because except for the earth elemental elves that cannot fly, other companion elves can't withstand the petrification magic eye. As for the angels, if they want to be exempt from petrification, the blessing of faith must be kept on. Insufficient faith? Just draw from the gods who pay attention to them. Quick fight, quick decision. The angels were flying with strong maneuvers. They were still a certain distance away from Mu Hua and Abigail. The leading six-winged angel waved his lightsaber and shouted to convey the order. Click, 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 a series of mechanical crisp sounds. The angel group did not rush up at the first time, but all set up live ammunition firearms similar to the Vulcan cannon. Sizzle, sizzle, high-frequency shooting spewed out flames. These angels were experienced in combat and shot from all directions. They did not care about consumption, and did not ignore the position where Mu Hua and Abigail were not. These were two ghosts who were good at spatial displacement. What's more, the sky was filled with the threat of Mu Hua's fate. The barrage of rays of light covered Mu Hua and Abigail, and some arrows of divine punishment were mixed in. Unless they were far away, there was basically no possibility of avoidance. If they retreated, these angels would still follow them synchronously, which would boost their fighting spirit. Pa! Raising his hand to catch a large bullet, Mu Hua raised his eyebrows, bent his arms to cover his head and face, and directly resisted the angel's barrage. Resisting the attack, even if the parts of the body without purgatory armor were bitten by the exorcist bullets, Mu Hua's body with super-fast regeneration would squeeze out the exorcist bullets that were difficult to penetrate into the muscles. Although the 6,000-plus physique has no bonus to conventional defense, and the angel's attack is beyond the scope of low-level impact immunity, the muscles containing strong power are not these high-level exorcist bullets. Ha, it's okay, these guys are using high-level exorcist bullets. Mu Hua laughed strangely, and shouted to Abigail. But when he looked back, he saw Abigail holding up a Gaia shield in front of her, resisting the barrage attack, and looking at Mu Hua bathed in the hail of bullets, with a strange expression. Fuck. That's not how you handle high-level exorcist bullets. You're just a monster, Abigail complained. She wanted all of these, including shape-shifting, infernal armament, and super-speed regeneration. She did have the ability to regenerate, but she had injected the spinal cords of Kraken, dragons, and even Leviathan, but she had never been able to reach the level of super-speed regeneration. Her own physical strength seemed to be a little worse than Mu Hua's. Even if it was a high-level exorcist bullet, she would not feel good if she was bathed in such a barrage. Boom! The blood and energy exploded, and a huge shadow that could support the sky appeared behind Abigail. The mouth of the glutton would be shattered by the arrows of divine punishment from the angels on the opposite side if it opened. Facing these angels who seemed to be calculating her everywhere, Abigail launched the blood and energy shape-shifting, and a guillotine-like machete chopped in the air, splitting the angels' lineup with a slashing blow. Looking at the huge aura statue that was much larger than he had ever seen before, it was Mu Hua's turn to be jealous this time. TSK, we agreed to show off our combat skills at the original Sin Fortress, How unrefined. Mu Hua muttered in his heart. Chapter 635. Efficient air combat maneuvers. Divine arts create magical attack and defense effects. Live ammunition, energy bullets, fully armed angels are very annoying. Especially when there is a god hiding behind them to provide them with the power of faith, it is even more annoying. The energy field plus divine defense. The high-end mecha armor gives the two-winged angels a strong power. The lightsaber mixed with the power of faith can also stab Mu Hua. At the beginning of the confrontation, a group of angels actually beat Mu Hua and Abigail a little embarrassed. Bang! The wide-bladed guillotine slapped an angel into the sky. Clang! Although the auxiliary attack system of the mecha armor allowed the angel to hold Mu Hua's long spear, the lightsaber slipped out of hand, and the angel was also picked up by Mu Hua. The two-winged angels who were hit by Mu Hua and Abigail should have been either dead or injured even if they were equipped with seraph weapons. But the two angels had applied faith protection to themselves in time. Although the power system of the mecha could not withstand the brute force of Mu Hua and Abigail, it was invincible. The two angels who were knocked away were fine. After stabilizing their bodies far away, they even shot a divine punishment arrow at each of them. Grunt. The four angels who did not have time to disperse the mouth of the glutton were swallowed by Abigail. But at this time, Abigail did not have the kind of satisfaction of swallowing energy on her face, but instead had an expression of eating something disgusting. How is it? Mu Hua asked with a frown after teleporting to Abigail's side. And there were dozens of top-grade weapons flying behind Mu Hua, but these weapons did not bring too good results for the time being. Basically, any angel who was hit would have faith protection. Crack, crack. In addition to the weapon held by the jealous tentacles, Mu Hua's magician's hand also pinched an angel, but the faith protection on the angel had not yet expired, and Mu Hua could not kill him for a while. The angel's mecha exploded with great force, and tried to break free from the magician's hand. Fuck. That's why I hate magic weapons and mecha. Abigail cursed. To say that the mouth of the glutton can be regarded as a restraint of faith protection, after all, no matter how invincible you are, you can't escape after being swallowed by the mouth of gluttony. Once the invincibility period is over, what awaits you is to be sucked dry and dissipated. But the mechanical demon god can also be regarded as the nemesis of gluttony to some extent, because after they are swallowed by the mouth of gluttony, gluttony will absorb the energy on the mecha, and the auxiliary life-saving system of the mecha can also allow the wearer to stay awake and survive in the alien space for a short time. When wearing a mecha, the energy on the mecha and the energy of the wearer are like being in two different spaces. Before the mecha is melted, the gluttony space will not absorb the energy of the wearer, even if it is an energy attack from the wearer. Although the mecha will be quickly absorbed and melted by gluttony, the wearer can completely burst out his own power in the mouth of the glutton during the period of wakefulness, creating some impact explosions and other behaviors. Because of the interference of the mecha, gluttony cannot absorb this energy after the explosion. In simple terms, it is to run into the mouth of the glutton with the mecha on top to play with self-destruction. Although those behaviors cannot really hurt gluttony, they will make the mouth of the glutton unstable. In a short period of time, if you want to freely use the mouth of the glutton, gluttony needs to consume more magic power and concentration. Gluttony does not like to swallow the mechanical magic god, especially the mechanical magic god with faith protection, double insurance. If this kind of mechanical magic god is not tossed in the mouth of the glutton, it will be a ghost. I hate it too. Mu Hua curled his lips. These angels were weak. Even if they were given dragon power and fury protection, Mu Hua could still slap them to death. But with the blessing of those mechas, Mu Hua couldn't beat them to pieces for a while. Shui Zai's sanctuary. Mu Hua and his partner were in a mess, but they were not injured. Instead, they killed a few of the opponent's angels. However, considering the number of the opponent's thousands of individuals, the results of the two were not ideal. When the two gathered, a large-scale field was opened up in the angel army. The world changed, as if the space shifted. The vast ocean, Mu Hua, and the angel army fell into a world of water. At this moment, they were on the ocean. It was not an illusion, nor was it an exile in the strict sense. With Mu Hua's training in space interference, as long as he was a little prepared, even if the gods came, no matter how he imagined it, he could not exile Mu Hua. This is a domain refined from dimensional fragments. To put it simply, it is like a summoner making a creature into a summoned beast. This domain makes a dimensional space into a similar existence to a summoned beast. Because making such a thing requires a huge amount of faith power, it is a bit like a simplified version of the kingdom of God, which can be said to be exclusive to gods. Mu Hua only has a simple basic concept of this domain. This is not the domain of the six-winged angel. It should be the domain of his master behind him that was temporarily lent to him. He covered this ocean world on the original space, not moving Muhua and Abigail. TSK. What a big deal. Muhua said in the endless ocean. Boom. Boom. The seawater boiled, and in the divine arts of the angels, thick water columns rushed into the sky, and the sea water gathered into the shape of a snake. The beasts, more terrifying than the 100-headed typhon, danced with their ferocious bodies. They set up an offensive and defensive formation around the angel army, like a 1,000-headed dragon, bearing their fangs at Muhua and Abigail. Looking for death. Abigail said in a bad tone, raised her hand and pointed, and a stream of frost shot out. After all, it was not the kingdom of God. This kind of domain could not affect gluttony's control of the natural elements within it, not to mention that gluttony itself was the root of the elements. The frost penetrated several dragon heads, and then passed through the bodies of several angels. Those dragon heads contaminated with frost instantly turned into ice sculptures that lost their vitality, and several angels fell silently into the ocean. Absolute Zero? Aren't you a water-type physique? Muhua was surprised. Absolute Zero is already an ice-type forbidden spell. For low temperatures with a limited lower limit, Absolute Zero does not further reduce the temperature outside, but reduces the temperature inside the organism. Contaminated by Abigail's Absolute Zero, the temperature of several angels dropped to -100 or 200 degrees in an instant, but they were deader than dead. Can't I practice nature transformation? Abigail said. She saw envy in Muhua's eyes. Abigail enjoyed this feeling very much. This kid had many abilities that made her envious. This time it was finally his turn. Resurrection. Under the light of the magic, several angels who fell into the ocean flew up again, and under the protection of other angels, they put on a new set of mecha armor. Well, mecha armor is different from mecha. They can be understood as a kind of living magic weapon that is more closely related to the wearer. This is the advantage of mecha armor. Just like they can make the wearer self-destruct in the mouth of the glutton, mecha does not have this ability. But this advantage is not good enough in front of Absolute Zero, because they will also be killed by Absolute Zero. But you still bring spare mechas for resurrection, which is a bit too much. Muhua and Abigail sucked their teeth. Although it was good to let these angels consume more faith power, it was disgusting and nauseating. Resurrection magic, the poster girl level signboard of divine magic, Muhua and Abigail did kill some angels. But if they were not killed without a complete corpse, they would be like 1,000 dogs and bitches gathered together, and after falling to the street, they stood up in various ways. The extreme low temperature spread, and the sudden drop in temperature raised a cloud-like air wave on the ocean. Crack, 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 thousands of miles of ice, the ocean froze, and the water dragons condensed by the angels turned into ice sculptures. What kind of trick is this? Looking at Muhua's wide area magic that froze the ocean, Abigail's mood became even worse. This magic seemed very cool. Curse of permafrost, my inherent magic of ice, Muhua said with a smile. Abigail's eyes twitched. This guy was not like a human. Ice inherent magic, his inherent magic was even classified. The frozen scenery made the angels fall into silence for a short time. It seemed that only the sound of the holy sword was left between the two sides. The 1,000-headed sea beasts created by the angels were really powerful. Without a physique of 1 or 2,000, each of those water dragons could probably crush the enemy with its weight alone. However, because of Abigail's attack, Muhua found that they would not continue to remain active after being frozen, and would turn into dead ice sculptures, so Muhua simply took out his own complete ice inherent magic. The visual effect of the permafrost was very explosive. The frozen ocean formed a smooth blue ice land. The white mist covered the sparkling cold light. At this moment, Muhua was floating in the sky with his tail hanging down, like an ancient ice demon. However, the shock of the angels did not last too long. They were the apostles of God, and this was the domain of God. Ice Archer, show the light of God. The six-winged angel raised the lightsaber, and the angel battle group once again cast divine magic. Crack! Crack! The ice layer changed again. On the frozen ocean, blurry angel ice sculptures stood up from the ice. The appearance of angels, but the ice wings behind them seemed to be just a decoration. Thousands of ice puppets stood up from the ice, holding ice bows and condensing ice arrows, and those ice arrows contained the power of faith. Obviously, these ice arrows were not decorations like their wings. The ice puppet with its head held high in the ice layer bent its bow and drew its string. The glimmering ice arrow pointed at the ghosts and gods in the sky. The visual effect was very shocking. Abigail frowned. Human! God's might is like a prison. Your invasion will eventually bring God's punishment. Leave here. This is not your world. Since its appearance, the six-winged angel had a relatively normal communication with Muhua and Abigail for the first time. The angel did not want to communicate with Muhua, but they knew that without the ability to threaten Muhua and Abigail, they could not communicate with these two unreasonable human ghosts and gods. At this moment, the angel felt the fear of the ghosts and gods, and he tried to persuade Muhua and Abigail to retreat, because it would not benefit them to waste time with these two humans. Damn, how many mechas were blown up today? How much faith power was consumed? Will my own gods give me trouble when I go back? The six-winged angel muttered in his heart. Anyway, he was wearing a helmet, and humans couldn't see his expression. What should I do? Continue to fight with him, or retreat first? Otherwise, Abigail frowned and asked, and took out two magic cocoons, one in each hand, and held them. Six-winged angel. Muhua. Chapter 636. Regardless of strength, angels generally have a wealth of knowledge reserves, so they are not easily frightened. Although they are used to using divine arts, they usually try to understand and analyze everything. Muhua used permafrost to crack the sea protection that they had not yet demonstrated their power, but the angels responded immediately. With the help of the special environment of the frozen ocean, thousands of ice puppets condensed into a more aggressive posture than those water dragons. The convenience of divine arts is really not exaggerated. In fact, in essence, arrogance does not seem to have any special original sin ability, but with the power of faith, it seems to be able to blend the special features of all original sins. The special abilities of other original sins can create some seemingly similar effects. Unlike the jealousy of the eternal second, arrogance can imitate the abilities of all original sins. Of course, the premise is, there is enough power of faith. Angels are proud, and angels supported by faith are also arrogant, but the two human ghosts and gods opposite are really a bit unrefined, and the many angels present can't be arrogant anymore. Everyone is competing on the same stage, fighting well, so it's a bit boring for you to take out the magic cocoon, right? Well, facing the puppet army generated by the angel, Abigail was annoyed and afraid, so she directly took out the magic cocoon they had snatched from the desert earlier. Muhua also felt that Abigail was not particular. They had more than 100 of these magic cocoons, mainly because they were a bit big, so Abigail, who cared about her image, took out two first. There was no doubt, Muhua was sure that if he nodded in agreement at this time, Abigail would definitely not throw out only two magic cocoons. She was ready to play nuclear bomb to clean up the place. Even if you cast a forbidden spell, it's better than this, right? Isn't this a bit bad? Looking at Abigail, who was eager to try, Muhua muttered. Yeah, that's fine, then help me out first. After a brief surprise, Abigail nodded in agreement. She liked people like Muhua, who were willing to do things and felt comfortable working together. But when Abigail nodded, the mouth of the glutton opened beside her. This woman actually activated the magic cocoon directly, and threw them into the mouth of the glutton. Coo! With a loud burp, smoke began to come out from Abigail's red lips. Muhua was silent, and his eyelids twitched happily. Feelings, is this how gluttons usually play? If this is a live broadcast, it would be better if there are not too many exciting ones, like 3 mouths and a dwarf orc. Life returns to the circle of reason, the 5 elements are the 5 elements, and the reason of life weaves the source of separation. All things return to the circle of truth, the magic element is in tune with the earth, the same source as the returning river, accompanied by the blazing flames, traced by the thunder, and the flowing rhythm of the wind. Open the door of chaos, light and rising darkness, the adhesion of the magic element, the collapsed door of truth, build an unknown railing. After swallowing a few magic cocoons, Abigail let out a long breath and actually started to chant magic. Muhua saw 3 super auxiliary magics that made his scalp tingle being put on by Abigail. Before casting the spell, the layers of magic rings built a temple outside Abigail. That's right, magic rings, not magic circles. At this moment, Abigail's body was shining with magic brilliance that was cooler than angels. Even Sion's transformations were not as exaggerated as hers. Fuck, what are you doing transforming? Muhua screamed. The ring of fate and reason, the ring of universal truth, the ring of arcane, these things are put together. Is Abigail going to use the forbidden spell as a chain of fireballs? Bastard. What did you just say? Abigail rolled her eyes at Muhua and looked at the 6-winged angel, who was commanding the angel regiment. At this moment, her voice was a little ethereal, and there were emphases in her ruthlessness. While she was speaking, she didn't sing anything. A plank spear that Muhua had to rub for a long time just condensed and formed in her hand silently. Six-winged angel. The six-winged angel wanted to clarify the misunderstanding. This human ghost is not undecorated, but this guy is too sophisticated. He now has the urge to call Abigail a big boss. This is basically opening the door to truth. The six-winged angels were a little suspicious. If Abigail blasted them with full firepower, I wonder if her goddess would give up recharging them. Wait a minute, don't blast them. Seeing Abigail glaring at the angel army, she wanted to throw the plank spear directly at the ice archers on the ice, and Muhua hurriedly stopped her. This guy, you can't waste the forbidden spell like this. Huh? Their ice arrows are very dangerous. Abigail frowned. My inherent magic is called the curse of permafrost, not permafrost. Do you know why the word curse is added? Muhua said in a spitting manner. Sure enough, he still doesn't seem to be as big as Abigail. At least for the time being, his posture of opening a big move at the slightest disagreement is always a bit cumbersome, not as fierce as Abigail. Muhua didn't need to explain. The ice archers on the ice layer had already shown abnormalities. It seemed as if some parasites appeared in the bodies of the ice archers. The ice archers stiffened their bodies, dissipated the ice arrows, and protruding icicles drilled out of their bodies. Dingling, the crisp sound of ice crystals breaking gathered together. Then ice chips broke out of the bodies of the ice archers one by one. In a blink of an eye, the ice archers dissipated, and thousands of ice element aggregates with hunched bodies and hanging ice claws replaced their existence. Curse of the permafrost. This is no longer a simple restriction magic. This is a cursed land of ice. Muhua can condense multiple ice element aggregates within the range of the frozen soil by consuming magic power. At the same time, if someone uses the water element here to create an element aggregate with consciousness, or even an element life within the frozen soil, they will consume their own energy and be transformed into an ice element aggregate controlled by Muhua. This is a war magic that is almost a domain, which can give Muhua the power of 10,000 troops. However, the strength of this magic was originally linked to high consumption. After all, normally, the ice element aggregates on the permafrost require Muhua to consume his own magic power to create them. But who made these angels create ice archers on the permafrost? This is basically sponsoring soldiers for Muhua for free. Abigail. Angels, a group of angels. No, the sound was even more violent. Awing! The water dragons created by the angels earlier also exploded. Normal ice element aggregates are only 2 or 3 meters tall, but after the frozen water dragon ice sculptures exploded, nearly 1,000 ice element aggregates with a height of more than 100 meters let out a roar that was not supposed to belong to this kind of existence. Well, even Muhua was silent this time. He didn't expect that these water dragon ice sculptures could also transform into ice element aggregates. He always thought that those water dragons were simply shaped by magic, controlled by angels, and had no self-awareness, just like the huge waves and falling whales of the water system, and those magics were not within the scope of the transformation of the frozen earth curse. Buzz! Countless magic circles were spread on the ice field. The curse of permafrost is related to the generation of ice elements. Muhua did not study the generation of ice elements in depth. After smashing and making ice element elves, he did not think about that magic anymore. His magic could only generate ordinary ice element aggregates. Conventional ice element aggregates cannot fly. They are standard land combat units. They cannot condense ice bows, but they can shoot ice arrow magic. Swish, swish, swish. Countless ice arrows shot through the sky, and the rain of arrows from bottom to top covered the angel group. The energy field formed a shield, the light of the divine art formed a defensive barrier, and the rain of arrows from the ice element aggregate looked cool, but unfortunately, these ice element aggregates were still melee units. The ice arrows from the ice element aggregates were relatively regular, and Muhua did not have the power of faith to bless them. Even if these ice arrows hit the angels, it would probably just consume some of the energy in their armor. The ice element aggregates were no threat to the angels flying in the air, even those big guys over 100 meters tall. But it didn't matter, they were all sent by the angels anyway, consuming the opponent and benefiting oneself, which was already a pretty good effect. Abigail, who was radiating brilliant light all over her body, stared at Muhua, and she was still holding the spear of plank in her hand. You have a backup plan. Why don't you take it out earlier? Abigail's eyes were clearly questioning Muhua. What should I do with this thing in my hand? How about throwing it over there? Scratching his head, he saw Muhua opening a rather large space crack in the direction of Jijibin City. The six-winged angel's heart jumped. The space crack was not a dimensional turbulence. The opposite side was clearly a courtyard covered by the water sanctuary. Jijibin City was 100 miles away. And when Muhua waved his hand, the ice element aggregates of the Angel battle group on the ice field, which could not do anything, had already rushed towards the space crack that looked like a porch in a posture that was almost crawling and running. The world was connected at this moment. Swish. Without much hesitation, Abigail threw Plank's spear directly in the direction of Jijibin City. Boom! The forbidden spell exploded, and the light of protection seemed to spread in the distance. Hey, hey! Ha ha, die, die, all of you die. Abigail laughed wildly, and with the release of magic again and again, the coldness of the Ring of Reason sharply decreased. Boom, 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 a series of Plank spears gathered in Abigail's hands and were thrown out, and the explosions in the distance continued. The fire waves and hot winds swept across the ice field, and the airflows converged to form a hurricane tornado, and Abigail took the opportunity to hold back another nebula storm in the distance. Ping, the brilliant light shattered, and the magic rings on Abigail dissipated. The Ring of Fate and Reason, the Ring of Universal Truth, and the Ring of Arcane, these magic rings can greatly enhance Abigail's spellcasting ability, but they also have a time limit. To maintain these magic rings, the consumption of magic power is also very large. Not wanting to waste these magic rings, Abigail launched a world-destroying raid on Jijibin City. While casting forbidden spells, Abigail also swallowed the magic cocoon. Is this how gluttony recovers magic? Well, the energy swallowed by the mouth of the glutton is a short-term pendant. If it is not discharged, it will dissipate. It is estimated that even the purgatory arms cannot pull them out. Evil party. Stop! The six-winged angel's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't care about the humans in Jijibin City, but as the nebula storm swept, he clearly felt that the protection power there was greatly weakened. Because there has been no brutal war, Jijibin City does not have the ability to defend against forbidden spells, but it did defend against forbidden spells there, which is a favor from the gods. But the power of protection has weakened. What does this mean? This means that the goddess seems to be a little distressed about the power of faith. No, we are still here. You can't cut off our food. Chapter 637. Angels generally don't think that their own faith protection is not sophisticated. Even if the faith protection has been criticized, today, the angel army outside Jijibin City saw an even more unsophisticated fighting style. Don't bully angels like this. With the help of the spider silk of fate, dragging more than 40 weapons behind them that can slash at any time from 1,000 meters away, the angels' flying maneuvers are very strong, but you are a tentacle monster, but frequent teleportation is a bit too much, right? Muhua's figure flashed in every corner of the vast space, constantly attacking every angel in the angel army from the side and back. Yes, everyone, rain and dew, assassinate one by one. Every angel who has activated the faith protection will no longer be attacked by him, but as long as the time limit of the faith protection is up, his claws will inevitably appear on the side or behind. Bitch, show us some of the grace of a strong man. Muhua and Abigail are both very fast, and both are good at space magic. Not to mention the two-winged angels. Even their leader, the six-winged angel, can hardly keep up with their speed by relying on his own observation. The spatial disturbance that interferes with spatial positioning increases the difficulty of their teleportation. Yes, increasing the difficulty should have restricted spatial movement, but these two have super strong spatial interference capabilities. If you don't use spatial prohibition, you can't completely restrict their spatial magic. But the range of spatial prohibition is limited. If you really want to create a prohibited space, the angel army must shrink the lineup and be closer to each other. Facing two ghosts who are good at range attacks, the consequences may be worse than letting them teleport. The time scale combined with the combat assistance system of the Seraphim armed forces can barely allow the angels to apply faith protection to themselves before the attack of Muhua and Abigail arrives. Relying on the protection of faith, the angel corps was able to achieve a situation of continuous confrontation with the two ghosts. During the confrontation, Muhua and Abigail could not kill the angels, who had activated the invincible, and the angel corps could not hit Muhua and the others. But Muhua and Abigail were at most annoyed and anxious, but nearly 1,000 angels were invincible and roaring randomly. So, is there really no problem with their gods? The relevant attributes of themselves are too different in combat power, and the Seraphim armed forces can hardly make up for it. Facing two fierce ghosts, who can erase the advantages of the Seraphim armed forces, even if the angels' lightsabers have the lethality of divine weapons, close combat siege is basically not feasible. But when the angel corps dispersed into a more sparse lineup, and tried to use long-range attacks to snipe the two people, the plan had not yet started, and Muhua's flickering figure, and the short halberd flying around the world had already made the angel corps flustered. The threat of fate. If conventional space magic is a wireless signal, and space interference can still have a certain impact on it, then the threat of fate of Arachne is an unbreakable telephone line. The time scale involves prophecy and the law of time, but Mu Hua, who fiddles with the spider web, shuttles among the angels. The effect of the time scale is still there, but the angel's subconsciousness has gradually failed to keep up with Mu Hua's weird way of moving. Abigail no longer teleports, waving a big blade and rushing around in the sky, chasing and beating the angels in a straight line, and swallowing a few angels from time to time. Mu Hua dragged a bunch of Dragon 2's short halberds, and took care of the angels without faith protection one by one. Crack! The sharp claws tore open the armor of an angel. That's right, claws. Mu Hua no longer held his tetanus blade in his hand. Facing these material armors with divine defense, energy field, and repulsive force, Mu Hua's claws were more useful than weapons. Catching an angel, who had not had time to apply the faith protection to himself, Mu Hua directly tore it apart, ripping open the armor with brute force and tearing off one of the angel's arms. When the faith protection appeared on the angel, Mu Hua had already had a bunch of delicate parts dug out from the armor in his hand. Crack! The parts with delicate inscriptions and mechanical structures were crushed by Mu Hua, but inside was an expensive magic element. What Mu Hua took out from the armor was the core energy part of the seraphim armor. Since he couldn't take these armors from the angel, Mu Hua simply thought of the armor energy parts. Huh? The angel who obtained the magic element and put on the faith protection was thrown far away by Mu Hua. Mumble. The mouth of the glutton opened at the right time, and Abigail swallowed the angel. The two ghosts were evil, and their current actions like feeding made many angels angry and scolded. But at this moment, as the commander of the angel army, the six-winged angel was in a dilemma. In the ice field, the number of angels was still over 800, the armor had good energy reserves, and the angels were all blessed with faith. Mu Hua and Abigail could not cause too many casualties to them for a while. But it was precisely because of the faith blessings that made it difficult for Mu Hua and Abigail to achieve success that the six-winged angel felt confused. In the blink of an eye, everyone put on the faith blessings one by one. If the battle continued like this, his goddess would probably vomit blood. What worried the six-winged angel even more was that he was afraid that his goddess would not play anymore, and directly cut off their faith power. Look at Mu Hua's fierce posture of tearing the armor with his hands. If there was no faith blessing, his army would not be enough for him to tear apart in a few strokes. Thunder Sword Skill Stone *1, Sandstorm Torture Skill Stone *1, Shape-Shifting Skill Stone *1. Ha, cool! Mu Hua smelted the magic essence he took out of the armor, and confirmed the skill stone options. A smile appeared on his cold face. Among the three skills, Thunder Sword is similar to enchantment magic, which can attach violent lightning to the weapon held by the caster, so that the weapon has lightning special effects. It is practical, convenient, and also suitable for pretending. Sandstorm Torture is a meteorological magic that can change the natural environment according to the amount of magic power invested. It is not a forbidden spell, but if the magic power is enough, the caster will continue to cast spells, and its impact on the outside world may be more terrible than the forbidden spell. If it is a normal choice, Mu Hua may choose one of these two skill stones first, but he does not have any extra shape-shifting skill stones for the time being. Since he promised to get shape-shifting for Abigail, Mu Hua will collect the shape-shifting skill stone first. Destroying the armor and only taking the magic core is a waste of money. However, even if the armor can be seized from these angels, it is hard to say whether Mu Hua will make a profit or not. After receiving the shape-shifting skill stone, Mu Hua felt relieved. With food in hand, he was not panicked. No matter what, he would not have any unpleasant things with Abigail in the future because he did not get the shape-shifting skill stone. The angels saw Mu Hua decompose the magic element in the armor, and thought he was venting his anger or absorbing energy in some special way. Mu Hua's malicious eyes once again aimed at the angels with faith protection. When he was identifying the individuals whose protection time was about to expire, the six-winged angel's order came again. Spread your wings. All, light of annihilation. The wings spread out angrily, and when the six-winged angel shouted, all the wings of the angels, including the wings on their armor, stretched to the limit. As the wings fluttered, feathers formed by light flew out from their wings. The light feathers were like flying knives, searching for the enemy for a short time, turning into streams of light, and shooting at Mu Hua and Abigail. Tens of thousands of sharp light feathers. This is obviously a divine art blessed by faith. If you are caught in these light feathers, you will inevitably face a situation like scraping bones and slow slicing. Perhaps the power of faith blessed on each light feather is not much, but countless individuals, light feathers constitute a massive attack, and the faith consumed is estimated to be very considerable. Mu Hua and Abigail have been committed to consuming the power of faith of the gods, but in the face of such an offensive, both of them also showed caution in their eyes. Where the feathers of light passed, there were dense and deep cracks in the space. Not all of them, but some of them must have the characteristics of tearing space. Flying slashes were swung out to break up the flight trajectory of the feathers of light along the way. Mu Hua and Abigail did not cast magic tacitly, but burst out with strong blood. The mystery of divine arts is even higher than magic. As long as there is enough faith to support it, it is not difficult for divine arts to restrain magic. This is why angels are also called God Slayers. Although they are not as good as gods, they can absorb scattered and ownerless faith, and it is easier for angels to form a relatively fair confrontation with gods. If they use defensive magic to guard against these feathers of light, Mu Hua and Abigail are likely to fall into a passive position, not to mention that these feathers of light obviously contain the nature of space attack. The feathers of light seem to have the ability to search for enemies and continue to attack. The strands of light gathered, and Mu Hua and Abigail used the most simple but brutal fighting skills to break up their attack tracks. The feathers of light were like mosquitoes and flies that smelled blood. They were broken up by Mu Hua and Abigail again and again, and they turned around and attacked again and again. Abigail once again transformed into a giant of Gongqi. The giant was not very effective in attacking individual tiny angels, but it was surprisingly effective in breaking up these gathered feathers of light. After confirming that Abigail was fine, Mu Hua did not want to waste time with these feathers of light. Even if it would consume the power of faith in the gods, faith protection, faith blessing, resurrection, and various defensive magics would be more suitable. There was no need to entangle with such dangerous attack magics. Disperse. Return to the kingdom of God. Mu Hua wanted to use the spider silk of fate to attack the angels who cast these feathers of light, but the six-winged angel's subsequent order made Mu Hua stunned. The light feathers remained, but the frozen ocean disappeared like a phantom, and the scenery in front of them returned to the original Akura courtyard. It seems that such a big move is not for a fight to the death, but for a tactical retreat? This angel commander is good. Absolute isolation. Well, the angel did not put up a space blockade, but Mu Hua threw a more ruthless one, directly casting a blockade to prevent the angel from leaving the absolute isolation. Heh! Absolute isolation blockade. Well, there is no most ruthless, only more ruthless. With the same magic, Abigail threw a larger range and more perfect effect. The two ghosts seemed embarrassed, but they didn't think about getting rid of these angels, just like the space cracks that Mu Hua tore open earlier. If they wanted to leave, this water field couldn't trap him and Abigail at all. As the absolute isolation blockade was unfolded, the giant with a large guillotine stirred the flames and thunder, and the light feathers that were originally as powerful as rainbows seemed to be chased by Abigail, and they were scattered everywhere. The angel was surprised, not knowing whether it was because of anger or anxiety. The six-winged angel's arms and wings were shaking. He had confirmed that they could not pose a fatal threat to Mu Hua and Abigail. In order to avoid futile consumption, he was ready to withdraw and return. And these angels were originally walking in the outside world in their original bodies. If they wanted to escape the threat of Mu Hua and Abigail, the best way was to return to the maze area and return to the kingdom of God. But obviously, whether it was Mu Hua or Abigail, even if they treated the light feathers carefully, they did not intend to let this angel battle group leave safely. The number of light feathers decreased sharply, the invasion speed was significantly slowed down, and the light became dimmer. Water goddess, or no matter which god you are, we will accept your angel army. My territory is planning to build a brothel. I will try my best to keep these angels alive, whether they are female or male. Looking at a group of angels who were uncertain about whether they could advance or retreat, Mu Hua shouted to the void with a grim smile, regardless of whether the gods here could hear him. Chapter 638. Mu Hua did intend to build a brothel in Canaans. Among pornography, gambling and drugs, apart from the addictive elements after being infected, gambling and drugs can barely be said to be psychological needs. But the so-called pornography is more of a physiological need. If you touch it too much, you will not be able to cope with it. Instead, if you suppress it blindly, it will easily distort more abnormal psychology. It is hard to say why the three of them should be put together. Because there are enough cheap men among the lower class people. That kind of people will always consciously label the disadvantaged groups, and always like to seize every opportunity to show their love and justice. Therefore, No ruler will take the initiative to oppose women's equality. That is simply asking for trouble, and the trouble is likely not from women. After all, they are too easy to deal with. But those men with justice and love overflowing with empathy and help everywhere, things will often be very troublesome. To put it bluntly, if that kind of men have not been isolated and despised, no matter in any era or any society, the vigorous women's equality will never be quelled. This, of course, also includes the Canes region under Mu Hua's rule. Mu Hua did not dare to offend them casually. A sentence of your mother and daughter are also women was enough to make Mu Hua attack from both sides. As long as women's equality exists, it is inevitable that the bottom will be filled with a large number of men whose physiological needs cannot be properly met. In this case, whether it is necessary to let prostitutes from brothels take over or not, that's up to each person. Of course, Mu Hua did not need to open a brothel himself. In fact, he only needed to ask Lucifer to expand the business of depravity in this regard. At most, they would tell the other party to pay attention to the issue of prostitution fees. The price of that thing should not be too high. It seems like an ordinary problem, but its impact is extremely far-reaching. As people often say, a certain number of times a profit is enough to make people trample on all the laws in the world. Then how to calculate the profit of excessive prostitution fees? The cost-effectiveness of such things should not be too high. If the profit from being fucked can equal the income of an ordinary person for a month or half a month, and if it is converted to the higher money and power of non-professional players, then it is not a question of pornography. The price of prostitution is not proportional to the wages of the general public. No matter how to crack down on such things on the surface, the essence is to encourage men to steal and women to prostitute. Well, don't always associate prostitutes and men with vulnerable groups who are persecuted. In reality, what percentage of the movie plots about persecution are in this industry? And ordinary people, or the lower class people, account for a large proportion of the base in society. With high prostitution prices, even if there is a risk of violating the law, as long as they are normal, they don't mind selling it, let alone being organizers who take a cut. Don't worry about men or women. After all, the cost-effectiveness is too high. In addition to encouraging men to steal and women to prostitute, what other words can be used to describe it? Mu Hua doesn't think he has the ability to make prostitutes disappear. He wants to run a brothel, but he doesn't want prostitutes to proliferate among the people. He doesn't want the girls in his territory to be available to anyone, so the prostitution prices of prostitutes must be suppressed and regulated. To put it bluntly, as long as it is not a society where people will starve to death, and the sales cannot meet psychological expectations, there will naturally be more women who are virtuous and manage the family, and take care of their husbands and children. A group of angels were trapped in the absolute isolation and killing array, and their movements were somewhat less flexible than before. The angels' bodies were fine, but after they confirmed that their various abilities could not do anything to Mu Hua and Abigail, their earlier momentum was gone. Mu Hua's words, that he was obviously going to capture these angels, and use them as brothel workers also made the angels tremble with anger. Can you erase the divine favor on them? Abigail still reminded them, knowing that Mu Hua was deliberately angering them, or deliberately teasing the gods behind the angels. The favor of the gods is different from stuffing some standard divine units into the body. The favored ones refer to those who can directly obtain the power of faith from the gods. They have a more direct channel of faith transmission with the gods, and the gods can also observe their situation at any time. Compared with ordinary believers, the relationship between the gods and the favored ones is closer. The most direct impact is that if Mu Hua and Abigail take these angels back to their home, the gods they are loyal to can still transmit the power of faith to them. Not only can they basically not control them, but the gods can also use them to dig out Mu Hua and Abigail's nest at any time. Yes, just give them the seal of the unbeliever. There are also gods among those who were taken from the slave traders earlier. I have tried it, Mu Hua replied. The seal of the unbeliever is a magic that erases the mysterious connection between individuals. That kind of erasure is permanent, and is not limited to the relationship between gods and gods. The existence that has been given the seal of the unbeliever can no longer have a mysterious connection with the gods they believe in, nor can they sign any demon contracts with others, cannot be hypnotized and detained, cannot be transformed into summoned beasts, and cannot obtain summoned beasts, etc. Demons also don't like the existence of the seal of the unbeliever, because the emotional energy they generate is ownerless. This is a magic that has no direct harm to the recipient, but it is hard to say whether it is good or bad. The degree of divine favor of these angels is different from that of those people. Abigail shook her head and reminded, looking at the angels who were spreading precautions, shaking her palms, and clenching her fists. You don't really think I want to catch them back? However, as long as they accept, it is not difficult to break their connection with the gods. Mu Hua smiled, and Abigail glanced at him without comment. Just like the name of this ability, the seal of the unbeliever cannot be imposed by force, at least not when the other party has obvious resistance consciousness. However, it is not as complicated as the slavery contract. Generally, if you don't choose unbelief, it usually just tortures the recipient to restrain the resistance consciousness, but the strength of divine favor requires the corresponding training of the seal of the unbeliever. Abigail didn't quite believe Mu Hua's nonsense. It was strange that she was so young and had nothing to do but study the seal of the faithless. She also wanted to study the training level. But Mu Hua really didn't brag. What strength? Improving the training level of the seal of the faithless was not a big deal for Mu Hua. He was too lazy to explain at this moment. The faith protection on some angels faded, but when they were on guard against Mu Hua and Abigail, they did not continue to protect themselves. It seems that you have been abandoned by the gods. Mu Hua glanced at the angels, and also moved his fingers. While rubbing his cone-shaped claws, he shook his head and said, "There were too many uncertainties in these angels. Mu Hua couldn't really bring them back to Cain's." His unscrupulous words were more to stimulate the gods behind the angels. Unfortunately, for the time being, the gods did not react, and although these angels did not intend to give up resistance, they did not seem to intend to use their divine powers. Return with glory. Dedicate yourself. Facing the ghosts and gods with other intentions, the six-winged angel retracted the helmet of the mecha, the halo of the long sword was restrained, and the holy sword was held horizontally on his left arm, with the tip of the sword pointing at Mu Hua, showing his determination to fight to the death. Following the shouting of the six-winged angel, all the angels made the same movements as him, and the patterns of magic energy spread on the mecha, and a determined will to fight to the death emerged in the angel battle group. "Kill it," Abigail said to Mu Hua, with a trace of impatience that was difficult to distinguish. Without the blessing of the power of faith, even if the seraphim armed overclocked output, these angels present would hardly pose a threat to Mu Hua and the others. "Let me do it, try again." Mu Hua frowned, and did not let Abigail take action. He still tried to draw out the rescue of the gods. "Be careful that they will explode together, and don't go too far with some things." Abigail sighed. Abigail doesn't care about brutal and even cruel killings, but no matter what she says, she won't really do excessive humiliation. Personality is one aspect, but more importantly, people like them know better than anyone else that those who kill will be killed. There is no reason for you to do whatever it takes and expect others to follow the rules. What means can you use to deal with others? When others who understand the situation deal with you, they will not be criticized for using the same means. "Okay, I'm just afraid that they will explode together. Before that, I'm interested in the energy source of these mechas." Mu Hua knew what Abigail meant, and disappeared while speaking. "Teleport, attack, tear open the armor, take out the magic essence inside. Each seraph armor has a magic essence. Those are things that can be melted into higher level magic." While these angels have not completely given up the intention to resist, Mu Hua locked his eyes on those magic essences. Magic essences can only be obtained from monsters at the lowest level of the demon general. Each magic essence represents a dead powerful monster. It is no wonder that magic-guided weapons cannot become the mainstream of hell. The original owners of the magic cores in the energy system of these armors may be some existences that can tear apart the clever demon gods. Normally speaking, making these magic-guided armors is a bit like killing the chicken to get the eggs. In a short moment, the angels discovered Mu Hua's intention and no longer worried about being attacked. The angel battle formation shrank, getting close to each other, taking care of each other, and guarding against Mu Hua's jackal-like sneak attack. Mu Hua's jealous touch no longer wielded his weapons, but continued to harass. When he found an opportunity, he would drag away the angels on the edge of the battle array so that he could extract the magic essence from their armor. The angels roared frequently, but they had no choice but to let new threads spread from the web of fate into space. Mu Hua's figure was elusive, and the angels could hardly predict where he would appear. There were no screams of pain from the angels in the sky, because Mu Hua did not kill those angels. What fell all over the sky were the torn-off parts of the armor. In a short period of time, Mu Hua got more than 100 magic essences from these angels, and in grief and anger, some angels resolutely exploded their armors in the air, which also made Mu Hua gradually stop teleporting. "Huh?" The angel's explosion did not surprise Abigail. If she was forced to this point, she would probably explode too. But the angels whose energy sources were dug out of hundreds of armors were bound by chains that emerged from the void. Seeing Mu Hua's magic, Abigail's face showed a trace of surprise. Returning to Abigail's side again, the two retreated slightly to avoid the debris and impact of the grief and anger explosion. What's wrong? What's wrong with Gleipnir, who was cast with the help of the hell demon chain? Muhua asked. Nothing. Abigail shook her head and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the angel shouts. Some angels exploded, and some angels rushed towards Abigail desperately. The wings on their armors collapsed. This time it was not light feathers, but the feathers of the armor itself turned into flying knives and swept over. Without the power of faith, it was difficult for these feathers to break through Abigail's magic barrier, because the faith blessing on the angels was still there. Seeing that they were not petrified, Muhua estimated that they had voluntarily given up on drawing the power of faith from the gods. Although the two ghosts were not kind-hearted men and women, they were a group of unpleasant enemies, and tormenting them added pressure and annoyance to Muhua and Abigail. Under the resolute attack of the remaining angels, Muhua and Abigail were also ready to kill them, and at this time, a strange figure appeared between the angel battle group and Muhua. Stop it. The beautiful angel with 12 holy white wings spread out behind her, holding a dazzling scepter, with a petite and soft body line, exuding a sacred and majestic atmosphere. God? However, isn't this appearance too low-key and too simple? When this figure appeared, Muhua and Abigail's eyes lit up, and the magic shield blessed themselves, and the blood and energy of the two ghosts seemed to break out of their bodies uncontrollably. But in the blink of an eye, the blood was suppressed, and a clear gloomy look appeared on their faces again. Even the slight sympathy in their eyes, when they looked at the remaining angels before disappeared. Chapter 639. My name is Hinui, the pure God who redeems the misfortune of childbirth. Powerful men of mankind, you are blowing the taboo chapter. The Lord God has received the proposal of apocalypse. Stop your atrocities, otherwise you will eventually bring disaster nights to your kind. The goddess of water Hinui has a divine position that makes Muhua puzzled. When she finally appeared in front of Muhua and Abigail, the two ghosts and gods only felt a headache. This woman is a virtual image. Mu, how about we go? Looking at the goddess in front of her, who was nitpicking, Abigail suddenly felt powerless. Gurgle. The mouth of the glutton suddenly appeared and swallowed several nearby angels, who seemed to have found their backbone. Looking at the solemn face of the goddess Hinui, but the corners of her mouth trembled twice, Abigail nodded as if satisfied. Very good, although the Hinui in front of him is basically a virtual image, it should be considered a live broadcast. As for the angels who want to sacrifice themselves for her, they can be killed, and Abigail will no longer feel any pressure. This guy is really unique. Muhua also felt inexplicably tired, and grumbled to Abigail like a rant. I really don't want to scold you. The main god you said is one Lenga? Are you sure you have a main god? If you can talk properly, just say it. If you can't, get out. Muhua slumped his shoulders, and said to Hinui, who suddenly descended. Hinui. It's really hard to see the god of this courtyard. The church that believes in him was bombed, and his subordinates at home were insulted and killed. After making a fuss for a long time, he finally came out to spit bubbles, but it was still a real projection. Muhua really doubted whether he could get the body of the god in this courtyard. He didn't know if all the gods were like this or not. Anyway, if Hinui was used as a reference, the gods in this courtyard were really cowardly. Although he had never seen one Lenga, he was definitely the leader of the gods in this courtyard. And the so-called main god, in the regular class of hell, should correspond to the devil. Humans don't know much about the concept of the devil, and even most demons don't know the details, but one thing is clear, that is, there will be 66 hell lords under the devil who voluntarily become his life carriers. No matter what the reason is, when the devil dies, he will be revived in the body of a life carrier, and be reborn in his original form. In other words, the devil will have at least 66 hell lords, who are loyal to him. It seems that there is no need to say much about the threshold of the hell lord, and in the various courtyards that appear in the human world, the more powerful courtyard masters are basically hell lords. By comparison, there is no way there is a main god in the Ukulu courtyard. Not to mention the main god, any god who follows the main god would not run to the maze area and lie down. Does the main god have no face? That kind of embarrassing thing will be beaten to death by his main god. This is also the reason why Muhua is more persistent in killing gods in this courtyard, because, from all aspects, the gods in this courtyard are not good enough. So Hinui, who ran to Muhua and Abigail in a rather nonsense way, her supernatural words were basically nonsense. Can you let them go? Seeing that the two humans were a little impatient, especially Abigail's behavior of swallowing angels to calm her nerves, the arrogant Hinui at least spoke in a normal tone. Take off the armor, and cancel the arming certification. Hinaway was talking about the angels, Muhua said indifferently. These angels are too weak, and there is no god behind them to recharge them. They can come at any time and kill at any time. If they come to trouble them again, it will only waste the power of faith. It doesn't matter to Muhua and Abigail whether to kill them or not. No, at most 1/3. Hinaway looked back at the remaining angels. Well, there are only 300 or 400 people left, and more than 100 of them have their armors dismantled. You are so poor? Muhua looked at Hinaway with a suspicious look. Are you still bargaining? Don't you want their lives? Hinaway. Poor? This god is poor as hell, Seraphim armed. This is Seraphim armed. Don't you look in the mirror, and see how you behave when you take out the magic energy. With a serious and cold face, Hinaway shouted in his heart. Well, Hinaway is not poor if she throws out a Seraph-level magic mecha armor worth 1 or 2,000 yuan when she goes out. After all, it is a high-end product, so it is normal for her to be fussy about this kind of weapon. Compared with the lives of these angels, except for the six-winged angel, she is more concerned about the Seraph weapons on these angels. The main reason is that Muhua subconsciously still puts the gods a little high. Even if they rely on faith, and their own combat power may be insufficient, but soldiers and divine equipment, Muhua subconsciously thinks that God should not lack these external things. But thinking back, it is true. He has tried all kinds of ways to hook up with a god to stab him. It seems that he is not that rich. It is not difficult to understand that gods are poor. What do you want to do? Even if you want to punish Bridges, your goal has been achieved. For many years, we have lived in peace with humans. In the future, this place can still be a peaceful place for humans to rest and recuperate. I don't understand why you still want to create chaos here? Hinaway asked, resisting the urge to refute Muhua. Peace? Have you always defined mental slavery as peace? Peace is not defined unilaterally by you. Abigail said righteously and seriously. You let the vampire seize this courtyard. Isn't it to let them develop their faith? Hinaway hesitated. So, the vampires here were killed by us. Muhua raised his hand and pointed to the empty space, but it was originally where the vampire army was. A swear word was stuck in Hinaway's throat, and it was so uncomfortable to hold it back. You really know how to say it. Mental slavery? Damn, which country of you humans doesn't have some mental slavery for the people? It's all faith. Prayers are replaced by various oaths, and the Bible is replaced by various regulations. Don't worry about calling them God, Buddha, President, Leader, or even the strongest post-zero, young female general, etc. At most, they just change their names. Some of them are even more exaggerated than the belief in God, and have no bottom line. Who gave you the courage to let you humans say that others are mentally enslaved? You really didn't kill the Blood Clan army on a whim? Tell me, what do you want? I must remind you again that the God King Wenlenga is ready to send apostles to stop you. If it affects the humans in this courtyard, it will be the apocalypse caused by you. I think it will be very troublesome for you to leave this courtyard at that time. Tell us what you want, and the gods will satisfy your wishes as appropriate. Don't raise unrealistic fantasies. This is my last exhortation to you, and the purpose of my meeting with you. Hinaway said to the two, without arguing with Abigail. After a moment of silence, Hinaway said to the two. It's not that Hinaway has a good temper, but she is more sensible. What peace, chaos, tranquility, and slavery are all about. There is no end to it. These two human ghosts are strong enough and shameless enough. It is meaningless to argue with them on such issues. It is better to say something real. Muhua and Abigail looked at each other, and this time it was their turn to be silent. The so-called apostles in Hinaway's mouth are nothing more than some individuals with relatively strong combat power under the command of the gods. If the gods here are desperate and release them, and provide them with the power of faith at all costs, you can see from the angel battle group thrown by Hinaway that they are definitely in great trouble. Originally, Muhua and Abigail didn't care whether it was the end of the world or not. Anyway, Bridges had angered the public, and this courtyard, along with the people in it, were not welcome. Apocalypse is apocalypse. Who is afraid of who? If there is any problem, Muhua and Abigail will just leave. But now that Bridges has lost power, the Naden group has immigrated, and the gods have given out benefits, the courtyard is about to return to the embrace of the Magic Empire. The Blood Moon City, Webster, the Witch, the Imperial family, and even those subordinate factions that were not worthy of being remembered by Muhua, are all waiting to sit in a row and share the fruits. If the Akura god system is provoked at this time, even if the king comes to dismantle the kingdom of Unlanga, Muhua and Abigail will probably not have a good ending. Just look at Daryl, who is still busy running around in the desert. It's true that the Akura god system is pissing, but with the change of current events, they have grabbed another hand of cards that can be put on the table. At this stage, it's not a big problem for Muhua and Abigail to bomb a few cities and fight the Blood Moon City. But if they really provoke the apocalypse, it will definitely be a loss for them, not to mention that they may not be able to get the body of the god. What do you want? You want to kill the gods. This request is definitely an unrealistic fantasy for Hinui. What do you want? Seeing that Abigail didn't have any ideas, Muhua muttered, his face changed again and again. How about you play with me? You may not know that I'm quite young and energetic, and I have some special fetishes, such as goddess fetish, you know? While gritting his teeth, Muhua seemed to have made a decision. His eyes swept over Hinaway again and again, his face slightly red. It was hard to tell whether he was shy or something. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Abigail seemed to be choked by her own saliva, and she coughed so hard that her lungs were broken. When she looked at Muhua again, her eyes were full of admiration face. Hinaway's expression was briefly blank. What? Play? Goddess fetish? Understand? What do I understand? You? Damn it! Well, after being blank, Hinaway's anger rose. She really understood. No, don't worry, you can go back and ask Wenlenga first, as long as she is a goddess. It doesn't matter if she has a partner or not, I am not picky. Otherwise, just pretend I didn't say anything. You use a honey trap on me, I guess I will stop. It's all for peace. Muhua lowered his requirements again. It's hard to say whether Wenlenga will do it for peace, but now that it's come to this, if the gods here can still tolerate it, and still clamor to send apostles of apocalypse or something, then he can only hold hands with Abigail, pat his butt and go home, and have a chance to think about gods in other places. And if Wenlenga really throws out a goddess or something to play a honey trap, well, then is it smelting, making keratin skin, or shape-shifting? Muhua is not sure whether Wenlenga has crossed the threshold of the Lord of Hell, but he estimates that it shouldn't be a big problem for the poison of the world to kill a subordinate god under his command. After all, Fenrir is not a divine beast, but a notorious god-killing beast. If his original body has not crossed the threshold of the Lord of Hell, even the gods will be in trouble. Chapter 640. Ukula Courtyard, across the Black Sea. Since humans took control of this courtyard, the vast area at the southern edge of the courtyard has turned into a maze of monsters. Now, this is the residence of the gods, the court of the kingdom of God. Muhua wants to sleep with the goddess, and Hinaway is naturally furious about such a blasphemous request. Although gods also have various hobbies, the gods of the angel clan are relatively serious. Moreover, as gods, they have long been worshipped by all living beings, and have long been accustomed to being high above. The arrogant temperament held by thousands of intelligent lives is not so easy to let go. Gods are different from hell lords. Because of the special needs of the belief system, the way of thinking of gods cannot be generalized with ordinary creatures. Even if they are not as powerful as some hell lords, they are likely to be more arrogant and unruly than those hell lords. You can't beat them, but you can't beat them. Concession is called considering the overall situation, and running away is called strategic retreat. In the end, you must be arrogant. Arrogance is no longer a nature for them, but a need. Even in front of the main gods they depend on, they can only maintain relative respect, and those main gods will give enough understanding to their subordinate gods. Even if some goddesses like to play happily, they usually play with other creatures, or are courted by some male gods. Even if it is the main god, if he wants to sleep with the goddess, he needs to make some necessary pursuits, and it is difficult for them to accept being played by others. In this regard, male gods often have sex with other creatures casually, but they have a hard time having sex with goddesses. This is really not a question of whether they can beat them or not. If Muhua's goddess fetish is more euphemistic and implicit, with the wisdom of the gods, there is no need to say it too clearly, and it is estimated that there will be goddesses who will take the initiative to volunteer to come and play with him. Or if Muhua really caught a goddess and used force on her, it wouldn't be a big problem. As for the goddess, although she is usually arrogant, she also admires the strong. Just be careful not to be poked in the waist by her during sex, and hide away or coax her afterwards. Unfortunately, Muhua almost said, it doesn't count as prostitution if you don't pay. This guy wants a goddess to play happily with him. What is this called? This is the lower head that the fairies often talk about. Sex is not a big deal. Not a big deal for women, and not a big deal for goddesses. But with such sex, the Tao heart is fucked to pieces. Goddess, I am a real goddess, okay? If you do this, The fairies won't play with you. When Muhua asked, Hinawei instinctively had only one thought: kill him. However, because Hinawei was originally a virtual image, she did not have any actual conflict with Muhua. She even conveyed the will of one Langa with a ferocious face, saying that Muhua was welcome to visit the kingdom of God. No promises were made, and no quarrels were made on the spot. Both sides were not children, and they probably had the intention to kill, so naturally they would not quarrel anymore. Muhua would definitely not visit one Langa's kingdom of God. There must be a limit to his tricks. He might try to sneak attack the kingdom of God, but he dared not accept one Langa's invitation. Hinawei left, taking away the remaining angels who attacked Muhua and Abigail, and at the same time left Muhua with more than 100 seraphim armed. Muhua and Abigail divided the seraph weapons into 5 pieces, 20:1. As for the spare mechas that the angels might have, the two ghosts were quite particular, and did not bother about it anymore. In the next few days, Muhua and Abigail waited for the gods to make a move, and moved forward to the maze area, robbing the cities where the church existed. The gods seemed to have stopped moving, and the Blood Moon City also avoided them along the way. It was not known whether the two were brewing a storm, or were really afraid of them. This made Muhua always feel relieved and unwilling. As for going to the maze, it was not that the two really wanted to visit the kingdom of God. Their ideas were also quite simple. No matter whether the gods sent out some apocalypse knights or went down in person, they would try to fight near the maze area to minimize the impact. In the 9th heaven of the kingdom of God, the Akura courtyard was not very good in other aspects, but the maze area was uncharacteristically magnificent, with a magnificence that most courtyards controlled by humans did not have. It was not a primitive area like a mountain forest. From a distance, 9 layers of rock structures like continents floated above the maze area. The kingdom of God has 9 layers, each of which is the territory of a god. From the bottom to the top, the area of each layer gradually decreases, but the top rock mass, which is called the kingdom of God of long distance by the believers in this courtyard, is about the size of a normal urban area. The most vast bottom layer, suspended 100 meters in the air, covers almost the entire maze area. It has an area of nearly 10,000 square kilometers, with lush nature and green vegetation. As a kingdom of God, this style is somewhat strange and unconventional, but these layers of continents have also created a luxurious maze full of 3-dimensional synths. No, it cannot be called a maze, because the real maze monsters here are not on the 9-layer continent. On the ground, the real maze area, surrounding the floating god territory, stands 7 towers on the ground, connected to the underground space, and projected monsters live inside. The gods block the towers, preventing monsters from appearing on the outside surface, and many loyal believers of the gods live on the land of the original maze area. That's right, leaving the gods aside, this maze area is not wild, and there are still a large number of humans living here, just like a prefecture-level city with a large population. This seems to be a good training ground, and those gods have really invested a lot. Looking at the maze area from a distance, Abigail also admired it. My lord, if you are here, you don't have to worry about the apocalypse that the gods said, right? Charles pointed to the maze area with flat terrain, surrounded by 7 towers, and densely built buildings, and asked Abigail for confirmation. Charles didn't think that the gods didn't dare to launch the apocalypse here. As far as Charles understood, these were the most loyal believers of the gods anyway, and this was the place that the believers in the Akura courtyard yearned for. If the gods wanted to launch the apocalypse, they would do it here. If these believers were affected, they would deserve to die. Moon, what's the news from your side? Abigail looked at Moon. The Blood Moon capital shouldn't care about the life and death of these people of the kingdom of God, but Yunlanga has agreed to fully open the maze area. You can see that the gods of Akura have tidied this place well. If it causes too much damage here, the Magic Empire will probably take action. Moreover, the population here is about 5 million, and many of them have been hunting monsters for a long time, and have a certain combat power. If there is a conflict here, it's okay for Yunlanga to let them take shelter in the monster tower temporarily. But if they are asked to form a crusade of the kingdom of God, with 5 million people, it's hard to shirk responsibility with too many casualties, right? Shauna replied to Abigail. Well, this is probably what some idiots like to shout about, forging a wall with flesh and blood. Not to mention, this is really scary, provided that the enemy is more humane than your master. TSK, no wonder we got here so smoothly. It seems that those gods took them as hostages? Citizens of the kingdom of God? Huh. Abigail had a disgusted sneer on her face. The Akura Pantheon has indeed built this maze area quite well, with a prosperous and healthy human city, and a relatively close monster tower. If those gods regularly and steadily bring some monsters in from hell, although the monsters in the monster tower may not drop treasures much due to the kingdom of God, there is still some experience. Now that the Akura Pantheon has opened this place to the outside world, to put it bluntly, the Magic Empire can send some garrison soldiers to train here, and adventurers from the outside world can also come here to experience and improve. This is a very good training ground. For this reason, most people naturally don't want this place to be destroyed. In other words, if a battle occurs here, the Akura Pantheon can completely lift the ban on the monster tower and deliberately release the monsters underground to restore the maze area to its original chaos. At that time, they only need to say that it was all caused by Muhua and Abigail. Muhua and Abigail can't explain it even if they have more mouths. They have to take this shit. In addition, there are 5 million people here. TSK, all kinds of traps have been dug for Muhua and others, and they will fall into the target of public criticism in minutes. It is estimated that even if the 6th and 2nd people don't cause trouble for the 2, they will remain silent. TSK, when will Muhua come back? He is really interested in fighting the dragon at this time. Abigail rubbed her head and asked Shan Na. I heard that he has been planning to evolve his Terror Riders and the dragon for a long time. But he has contacted Bridges' people. Do you want to ask him about the situation now? Shan Na shook his head and asked. The gods set traps in various ways, and Muhua and his team are not reckless. Muhua and Abigail will definitely not step on the trap in front of them, but Muhua did contact Bridges. Bridges has been hand in hand with the Akura god system for so many years. It is no exaggeration to say that Bridges has made an indelible contribution to the Akura god system's ability to grow in this courtyard. If Bridges did not join hands with Wenlanga at the beginning and casually applied for some assistance, someone would naturally come to drive Wenlanga away. Now, when problems arise, Wenlanga directly kicks Bridges out. The blood race invades in large numbers. The Empire adds fuel to the flames. Webster takes power, and Bridges' foundation is damaged. It can be said that he has fallen overnight and lost his power. Muhua contacted Bridges, and the communication between the two sides was also very simple. He wanted to deal with Wenlanga, and it might also damage the interests of the blood race and the Magic Empire. And there are pits ahead. Muhua almost told Bridges these things clearly, and asked Bridges if he would step on those pits. If Bridges is willing to step on those pits in the front, Muhua will continue to provoke the gods of Akuru. As for how Bridges weighs it, it is their own business. If they say they will not step on them, Muhua and Abigail will go home. Anyway, the various things here have nothing to do with them. Maybe before leaving, Muhua will go to Webster to let the Blood Moon City confirm that he has a good relationship with the new vampire father-in-law. In the future, they will be family members. Misunderstandings are just misunderstandings, at this moment, because Zambak in the Death Canyon of Canes contacted Muhua, saying that a rich man next door to his house created 2 magic dragons, and seemed to want to step on him to get to the top. The magic dragons are the real body, not the projection. Zambak also dug a trap for the other party. Look, Muhua ran to confront the magic dragon.